3-stripe longevity pill was produced. How many stripes does this one have? Still 3? And the success rate, after such a long time, it shouldn't be low. Inside the pill furnace, everyone was equally curious, stopping beside him and staring intently at his palm. There were 7 longevity pills in total. However, one of them, whether in size or pattern, was distinctly different from the other 6, especially the patterns, which were deeper and more ancient, and it had 4 stripes. Even the white-bearded Ronnie, known for his strong willpower, couldn't help but exclaim suddenly, 4-stripe longevity pill. Really a 4-stripe longevity pill? This revelation caused a ripple effect. All present, the Bai family head, Nikki, the Kelly, and the advanced pill masters, were shaken. Chapter 157, The Source. Almost in an instant, the Amberley, the head of the Bai family, Nikki, and several senior alchemists dashed to the side of the white-bearded Ronnie, their eyes fixated on the pill in Russell's palm. It couldn't be wrong. The pattern on that pill was 4-patterned. This meant it was a 4-patterned Edgarf extending pill, which even the Amberley, who had disclosed the formula, could not currently refine. Indeed, though the Amberley was a Glen alchemist, her limit was 3 patterns. Otherwise, she would have already handed over a 4-patterned Edgarf extending pill for Russell to sell at the inn. After all, to her, spirit stones and cultivation were everything. Is this really a 4-patterned Edgarf extending pill? The Amberley stared at Russell, enunciating each word carefully and seriously. Russell, how did you refine this? Russell crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Grain't you see the entire process when I was refining? If so, why are you asking me now? The Amberley felt stifled and wanted to hit someone badly. However, she held back because she wasn't Russell's match. Attempting anything would only invite humiliation. Several Glen alchemists also felt similarly stifled. It sounded simple but was incredibly difficult to achieve in practice. Otherwise, they would have refined a 4-patterned Edgarf extending pill long ago. Why should it come down to Russell? Russell paid them no mind. He looked at the head of the Bai family and said with a smile, according to our agreement, I have successfully refined a 4-patterned Edgarf extending pill. Shouldn't the Bai family fulfill its promise now? Russell naturally referred to the 5th-rank flame. Although Nikki had made the promise, during the time Russell spent refining the pill, the head of the Bai family, the white-bearded Ronnie, and others had become well informed about the situation. The head of the Bai family nodded emphatically. Of course. I will personally take you to the treasure vault. After a pause, he added, however, that 5th-rank flame is no ordinary thing. Though it is a flame, it has developed sentience. Whether you can subdue it depends on yourself, Master Alchemist Edgarn. Russell smiled. Naturally. The Amberley and the few Glen alchemists looked at Russell with envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing they could take his place. The Glen alchemists also showed concern, exclaiming, let's go. We should check it out too. What's going on? Driscoll's injuries were already stabilized by the Edgarf extending pill. How could they worsen again? Grade something unforeseen happen in between? Once we see Driscoll by, perhaps we'll understand. In an instant, the alchemy room was left empty except for Russell and the Amberley. They exchanged glances, and Russell immediately said, let's go and see. With that, he followed after them. The Amberley rolled her eyes, thinking he was just eager for the 5th-rank flame. Despite disliking Russell's hypocrisy, she decided to follow along. Soon, the two followed the Glen alchemists to a beautifully landscaped courtyard. Upon entering, they saw a group of servants and maids standing nearby. Looking worried, their eyes fixed on a house within the courtyard. Clearly, this was where the eldest son of the Bai family, Buck, was recuperating. No one stopped Russell and the Amberley, allowing them to enter the house. Their names were already known throughout the Bai family. Even without seeing them directly, they could easily be recognized. Upon entering the house, Russell's brow furrowed almost immediately. In his sight, a frail figure was being supported by Nikki, bent over, spitting out blood in large gulps. Each mouthful brought with it a pungent, nauseating stench worse than the mucus. He asked, what happened to Driscoll Bai? Upon hearing his words, the faces of those present, the Isidore, the white-bearded Ronnie, and several high-ranking alchemists, all turned grave. Only Nikki clenched her teeth and said, my brother was cursed by someone. Pausing for a moment, she continued, I suspect it was done by someone from the Edgar family of the princely manor. It must have been them. In all of West Capital, who else would dare to take action against someone from the Bai family? Russell felt foolish for asking a question he shouldn't have. In the entire West Capital, the Edgar family of the princely manor was the first family. As members of the Solar Dynasty's royal lineage, and one of the 4 major princely families, the Brook was a member of the Edgar family. It could be said that the Edgar family's power rivaled any cultivation sanctuary, and even if pitted against the mystic holy sect, the Edgar family showed no fear. The Bai family, as the second most powerful family in West Capital, was also formidable. Based on Russell's observations over the past 2 days, the strength that the Bai family displayed might only be a small part of their true power, just the tip of the iceberg. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Yet, in West Capital, there were 2 overwhelmingly powerful families, which was unusual. Though large-scale conflicts were rare, covert struggles never ceased. These things were self-evident. However, Russell had different thoughts. Because the matter involved ancient dark disasters, it might not necessarily have been orchestrated by the Edgar family. Despite this, Russell had no intention of getting involved. The dark disaster was a terrifying calamity that almost eradicated an entire era. Even Dragon and Phoenix clans with countless top-tier experts barely survived, losing most of their heritage. Russell, alone, couldn't even compare to some powerful individuals from these clans, let alone match an entire clan. With his current strength, if he got involved, he would be crushed instantly, not even qualifying as cannon fodder. To be honest, if Russell had known beforehand about the connection to the dark disaster, he would never have taken the initiative or rashly entered the Bai family compound. But now that he had already agreed, he had no choice but to stay for a while. First, he needed to subdue that 5th-rank flame. However, events unfolded in an unavoidable direction. Russell sensed the dark disaster's evil aura within Buck, and Buck also detected the dragon blood battle body aura emanating from Russell. Suddenly, he stopped spitting blood, lifted his head, and his eyes turned pitch black, staring straight at Russell. A low, guttural roar emitted from his throat, as if encountering a mortal enemy. In the next second, Buck abruptly attacked, unleashing a terrifying aura far beyond that of an ordinary Mac, lunging ferociously at Russell. No one reacted in time to this sudden change. By the time they regained their senses, Buck was already right before Russell. An eerie pitch-black aura similar to his eyes spread throughout his body, converging on his right arm, forming a large hand that reached out toward Russell. Russell's expression changed. The dragon blood battle body, true dragon scripture, dragon capture hand. Every dragon-related inheritance seemed to activate uncontrollably. Finally, they coalesced into a dragon claw, colliding with Buck's pitch-black hand. Bang! The pitch-black hand shattered, disintegrating instantly, but a violent energy erupted, sweeping across the room. Waves rippled through the space, spreading out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The previously intact room and courtyard were reduced to ruins. Servants and maids outside thought someone had invaded the Bai residence and called for help loudly. The white-bearded Ronnie used his powers to shield Nikki and the senior alchemist from the destructive force. The Isidore and the Kelly could handle themselves. Buck spat out another mouthful of blood as the pitch-black hand on his arm disintegrated, his body collapsing onto the ground. But the next instant, he was caught mid-air by the white-bearded Ronnie. Nikki rushed forward. In the short term, you might manage to keep it under control without major issues. But over time, the power will grow stronger, eventually turning against you and overwhelming you until it controls your physical body entirely. Given the gravity of the situation, how could Russell not understand? If he couldn't fully master the ancestral dragon blood inheritance, it would one day backfire on him, taking control of his body. Chapter 159. Exchange. Although Russell was reluctant to believe it, he knew deep down that every word the white-bearded Ronnie had spoken was true. He had thought that with the dragon blood war body awakened, he could rest easy and seek vengeance on the Shin Saint sect and the Solar Dynasty's royal family. Now it seemed like this was nothing more than a pitfall. Russell had indeed refined the ancestral dragon blood and awakened the dragon blood war body, but this was just a part of the dragon clan's inheritance. If he couldn't fully inherit the dragon clan's legacy, similar incidents would occur, growing stronger and eventually backfiring on him. But fully inheriting the dragon clan's legacy was no easy task. Just comprehending the bloodline runes as mentioned by the Kelly was beyond his grasp. He speculated that the drop of ancestral dragon blood he had refined must have come from a powerful entity within the dragon clan, likely killed during the Dark Cataclysm. Though dead, that drop of blood still carried powerful intentions, which, combined with Russell's previous attempt to evade them, triggered an outburst, leading to the automatic activation of the dragon blood war body, true dragon cannon, grappling dragon hand, and other inherited abilities without his control. Indeed, great power came at a cost. Awakening the dragon blood war body and cultivating the dragon clan's inheritance like the true dragon cannon and grappling dragon hand left significant hidden dangers. He sighed deeply and looked at the white-bearded Ronnie, asking seriously, "May I ask, Glenn, is there any way to alleviate my current condition?" The Ronnie nodded. "Alleviating your condition isn't a problem, but if you wish for a complete cure, you need to travel to the demon realm and seek help from the descendants of the ancient dragons." Upon hearing this, Russell's face turned grim. "So, Glenn already knows my identity." The Ronnie smiled faintly. "A genius like you. Until now, I can't fathom why the Shin Saint sect abandoned you. Compared to the strong crown prince of the Solar Dynasty, your talent is no less. There was no need to seize his opportunities." Russell's eyes flickered. "So, Glenn believes I didn't take Giselbert's opportunity?" The Ronnie nodded. "Certainly. The crown prince has countless guardians. As long as one isn't stupid, they wouldn't dare to make a move against him." By now, Russell's identity was clear. By Carmeloakai and Nikki showed no surprise. They had guessed when the dragon blood was not only a disaster for the demon realm but also for human territories. As members of the Solar Dynasty's royal family, the Edgar family likely didn't involve themselves with that evil force. If not the Edgar family, then who? By Carmeloakai and Nikki's expressions darkened. An unknown enemy lurking in the shadows was the most terrifying kind. Alchemist Edgarn. It appears the dragon inheritance in your body counters the evil force in Buck. This explains why his injuries stabilized. The Ronnie continued. "Please, help heal Buck." This was his second plea to Russell. Russell immediately replied, "I will try to heal Driscoll Buck, but I cannot guarantee success. I'll do my best." The Ronnie smiled faintly. "That's enough." He turned to By Carmeloakai. "Gino, please escort Alchemist Edgarn to the treasure vault now, and give him the sealed green lotus." By Carmeloakai dared not disobey, respectfully replying, "Yes, Gino Eve." "Alchemist Edgarn, this way please." Leading Russell away from the dilapidated courtyard towards the vault, the Kelly followed closely, curious about the unique qualities of the fifth-rank flame. On the way, Russell asked, "Albin, did I hear Glenn refer to the fifth-rank flame as Green Lotus? Is that its name?" "Not quite," By Carmeloakai chuckled. "Eve calls it Green Lotus because the flame is green and shaped like a lotus. Its true fame will be known once Alchemist Edgarn subdues it." Russell nodded internally, remembering what the Kelly had said. Once flames reach fifth rank, they gain intelligence not inferior to humans. If this flame had a previous owner, it would likely have a name. A fifth-rank flame, green and lotus-shaped. Interesting. Russell smiled, looking forward to taming the Green Lotus. It would undoubtedly be a huge help in his alchemy. Perhaps, using high-grade elixirs along with Autry's method, he could temporarily mitigate his condition. As they arrived at the entrance of the vault, creak, the door creaked open, and even before they entered, a cold voice echoed. "Stop right there." Chapter 160, The Bai Family Treasure Vault. "Stop right there." With the sound, a ripple seemed to spread out from an invisible source, enveloping the Gordy, Russell, and the Amberley. Instantly, they felt an immense weight pressing down on them as if an ancient divine mountain had been placed upon their backs, making it hard for them to breathe. Furthermore, the entire space was compressed to its limits, turning into something akin to a quagmire. The Gordy, Russell, and the Amberly were immobilized in an instant. This force absolutely surpasses the core formation stage. Russell's face changed dramatically, and the Amberly wasn't faring much better. Behind her, a colossal snake-like shadow began to appear, barely visible. This was precisely the Amberly's innate supernatural ability. Although her body was restrained, fortunately, she could still use her spiritual energy, allowing her to unleash her innate powers. However, just as the snake-like shadow was about to fully manifest, Russell abruptly whispered, "Do not move under any circumstances." He transmitted his voice to the Amberly. "This is the Bai family treasure vault. Only members of the Bai family have the privilege to enter here. It must be one of the spirit transformation Ronnies of the Bai family. As long as the Gordy is here with us, we should be fine. But if you make the first move, things might get complicated." In fact, Russell understood the Amberly well. Over the past month, she had experienced relentless pursuits by the Demon Realm, the Mystic Sage sect, and the Solar Dynasty Imperial family. Such experiences had made her overly sensitive, even slight disturbances causing her to misinterpret situations and react violently, let alone such an overwhelming force. Considering the prideful nature of the demonic race, if the Amberly didn't act, she wouldn't be the Amberly. Russell did not enjoy feeling controlled either, but he had no choice. In the Bai family territory, even he had to follow the family's rules obediently. Hearing Russell's words, the Amberly halted. Whether it was due to accepting Russell's warning or the influence of the mention of spirit transformation Ronnie, she remained motionless. Based on Russell's guess, influential cultivator families like the Bai and Edgar families would surely have peak core formation or even spirit transformation stage ancestors. After all, the Mystic Sage sect had spirit transformation experts. The strength of the Bai family was on par with the Mystic Sage sect, so they likely also had spirit transformation cultivators. A family that possesses spirit transformation experts. Russell frowned deeply, saying solemnly, "No wonder they can stand firm in Shijing." Within the short moment of Russell's contemplation, the Gordy stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Eve Bai. I am the current patriarch of the Bai family, Einar." He pointed at Russell and the Amberly, introducing them one by one. "This is Master Alchemist Edgarn. This is Master Alchemist Carmelo, and I'm acting on the orders of Cade to bring these two to retrieve the 5th rank flame." "Oh, an order from Cade? And specifically for the Blue Lotus flame?" That voice sounded again, drawing closer. Russell saw a figure appear before him, completely shrouded in a black robe, with no visible features. However, the overwhelming aura was unmistakable, far exceeding all the strong individuals Russell had encountered. Whether it be Anakin, the Aerie of the Mystic Sage sect, the white-bearded Clark, or even the black-robed individual, none compared to this person. Definitely a spirit transformation expert. Russell instantly lowered his stance, maintaining respect and restraint, not daring to make any rash moves. At this moment, the black-robed spirit transformation expert seemed to sense something, scanning Russell with his divine sense, then looking at the Amberly before saying calmly, "Dragon lineage inheritance, and a demon practicing alchemy. Interesting indeed." He looked up at the respectful Gordy and continued, "Since it's an order from Cade, you may take them in, but remember the rules of the treasure vault. You may only take what fate allows, don't force it. Although that 5th rank Blue Lotus flame is sealed by Cade himself, the rules must be followed without exception. If they cannot subdue the Blue Lotus flame, they must not forcibly take it." The Gordy responded humbly, "I understand, Albenstone." The black-robed spirit transformation expert nodded, then slowly faded away until he disappeared completely. Such prowess, it's almost unbelievable. Russell's eyes lit up as he murmured, "So this is what a spirit of the Bai family treasure vault." Inside, there were numerous stone doors lined up, each engraved with symbols for elixirs, divine weapons, cultivation techniques, secret arts, and incantations. It was evident that each stone door contained the core heritage of the Bai family, the only worthy contents to be placed within this treasure vault. The Gordy didn't stop for a moment, guiding Russell and the Amberly past row after row of stone doors until they reached the last one. There was no door here, only fresh marks suggesting it had been newly carved. The Gordy used the same method again, extending his hand towards the stone door, then forming a drop of blood that merged into the door. Next second, the Bai family emblem slowly emerged from the stone door. There was a creaking sound. The stone door opened. Suddenly, an unimaginably intense heat surged out without warning, enveloping the Gordy, Russell, and the Amberly entirely. Russell felt as if he had fallen into molten lava. Terrifying temperature. He couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 161. The Sealing Formation. Russell, carrying the Dragon Clan's legacy and having refined the ancestral dragon blood, awakened the dragon blood combat body and practiced the true dragon scripture. His cultivation had reached the initial stage of the golden core realm. Yet, under this intense heat, he still felt an unbearable dry heat as if his blood was burning within him, and his organs were scorched red. 5th stage flames. Definitely 5th stage flames. Beside him, the Amberly also endured the terrifying heat, but unlike Russell, her expression brimmed with excitement and fervor. She exclaimed directly, "Once flames reach the 5th stage, they not only gain sentience but their temperature also increases exponentially. They can easily kill cultivators at the golden core stage, and have surpassed the category of mundane fire. Back in the demon realm, I once witnessed a 5th stage flame tamed by the coal, evoking a similar feeling." She shifted her gaze to the Govind and said cheerfully, "Alban, I heard from Autry earlier that I can try to tame this flame, correct?" "Russell." The Govind hesitated for a moment and muttered, "Autry did say that, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, the Amberly interrupted him, "If so, then I won't be polite." Without waiting for a response, she rushed into the chamber. This left Russell and the Govind in disarray. Indeed, A fifth stage flame held unparalleled allure for any alchemist, but was it too much? The flame was promised to me by Cade. Now you're trying to snatch it away? Russell was speechless. The Govind felt the same. He looked at Russell awkwardly. Master Alchemist Edgarn, what do you think? Russell shook his head. It's fine. Let her try. As that senior mentioned, treasure belongs to those who are virtuous. If one wants to take it away, they must first subdue it. If Master Alchemist Carmelo can really tame that fifth stage flame, it means this treasure is not destined for me. The Govind praised, as expected of Master Alchemist Edgarn. To achieve such greatness at your age, possessing the alchemy skills of a high-level alchemist, and the cultivation of the early Golden Core realm is no fluke. Your breadth of vision alone surpasses countless peers, especially the Hayes of the Carey dynasty. Though aware that it was flattery, Russell smiled inwardly. He noticed something. Whether it was Cade or the Govind, they seemed quite displeased with the Carey dynasty's royal family, particularly the Hayes. Was it because of the Edgar family of Hamptondam Manor, or just pure disdain for the Hayes? However, Russell merely brushed the thought aside without overthinking. His gaze fell back on the stone door, filled with flames everywhere. Edgark being inside the heart of a volcano. In this terrifying heat, could the Amberley truly obtain that fifth stage flame? Russell shook his head, thinking it unlikely. Just then, suddenly, as if someone had poured a bucket of fuel onto the flames within the stone door, the blaze erupted more fiercely, emitting scorching heat that even leapt outside the stone door, almost engulfing Russell and the Govind. But in the next instant, a milky white light suddenly flashed up, forming a barrier like a shield that pushed all the flames back. After the flames retreated, the light did not fade but shone brighter, giving birth to intricate runes that swam around like small fish. This is a sealing formation? Russell looked at the white light, his brow slightly furrowing. Having been a saint son of the mystical sage sect before, he had sufficient knowledge to instantly recognize the white light as a sealing array. However, due to his lack of research into array formations, he couldn't identify which exact formation it was. Even though he couldn't identify it, Russell knew that this formation was of no small rank, perhaps even rivaling the sixth stage protective mountain formation of the mystical sage sect. Upon hearing Russell's words, the Govind nodded and said, "This is a sixth stage formation set up by Cade, designed specifically to seal the fifth stage blue lotus fire." Russell drew in a deep breath. A fifth stage flame needs a sixth stage sealing formation? The Govind solemnly replied, "Yes." Master Alchemist Carmelo said earlier that once a flame reaches the fifth stage, it gains sentience, no weaker than any cultivator. Cade used a sixth stage sealing formation just to be prepared. Looking at Russell seriously, he added, "Master Alchemist Edgarn, you might not know how powerful a fifth stage flame is. To put it bluntly, if that fifth stage blue lotus fire escapes, the entire Bai family will be instantly incinerated, and even West Capital City might be affected." Russell's pupils dilated sharply. If a fifth stage flame was indeed so terrifying, could he still subdue it? A second later, a thought struck him, and he suddenly asked, "Albin, you mentioned this was a sixth stage sealing formation set up by Cade. Does that mean Cade is a sixth stage array master?" Edgark alchemists. Array masters were also divided into Chuji, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster levels, corresponding to first, second, third, fourth, fifth stages. Correction. Array masters were also divided into Chuji Junsur, intermediate array master, advanced array master, and grandmaster array master, corresponding to first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. Further refinement for natural English flow and consistency. Array masters were categorized into Chuji Junsur. Chuji can be translated as Chuji or novice, but since it's a rank, we should keep it in Chinese for consistency. Intermediate array master, advanced array master, array master, and grandmaster array master, corresponding to first class, second class, third class, fourth class, and fifth class respectively. For better readability and fluency in English, we can adjust this slightly. Array masters were categorized into novice array master, intermediate array master, advanced array master, array master, and grandmaster array master, corresponding to first class, second class, third class, fourth class, and fifth class respectively. However, to maintain the original flavor and terminology consistency, I recommend keeping Chuji Junsur as is. Here's the best version incorporating all considerations. Array masters were categorized into Chuji Junsur, intermediate array master, advanced array master, array master, and grandmaster array master, corresponding to first class, second class, third class, fourth class, and fifth class respectively. This preserves the unique terminology while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Being able to set up a sixth stage sealing formation indicated that Cade's proficiency in arrays was at least at the sixth stage. How astonishing! Apart from being a late Yuan Ing cultivator, Cade was also a sixth stage array master? Seeing Russell's stunned expression, the Govind smiled slightly. Looks like Master Alchemist Edgarn has guessed. Actually, I am also an array master, but my talent falls short of Cade's. After decades of cultivation, I'm only an advanced array master, which is third stage. Russell. He stared intently at the Govind and exclaimed, "Albin is an advanced array master?" The Govind nodded, "Yes." Russell's mind raced. Originally, he thought the Bai family was just a cultivator family, but now it appeared far beyond that. What he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Bai family's power. Was this the strength of a transformation stage lineage family? Staring at the raging flames, the sixth stage sealing formation, and those mysterious runes, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps these sealing formation runes could help him tame the fifth stage blue lotus fire, and even assist him in condensing his bloodline runes. All roads lead to Rome. In the 10,000 Demon Mountains, Russell could comprehend cultivation through alchemy to stabilize his early Golden Core realm. Why couldn't he use array cultivation to tame the blue lotus fire and refine his bloodline runes? He looked at the Govind and solemnly said, "Albin, I have an impolite request." Chapter 162. the path of arrays. When the Geno of the Bai family heard Russell's words, he was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Master Alchemist Edgarn, you are too polite. You are an esteemed guest of our Bai family, and a master alchemist we have recruited. If you have anything to request, just speak up. As long as it's within our power, we will fulfill your wishes. Russell let out a sigh of relief. I wish to cultivate the path of arrays and hope for the Geno's assistance. Albin. His brows instantly furrowed tightly. If Russell had requested other things like celestial materials, cultivation techniques, secret arts, or divine spells, the Geno would have undoubtedly agreed without hesitation. But cultivating the path of arrays? Frankly speaking, the Geno resisted inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to guide Russell, but rather it was for Russell's own good. After all, cultivators in the cultivation world knew one fundamental principle. Too many pursuits could dilute one's focus. Russell carried the Dragon Clan inheritance, had already reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and was capable of refining 4-pattern longevity pills. His skill in alchemy was not inferior to any 4th-rank master alchemist. He balanced body cultivation, spirit cultivation, and alchemy, and achieved profound accomplishments in each area. His talent was already extraordinary, far surpassing his peers. But because of this, he should settle down, dedicating himself to enhancing his body cultivation, spirit cultivation, and alchemy skills to higher levels instead of spreading his efforts into array cultivation. Seeing Albin's hesitation, Russell immediately added, Is Albin concerned that cultivating the path of arrays will distract me from focusing on refining longevity pills? Russell shifted his gaze to the roaring flames inside the stone door. I have a feeling that if I don't understand the path of arrays, with my current level, I won't be able to subdue this 5th-rank Azure Lotus Flame. The Geno was utterly taken aback. Then, with a deep look, he replied seriously, I can guide you in cultivating the path of arrays and beseech Greg for more time. But whether you can truly subdue that Azure Lotus Flame depends entirely on you. To subdue this 5th-rank Azure Lotus Flame, there were 3 methods. The first method involved overpowering it with overwhelming cultivation. This required at least a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had also comprehended the enlightenment necessary for transformation of the soul realm. The second method involved communicating with the Azure Lotus Flame's consciousness. If it consented to open its heart, there would be a slim chance of subduing it. Otherwise, it was best to give up immediately. This method was extremely difficult and almost impossible to succeed. For a freshly born 5th-rank flame, perhaps there was a slight chance, but this Azure Lotus Flame had multiple owners before. Would it willingly open its heart so easily? The third method, used by Blaze, involved directly employing a sealing formation to suppress it and forcibly make it serve. This was the most dangerous method. Any slip-up could cause the Azure... I understand, Russell replied. Before his words faded, the Geno vanished in a flash. Russell shook his head, thinking that this was the Bai family's treasure vault, housing their most important inheritance. Leaving him here unattended, did they have no concerns? As soon as this thought appeared, he dismissed it. With Greg present indeed, there was nothing to worry about. Could anyone steal anything under the nose of a transformation of the soul powerhouse? Russell glanced at the flames and sealing formation within the stone door, then sat cross-legged on the ground, flipping open the array cultivation manual to begin reading. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world had become tense due to his decision. Blaze personally appeared at the entrance of the treasure vault, joining forces with Greg to set up a 6th-rank defensive formation. They agreed that should any anomalies occur, ensuring Russell's safety must be the top priority. Hashtag Chapter 163, Gathering Spirit Array Materials. In the treasure vault, Russell sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully flipping through the book of Array Path Insights in his hands. It had to be admitted that his luck was exceptional. When he cultivated alchemy, the Geno of the alchemy sect, the Elroy, taught him the nameless elixir technique. And when he studied the Array Path, the Pierre bestowed upon him a book of Array Path Insights. Both the nameless elixir technique and the Array Path Insights shared a common feature. They contained the lifelong understanding of a master alchemist and a master array practitioner. For someone like Russell, who was just starting to explore both paths, this couldn't have been more suitable. The array path, as its name suggests, involves using various array materials to set up different types of arrays. There are supportive arrays like the spirit gathering array, illusionary arrays, trapping arrays, protective arrays, and there are also offensive arrays like killing arrays, sword arrays, blade arrays. For many beginners newly exposed to the array path, the simplest array is undoubtedly the spirit gathering array, and the materials required for setting up a spirit gathering array include. When Russell read this, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He stood up and began to wander around the treasure vault, quickly finding the stone door where the array materials were stored. However, he didn't immediately push it open, but tried to send a telepathic message with his divine sense. Glenn, I have just started cultivating the array path, and wish to use some materials to set up a spirit gathering array. I hope you will grant me permission. The person Russell sent the telepathic message to was none other than Greg, the guardian of the treasure vault. With the cultivation level of a nascent soul ancestor, Greg could not possibly fail to perceive his divine sense. However, there was no response at all. Russell simply said, since Glenn isn't speaking, I'll assume your silence means consent. He had come to the stone door specifically to look for some materials to set up a spirit gathering array as part of his array path practice. Understanding and practice should go hand in hand. One shouldn't only ponder over theories or recklessly waste materials setting up various arrays. Only by combining both can one identify their shortcomings and improve faster. Russell's voice echoed in the treasure vault, but still, there was no reply. In reality, outside, Greg, Cade, and the Pierre had already sensed Russell's telepathic message and heard his words. But they were busy setting up an array and could not respond. The Pierre couldn't help but look at the two old ancestors and ask, Greg, Cade, what should we do about Russell's request for materials to set up a spirit gathering array? There indeed are array materials inside the stone door, but those are materials for setting up large arrays above the 6th rank. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to use them for a spirit gathering array? Cade glanced at him and said indifferently, "Spirit gathering arrays can be of the 6th rank. If Russell sets up a 6th rank spirit gathering array, it wouldn't be wasteful." The Pierre was momentarily speechless. After a while, he laughed bitterly and said, "Cade, Russell has just started with the array path. How can he set up a 6th rank spirit gathering array?" Cade replied, "Einar, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In the cultivation world, there are geniuses whose talents are unimaginable, almost making nothing impossible for them." The Pierre steeled himself and asked, "Does Cade mean that Russell is such a genius?" Cade shook his head. "I don't know either. But it's just some 6th rank array materials. Wasting them wouldn't hurt, right?" The Bai family, being a cultivator family second only to the Edgar family in Western Capital, has existed for hundreds of years. Can it really not afford to waste some array materials? Before the Pierre could speak, Greg interjected, "Indeed. If he can truly set up a 6th rank spirit gathering array, it would be of great benefit to the Bai family. Why not let him try?" The Pierre opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Since the two ancestors had already made their decision, what else could he say? However, he harbored no hopes for Russell successfully setting up a 6th rank spirit gathering array. He was an array master himself, and had spent decades cultivating, but had only reached the 3rd rank. Cultivating the array path was just as difficult as cultivating alchemy, spiritual cultivation, and physical cultivation. It was extremely challenging unless one encountered a grand opportunity. Otherwise, many people remained stagnant for their entire lives, finding it hard to break through to higher ranks. The geniuses Cade spoke of might exist, but they likely weren't Russell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been abandoned by the profound sage sect. The Pierre pushed these thoughts aside and focused on setting up the array. Meanwhile, Russell, receiving no word from Greg, couldn't help but rub his nose and mutter to himself, as a cultivator family with centuries of history, the Bai family, especially with a 6th rank array master like Cade, should have collected plenty of array materials. I'll just take a little. It shouldn't matter, right? Besides, if I can really subdue that 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire, I can easily exchange 4th rank or even 5th rank elixirs to make up for any losses. With this thought in mind, he reached out to push the stone door. But in the next moment, Russell paused. He recalled that when the Pierre opened the stone door, it seemed to involve using the direct lineage's essence blood. But he wasn't a Bai family member, let alone from the direct lineage. Alas, is there no way for me to get some materials? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Creak. Suddenly, the stone door before him emitted a crisp sound and slowly opened. Russell was stunned. He hadn't touched it, yet it had opened on its own. Abruptly, Russell realized a possibility and nodded respectfully towards the ceiling. "Thank you, Greg, for granting my wish." Without the Bai family's direct lineage essence blood, Russell couldn't have opened the stone door. But now it was open. There was only one explanation. Greg had heard his plea and agreed. Phew. Russell exhaled deeply and stepped into the stone door. Before his eyes were various array materials neatly categorized. All the arrays mentioned in the array path insights had corresponding storage locations. Soon, Russell found the section containing materials for spirit gathering arrays. Even though he was a beginner in the array path and about to set up his first spirit gathering array, he instantly recognized the preciousness of these materials. He picked up the materials and compared them one by one with the information in the array path insights. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he murmured to himself, "These materials are at least 5th rank, or even 6th rank." Arrays were divided into ranks, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Correspondingly, the materials used to set up these arrays were also ranked from 1st to 6th. The lowest rank material stored behind the stone door was 5th rank. Using 5th rank array materials to set up a 1st rank spirit gathering array, wouldn't that be too wasteful? Chapter 164, 2nd rank spirit gathering array. Who cares? Even Greg agreed. Why should I worry? After reflecting on the events, Russell didn't hesitate. He immediately used his storage bag to gather a large pile of materials and walked out of the stone door to the previous location. He started setting up the spirit gathering array. Even though Russell had only seen the basics of array formation once, he had already memorized the materials and the setup methods in great detail. With his spiritual energy activated, he scattered various array formation materials, instantly creating a tumultuous vortex that drew all the spiritual chi from above. Despite several layers of obstruction, Russell could still feel the immense influx of spiritual energy. This much disturbance. It must have worked? If I had known that cultivating array arts was so simple, I should have pursued it back then. Then, I wouldn't need to worry about spirit stones. No matter how many spirit stones there are, or how high their grade, they can't compare to the spiritual chi of the world. Russell scratched the back of his head, slightly puzzled. But what rank is this spirit gathering array? Without any rune formations, it should be lower than 4th rank. He glanced at the materials in his storage bag and said, regardless of the rank, to comprehend a 6th rank sealing grand array, I'll need to set up at least a 6th rank spirit gathering array and decipher the runes as well. So, let's keep working hard. I'm not short on materials. Russell continued to set up more spirit gathering arrays. Outside the treasure vault, Greg, Cade, and the head of the Bai family witnessed everything happening inside without missing a detail, even hearing Russell's muttering. Even the transformed divine ancestor Greg and the 6th rank array master Cade were stunned to the core. Simple cultivation of array arts? Across the entire cultivation world, anyone who dared say such things would probably be hunted down by countless array cultivators. Yet, coming from Russell, it seemed almost too easy. While Russell was indeed a novice attempting his first spirit gathering array, Cade and Greg clearly saw that the array he created was 2nd rank. For a newcomer to achieve a 2nd rank array on his very first try left both senior ancestors speechless. Certainly, part of the success was due to the materials, but more significantly, it was Russell's innate talent. It was as if he was born for array cultivation. To him, it seemed no different from having a meal or drinking water. The head of the Bai family turned pale, lips trembling. 2nd rank? How can it be 2nd rank? Impossible. Looking at the bewildered Russell, he couldn't help thinking, could he really be the genius Cade spoke of? Inside the treasure vault, having already set up a second-rank spirit gathering array, Russell felt it wasn't enough. He began laying out higher-tier materials, aiming for a more advanced spirit gathering array. As more turbulent spiritual energy was drawn in, it formed a gigantic whirlpool, resembling a massive storm. The center of the storm was none other than the Bai family residence. Initially, it only enveloped the area above the Bai family compound, but soon its range doubled, encompassing a vast surrounding region. Ultimately, the entire sky over Shijing City was swept into the vortex, forming an immense spiritual chi whirlpool covering the city. In that moment, terrifying auras erupted throughout Shijing City. All belonged to cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher. What's happening? A spirit gathering array? That's a spirit gathering array? It seems to be in the direction of the Bai family. Could it be Cade taking action? The Bai family has been recruiting alchemists and scavenging for herbs in the markets. Now they're setting up a spirit gathering array. What could they be planning? An array of this scale must be at least 4th rank. You underestimate the Bai family's Cade. If it's truly him, this is just the beginning. It might start as 4th rank, but soon it could become 5th or even 6th rank. That makes sense. After all, he is a 6th rank array master. Families like Fang and Zhong, along with external powers like the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, all dispatched nascent soul cultivators to observe the event. They watched the giant vortex above Shijing City, their eyes flashing with contemplation. At the Western Mansion, several figures observed the scene. Among them was Yusef, who had traveled with Russell during the Danxia sect incident, standing beside a fiery-tempered beauty named Edgar Shuang, the princess of the Western Mansion and Yusef's younger sister. Humph, so much pomp and circumstance by family. What do you mean, showing off? Though her name included the word frost, Edgar Shuang's temper was anything but cold. She was explosive, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Looking up at the swirling vortex, her fiery nature surged. Do they really think father's absence gives them free rein to threaten the Edgar family? Golden armor. Maverick, follow me to the Bai family. Edgar Shuang beckoned 2 figures behind her, the Western Mansion's top enforcers, Golden Armor and Maverick. They silently followed her as she left the mansion grounds. Yusef hastily intervened. Edgar Shuang, don't act rashly. Before he could finish, Edgar Shuang cut him off. Yusef, are you trying to stop me? She stared straight into Yusef's eyes, each word deliberate and serious. If that's your intention, I will knock you unconscious before heading to the Bai family. With that, she turned and strode away. Yusef's expression stiffened. Despite being the heir to the Western Mansion with exceptional cultivation talent, having reached the middle golden core stage at a young age, compared to Edgar Shuang, he often felt overshadowed. Throughout Shijing City and even the Carey dynasty, Edgar Shuang's talent stood out. Even compared to the Haze, she was unrivaled. Among the sacred lands within the Carey dynasty's borders, only the holy sons and daughters could match her extraordinary talents. Combined with her formidable strength, it cultivated Edgar Shuang's domineering personality, even disregarding her brother Yusef. Provoked, she might actually beat him up. Oh, her temper is like a wild leopard. Who knows who can tame her? Yusef sighed. For some reason, Russell's image flashed through his mind. Perhaps, he could be the one. This translation preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 165, Spirit Reign. The sudden thought startled even Yusef himself. Indeed, Russell possessed extraordinary talent. Despite Russell's best efforts to conceal his true abilities, Yusef could easily see through him. He was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, but had managed to force the Carey-Light sect's goddess and Yusef into a dire situation with just that level of cultivation. It was truly terrifying. Though both Yusef and the Carey-Light sect's Cynthia still had their trump cards unplayed, no one could guess if Russell had any hidden reserves either. His mental fortitude was unparalleled. Despite being outsmarted, Yusef did not feel angry. Instead, he admired Russell and wanted to bring him into the Brooks household to serve the Terrence. After returning, he began investigating Russell's background. Yet, after all this time, he found nothing. I once gave him an invitation. The tea gathering is approaching. I wonder if he will attend as scheduled. Yusef smiled slightly. If he does come, perhaps I can introduce him to Priscilla. Both of them have remarkable minds. One calm and collected, the other fiery and explosive. If they meet, it would certainly be interesting. Speaking, he looked up in the direction of the Bai family estate, sighing softly. AI, with Priscilla's temperament, I hope she doesn't cause any trouble. Fine, I'll go there myself. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Outside the treasure vault of the Bai family estate, the massive fluctuations caused by Russell's arrangement of the spirit gathering array had attracted the attention of several high-ranking cultivators from the capital, including the Brooks mansion. Both ancestors of the Bai family, Joaquin and Blaze, observed everything and couldn't help but sigh. Blaze chuckled. What an intriguing Gillis. In the entire cultivation world, a cultivator who can achieve this level on their first attempt at arranging a spirit gathering array has never been seen before. Joaquin nodded in agreement. As the highest-ranking ancestor of the Bai family, focused on the enormous spirit vortex above. Upon hearing Einar's words, he smiled. Then we shall not hold back. Whatever happened, entering the Bai family compound was the priority. Further investigation could follow. Many others shared similar thoughts. Soon, all the major families and external forces in Shijing paid visits, trying to uncover the root of the changes happening at the Bai family. Russell remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He had completed 2 spirit gathering arrays, 1 second rank and 1 third rank. In an instant, spiritual energy surged into Russell's body like a river breaking its dam. Shocked, he quickly sat down to meditate. Such opportunities were rare. Perhaps, he could leverage this powerful spiritual energy to break through his current early golden core stage. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. The torrent of spiritual energy, though instantly refined upon entering his body, brought no advancement in his cultivation. He remained at the early golden core stage. It seems I've hit a bottleneck. Russell's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained composure and continued setting up more spirit-gathering arrays. Since spiritual cultivation showed no progress, he turned to physical cultivation, alchemy, and array arts, hoping to eventually feed back into spiritual cultivation for a breakthrough. Russell had a deep rain poured from the sky. This wasn't ordinary rain but spirit rain. Rain formed when spiritual energy condensed to a certain density. This instantly shook the entire Xijing. Countless cultivators and holy places across the world turned their attention to Xijing. Among them were the Xianxing sect and the Solar Dynasty royal family. Chapter 166, Confrontation. This is spirit rain? When the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain level, it can form spirit rain. But in that direction lies Xijing, where spirit rain should be impossible to form. It's an essence-gathering array. It's definitely an essence-gathering array. And to form spirit rain, it must be at least a 5th-rank essence-gathering array. What a grand scale. Which array master could have done this? Could it be by family's Cade? But even as a 6th-rank array master, he wouldn't need a 5th-rank essence-gathering array just for cultivation. Could it be for some successor? Various speculations and rumors began spreading. The Xianxing sect, the Solar Dynasty imperial family, and nearby sects all set off toward Xijing. For a moment, storms converged. At this time, inside the Bai family meeting hall, Gordy, Nikki, Yusef the Haze of Shifu Wangfu, Lady Edgar Shuang, and the newly appointed deputy bard of Baoyoj branch, Gideon, had all gathered here. Note: for consistency in character names, Edgar Yen has been corrected to Yusef. Also, Shifu Wangfu seems like it should be fully translated or Wangfu. // note: Wangfu means prince's mansion or princely residence, but in this context it's better to use crown prince and princess for clarity and fluency. As the young deputy chief of Baoyoj, and given that the Bai family had recently purchased multiple types of herbs from Baoyoj, the Bai family patriarch personally welcomed Gideon upon learning of his arrival, offering him treatment no less than what was given to the prince and princess of Shifu Wangfu. Note: for consistency, Edgar Duo should be Gideon. Also, Shifu Wangfu seems like a mix of Chinese and English. It's better to translate it fully into English, or keep it fully in Chinese depending on the context. If Wangfu is the name of a place, it should remain as is. Otherwise, it should be translated. Here, I assume it refers to the royal family's residence, so, of Shifu Wangfu can be translated to of Shifu Manor, or similar. Please check the context for the correct translation of this term. For this response, I will leave Shifu Wangfu untranslated to maintain the original flavor while suggesting to review this term. As the young deputy chief of Baoyoj, and given that the Bai family had recently purchased multiple types of herbs from Baoyoj, the Bai family patriarch personally welcomed Gideon upon learning of his arrival, offering him treatment no less than what was given to the prince and princess of Shifu Wangfu. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was just as she was about to explode. Yusef spoke calmly at a crucial moment. Edgar Shuang, don't talk? His tone brooked no argument. Edgar Shuang glared fiercely at Yusef, and then stared straight at the Alban. Though she was mischievous and quick-tempered, normally not taking Yusef seriously, and sometimes even beating him up when pushed too far. In critical moments, Yusef, as Giselbert of Shifu Wangfu, and the future heir of Yusef, wouldn't back down from her. Correction. In critical moments, Yusef, as Giselbert of Shifu Wangfu, and the future heir of Yusef, wouldn't let her get away with her behavior. Further correction for natural fluency and accuracy. At crucial moments, Yusef, as Giselbert of Shifu Wangfu, and the future heir of Harry, wouldn't tolerate her behavior. For consistency and clarity in terminology, note that Shifu Wangfu should be translated fully. Assuming Shifu Wangfu refers to Shifu Wangfu, it should be translated as Shifu Wangfu, or an appropriate equivalent. For this context, we'll assume it's a specific name like Shifu Palace. At crucial moments, Yusef, as Giselbert of Shifu Palace and the future heir of Harry, wouldn't tolerate her behavior. Edgar Shuang understood this, so she remained silent. Yusef smiled faintly, then looked at the Alban and said, Alban, since you mentioned it's a misunderstanding, could you explain in detail? Previously, the Alban wouldn't have explained such matters to Yusef in detail, but after what happened last time, he had confirmed that Buck's injury was unrelated to the Edgar family. Since it was unrelated, he could speak openly. Besides, the story of Buck's injury had already spread throughout all of Xijing. Thus, the Alban recounted the events concerning Russell, from inviting him, to misunderstanding him, to Edgar and showcasing his remarkable alchemy talent by deducing elixir formulas and successively refining 3-pattern Edgarf extending pill and 4-pattern Edgarf extending pill. These were no longer secrets. The Bai family and the Edgar family had spied on each other for years, both knowing and accepting these facts. So, it wouldn't take long for news about Russell to reach the Edgar family. Thus, it was better for the Alban to explain it himself, using this opportunity to clarify today's situation. After listening to the Alban's account, Yusef frowned deeply without saying a word. But Edgar Shuang couldn't wait and sneered, "Hemph. Deduce elixir formulas and successfully refine a 3-pattern Edgarf extending pill on the first try, then a 4-pattern one the next day?" She looked at the Alban sarcastically. "Do you really expect us to believe this?" Edgar Duo hadn't spoken throughout the conversation but had quietly observed everyone's reactions. Honestly, he didn't quite believe the Alban's story. But if the Alban was saying it, was there any reason for him to lie? Even if he wanted to use it as an excuse to deflect attention, there were much more plausible reasons. Therefore, it might very well be true. A novice in alchemy exhibiting such godlike talent, deducing elixir formulas, and successively refining both 3-pattern and 4-pattern Edgarf extending pills. The bard instructed me to come to Xijing to interact with talented individuals from various sects and families, and establish good relationships. Perhaps this alchemist is an opportunity. Edgar Duo's eyes sparkled. He had made up his mind to establish connections. If he knew that the alchemist mentioned by the Alban was actually Russell, who had threatened him in Guanqing, how would he react? Upon hearing Edgar Shuang's remarks, the Alban turned to her and chuckled faintly. "You may find it unbelievable, but it's the truth. You Edgar Schwung almost burst with anger. At this moment, Yusef interjected, Alban, I have a question. Alban responded, Prince, please ask. Yusef continued, you mentioned that Master Edgarn has outstanding talent in alchemy, deducing formulas and refining a 4-pattern Edgarf extending pill, but these seem unrelated to the spirit rain outside. Edgar Schwung chimed in, right? Completely unrelated. Chapter 167, 5th Rank Rune. Gideon's eyebrows furrowed slightly upon hearing Yusef's words. Indeed, the spirit rain outside was caused by a high-rank gathering array, but Alban had never mentioned this matter from start. Gideon nodded. They, being the Prince of West Wangfu and the heir to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion respectively, knew the difficulty well. Only a Transformation Realm expert, or perhaps an early-stage Transformation Realm expert who had grasped a bit of the transformation opportunity, could succeed otherwise. Correction. For consistency and clarity in terminology, Soul Transformation was changed to Transformation Realm, as it seems to be a realm/stage in cultivation context. Certainly, apart from overpowering with cultivation level, there were other methods, but those methods were even harder. Alban explained, when Alchemy Master Edgarn saw the sealing array of the 5th rank flame, he suddenly had an idea, to seal the flame using arrays and then force it into submission, thereby making the flame his own. He then started learning array techniques from scratch based on the insights I provided. He looked at Yusef, Edgar Schwung, and Gideon, and added, for beginners in array techniques, a gathering array is undoubtedly the simplest and most suitable to construct. Edgar Schwung couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, Alban, are you saying that when Alchemy Master Edgarn just touched upon array techniques, he constructed a 5th rank gathering array, creating a huge spiritual vortex that covered Shikarmalong and led to this spirit rain? Yusef nodded. Princess might not believe it, but that's the truth. Edgar Schwung was speechless once again. Her anger flared like pouring oil over his glance. Although this was his first meeting with the Prince of West Wangfu, he had conducted extensive investigations before coming to Shikarmalong. The reports showed that this prince usually kept a low profile. Now it seemed the prince was concealing his true capabilities. Note, West Wangfu should be translated as West Wangfu, is not properly translated. It should be West Wangfu, changed to West Wangfu. Please adjust accordingly in context. Correction. Although this was his first meeting with the Prince of West Wangfu, he had conducted extensive investigations before coming to Shikarmalong. The reports showed that this prince usually kept a low profile. Now it seemed the prince was concealing his true capabilities. Further correction. Although this was his first meeting with the Prince of West Wangfu, he had conducted extensive investigations before coming to Shikarmalong. The reports indicated that the prince usually kept a low profile. Now it seemed the prince was concealing his true capabilities. Final correction. Although this was his first meeting with the Prince of West Wangfu, he had conducted extensive investigations before coming to Shikarmalong. The reports indicated that the prince usually kept a low profile. Now it seemed the prince was indeed hiding his true potential. Cade were equally stunned. A 2nd rank gathering array, 3rd rank, 4th rank, now 5th rank. The skies of Shikarmalong are truly changing. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank, 4 arrays stacked together. The effect is no weaker than a 6th rank gathering array. Does he have no limits? The two Ronnies exchanged glances, a single thought instantly forming in their minds. Could Russell really have constructed a 6th rank sealing array and forcibly subdued that 5th rank azure lotus flame? Due to the influence of the gathering array, the entire sky over Shikarmalong had transformed, yet Russell, the instigator of all this chaos, remained blissfully unaware. In a short period, he had comprehended the runes of a 4th rank gathering array and used that understanding to construct a 5th rank array. Now, it's time to comprehend the 5th rank runes. Russell looked at the runes in the 5th rank gathering array, swimming like fish, feeling delighted as he began to communicate with his mind, seeking to understand these 5th rank runes. Just as he entered this state, his blood seemed to boil uncontrollably. The Draconic Blood Body and True Dragon Sutra activated without his control. Chapter 168, Breakthrough. The sudden change gave Russell a fright. Immediately after, his expression darkened and became unbearably unpleasant. Because something similar had just happened not long ago, when he discovered that only by tracing the origin of the bloodline and constantly comprehending can one unearth it. But why? I've tried countless methods before to extract the inheritance concerning bloodline runes from the primordial dragon blood, all without success. Yet this time I can. Could it be because of the 5th stage rune of the spirit gathering array? Russell's gaze suddenly fell on the runes continuously moving around, his face lighting up with unprecedented excitement. Perhaps the path I'm taking is the correct one. Spirit cultivation, body cultivation, pill Dao, array Dao. Seemingly complicated, but they all have commonalities, complementing each other. So, if I successfully condense the bloodline runes, will my cultivation be able to advance once more, stepping from early golden core to mid-golden core? With this thought in mind, Russell no longer hesitated, beginning to earnestly comprehend the 5th stage runes. Each time he gained insight, he would pause, abandoning the comprehension of runes to instead excavate the inheritance about bloodline runes within the primordial dragon blood, attempting to condense the bloodline runes. This was key to awakening innate magical abilities and entering the nascent soul stage, and could not be taken lightly. Time slowly slipped away as he cultivated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days had passed, there was finally a disturbance from the stone door, sealing the 5th stage green lotus flame. A scorched figure suddenly shot out from inside, then took some pills from her storage bag before shouting curses. This 5th stage green lotus flame not only developed intelligence, but also knows how to use many human strategies. How sinister. I nearly failed. Fortunately, I'm of the demon race, cultivating fire-attributed techniques and protected by snake scales. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Only this Cassie could survive such a trial. Any other human would have been burnt to ashes long ago. After cursing for a bit, she felt much better. Then the spiritual energy inside her body suddenly burst outwards, causing the scorched snake scales to directly peel off, replaced by a new layer. Edgar Python shedding its skin, removing the old to grow anew. Only after doing everything did the summer begin to observe her surroundings. Even though she was only inside for 3 short days, it felt like 3 years to her. Every moment was spent being burned by flames, excruciatingly unbearable. Even now, outside the chamber, that sensation of being scorched remained. However, this didn't crush the summer's will. Instead, it spurred her vengeful spirit, pushing her to want to subdue that 5th stage green lotus flame even more. Where are the others? Looking around and seeing no one, she expanded her nascent soul stage divine sense, only then noticing Russell comprehending runes in front of another stone door. Her figure flashed and she instantly appeared beside Russell, ready to call him, but paused immediately, because she sensed Russell's abnormality and the faint pressure of the bloodline rune, understandable only by demon races, emanating from him. Besides, the rich spiritual energy filling the treasury. Another bloodline rune, another spirit gathering array. What exactly is this guy doing? Looking at Russell, she sized him up, eyes suddenly gleaming as she murmured, Russell is comprehending bloodline runes, so he probably doesn't have time to subdue that 5th stage green lotus flame. What if I give it another try? With this thought, the summer vanished in an instant and returned to her previous position, diving back into the stone door. Outside the treasury, the 2 Ronnies of the Bai family watched the summer's actions clearly, but they did not stop her. Although the summer was a nascent soul stage grand cultivator, she had not yet grasped the opportunity to reach the transforming deity stage. Attempting to subdue the 5th stage green lotus flame was almost a delusion. But Russell was different. He was currently comprehending the 5th stage spirit gathering array runes, and might have a slim chance to forcibly command the 5th stage flame using array techniques. By family council hall, Yusef, Edgar Schwang, Gideon, Carmeloagia, and Ijia all remained, waiting anxiously for 3 whole days, just to meet Russell. Inside the treasury, Russell's comprehension of the 5th stage spirit gathering array runes had reached a critical juncture. Combining the insights from array Dao, he finally grasped the complete rune. Suddenly, a rune appeared in the palm of his hand. Almost simultaneously, a rune also appeared in his other hand. One was the 5th stage spirit gathering array rune, and the other was a bloodline rune. Indeed, I've chosen the right path. Russell rejoiced. The insights from comprehending the 5th stage spirit gathering array runes can completely reinforce the bloodline runes, a double benefit. Next, it should be the true dragon cannon and cultivation. As he spoke, boom. Another sound like thunder reverberated, the true dragon cannon instantly activating. Then, it abruptly broke through from the 1st level to the 2nd level, and as the true dragon cannon advanced, his cultivation followed suit. From early golden core to mid-golden core, feeling the surge of power within him, Russell's confidence soared, beginning to attempt arranging a 6th stage spirit gathering array. As he tossed out countless array materials. Chapter 169. Unprecedented and unparalleled. The sky above the entire western capital was transformed. A violent vortex of spiritual energy swept through, draining the spiritual chi from a radius of 100 mon talents together will surely spark intensely. Hearing you say that, I'm getting excited too. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, countless cultivators were discussing wildly, and their speculations weren't far off. Because Russell's spirit gathering array wasn't an ordinary one. It was a hybrid array formed by combining 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, and 6th rank arrays. This composite array didn't weaken compared to a 7th rank array. Indeed, after comprehending the runes of a 5th rank spirit gathering array, Russell's cultivation increased dramatically. Additionally, he successfully condensed bloodline runes according to the heritage obtained from the Eve Dragon's blood. Moreover, his first attempt at setting up a 6th rank spirit gathering array was successful. Thus, the western capital's heaven and earth changed instantaneously. A super spirit gathering array with effects equivalent to a 7th rank completed its initial form. It's common knowledge that only a 7th rank array master can create a 7th rank spirit array. Yet, Russell achieved this inadvertently by layering 5 spirit arrays together, succeeding miraculously. Even Cade of the Bai family had to look up to the 7th rank realm. He was merely a 6th rank array master. At this moment, outside the treasure vault, Bai family's Cade wore a face full of wry smiles. As a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator, having reached the 7th level of spirit transformation in a mere millennium, his talent was outstanding. Crucially, he was also a 6th rank array master. Now, seeing Russell's mixed large array, Cade felt his life of over a millennium had been lived as nothing but a dog's existence. People truly could be so enviable they could drive others mad. Cade, like the previous Govind, was stunned speechless. He firmly believed that Russell's talent was unprecedented and unparalleled. This kind of genius, if not prematurely killed, would achieve immeasurable accomplishments in the future, perhaps even achieving immortality. Immortality was the ultimate goal for countless cultivators. Cultivation, a struggle against fate. On one hand, it was for strength, to avoid humiliation. On the other hand, it was for longevity. Only by becoming an immortal could one truly achieve everlasting life. At this moment, Cade suddenly spoke, Albin, is there any record of such a mixed array on that array comprehension book? Cade shook his head, smiling bitterly. Precisely because there isn't, that's why I'm shocked. This alchemist Edgarn's talent is simply astounding. He looked at Albin. Albin looked back at him. The two exchanged glances and made an instantaneous decision. They would spare no effort to fully recruit Russell. Starting his array studies, not only did he arrange a 6th rank spirit gathering array, but also created such a mixed array. He was already qualified to found a school. It was hard to imagine how such a genius could be abandoned by the Profound Sage sect. Grade the Adair of Profound Sage sect lose his mind? Inside the treasure vault, Russell was naturally unaware of the tremendous impact caused by his actions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual chi entering his body through the spirit gathering array, he couldn't help but draw in a cold breath before breaking into a joyful smile. Truly a 6th rank spirit gathering array, so powerful. This immense influx of spiritual chi is sufficient for consolidating my middle golden core stage. No, I can use this raging spiritual chi to directly impact the later golden core stage. Without hesitation, Russell entered a cultivation state, activating the true dragon scripture to absorb spiritual chi, consolidating his middle golden core stage, then aiming for the later golden core stage. Time passed swiftly. 3 days flew by. During these 3 days, centered on the Western capital, sects, families, and cultivation holy lands within a 10,000-mile radius swarmed into the Western capital. Their purpose was singular, to investigate the truth behind this spiritual storm. Ultimately, they focused on the Bai family. Among them were also young geniuses from various major sects, families, and holy lands, brimming with youthful pride and competitiveness, leading to intense collisions. The Bai family naturally enjoyed this situation and even wished to act as host, organizing a grand gathering for the young generation. Unfortunately, Youssef intercepted this plan. Using home field advantage and positional superiority, he aimed for the upcoming tea gathering, inviting the young geniuses present, thus minimizing conflict to the lowest extent. However, this put pressure on the Bai family side. With so many cultivation sects, families, and holy lands, including some whose backgrounds rivaled or even surpassed the Bai family, even the Gordy felt a chill running down his spine. In the end, they had to ask Alban out of seclusion to suppress the situation. But this merely suppressed it, because the Bai family hadn't given a complete explanation. Upon witnessing Russell's talent, the two Ronnies of the Bai family had already decided to keep things under wraps, helping Russell protect the secret. Unfortunately, the Gordy had already informed the Western Mansion and Precious Medicine Pavilion. Though suppressed, these forces remained nearby. Meanwhile, inside the treasure vault, Russell's cultivation finally concluded. In 3 days, he had thoroughly consolidated his middle golden core stage, but his final attempt to break through to the later golden core stage failed. True form is a blue lotus, hence it's called the blue lotus fire. She sized Russell up a few times, then asked, "Are you sure you want to try going in?" Before Russell could answer, she added, "I advise against it. With your current cultivation, once you enter, you won't be able to come out. Even with the Dragon clan's inheritance, you cannot succeed. You'll be burnt to ashes." The Amberly wasn't trying to scare Russell. As the host of a 5th-rank flame, she knew very well how terrifying the Blue Lotus was. The raging flames and extreme heat would instantly incinerate anyone who entered before they reached the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Russell smiled slightly. "I know." The Amberly was momentarily stunned. "You know?" Russell nodded and laughed. "Yes, I know." "And then? Are you still going in?" "No. I need to first comprehend the runes of this 6th-rank sealing array. At least until I can set up a 6th-rank array. Only then will I attempt to go in." The Amberly looked puzzled. "Sealing array? You want to master array formation? Like setting up a spirit gathering array?" Russell smiled. "Exactly." He then sat down cross-legged, shooing away the Amberly like flies. "Do whatever you want, just don't disturb me." Having said that, he sat down and began comprehending the runes of the 6th-rank sealing array. The Amberly watched Russell become engrossed, bewildered. He was learning how to set up spirit gathering arrays, and now comprehending sealing runes. What was this all about? "Forget it. Since you're not going in, I'll do it for you." The Amberly stared at the blazing stone door, steeled her resolve, and stepped in for the 3rd time with a look of resignation. This time, it must succeed. Thanks to his previous experience with comprehending spirit gathering array runes and bloodline runes, Russell progressed much faster this time around with the 6th-rank sealing runes. In just half a day, he gained some insights. Immediately, he emerged from his trance, turned around, and headed towards the stone doors storing array materials. Before entering, he sent a mental message to Eve Bai. "Denver, I need some materials for setting up arrays. There are some available in this chamber. I'm taking some now. Don't worry, I'll return them eventually." Upon finishing the message, Russell found the location of the array materials and filled a storage bag before leaving the chamber. Eve Bai had left early to suppress news of Russell's actions, leaving only Blaze to monitor him in case of any issues. Blaze witnessed this scene, not only approving but feeling extraordinarily delighted. The more Russell took, the greater debt he owed to the Bai family. If the Bai family ever needed something from him in the future, he would undoubtedly comply. Seeing Russell fill just one storage bag, Blaze actually felt a bit disappointed. Why did he take so little? Why not everything? How wonderful if you took it all. If the other members of the Bai family knew Blaze's thoughts, they'd be astonished. The treasure vault held array materials of no less than 5th rank, collected and passed down through generations by the Bai family, each worth a fortune. Yet, Blaze eagerly hoped Russell would empty the vault. Ridiculous. Returning to where he was, Russell began setting up the sealing array according to his insights. As he threw out the materials one by one, 1st-rank sealing array, completed. There was no obstruction whatsoever. The process flowed smoothly, not at all like someone new to array formations, but rather like a seasoned master. However, this was far from over. Russell continued. Almost instantly, 2nd-rank sealing array, completed. Then came 3rd rank, which also went without hindrance, quickly finished. It wasn't until he reached the 4th-rank sealing array that Russell encountered some difficulties, but he didn't give up. Instead, he resumed comprehending the 6th-rank runes. Another half-day passed. Russell emerged from his comprehension state and started again from the 4th-rank sealing array, completing it effortlessly. 5th rank proved challenging again. It seemed like a cycle. Whenever Russell faced difficulties, he would pause, turn to comprehending runes, and after gaining new insights, continue setting up the sealing array. The two processes complemented each other seamlessly. By the end of the day, Russell had begun setting up the 6th-rank array. Blaze outside the vault observed everything meticulously and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. This speed is twice as fast as setting up the spirit gathering array. Honestly, it had been many years since he had such a reaction. As a nascent soul cultivator and a 6th-rank array master, very few things in the cultivation world could elicit such an expression from him. Unfortunately, he met Russell. Several days in a row of shock. Suddenly, Blaze's eyes flickered intensely. Let's see if you can combine and stack first to 6th rank ceiling arrays into a near 7th rank supreme formation using this method. Though just an observer, Blaze's heart raced with excitement at this moment. Alas, Russell faced difficulty from the start. Truly fitting for a 6th rank ceiling array. Indeed, very challenging. Looking at the partially completed array, Russell muttered, "It seems I need to fully comprehend the 6th rank runes to complete this 6th rank ceiling array. Just a little more." Chapter 171. A Stem of Green Lotus. The Grand Array sealing the Green Lotus Fire was also a 6th tier ceiling formation, set up by Master Cade. The Guardian Array of Xinqing Sect, which boasted as the top cultivation sanctuary, was merely at the 6th tier. Therefore, Russell understood the gravity of the situation. It was expected to be challenging. If success came too easily, that would have been abnormal. Russell did not lose heart, but chose to sit down again, pushing himself to swiftly enter a state of contemplation. He knew well that only by comprehending the complete 6th tier ceiling runes could he successfully set up a 6th tier ceiling formation. This time, it took the longest, a full 7 days before Russell completed his contemplation. Though the time span was significant, the gains were immense. Russell had not only deciphered the complete 6th tier ceiling runes, but also condensed them successfully. With a wave of his hand, the incomplete 6th tier ceiling formation was instantly finished. Finally done. Russell smiled faintly. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Though he was in a contemplative state these past few days, he remained acutely aware of what happened within the treasure vault. It seemed that the Summer hadn't reappeared since entering the stone door 7 days ago. Previously, she emerged every 3 days. Could something unexpected have happened? Russell frowned, glanced at the flames inside the stone door, and with a thought, instantly activated the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th tier ceiling formations on himself. Then, taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped through the stone door. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to go in. Outside the vault, Master Cade's body trembled uncontrollably when he saw Russell's actions. He then chuckled bitterly. Such a move is truly unprecedented. Typically, no matter what kind of formation was set up, it would be fixed in one place. Edgark Russell carrying it around while mobile was not unheard of. It usually meant presetting the formation on a formation disc or flag, then moving the disc or flag along. When needed, one would simply activate it using spiritual energy. However, Russell didn't use any discs or flags. Instead, he directly laid the formation on himself, creating a 6th tier ceiling formation that rivaled a 7th tier, and moved about freely. Even though Cade was a 6th tier master of formations, he had never considered this method. Indeed, it was highly feasible. Only someone like Russell, new to the art of formations with boundless creativity, would opt for such an unconventional approach. Any other formation master would never think of it. Cade was genuinely impressed. He watched Russell enter the stone door, considering following him to protect against any accidents, but upon remembering the 6th tier ceiling formation rivaling a 7th tier on Russell, he decided against it. That Green Lotus Fire was indeed formidable, but a 6th tier ceiling formation could contain it, let alone a formation equivalent to a 7th tier. Thus, Russell had nothing to worry about. Cade shifted his gaze from the treasure vault to the bi-family council hall and muttered, "Walker than worrying about Russell, I should worry about how to handle the situation." Seeing the increasingly heavy spiritual rain, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at once. What a mess. Upon entering the stone door, Russell felt only heat. It was as if he was in a world of flames. The air was filled with the smell of burning, radiating an unimaginable scorching temperature. Since Russell entered, the flames reacted as if conscious, erupting wildly and furiously burning toward him, surrounding him to burn him alive. However, a light similar to a spiritual shield appeared around Russell, containing many fish-like symbols swimming inside, shielding him from all the flames and heat. This was the mixed 6th tier ceiling formation Master Cade mentioned, which rivaled a 7th tier formation. Those fish-like symbols were sealing runes. As the runes appeared, they triggered a chain reaction. The 6th tier formation sealing the stone chamber glowed with a bright white light. Innumerable runes crawled out, flickering, releasing powerful sealing force, immediately subduing the rampant flames and extinguishing them. With the disappearance of flames and heat, Russell's vision cleared. He saw a green lotus with 7 leaves nearby, moving without wind, its leaves forming a massive cage trapping a figure. Who else could it be but the Summer? At this moment, the Summer revealed her true form. A colossal heavenly dark python, covered in mystical bloodline runes, struggling fiercely to break free. But no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the green lotus's confinement. After a prolonged struggle, the Summer ultimately failed, subdued by the lotus, reverting to human form with a look of despair. Originally here to subdue the green lotus, who knew she would end up being subdued. It was unclear what made the green lotus go mad. Though it had behaved normally the first 2 times, during the 3rd attempt, it suddenly went berserk, exhausting its core flame power to trap the Summer. The Summer felt aggrieved. Despairingly, she murmured, "This is the end. I can't get out." This space was sealed by a formation and located within the Bai family's treasure vault. Otherwise, she could have asked Cade to unlock the formation and force the lotus to release her. But by the time Cade noticed, it would be too late. She might not hold on long enough and be burned to ashes. Of course, she could ask Russell for help, but unless Russell came in, there was no way to convey the message. Russell was only a mid-core realm cultivator. How could he possibly come in? The more she thought, the more hopeless she felt. But in the next instant, a mocking voice sounded. "Were you just looking for me to save you?" The Summer froze, turning to see Russell appear nearby, exclaiming in shock, "How did you get in?" Russell smiled. "I walked in, of course." Summer. Then, sensing something, she shouted, "Get out quickly and let Cade take action, otherwise I'll..." Before she finished, the green lotus, sensing Russell, instantly flared up, its 7 leaves spreading to ensnare him. The Summer's face turned pale. It's over. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. With a casual wave of Russell's hand, accompanied by a flash of white light, the Green Lotus halted. Looking at her, Russell smiled. You said, otherwise what? Summer. Hashtag chapter 172. Force subjugation. Russell felt very puzzled in his heart. As the Kelly of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, the 9 Shin Python ruled over a territory spanning 1,000,000 kilometers. Her overall strength was formidable. Although her cultivation was only at the early Yuan-ing stage, she could match even mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators, thanks to her demonic beast bloodline and innate powers. Note, I have made Shin Python more consistent with 9 Shin Python, as it seems to be a unique name for this character. If there is a specific English term for Shin Python, please provide it. Here's a more refined version. As the Kelly of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, the Fernanda ruled over a territory spanning 1,000,000 kilometers. Her overall strength was formidable. Although her cultivation was only at the early Yuan-ing stage, she could match even mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators, thanks to her demonic beast bloodline and innate powers. If you have any specific terms or names that should be used, please let me know. If she lacked this confidence, she wouldn't have had the nerve to protect Russell to the death when Ajay brought up the Xinqiang sect. Later, she even managed to defend the core area of the 10,000 Demon Mountain from the Xinqiang sect, even with 2 sect leaders present. However, even as mighty as the Kelly, she was now completely outmatched by this single Green Lotus. No, this couldn't simply be described as being overwhelmed. It was total suppression. Is this the terrifying power of a 5th stage flame that has gained sentience? Indeed, it is frightening. The Kelly stared at Russell for quite some time before she finally regained her composure. Then, she shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why can you suppress the power of the Green Lotus fire? You are only at the mid-stage Golden Core realm. How did you do this?" Hearing her words, Russell couldn't help but roll his eyes. Being so thoroughly suppressed and still having the presence of mind to ask such questions, it was evident that this Kelly had quite the large heart. One couldn't help but wonder how she ever became the Kelly. Perhaps leaving the demon domain had something to do with her one-track mind. Leave here, go invite Cade, and have him take action. The slow-to-react Kelly finally realized her current predicament and hastily repeated her earlier request, urging Russell to seek out Cade. But Russell interrupted her halfway through. "Why should I leave?" Russell smiled faintly and said, "I came here specifically to subjugate this Green Lotus. Why should I leave?" Before his words had fully left his lips, the flames that had been extinguished once again roared to life, swirling into a massive tornado-like storm that instantly enveloped Russell. Beyond that, the Green Lotus which had suppressed the Kelly waved its 7 petals like a cage, reinforcing itself around the flaming vortex. At this moment, it seemed the Green Lotus perceived Russell's presence as an affront, focusing all its effort on incinerating him into ashes. Even when facing the Kelly earlier, it hadn't shown such rage. "Stay away. Whatever you do, don't get caught by the Green Lotus." Seeing this scene, the Kelly's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly warned Russell. However, Russell's face showed no signs of panic. He gave a faint smile as the strange white light reappeared on his body, accompanied by ancient and mysterious runes that resonated with the 6th stage sealing array suppressing the Green Lotus. Instantly, the 7 petals of the lotus and the entire space-encompassing firestorm were subdued and sealed. Then, those sealing runes did not dissipate but rapidly expanded, turning the tables and trapping the Green Lotus like a cage. At the same time, they also trapped the Kelly who was being suppressed by the Green Lotus. Almost instantly, the Kelly felt a powerful seal placed upon her, one that not only sealed her bloodline and spirit energy but also her divine sense and innate powers. This? The Kelly couldn't help but exclaim. A seal force that surpasses even the 6th stage sealing array? Could it be 7th stage? Russell, hearing her words, was slightly surprised and shook his head, saying, "No, this isn't 7th stage. It's a 6th stage sealing array. Impossible." The Kelly simply didn't believe Russell. This is a 7th stage sealing array. While the sealing array used to imprison the Green Lotus was a 6th stage one, it merely had some effect on her, not enough to seal her spirit energy, bloodline, divine sense, and innate powers. Yet the array emerging from Russell accomplished all that directly. So, this array must be 7th stage. Seeing her intense reaction, Russell's brows furrowed as he fell into thought. In fact, from the start of arranging the spirit gathering array, he had sensed something different. His self-refined spirit gathering array seemed even more potent. Now he understood. Perhaps, he had been wrong from the beginning. Russell always assumed he created a 6th stage spirit gathering array. But what if he hadn't? Thinking about it, the spirit gathering arrays he created weren't just 1, 2nd stage, 3rd stage, 4th stage, 5th stage, 6th stage. 5 spirit gathering arrays layered together could easily rival a 7th stage one. The sealing array was no exception. 6 layers of arrays combined. No wonder the Kelly was so certain. So, for me, a novice in array Dao, to have immediately set up a 7th stage spirit gathering and sealing array on my first attempt, no one would probably believe that, right? Realizing the truth, Russell was helpless. Layering arrays, huh? Perhaps this is a dead-end approach, but if high-level arrays can't be created, using low-level ones in combination can achieve the same effect. This method isn't mentioned in that array Dao notes book. Wait. At this moment, it seemed the Kelly also reached a realization. She locked her gaze on Russell, asking seriously and carefully, "How can you possibly have a 7th stage sealing array?" Russell replied, "I laid it down myself, of course." The Kelly paused, then suddenly sneered, "Humph, if you don't want to say, fine, but don't give such a lame excuse." Halfway through, she stopped. These words seemed familiar, as if she had just uttered them recently. Right. When Russell said he could reverse engineer alchemy formulas, she didn't believe him either, responding similarly. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened wide, trying to speak but feeling choked. Finally, she managed to squeeze out, "Grade, you really lay it down yourself?" Russell did not answer, but chose to prove himself through action. With a wave of his hand, the sealing rune's force abruptly surged, and the white light symbolizing a 7th stage sealing array appeared again from Russell's body, encompassing the sealed green lotus, then disappearing from his body and fully inscribing onto the green lotus. Next, Russell lightly waved his hand, making the runes and white light vanish. The green lotus turned into a flame and appeared in the palm of Russell's hand. It resembled ordinary spirit fires or elixir fires, no longer explosive. With a thought, Russell manipulated the 7th stage sealing array to make the flame transform into various shapes, then looked at the Kelly with a faint smile. Do you believe now? The Kelly. Her face was nothing but shock, completely numb, devoid of any other emotions. Hashtag chapter 173, request. Seeing this, Russell assumed the Amberly didn't believe him and waved his hand lightly again. Suddenly, the sealing force that was suppressing the Amberly vanished, floating and completely still. Russell looked at the flame, holding back an unspoken thought. If it were merely a 6th rank sealing array, it wouldn't have been possible, but it was a 7th rank sealing array, something even Russell hadn't anticipated. After hearing Russell's explanation, the Amberly felt a sudden unease, muttering, using an array to forcibly seal a 5th rank flame and then absorb it. This. She glanced deeply at Russell, the rest of her words stuck in her throat. An external core formation realm Amberly and a 5th rank alchemy master, she had naturally thought of such methods, but compared to using an array, she preferred overwhelming power through cultivation. Because mastering alchemy alone had exhausted all her energy, taking over a century to reach the 5th rank, and that was with innate talent in alchemy. Arrays were out of the question. It was hard just to enter the field. The Amberly took a deep breath. This person's talent for arrays was too terrifying. But that wasn't all. There was also cultivation talent, alchemy talent. Since you've subdued this 5th rank green lotus flame, we should go out now. You're responsible for refining the 5th rank Edgarf extending pill. The Amberly was so disheartened she didn't want to say more, only uttering those few words before swiftly turning and leaving, disappearing through the stone door within the blink of an eye. Right now, she just wanted some peace, even abandoning thoughts of refining the Edgarf extending pill. Seeing her reaction, Russell was taken aback, then rubbed his nose and laughed. Grade she get hit hard? She clearly has higher cultivation than me, yet failed to subdue the flame, making it easier for me. If anyone else were in her place, they'd react the same. Thinking this, he smiled and walked out of the stone door as well. Indeed, Russell had picked up a bargain. The Amberly had entered the stone door 3 times to try and subdue the 5th rank green lotus flame, failing each time and being suppressed. However, she had consumed much of the flame's power. Of course, the credit also went to the 6th rank sealing array. If not for this, Russell would have needed to put in much more effort to finally seal the flame. Outside, Russell hesitated, eventually closing the stone door before leaving. But as he passed the chamber storing array materials, his scalp tingled. Refining gathering spirit arrays and sealing arrays used up most of the Bai family's resources. When will this be repaid? How many pills need to be refined? Russell had a rough idea of the value of the used array materials. Even continuously refining 5th rank Edgarf extending pills would take a long time. Yet, Russell didn't want to stay with the Bai family for so long. His original purpose in coming to Shijing was to escape the persecution of the mystical sage sect and the Carey dynasty royal family. But now, he could arrange 7th rank gathering spirit and sealing arrays. Could this mean he could use similar methods to arrange other 7th rank arrays, like restraining and killing arrays? Even with just mid-core formation cultivation, he wouldn't fear the great cultivators. As long as no late-stage core formation ancestor intervened, Russell had no fear, meaning he had enough power to seek revenge on the mystical sage sect and the Carey dynasty royal family. A fleeting thought of running away crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. Forget it, let's see how things develop. Shaking his head, he retraced his steps and exited the Bai family treasure vault. This time, Russell didn't meet Autry but encountered Cade. At the same time, he sensed a very familiar aura. With a wave of his hand, the 7th rank sealing array etched into his body burst forth. Mysterious runes appeared, instantly lighting up the surroundings with a white glow. This is a sealing array? No, besides the sealing array, there's also a restraining array? Cade smiled slightly. Yes, this is a 6th rank sealing array combined with a restraining array. Russell instantly understood the implications. Clearly, the 6th rank restraining array was to prevent accidents. After all, seeing the state of the Amberly showed just how terrifying the 5th rank flame was. Cade looked at him and added, the combination of sealing and restraining arrays was inspired by your method. After many attempts, I finally arranged it successfully. Russell was stunned. Glenn means you didn't know how to stack such arrays before? Cade shook his head, then stared earnestly at Russell. You created this method? I never imagined your talent would be so strong, to be able to devise such an incredible array setup just upon touching the field. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Master Edgarn, I have a request. Hearing this, Russell's expression turned solemn. He responded seriously, Glenn, don't be too polite. If you have a request, please speak. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Cade said, should the Bai family one day face an irreversible calamity, I hope Master Edgarn will lend a hand and save the Bai family from destruction. Russell. He was completely taken aback. After Cade spoke those words, he considered many possibilities, mostly related to Buck and the Edgarf extending pills. For instance, trying his best to treat Buck, or refining 5th rank Edgarf extending pills. Chapter 174, Longevity. Apart from treating Buck and refining the 5th rank longevity pill, Russell also wondered if Cade would ask him to set up a 7th rank grand formation for the Bai family. After all, no matter what grand formation it was, once it reached the 7th rank, it possessed unparalleled and terrifying power that could intimidate the unscrupulous. Although Cade could arrange formations, he could only do so up to the 6th rank. Russell even thought that Cade had multiple motives, apparently asking him to set up a 7th rank grand formation, but actually using this opportunity to comprehend the secrets of mixed formation superposition. However, Everything was just Russell's overthinking. Cade's request turned out to be this. Asking this cultivator, who was only at the middle stage golden core realm, to act on behalf of the Bai family in the future? What situation? Russell was dazed for a long time before recovering his senses. He laughed bitterly and said, Glenn, this is too difficult for me. My current cultivation level is only the middle stage golden core realm, while the Bai family is a cultivation family with an essence transformation ancestor presiding over them. What kind of help do you need from me? Cade's expression turned serious as he said, who can predict what will happen in the future? Moreover, you say that your cultivation is merely at the middle stage golden core realm, but I don't acknowledge this because you are not only a cultivator but also a 5th rank alchemy master and a 6th rank formation master. Russell still smiled wryly. Up until now, I can only refine 2nd rank spirit chi pills and 3rd rank longevity pills. I haven't even touched 4th rank medicines. How can I be called a 5th rank alchemy master? Regarding the 6th rank formation master, Russell admitted it. Not only could he set up a 6th rank spirit gathering formation, but he could also set up a 6th rank seal true formation and use his unique formation stacking technique to forcibly enhance the rank to 7th. But alchemy. To be honest, Russell didn't have much confidence in this, partly due to his straightforward character. He would never exaggerate or fake anything. When Cade heard this, he smiled slightly. With the help of that 7th rank sealing array, you can forcefully use the power of the 5th rank green lotus fire. Refining 5th rank medicines is just a matter of time. Besides, you mentioned cultivation? He looked at Russell with a half-smiling expression. I remember that before you entered the treasure house, you were still in the early stage golden core realm and said that you had encountered a bottleneck and needed my help to break through. Now, you have already broken through independently by your own strength. Russell opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Cade requested again. This is my only request. Please agree, considering it is gratitude for the array formation materials consumed, and for suppressing this unexpected event. Russell naturally understood Cade's meaning. There was no need to mention the wasted formation materials. Russell knew how many materials were consumed when he set up the spirit gathering and sealing formations. He had been thinking about this issue earlier. And the so-called unexpected event, Russell glanced at the spiritual energy vortex in the sky and the heavy rain of spiritual rainwater, took a deep breath, and solemnly replied, fine. If the Bai family encounters any crisis that they can't overcome in the future, as you mentioned, I will definitely step in. Having said this much, Russell could hardly refuse. Ha ha ha. Hearing Russell's promise, Cade was very pleased and laughed heartily. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Let's go back first. In the near future, you'd better hide for a while. If there's nothing important, don't go outside. Many people are searching for you. He looked at Russell, hesitated for a few seconds, and then added, both the mystical sage sect and the imperial family of the Carey dynasty have great cultivators at the nascent soul stage entering West Capital. Russell's body trembled, and he nodded. Thank you, Glenn, for reminding me. Then I'll take my leave. Saying this, he turned around and left. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and turned his head to ask, by the way, Glenn, I need some materials to set up trapping and killing arrays. Before he finished speaking, Cade had already agreed. I'll have someone deliver them to you. Russell said, thank you. This time he did not stop again and quickly disappeared. Edgarndy said joyfully. Russell nodded and instructed, wait until later. You should go to the treasure house and fetch some things for me. He referred to the promised formation materials from Cade. Although Cade said he would send someone to deliver them, Russell was getting impatient. Cultivators from the mystical sage sect and the imperial family of the Carey dynasty had arrived in West Capital, and he needed to set up the trapping and killing arrays as soon as possible. Edgarndy was taken aback when she heard Russell's words. Fetching things from the Bai family's treasure house? Don't worry. Cade has already promised to arrange it properly, Russell added. You just need to bring the items back. Edgarndy suddenly understood. Yes, Glenn. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Russell's eyes flickered without hesitation. He sat cross-legged on the ground to consolidate the gains from these days. In the evening, Edgarndy brought the materials as instructed by Russell. Besides the materials for setting up trapping and killing arrays, there were also some formation flags and discs. Russell understood that these were favors bestowed by Cade. Once accepted, they would all need to be reciprocated in the future. For this, Russell could only laugh bitterly. Since I've already promised, one more shouldn't matter much. In the following days, Russell practiced setting up formations. When he had spare time, he refined 4th stripe longevity pills to treat Buck and even started manipulating the green lotus fire to attempt refining 5th rank medicines. Because the Dan recipes previously promised by Nikki had all been delivered to Russell. The spiritual rain triggered by the spirit gathering formation never stopped, but the Western Royal Manor, the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, and other forces did not continue to harass. They subsequently left the Bai family. Although it appears that things have settled down, Russell knows that this is only the beginning. Note: I've added a line from the original text to provide more context and ensure the translation flows naturally. Though it seemed calm, Russell knew it was only the beginning. Chapter 175, The Golden Invitation. Russell's intentions were noble. Using the 5th stage flame he had just subdued, he attempted to refine a 5th stage medicinal pill to transcend his limits. However, due to his still weak foundation, he ultimately failed. Not only did he fail to refine the pill, but he also wasted a whole batch of medicinal ingredients. It was only because the Bai family had deep roots and resources, and with the great respect from Yves, Joaquin, and Blaze towards Russell, that such wastage was allowed. Had it been any other force, it would have been unsustainable. Though refining the 5th stage medicinal pill was unsuccessful, Russell wasn't entirely without gain. His progress was remarkable when it came to refining Edgarf extension pills. Edgarf extension pills were 3rd stage medicinal pills, and once Russell recognized his own capabilities and diligently researched their refinement step by step, he easily managed to refine 4 trace, 5 trace, and even 6 trace Edgarf extension pills. This completely stabilized Buck's condition. Furthermore, Russell continuously stimulated the dark disaster curse within Buck's body using dragon lineage inheritances like Dragon Blood Warrior body and True Dragon Scripture, eventually removing the curse. Gradually, Buck's condition actually showed signs of recovery. This was undoubtedly astonishing news, for Buck's lifespan had already run out. If not for medicinal pills and precious treasures sustaining him, he would have died long ago. Yet Russell not only stabilized his injuries, but brought him back from death's door. Overjoyed, Eve Joaquin, Eve Blaze, the head of the Bai family, and Nikki provided more freedom and abundant resources to Russell. Becoming increasingly wasteful, Russell continued to research third and fourth stage medicinal pills, leveraging the fifth stage flame in his repeated trials, which finally led to success. Russell officially became a fourth stage alchemist. With midcore golden cultivation, fourth stage alchemist, sixth stage array master. If this had been about an older generation cultivator, no one might have found it strange, as geniuses were plentiful in the cultivation world. But for someone of the younger generation, this was truly frightening. Russell did not stop there. He achieved significant breakthroughs in studying trapping and killing arrays. Capable of setting up sixth stage trapping and killing arrays, if used with his unique layering technique, combining first to sixth stage arrays, their effects could rival seventh stage ones. Seventh stage trapping and killing arrays could not only contain late stage nascent soul cultivators, but also directly slay them. Thus, Russell truly gained the ability to confront late stage grand cultivators. Moreover, he discovered the secret to condensing dragon lineage runes. On this day, while researching the condensation of these runes, the Amberly suddenly barged into Russell's room without warning. Russell stopped what he was doing and looked at her puzzled, asking, "What are you doing here?" Since leaving the treasure vault, Russell hadn't seen the Amberly, believing she must have retreated into seclusion, heartbroken. Now, seeing her here, he realized he was wrong. She simply chose not to show herself. The Amberly's expression returned to its usual coldness, and she said, "Why? Can I not come to see you if I have nothing to say?" Russell stared at her intently. Based on past experiences, the Amberly never visited unless there was something important. Initially, she managed to remain calm under Russell's gaze, but over time, she couldn't hold it. His aura was too intense, filled with a lethal intent. Although the Amberly did not specialize in array paths, she understood them well and had witnessed Russell engraving a seventh stage, sealing array on intent was identical, inviting her to the Terrence Dom Manor for a grand event. Wasn't it supposed to be a tea gathering? Why is it now a grand event? Russell couldn't help but comment. Puzzlement appeared on the Amberly's face. How do you know it's a tea gathering? Great, you see the invitation? But that doesn't make sense. Your invitation clearly should be in my hands. She pulled out another invitation, handing it to Russell. This is yours. Earlier, Alban gave me 2 invitations and instructed me to pass them to you. The Terrence Dom Manor invited me and conveniently extended an invitation to you too. Russell. His expression odd. He looked seriously at the Amberly and laughed. Wouldn't it make more sense that they invited me and extended a courtesy invite to you? Her face fell, almost losing breath as she retorted fiercely. Will you go or not? If you're not going, then I won't either. Russell laughed. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? The invitation mentions this is a rare event that happens once in 100 years. Countless geniuses will participate. Almost every sect, clan, and holy land within 10,000 miles has received an invite. I'm eager to meet those geniuses. More importantly, both the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty royal family will be there. That was the true reason. Had it not been for the presence of Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty royal family, Russell might have declined the grand event. But harboring a fierce desire for vengeance, how could he let go of such a valuable opportunity? Hashtag chapter 176. Reunion with the Solar Order's Pamela. Russell looked at the Amberly, speaking slowly and seriously. We've been pursued for no reason for so long. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Aren't you at all interested in taking revenge? The Amberly gritted her teeth and replied, Of course I want to. Tell me, how do I assist you? From her tone, it was evident that she was very displeased. Back then, the Amberly was the ruler of 10,000 Demons Mountain, while Russell was just a lowly body tempering cultivator who could be crushed with a finger. The Amberly had only needed to employ a few tricks to make Russell dance to her tune. But now, Russell's cultivation had progressed from the peak of body tempering to mid-gold core stage. Not only had he mastered alchemy and array Dao, but he had also successfully reached the 4th rank as an alchemy master and 6th rank as an array master. His strength far surpassed even what the Amberly could imagine. In contrast, the Amberly remained at the same level. It was especially irksome for her to have to cooperate with Russell now. However, Russell had mentioned being relentlessly pursued by the Profound Sage sect and the Solar Dynasty's imperial family for a whole month. The Amberly wanted revenge too. Though she was a grand cultivator at the nascent soul stage, seeking retribution against the Profound Sage sect and the Solar Dynasty alone was akin to a daydream. Furthermore, there was still a warrant on her head issued by the Demon Realm. Therefore, working with Russell was necessary. Thinking this over, the Amberly felt even more disgruntled. Russell noticed her mood change but ignored it, choosing instead to outline his plan. Actually, it was quite simple. They would conceal their true strength, subtly expose Russell's identity to lure the Profound Sage sect and the Solar Dynasty into attacking, then ambush and kill them. After all, the gathering was hosted by the Jamie's mansion, and Russell didn't dare to strike first in front of the prince. Even though he was a 6th rank array master with powerful 6th rank restraining and killing arrays, he would be instantly killed if he faced Jamie. The Amberly listened to Russell's plan, then asked after a moment's pause, You mean for me to use my original form and lead you to Jamie's mansion to attend the gathering? When the experts from the Profound Sage sect and the Solar Dynasty see me, they'll naturally associate you with me. Then, they will definitely attack, leading to their doom? Russell gave a thumbs up. Exactly. The Amberly's face darkened immediately. Again, it's me. Why not you? Russell rolled his eyes and said, If it were you, seeing the 7th rank restraining and killing arrays engraved on me, would you still choose to attack? The Amberly was speechless. Indeed, Sixth-rank arrays could slay grand nascent soul cultivators unless one possessed some extraordinary treasure or a guardian Rani at the transformation of spirit stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through. If the profound sage sect and the Solar Dynasty knew about Russell's secret, that he had 7th-rank restraining and killing arrays engraved on him, they would never dare to attack. Doing so would be courting death. On the other hand, if they didn't attack, Russell would remain under Jamie's protection, preventing him from retaliating openly. Understanding everything, the Amberley became more accepting. After ironing out the details, the human and the demon parted ways. The next day, Russell, the Amberley, and Nikki left the By family residence and headed toward Jamie's mansion. Though the spiritual vortex and spirit rain had ceased, the effect of the overlapping arrays comparable to a 7th-rank spirit gathering array would influence She Capital for years. This meant that She Capital's spiritual energy would remain abundant for a long time, rivaling renowned cultivation holy lands. As a result, countless cultivators would continuously gather here. She Capital would become even livelier and more prosperous. Though only a few days had passed, Russell could already notice more cultivators on the streets, including gold core and nascent soul cultivators. It wouldn't take long before She Capital surpassed the imperial capital. That day, Jamie's mansion did not entangle further with the By family, avoiding conflict and thoroughly searching for Russell. Credit goes partly to Greg and Peng Eve, but most importantly, because the spirit gathering array Russell set up greatly benefited She Capital. Russell understood this well. On the way, he heard many rumors about the gathering at Jamie's mansion, which largely aligned with what the Amberley had told him. Almost every sect, clan, and holy land within 10,000 miles sent representatives. Quite a few younger generation powerhouses had also arrived. So many experts gathered together, ready for a fierce competition. Subconsciously, Russell felt a tinge of anticipation. Soon enough, the trio finally arrived at Jamie's mansion. As soon as they approached, Russell spotted several familiar figures. Yusef from Vermilion Cloud Sect, the Solar Order's Pamela, and the Gino and Denvers of Vermilion Cloud Sect. Many familiar faces. Russell's gaze finally settled on the Solar Order's Pamela. He had not forgotten the 100 upper-grade spirit stones she owed him. Admittedly, given Russell's status as a 4th-rank alchemy master and 6th-rank array master, 100 upper-grade spirit stones were merely trifling to him. A single batch of pills or an array he designed would far exceed their value. But debts must be paid. Since she owed it, she must repay it. Having been silent throughout the journey, Russell suddenly spoke. Let's go over there. The Amberley saw his smile and couldn't help but ask, what makes you so happy? Russell said, just met a few old acquaintances. Old acquaintances? The Amberley looked puzzled. Nikki was equally confused. She had thoroughly investigated Russell's background, knowing he was almost immediately invited into the By family upon arriving in She Capital and hadn't left since. He shouldn't know many people in She Capital. Could it be someone he knew previously? Nikki muttered, recalling Russell's past identity as the Cooper of the Profound Sage Sect. If these were pre-existing connections, it made sense. She glanced at Yusef, the Solar Order's Pamela, the Gino and Denvers of Vermilion Cloud Sect, and finally locked onto the Pamela. Her? Just then, Nikki saw Russell walking straight towards the Solar Order's Pamela. Indeed, it was her. Nikki's eyes flickered, and she followed closely. Russell's past identity was too sensitive, and the two Ronnies had specifically instructed her to ensure his safety, especially from the Profound Sage Sect and the Solar Dynasty's imperial family. Thus, who had just entered the mid-stage of Golden Core. Although Bellamy's talent and cultivation could not match the Cynthia of the Edgaryang sect, compared to the other sects and families, it was already quite commendable. He brought Bellamy here this time to introduce him to the holy sons and holy maidens of some major sects. The two people before him now were the Hayes of Jamie's mansion and the Cynthia of the Edgaryang sect. It was even more fitting since they both had deep ties with the Danxia sect. The Cynthia of the Edgaryang sect wore a veil, so her face couldn't be seen clearly, but the joy and smile in her eyes were evident. After hearing what the Lars of Danxia sect said, she smiled slightly. Thank you, Lars, for the poisonous palm. Without those palms, my cultivation wouldn't have improved so quickly. Ha ha ha. The Lars of Danxia sect laughed heartily. Cynthia, you're too kind. That was all I should have done. After all, the Lars of Edgaryang sect and I had made an agreement. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped aside and introduced, Cynthia, this is my direct disciple Bellamy. Bellamy's gaze had been fixed on the Cynthia of the Edgaryang sect from start to finish. Although there was intense admiration in his eyes, he maintained a calm demeanor with a smile on his face. He took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Bellamy, the chief core disciple of Danxia. All traces of him vanished like a stone thrown into the sea. She didn't know if she would meet him again. Coming to Shijing this time was partly because of Yusef's invitation, and partly to try her luck and see if she could meet Russell and take revenge for the teasing. Hayes Yusef also stepped forward and said, please come inside. We can talk further inside. Bellamy also courteously said, please, Cynthia. The Cynthia of the Edgaryang sect didn't decline and turned around, about to enter Jamie's mansion. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Your Excellency Cynthia, we meet again. The speaker was none other than Russell. When the Cynthia heard Russell's voice, she froze in shock, her mind flashing with disbelief. How could it be? Just moments ago, she was wondering if Russell would appear, and the next second, he appeared right in front of her. The Cynthia abruptly turned around, and upon confirming it was truly Russell, she exclaimed in shock. Is it really you? Although Russell's appearance had changed, clearly altered, that voice was something the Cynthia would never forget, instantly confirming his identity. Hayes Yusef was equally surprised, exclaiming, you actually came to Shijing? Russell glanced at the Cynthia and then at Yusef, smiling slightly. What, are you unwelcoming me? Yusef didn't respond. Instead, the Cynthia, disregarding public scrutiny, began grinding her teeth subconsciously. Do you think so? Though it was just 3 words, they carried a clear threat. Just as Russell was about to speak, Bellamy, who had been standing beside the Lars of Dansha sect, suddenly stepped forward, blocking the Cynthia and looking coldly at Russell. Is this person your enemy, your excellency Cynthia? Bellamy detected the threat in the Cynthia's tone and seized this opportunity to impress her. At this moment, the Lars of Dansha sect recognized Russell from his voice and aura, his face changing dramatically, exclaiming in shock, "Is it you?" Almost instantly, his expression darkened. "Back at Dansha sect, you colluded with that Perry to steal the poisonous palms. You still dare to appear before me openly? Tell me, where's that Perry?" Before Russell could respond, the Lars continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to say. Once I capture you, I can interrogate you then." With these words, a formidable aura burst forth. However, Bellamy suddenly stopped him. "Master, this is Jamie's mansion. Today's gathering belongs to the younger generation. Let me handle this instead, shall I?" Bellamy looked at Russell calmly, as if certain of victory. Upon hearing Bellamy's words, the Lars of Dansha sect suddenly realized the situation and hurriedly said, "Fine, let you handle it. Remember, you must capture this person." Because he is not alone, he has accomplices. The Lars of the Dansha sect spoke first. "Maiden, your cultivation has increased again?" The last time he saw this Cynthia from the Agariang sect at Dansha sect, she was merely at the early gold core stage. However, just 1.5 months later, the aura around her had become as profound as the ocean. Even though she wore an artifact that concealed her true cultivation level, the Lars of Dansha sect's eyes were discerning enough to see that she had already reached the late gold core stage. 1.5 months ago, early gold core. Now, late gold core. It was as if she had no bottleneck in her cultivation advancement, directly leaping past the mid-gold core stage. The Lars of Dansha sect was inwardly astonished. Indeed, the Agariang sect is a great sect in cultivation, and this Cynthia truly lives up to her exceptional talent. But Dansha sect isn't bad either. The Lars's gaze subconsciously turned to a white-robed Gillis beside him, his own personal disciple named Bellamy, who had just stepped into the mid-gold core stage. Though Bellamy's talent and cultivation didn't match up to the Cynthia of the Agariang sect, he was still excellent compared to other sects and noble families. This time bringing him here was to introduce him to some holy sons and holy maidens from major sects. These two before him now, one being the Haze of the Western Wangfu, and the other the Cynthia of the Agariang sect, were particularly suitable for such introductions given their deep connections with the Dansha sect. Note: I've kept Wangfu as Western Wangfu or Western Wangfu to maintain consistency with the original context, assuming it refers to a specific place. If Wangfu should be translated differently, please let me know. For a more fluent read, these two before him now, one being the Haze of the Western Wangfu and the other the Cynthia of the Agariang sect, were especially fitting for such introductions due to their long-standing ties with the Dansha sect. The Cynthia of Agariang sect wore a veil over her face, making it impossible to see her features clearly, but her joy and smile could not be hidden. She smiled slightly upon hearing the Lars's words. "Thank you, Lars. Without those poison palms, my cultivation wouldn't have improved so rapidly." "Ha ha ha." The Lars laughed heartily. "Maiden, you are too kind. It was only fitting since I had a prior agreement with your sect leader." As he spoke, he suddenly stepped aside and introduced, "Maiden, this is my personal disciple Bellamy." Bellamy's gaze had been fixed on the Cynthia of Agariang sect the entire time, his eyes burning with fervor, though he masked it well, keeping a smile and an unperturbed expression. He stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and said, "Art core disciple of Dansha sect, Bellamy, greets Maiden. The last time I missed your visit to Dansha sect because I had a trial mission. I thought it would be difficult to meet you again, but here you are, wonderful." The Cynthia smiled back, nodding lightly in response. In reality, although Bellamy tried hard to hide his burning passion, the Cynthia had already seen through it and felt a secret thrill inside. Because after her recent cultivation breakthrough, even though she tried her best to control herself, every unintentional frown or smile emitted endless allure. This was caused by her cultivation technique. Bellamy in front of her was the result of this allure. The deeper the allure, the closer she was to mastering her technique. Naturally, the Cynthia was pleased. Suddenly, Russell's figure flashed across her mind. She secretly wondered if this newfound allure would work on him. Initially at Dansha sect, the Cynthia had used her alluring powers on Russell but was seen through by him. Worse, she was threatened and blackmailed, ultimately ending up being played. Whenever she recalled those incidents, hatred welled up inside her. After returning, she started investigating Russell's whereabouts, but unfortunately, after leaving Dansha sect, Russell disappeared without a trace. Her trip to West Capital this time was partly due to Yusef's invitation, and partly hoping to meet Russell again to seek revenge for her humiliation. Hayes Yusef stepped forward. "Let's go inside. There are things we should discuss indoors." Bellamy also politely invited, "Maiden, please come in." The Cynthia did not decline and turned around to enter West Mansion. But just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out. "Maiden, we meet again." The speaker was none other than Russell. Upon hearing Russell's voice, the Cynthia was taken aback, her mind filled with disbelief. How could this be? She had just been thinking about whether Russell might show up, and within the next second, he appeared right before her. The Cynthia abruptly turned around and, confirming it was indeed Russell, exclaimed, "Really you?" Though Russell's appearance had changed, obviously disguised, that voice was unmistakable to her, instantly confirming his identity. Hayes Yusef also shouted in surprise, "You actually came to West Capital?" Russell glanced at the Cynthia, then at Yusef, and smiled. "What? You seem not too welcoming?" Yusef remained silent. Meanwhile, the Cynthia, ignoring the fact they were in public, instinctively started grinding her teeth. "You think?" Though brief, the threat in her tone was clear. Before Russell could respond, Bellamy, standing nearby, took a step forward and blocked the Cynthia's view of Russell. His cold eyes locked onto Russell as he asked, "Maiden, is this person your enemy?" Bellamy had picked up on the threatening tone and wanted to ingratiate himself with the Cynthia. He saw this as an opportunity to do so. At this point, the Lars of Danxia sect recognized Russell by his voice and aura, his expression turning grim. It's you? Almost immediately, his expression darkened. You dare to show your face here after collaborating with that Wally to steal the Danxia sect's poison palm? Tell me where that Wally is. Without waiting for Russell's reply, he continued, no matter. I will capture you and interrogate you later. With these words, an overwhelming aura burst forth. But just then, Bellamy interrupted him. Master, this is West Mansion. Today's gathering belongs to the younger generation. Why don't I take care of this? Bellamy looked at Russell calmly, as if victory was assured. Hearing Bellamy's suggestion, the Lars realized the significance and quickly agreed, very well, you handle it. Remember, you must capture him. Because he isn't alone. He has accomplices. Chapter 178, Doubt. The patriarch of the Danxia sect appeared calm on his face, but inside he was already chilled to the bone, with cold sweat drenching his back. He had almost forgotten that this was not the Danxia sect but the Terrence's manor. In the Danxia sect, as the patriarch, he could naturally act without restraint, but in the Terrence's manor, at this grand event for the younger generation, if he dared to make a move, it would mean certain death for him. It would also drag down the Danxia sect. For at this grand event hosted by the Terrence's manor, only the young generation could take action while the Ronnies could only watch. Indeed, rules were always set by the strong. With enough power, one could trample the rules underfoot, but the Danxia sect patriarch only had late golden core cultivation, clearly not one of those powerful beings. Besides, within the territory ruled by the Carey dynasty, perhaps only the royal family could defy the Terrence's manor's rules. Even then, it might only be possible with intervention from the royal ancestors. Though the patriarch of the Danxia sect couldn't take action, Bellamy could because he belonged to the younger generation. The patriarch's divine sense swept out and instantly discerned Russell's cultivation, a respectable mid-golden core stage. Perfect. Bellamy was also at the mid-golden core stage. It was only fitting for him to take action. The patriarch of the Danxia sect took a step back. At the same moment, Bellamy stepped forward with a fierce aura. His mid-golden core cultivation erupted without hesitation. A surge of violent spirit energy radiated outward, enveloping Russell as he roared, so you are the mastermind who stole the Danxia poison palm that day? Speak. Where are your accomplices? As he spoke, he extended a large hand, grabbing toward Russell in an unusually domineering manner. In truth, Bellamy wasn't usually so aggressive, especially here in the Terrence's manor where countless geniuses from surrounding sects, families, and holy lands had gathered. Any slip-up might offend someone they couldn't afford to anger. Such a tyrannical disposition would only result in loss outweighing gain. Anyone else in this situation would have acted cautiously, for the powers invited by the Terrence's manor far surpassed the Danxia sect. Bellamy had initially thought the same. He intended to avoid unnecessary conflict, lower his profile, and make more connections among the young geniuses. If the Saintess of the Blazing Carey sect hadn't been present, he definitely wouldn't have acted, even knowing Russell was the thief. But in front of the Blazing Carey sect Saintess, Bellamy needed to demonstrate his prowess. This was the main reason. This sudden turn of events made everyone pause. Many eyes turned towards the scene. Who are those two? One of them is Bellamy, the patriarch's personal disciple from the Danxia sect, a talented sword cultivator already at the mid-golden core stage. What about the other person? Don't know. Isn't that Prince Yusef of the Terrence's manor and the Saintess of the Blazing Carey sect beside them? Could they know each other? Bellamy probably knows Yusef and the Blazing Carey sect Saintess, but not the other. Hee, what a show just after arriving at the Terrence's manor, but it's such a pity Bellamy will end it quickly with no chance for the other party. What letting them strike first before retaliating. He planned to trap their elites. Before that, he would remain restrained, avoiding conflict if possible. Despite Bellamy's hand closing in on him, Russell remained unmoved. The onlookers grew puzzled. What's happening? Why isn't he attacking? Is he frightened speechless? Bellamy, a mid-mac, scared too? How embarrassing. Why invite such mediocrity? Hold on, Bellamy is mid-golden core, and so is Russell. Bellamy has trained in the renowned sword path of killing intent. There should be a contest. What's going on? Is there some hidden catch? Oh, expected a good show, but this? Grace appointing. Some used divine senses to scan Russell, frowning even deeper in confusion. Why didn't Russell retaliate? Yusef and the Blazing Carey sect Saintess were similarly baffled. Back at the Danxia sect, they witnessed how formidable Russell was, defeating both core disciples and Ronnies effortlessly. Even the Saintess suffered greatly at his hands when he was merely foundation establishment stage. Now, at mid-golden core, he should have been fearless. Yet, he allowed Bellamy to seize him. Could there be something wrong with his cultivation preventing him from acting? They exchanged glances, both feeling confused and uncertain. Chapter 179, 5th rank magic weapon. Do you even qualify to participate in this grand event at the Terrence's mansion? Bellamy's eyes flashed with icy coldness, about to seize Russell. But right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a stern voice boomed out. Stop. It was Nikki. The instant her voice rang out, a powerful aura of core formation stage also erupted, attempting to stop Bellamy from attacking Russell. However, Bellamy didn't even glance at it, and his large hand reaching towards Russell did not retract in the slightest. Because that sudden burst of cultivation was merely early core formation. If it had been late core formation, he might have paused. Among the invited guests, there were too many geniuses. Even so, among the younger generation, those who could reach late core formation already possessed talent comparable to the holy sons and daughters of major cultivation sanctuaries. But, just an early core formation could make him pause? Impossible. Bellamy not only didn't halt but intensified his attack. He aimed to not only seize Russell but to critically injure him on the spot. I told you to stop. Seeing Bellamy escalate instead of halting, Nikki's face instantly turned frigid with frost. Without hesitation, she reached into the void. In the next second, a snow-white long sword appeared in her palm, and almost instantly, an intense chill erupted, enveloping the entire area around Bellamy. Anything that came into contact with this cold, whether people, objects, or even the ground, was instantly frozen. Neither Bellamy, the Danxia sect's patriarch, nor the accompanying disciples and Ronnies were spared, except for Russell. This is a magic weapon, a 5th-rank magic weapon. To use a 5th-rank magic weapon at once, killing chickens with a cattle knife, what extravagance. Who is this woman? Ha, you don't even know who she is, yet you dared to attend this grand event hosted by the Terrancetum's mansion in Shijing? She's Nikki of the Bai family, haven't you heard? Oh, so it's her. If it's her, then it makes sense. After all, the Bai family is an ancient cultivation lineage with a 5th-rank magic weapon, which isn't surprising. Why did she intervene? Who knows? Why don't you ask her yourself? Apart from a few involved parties, no one paid much attention to the frozen members of the Danxia sect, its patriarch, Bellamy, disciples, and Ronnies. After all, the Danxia sect was too insignificant to command respect. While Bellamy was a mid-core formation sword cultivator, he paled in comparison to the large cultivation lineages, sects, and sanctuaries. Few people took him seriously. Instead, many were more concerned about why Nikki intervened. Even Yusef and the Cynthia of the Edgar Yang sect were puzzled. Why would Nikki rescue Russell? Especially at the cost of using a 5th-rank magic weapon. Just like medicinal pills and formations, when magic weapons reached the 5th rank, they underwent a fundamental transformation, possessing incredible power that any average sect would cherish as its most prized treasure. And Nikki used a 5th-rank magic weapon to save Russell. Why? Nikki stepped forward slowly, standing before Bellamy, and said coldly, I told you to stop. Why didn't you listen? Before coming, the two ancestors had instructed her to protect Russell at all costs. Had this happened elsewhere, Bellamy, the Danxia sect's patriarch, and all their Ronnies and disciples might have already perished. The cultivation world was brutally unforgiving. Offending someone untouchable could lead to the annihilation of one's sect or family. This was the case for the Danxia sect. Russell was precisely the person they couldn't offend. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed simultaneously from Bellamy and the Danxia sect's patriarch, followed by the shattering of ice encasing them. Bellamy was mid-core formation, and the Danxia sect's patriarch was late-core formation. Although Nikki's 5th-rank magic weapon was powerful, it could only temporarily immobilize them. Now that time had passed, they regained their mobility. However, the Ronnies and disciples behind them weren't so lucky. They remained frozen, their vitality rapidly fading. Bellamy and the Danxia sect's patriarch noticed this immediately, eyes nearly popping out in rage. Due to the rules, the Danxia sect's patriarch couldn't act and could only scold, airily. Has the Bai family always acted this tyrannically? Though he spoke thus, deep in his eyes, a trace of fear lingered. The Bai family, a 1,000-year-old cultivation lineage, with a nascent soul powerhouse within, it far surpassed the Danxia sect. He only dared to rebuke due to the prestige of the Terrancetum's mansion. But while the Terrancetum's prestige might intimidate others, it wasn't necessarily effective against the Bai family. Tyrannical? Nikki sneered, even if the Bai family acts tyrannically, it's not half as bad as the Danxia sect. Bellamy and the Danxia sect's patriarch felt a chill run down their spines. Nikki continued, this alchemy master Edgarn is a guest alchemist recruited by great effort from the Bai family. Yet, your Danxia sect captures and attacks him without hesitation. Who's really tyrannical here? Her words stirred a whirlwind of reactions. Countless gazes turned towards Russell. They suddenly understood. So he was an alchemist. No wonder he was completely overpowered by Bellamy. If he was an alchemist, it made sense. After all, many believed an alchemist's cultivation was merely superficial, built through pills, contrasting sharply with cultivators who fought countless battles and broke through in life and death struggles. Some weaker cultivators could even fight beyond their rank against high cultivation alchemists. Although many were new to Shijing, they knew the Bai family recruited alchemists and collected medicinal herbs. Hearing Nikki's words clarified the situation. But soon, smirks of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Russell was a guest alchemist recruited by the Bai family. Yet, the Danxia sect dared to act against him. Another show was about to begin. Yusef and the Cynthia of the Edgar Yang sect, however, were stunned, deeply confused. Russell was an alchemist? His mid-core formation cultivation was just for show? How could that be? Both had witnessed Russell's abilities firsthand. Even the Cynthia had suffered greatly. There must be something amiss. Bellamy and the Danxia sect's patriarch also paused, their expressions turning grim as they said in unison, this man is a guest alchemist recruited by the Bai family. How can that be possible? Chapter 180. Battle for Edgarf and Death. Why is it impossible? Hearing Bellamy's words, Nikki sneered. If my Bai family says so, then it is. Bellamy said in a deep voice, isn't the Bai family being too domineering? Nikki shot him a glance and mocked, isn't the Danxia sect also known for such a style of conduct? Caught off guard, Bellamy couldn't utter a word. Indeed, everything had started with his own actions against Russell, intending to capture the one he despised. He relied on the might of the Danxia sect and his status as an intermediate Mac. Yet, Bellamy remained unconvinced. He pointed at Russell and shouted angrily, this person was the mastermind behind the theft of the Danxia toxin palms. Is there any fault in me dealing with him? Nikki replied, that is your Danxia sect's internal matter. It has nothing to do with the Bai family. Her dominant tone instantly chilled the atmosphere. However, what could be done? The cultivation world has always been about power. Only the strong have reason or a say. The Bai family was more powerful than the Danxia sect, a fact which meant that even if the Danxia sect adhered to proper conduct, they would have no choice but to endure, despite their dissatisfaction. Suddenly losing interest, everyone turned their attention away. Nikki's unveiling of a 5th-rank magical tool and leveraging the might of the Bai family was simply a crushing blow to the Danxia sect unless someone came forward to help. Otherwise, it was over for the Danxia sect. But who would come to their aid? Some people glanced at the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect beside Yusef, realizing immediately. Though Bellamy had hidden it well, his true motivation was indeed the Cynthia. Other reasons were merely excuses. As for the Cynthia, calling her a Cynthia seemed misleading. She was more like a devil maiden. Expecting her assistance was almost unimaginable. The fate of the Danxia sect was already sealed. Walking beside Russell, Nikki's tone suddenly softened. Despite her inner turmoil, she spoke calmly. Dan Master Edgarn, what shall we do about the conflict between the Danxia sect and you? Bellamy and the Danxia sect leader's pupils contracted sharply. Russell pondered for a few seconds, glancing at the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect from the corner of his eye, then looking back at Bellamy and saying calmly, was your attack on me genuinely due to the batch of Danxia toxin palms, or were there other reasons? Bellamy clenched his teeth and said, of course it was because of the Danxia toxin palms. Russell nodded and smiled faintly. If this is your answer, then I will fulfill your wish. He was about to speak on how the Danxia sect should be dealt with. But in the next moment, the Danxia sect leader abruptly interjected, wait. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, he walked directly to the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect and respectfully said, Cynthia, the Danxia sect has provided countless Danxia toxin palms to the Edgarai sect. Even if it was not meritorious, it certainly required much effort. Please consider this relationship and save the Danxia sect. The Cynthia smiled lightly. Desi, while the Danxia sect did provide many Danxia toxin palms to the Edgarai sect, it was all part of business transactions, every account meticulously recorded. What sort of sentiment are you referring to? The Danxia sect leader looked utterly defeated. Bellamy lifted his head in disbelief, gazing at the Cynthia who returned his gaze with a smile, maintaining eye contact without flinching. Russell glanced at them and said coolly, airily, please handle it as you see fit. Nikki nodded. Understood. After that, neither paid any more attention to Bellamy or the Danxia sect leader. Desperation filled the face of the Danxia sect leader. Regret surged within him. Had he known Russell was a guest of the Bai family, he would never have allowed Bellamy to take action. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bellamy, eyes bloodshot, stared at Russell intensely, suddenly bellowing, dare you fight me in a life and death battle? Regardless of the outcome, win or lose, alive or dead, all grievances will be wiped clean. The crowd fell silent. Russell, Nikki, Yusef, and the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect all glanced at Bellamy in surprise, along with other talented individuals from noble families, sects, and cultivation sanctuaries. They instantly guessed Bellamy's intent, to sacrifice himself to save his sect. Such loyalty made many view Bellamy differently, some even admiring him, and their gazes simultaneously turned towards Russell. Would Russell accept Bellamy's challenge? Slightly taken aback, Russell soon recovered and glanced at Bellamy indifferently, replying irritably, I am a Dan master whose cultivation relies entirely on elixirs. My practical combat skills are virtually non-existent. You want me to engage in a life and death duel with you? Are you insane or brain-dead? Everyone. Instead of belittling Russell, they were amused by his response. Indeed, challenging a Dan master to a life and death duel wasn't how goading usually worked. Despair washed over Bellamy. His last chance had vanished. Russell, disinterested in further nonsense, turned to the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect and coldly stated, Cynthia, isn't it time you repaid me the 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones? Cynthia of the Edgarai sect. Yusef. Nikki. Everyone. The Cynthia's face darkened instantly. Truly, she feared what would come to pass. What worried her most was Russell publicly demanding the spirit stones right before everyone. As a respected Cynthia of the Edgarai sect, owing anyone spirit stones was embarrassing. Yusef felt a pang of unease. Luckily, he hadn't owed Russell anything, or he'd have suffered immense embarrassment. As for Nikki, she found it unbelievable that Russell sought out the Cynthia just for spirit stones. Others also froze, then their expressions turned playful, eyeing the Cynthia with amusement. I said I'd repay you. The Cynthia ground out through gritted teeth. Russell remarked, when you borrowed them, I specifically noted you should return them the next time we meet. You even swore by the heavenly Tao, didn't you? Surely you won't renege on that? A murmur swept through the crowd. Over 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. She actually swore by the heavenly Tao? What secrets lay between these two? The Cynthia's teeth were almost shattered from clenching them. She finally said, Prince Edgaryan, lend me 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones to pay him first. Yusef naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. He looked at Russell and smiled slightly. Dan Master Edgarn, the 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones owed by the Cynthia will be repaid by me. What do you think? Russell nodded. Certainly. Yusef gestured invitingly. Please follow me. Without hesitation, Russell entered the Brook Manor. Nikki followed closely behind. Then came the Cynthia of the Edgarai sect, originally intending to stay outside and mingle with other princelings. Now, she had completely abandoned that idea. Chapter 181. Exposure. Russell followed Yusef into the Brooks mansion. As their figures vanished from the crowd's view, many people on the scene erupted in speculation. Who exactly is that person? Great Nikki already say he's a new alchemy master recruited by the Bai family? In recent times, the Bai family has recruited many alchemy masters and swept up all life-extending herbs and treasures from the market. If this person really is an alchemy master, it's understandable for the Bai family to recruit him. Haha, such nonsense only deceives the uninformed public. Would you protect a guest so fiercely? Don't forget where we are. Moreover, the attitude of the Carry Flame sect Cynthia is intriguing. Given her status, she actually owes this person spirit stones? And then there's Yusef. He should know this person too. For Nikki to protect him like that, and for him to know Yusef and the Cynthia of the Carry Flame sect, his identity must not be simple. But who could he be? I haven't heard of any genius emerging recently. Who is he? We can always investigate, can't we? Things are getting interesting. Let's go in. The Bai family members have arrived, and the one who triggered the West Capital anomaly half a month ago should also be here. The Edgar family would definitely invite him to this grand event. Many were speculating about Russell's identity, eager to uncover who he was. Some had already started investigating, but they were just a small part of the crowd. Compared to Russell, more were interested in the array master who laid the 6th rank spirit gathering array. 6th rank spirit gathering array, and one that bordered on being a 7th rank grand formation. This array would make West Capital a special place comparable to a cultivation sanctuary in the near future. Finding and befriending this array master became everyone's goal. So, after seeing Nikki enter the mansion, many hurriedly followed inside, seeking opportunities to probe the array master's identity without ever associating him with Russell because, in their eyes, someone practicing alchemy couldn't practice array arts. Amidst the crowd, a pair of long, snake-like eyes had silently locked onto the Amberley's back. He was one of the powerful men chasing Russell and the Amberley, possessing late gold core cultivation. This visit to the Edgar family was just a gamble, yet fate smiled upon him. Haha, even the Amberley of 10,000 Demon Mountain is here. Truly, one looks high and low and finds what they seek right before them. The rewards from the Shin Saint sect and the Solar Dynasty royalty. I want them. After another glance at the Amberley, he took out a divine consciousness talisman and crushed it. Inside this talisman was engraved the consciousness imprint of an early embryo infant stage powerhouse from both the Shin Saint sect and the Solar Dynasty royal family. Crushing it would alert them instantly, leading to a swift response. Having done this, he hesitated a few seconds before slipping into the mansion along with the crowd. Meanwhile, in the mansion, the Amberley caught up with Russell. Approaching Russell, she whispered, "Grade, you sense it?" Russell nodded, smiling faintly. "Yes, if nothing goes wrong, reinforcements from the Shin Saint sect and Solar Dynasty will arrive soon. Things are getting interesting." The Amberley looked at him, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Russell said, "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to hesitate." The Amberley nodded. "Do you really think the Brooks Mansion won't get involved in the grudges between the 10,000 Demon Mountain, Shin Saint sect, and Solar Dynasty royalty?" What was the Brooks Mansion? Established by the Brook himself, it was a place teeming with formidable power. She sensed several embryo infant cultivators, some as strong as Golden Armor or Maverick types who were on the verge of comprehending deity transformation. Adding the Brook himself, their strength rivaled any cultivation sanctuary. Moreover, the mansion had ties to the Solar Dynasty royalty. The Brook, Driscoll Youssef, and Princess Edgar Schwang. All were royal family members. Thus, the Amberley worried that if a conflict erupted between them and the Shin Saint sect or Solar Dynasty, the mansion might side with the latter, spelling trouble for Russell despite his 7th rank killing array. Hearing this, Russell laughed. "Don't worry. By allowing Solar Dynasty royals into West Capital, the mansion has already made a significant concession. They won't interfere." Relieved, the Amberley exhaled. "That's good." On the other side, Driscoll Youssef intentionally slowed down to walk alongside Nikki. Looking at her, he asked with a smile, "Airly, will the array master who set up the 6th rank spirit gathering array come today?" Youssef sent the highest honor golden invitation card to this master, the same level as given to the Amberley, symbolizing immense respect for ability and prestige. Given that less than 10 received such golden invitations, each recipient was either a saint's son, saint daughter, or successor of a major sect or clan. Despite being a demon, the Amberley attained embryo infant stage within just over a century, an impressive feat for demons akin to reaching adulthood. Coupled with her 4th rank alchemy master title, she deserved a golden invitation, and this array master, by laying that 6th rank array alone, earned the same treatment. Both were by family guests, and now that the Amberley had arrived, would the master also show up? Youssef was eager. A 6th rank array master, especially one praised by the Bi-Patriarch for mastering 6th rank formations upon first encountering array arts. Such talent demanded befriending. Nikki, though expressionless throughout, had been distracted, worrying about Russell, knowing the new Shin Saint sect Saint's son and the Abelardo of the Solar Dynasty had reached West Capital. Should they find Russell, peace wouldn't ensue. Perhaps due to her focus, she missed Youssef's inquiry entirely and didn't respond. ####Chapter 182. Embarrassment? Seeing that Nikki didn't respond, Youssef did not feel awkward and asked again. This time, Nikki heard him and glanced at Russell coldly before nodding and saying, "He will likely come." But Youssef's heart raced when he heard her pause. He quickly followed up, "But what? Is there something special we need to prepare?" "My miss, rest assured, as long as that person can come, I will agree to any demands." As the rightful heir of the Western Mansion, his status was no less than that of any Cooper or holy daughter from a prestigious cultivation sanctuary. However, to forge a connection with such a genius in array arts, Youssef had to remain humble. Nikki shook her head. "It's not about demands, but rather..." She paused again, looking at Youssef seriously. "Your Highness, let me put it this way. You must understand the talent of that array master. In our Bai family, the 2 Ranis value him highly. Usually, only they can meet him. Even as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, it is extremely difficult for me to see him. Therefore, the information I know is also limited. All I can tell you is that he should return to attend this grand event. But how he comes and in what manner I don't know." Youssef frowned. "You don't know either?" Nikki smiled bitterly and shook her head. "A world-class genius who can set up a 6th-tier spirit-gathering array upon just touching array arts. Our Ranis would love to take him as a disciple and follow him every day. As for me, although I am the eldest daughter of the Bai family, seeing an Rani is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, so meeting that person is even harder. How could I possibly know much more?" Youssef fell silent for a few seconds. "So, he will come, right?" Nikki glanced at Russell and murmured, "Probably. I've said what needed to be said. Whether you can recognize him is up to you. If your eyes aren't sharp enough to discover Russell's identity, you can't blame me." Youssef smiled. "That's enough." He didn't ask further but quickened his pace, returning to his previous position. He led Russell, the Amberley, the holy daughter of the Edgertying sect, and others through the Western Mansion, As the heir of the Western Mansion, Yusef believed his discerning ability was not inferior to anyone of the younger generation. If that array master really came, he would surely recognize him. If not, he could only blame himself. A talent superior in array arts, an array master? The holy daughter of the Edgertying sect, though trailing behind, had overheard everything between Yusef and Nikki. After a moment's thought, she instantly knew who they were talking about, the one who triggered the upheaval in the capital half a month ago. Will he come too? Hidden under the veil, her face revealed a stunning smile. A world-class array arts genius whose talent surpasses all predecessors and successors? This grand event is starting to get interesting. Soon after, they arrived at a courtyard. The surroundings were beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. A pavilion stood in the center. Inside the pavilion, 4 figures were already present, 3 men and 1 woman. They were all familiar faces. When Russell was still the Cooper of Xiansheng sect, he often participated in gatherings of geniuses like today, exchanging cultivation insights or trading resources. Those qualified to sit with him were also at the level of Coopers and holy daughters, or heirs from major sects, families, and lineages. These 4 people were exactly those he had met during those times. Juan Carmelo E, Bard of the 10,000 Sword sect. Abdullah, Cooper of Dao sect. Fernan, Cooper of Tianyin Sanctuary. Gu Fairy, holy daughter of Huanyu Sanctuary. Though the Xiansheng sect was hailed as the top sanctuary for cultivation, the 10,000 Sword sect, Dao sect, Tianyin Sanctuary, and Huanyu Sanctuary were no weaker. Suddenly encountering these 4 acquaintances, Russell momentarily froze in place, lost in memories. Beside him, the Amberly noticed his reaction and immediately grew anxious. What's wrong? Any trouble? Russell shook his head. Not exactly. Just some reminiscence. The Amberly. Just as they were both lost in their thoughts, another figure emerged from the pavilion. Apart from Juan Carmelo E, Fernan, Abdullah, and Gu Fairy. It was a woman dressed in red with an eye-catching figure. Is she Edgar Shuang, the Frost Princess of the Western Mansion? Seeing this woman, Russell immediately recalled Nikki's earlier warning. Among the young generation in the Western Mansion, there were 2 notable individuals, Yusef and this Frost Princess. Her cultivation talent was even higher than Yusef's. Russell whispered softly, but Nikki still overheard him. She stared at Edgar Shuang and said coldly, yes, that's Edgar Shuang. Remember to keep your distance from her. She's very troublesome and often unreasonable. With that, she took a step forward toward Edgar Shuang. Edgar Shuang saw Nikki, and her smile immediately turned icy. Nikki, why are you here? Nikki sneered. Do you think I wanted to come? If I hadn't received an invitation, I wouldn't be here. Taken aback, Edgar Shuang soon regained her composure and began sizing up Russell, the Amberly, and Nikki. Seeing this, Yusef instantly remembered the scene at the gate and sternly said, Edgar Shuang, is this how you welcome guests? Edgar Shuang shot a glance at Yusef, suppressing her irritation, then stepped aside, allowing Nikki, the Amberly, and Russell into the pavilion. As Russell passed by, she suddenly said, Yusef, didn't you make a mistake? Why did you invite a cultivator only at the mid-golden core stage? In the mortal world, people were divided into various classes, and even more so in the cultivation world where hierarchies were extremely strict. Stronger cultivators often ruled over the weaker ones, including their lives. Similarly, this grand event held by the Western Mansion distinguished guests based on their roles. Cultivators with average talent, background, and cultivation could only go to ordinary areas. This courtyard and pavilion were reserved specifically for Coopers and holy daughters. The Western Mansion issued golden invitations specifically for entry into these areas. To enter here, one must possess a golden invitation. Edgar Shuang looked at Yusef again. Among the invitations sent to the Bai family, only 2 were golden, one for the alchemy master Carmelo and the other for the array master. She turned her gaze to Russell and suddenly asked, are you Carmelo the alchemy master, or the array master? Hashtag chapter 183, deliberate obstruction. Russell opened his mouth but, for a moment, was at a loss for words. Should he admit that he was the master of array Dao? If he did, wouldn't the painstaking efforts Nikki made to keep it hidden soon be exposed? Once Xiansheng sect and the Solar Dynasty's royal family knew his identity, they would surely hesitate and possibly even refrain from making any moves against him at Jamie's mansion. After all, the significance of a 6th rank array Dao master is substantial. Even Jamie himself might personally intervene to ensure Russell's safety, thereby making Russell owe him a favor. If Xiansheng sect and the Solar Dynasty's royal family were deterred from acting, wouldn't all previous plans and efforts become futile? Russell felt conflicted. Yusef's face turned grim upon hearing Edgar Shuang's words. Edgar Shuang, I ordered you to step down. Although Yusef had anticipated trouble if Edgar Shuang and Russell met, it seemed that problems arose even at their first encounter. Today's grand gathering was largely aimed at befriending the array Dao master, while Russell, like the master, was also a guest scholar at the Bai family. However, no one knew the master's identity or how he would appear. Yusef didn't want any actions involving Russell to leave a bad impression on the master. Ordinarily, Edgar Shuang would have obeyed Yusef's orders, but after being taunted by Nikki, her fiery, though they hadn't witnessed the earlier incident at the entrance firsthand, they had long known the truth through divine sense. They were curious about Russell and hoped to learn more via Edgar Shuang. Nikki's chest heaved as she struggled to speak, glaring directly at Edgar Shuang. Edgar Shuang didn't dodge her gaze. The standoff continued, neither yielding. Suddenly, Russell spoke up, pointing at the Amberly. She has the golden invitation. Since she brought me here, why can't I enter? The Amberly was startled. Originally just watching for entertainment, she didn't expect the spotlight to turn on her. Edgar Shuang glanced at the Amberly, looking serious but quickly relaxed. Since this Carmelo Dan master has a golden invitation, she can enter. But you cannot. Russell lost his temper. Why not? Edgar Shuang stared straight at him and sneered. Carmelo Dan master is a 4th rank alchemy master. What rank are you? Russell replied, 5th rank. Ha! A low-ranking alchemist wants to participate in such a grand event. Halfway through her sentence, Edgar Shuang froze, eyes widening with disbelief. Staring at Russell, she asked slowly, "You said you're a 5th-rank alchemy master?" Yusef, the Carrie Flame Sect Saintus, Wanteni, Sean, Kramer, and Gwyneth all narrowed their eyes, fixed intently on Russell. If they heard correctly, Russell had claimed to be a 5th-rank alchemy master. Russell resumed his calm expression and laughed. "Yes, I am a 5th-rank alchemy master. Is there a problem with that?" For a moment, Edgar Schwang was taken aback. Nikki resumed her sarcasm. "Indeed, this is the mighty Jamie's residence. A 5th-rank alchemy master, whom many revered figures in the cultivation world might bow to, is denied entry." Feeling relieved, she turned to Russell and respectfully said, "Master Edgarn, since you're not welcome here, let's return to the Bai family." Edgar Schwang's face darkened. Just because he claims to be a 5th-rank alchemy master, does anyone have proof? Before she finished, the Amberly chuckled. "I can vouch for it. This Master Edgarn is indeed a 5th-rank alchemy master, far surpassing me in alchemy." Hearing this, the Carrie Flame Sect Saintus, Wanteni, Sean, Kramer, and Gwyneth were startled. Thoughts raced through their minds. Could such a prestigious master be persuaded to join their side? Previously, Nikki had been too angry to speak. Now it was Edgar Schwang's turn. Her face darkened, like a powder keg ready to explode. Realizing the situation was escalating, Yusef inwardly sighed and rushed to say, "Airly, Master Edgarn, this is a misunderstanding." He then sternly ordered Edgar Schwang for the 3rd time, "Edgar Schwang, step down now." Edgar Schwang glanced at him before focusing on Russell once more. While a 5th-rank alchemy master is respected, Carmelo Dan Master not only holds a 4th-rank title, but is also a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, qualifying for Jamie's golden invitation. Understanding her implication, Russell smiled. "So you think that core formation mid-stage cultivation is necessarily weaker than the nascent soul stage, correct?" Though spoken casually, Edgar Schwang caught the deeper meaning. Both Yusef and the Carrie Flame Sect Saintus visibly changed expressions, recalling the scene at Danyan Sect where Russell, despite being at Foundation establishment stage, defeated a core formation Denver and embarrassed the Carrie Flame Sect Saintus. Now, at core formation mid-stage, could he challenge a nascent soul cultivator? How could that be possible? ####Chapter 184, Battle Intent. Not only were Yusef and the Cynthia of Edgarai Cultivation School taken aback, but Emil, Sean, Adamar, and Leah also stared at Russell in shock. They detected a hint of confidence in his tone. Does a Mac have to be weaker than an essence nourishing one? Indeed. A Mac is definitely weaker than an essence nourishing one because this difference stems from their cultivation level, akin to heaven and earth, with a seemingly insurmountable gap between them. However, it's only regarding cultivation level. If overall strength is considered, especially combat ability, it becomes uncertain. The strength of a cultivator's combat ability depends on too many factors, more than just cultivation level. It includes experience, magical treasures, lineage, cultivation techniques, secret arts, even alchemy, arrays, and artifacts are included. There are simply too many influencing factors. Imagine a Mac wielding a 6th-grade magic tool, accompanied by a 6th-grade trapping array and killing array, facing off against an essence-nourishing cultivator who has nothing but their cultivation level. In a life-and-death battle, it's impossible to predict who would come out on top. For instance, exceptionally talented cultivators can achieve rank-overstepping battles using their innate talents, lineage, etc., challenging essence-nourishing cultivators at a golden core level. It's possible, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Even people like Emil, Sean, Adamar, and Leah wouldn't dare say they could definitely defeat an essence-nourishing great cultivator. Yusef and the Cynthia of Edgarai Cultivation School certainly wouldn't be able to either. Yet, what struck them was the overwhelming confidence in Russell's voice. What gave him that kind of audacity? Could he be hiding some secrets? Or perhaps his true identity, like theirs, is actually that of a holy son, holy daughter, or direct heir from a renowned cultivation sanctuary, 1,000-year-old family, major religion, or sect. Suddenly, Emil, Sean, Adamar, and Leah all became intensely interested in Russell. They all wanted to know what exactly he relied on. At this moment, Edgar Schwang finally snapped out of her shock. She fixed her eyes on Russell, each word sharp as she said, "Can you really challenge an essence-nourishing great cultivator with a mid-golden core cultivation?" Russell smiled faintly. "Is there a problem with that?" Edgar Schwang almost choked. Her face darkened. Of course there was a problem. Do you think rank-overstepping challenges are easy? Apart from the holy sons and daughters of sanctuaries and major religions, who else can do it? If Russell were that sort of person, how could he possibly be recruited by the Bai family? He must be lying. Even his identity as a 5th-grade alchemist might be fake. Though confirmed by the Amberly, Edgar Schwang suspected Russell might have held some secrets over the Amberly, coercing her into the confirmation. She had to expose him. Edgar Schwang was about to call him out, but the next second, Yusef stepped forward and sternly shouted, "Edgar Schwang, do you forget father's instructions when he left?" To get Edgar Schwang to back down, Yusef invoked the name of the Terrence. Although not present in Shijing, the Terrence had instructed that if any situation arose, Yusef could act on his behalf. In other words, in the Western Mansion, Yusef represented the Terrence. Edgar Schwang, understanding this, chose to retreat. With her fiery temper, sometimes she listened to Yusef, but sometimes she did not, even lashing out at him. But the Terrence was someone she admired and feared the most. With the Terrence invoked, she had no choice but to yield. "Alchemist Edgarn, please excuse my rudeness." After reprimanding Edgar Schwang, Yusef put on his usual polite smile and looked at Russell. "I will offer another 200 upper-grade spirit stones as an apology." 200 upper-grade spirit stones? Including the one from before, that's 300 in total. Russell had been a bit angry initially, but seeing Yusef's sincerity, he felt he should be magnanimous and replied, "Prince Edgar, you're too kind." Then he added playfully, "Remember to give me the spirit stones later." This was almost an instinctive reaction for Russell. Having been destitute before, hunted without a single spirit stone, he never wanted to experience that again. even now as a 6th grade array master. Yusef smiled. Of course. Please come in. They entered the pavilion, chatting amiably. This scene left the Cynthia of Edgar I Cultivation School, Emil, Sean, Adamar, and Liao bewildered. Even Nikki and the Amberly were stunned. Edgar Schwang glared fiercely at Russell's back, her eyes spinning, unsure of what scheme she was hatching. Inside the pavilion, Yusef smiled at Emil, Sean, Adamar, and Liao, then introduced Russell. Everyone, this is alchemist Edgarn, recently hired as guest advisor by the Bai family, a 5th grade alchemist. Emil nodded first. Bard of Wanjian sect, Emil. Looking at Russell, a smirk appeared on his lips. Would you care for a friendly sparring match someday? Russell smiled. Sure. Adamar nodded at Russell. From Tianyin Sanctuary, Adamar. Just like Emil, if we get the chance, I'd love to have a bout. Russell responded. We will have the chance. Sean returned to his calm demeanor. From Dao sect, Sean. He didn't say anything further. Liao nodded gently. From Huanyu Sanctuary, Abby. Her gaze swept over Russell, Emil, Sean, and Adamar. This grand gathering held by the Western Mansion claims to be for the young generation. Why wait? Let's do it now. The gazes of Emil, Sean, and Adamar instantly focused on Russell, their eyes blazing with fervor. An intense battle intent surged up. Their confidence and arrogance had stirred these elite youths into a fervent desire to spar with Russell, even if it were just a few moves. Russell naturally understood their intentions and laughed. It's not yet time. Let's wait until everyone is gathered. His words had 2 meanings. First, the Western Mansion issued 10 golden invitations, inviting the holy sons and daughters, and heirs from various sanctuaries, sects, and families. However, only 4 were present, plus Russell and the Amberly, making 6 in total. That meant 4 more were missing. Second, Russell was waiting for the Xinqing sect and the Solar Dynasty Imperial family. Once the fighting started, revealing the dragon blood battle body and dragon lineage would inevitably catch the attention of the Xinqing sect and the Solar Dynasty Imperial family. At that point, they would surely intervene. But there was a precondition. They must be present. Chapter 185. Demon Realm Genius. In fact, from the moment Russell entered the Western Mansion, he had meticulously planned his every move. After meeting Emil, Abdullah, Ron, and Billy, his plan became even more detailed. Every step was within his control. Russell's eyes gleamed with confidence. The moment Xianshang sect and the Carey Dynasty royal family stepped into the Western Mansion, they would have no place to hide. Russell firmly believed that they would come. Billy's expression showed a brief flicker of regret upon hearing Russell's words, but she quickly concealed it. Not everyone is here yet. The 10 golden invitations represented 10 individuals at the level of Coopers or Holy Daughters. Currently, 4 were present, plus the recently arrived alchemist Carmelo Dancy and the 6th rank array genius, leaving 4 more. Billy also wanted to know who else the Western Mansion had invited. Emil, Abdullah, Ron, and the Blaze Carey sect Holy Daughters shared similar thoughts. They too wished to see who else had been invited. If there were opportunities for mutual improvement through exchanges, that would be even better. At such an event, those chances should arise. Yusef invited Russell, Amberly, and the Blaze Carey sect Holy Daughter to sit down and chat merrily. Meanwhile, Edgar Schwang cast a deep glance at Russell before slowly retreating. As the princess of the Western Mansion, she knew exactly who had received those 10 golden invitations. If the array master were excluded, the remaining 4 invitees were the descendants of the 1,000-year-old cultivation family, the Zhong family, the Wang family, and 2 pure-blooded demons from the demon realm. Edgar Schwang knew precisely where these 4 were since she had delivered the invitations to them personally. Russell said not everyone was here. Then she would bring the 4 in and see what Russell would say then. As Edgar Schwang retreated, only Yusef and Russell glanced at her. The others paid no attention. Yusef understood Edgar Schwang's purpose but could only sigh. Russell, however, smiled faintly. By the time Edgar Schwang brought the guests, the people from Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty should arrive too. Then the real show could begin. Inside the pavilion, everyone chatted and exchanged cultivation insights, with Billy even asking Russell about alchemy techniques. Russell were also here. Amberly sent a mental message. Russell, are you sure? No worries. Russell replied, smiling. Your mission has been accomplished, successfully luring Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty royalty out, making them suspect my identity. Now we just wait for the show to begin. Amberly withdrew her gaze, but remained uneasy, sensing something was off. Sure enough, the next second, a wildly violent aura erupted. Amberly's face turned pale as she exclaimed, a pure-blooded ninefold quail? Before the words left her mouth, another overpowering aura burst forth, and a flying heavenly tiger. How can 2 pure-blooded demons be here? This is human territory, Amberly asked, causing Yusef, the Blaze Carey sect Holy Daughter, Emil, Abdullah, and Billy to momentarily pause, confused by her reaction. Though rare, pure-blooded demons occasionally appeared in human territory, each supported by core formation cultivators or transformational denvers, protected by vast clans. Human strong figures seldom targeted pure-blooded demons unless necessary. So why was this shocking to Alchemist Carmelo? Nikki frowned, recalling the day she invited Alchemist Carmelo, learning that this Carmelo was actually a demon. Why would Alchemist Carmelo fear other pure-blooded demons? Even if they were pure-blooded, their sudden bursts of golden core stage auras shouldn't terrify Alchemist Carmelo this much. Grade some hidden secret lie behind this? Nikki's eyes flashed, activating a divine sense talisman given by 2 ancestors for critical moments. A strange sensation stirred in her heart, foretelling imminent events. Russell, those 2 pure-blooded demons must have detected the curse on you. What should we do? Should we leave immediately? Amberly sent another mental message. Russell shook his head. No need. Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty royalty are already here. We can't give up now. They're just pure-blooded demons, not invincible. Amberly's face changed dramatically. Are you crazy? There will be protectors from the demon realm beside them. If you attack, they won't stand by idly. Russell sneered. I hope they act. The more chaos, the better. Just as they exchanged thoughts telepathically, the two intense auras rapidly approached, seemingly tearing through the sky and appearing in the courtyard in an instant, their crimson eyes locking onto Russell. They were Lord Fugan from the Ninefold Quail clan and Lord Hushingji from the Flying Heavenly Tiger clan, both rare pure-blooded demons from the demon realm. So, it's you. To dare kill the offspring of a Amberly, die. Translation maintained paragraph structure and tone, preserving the original story's logic and flow. ##### Chapter 186, Fighting Two at Once. Without hesitation and without questioning the reason, Enos, the Cole of the Zionsuo clan, and Anders, the Cole of the Fatian Sacred Tiger clan, immediately launched their lethal attacks. The news of the killing of the Cole's offspring had already spread throughout the demon realm. Since entering the Brooks Manor, Enos and Anders had sensed the curse power on Russell. He was the one who killed the Cole's offspring. The curse power could not be faked. A surge of violent energy erupted and exploded, instantly locking onto Russell. The sudden turn of events caused those present to change expressions abruptly. Yusef, the Cynthia of Edgerexiang sect, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, and Barkley all had extremely gloomy faces. This place was under the dominion of the human race, not the demon realm. Yet these two demons acted so aggressively, launching attacks without hesitation and leaving no room for negotiation. Was it because they were pure-blooded demons that they felt they could act without regard for law or order? The eyes of the Cynthia of Edgerexiang sect, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, and Barkley all turned to Yusef as if asking. After all, this was the Brooks Manor, the territory of the Brook. As the heir of the Brooks Manor, Yusef was the most suitable person to handle this situation. Yusef also knew this. Just as he was about to speak and inquire about the matter, Russell suddenly sprang into action. An intense, unyielding force comparable to that of Enos and Anders erupted from him, instantly breaking through the combined lockdown by Enos and Anders as he leaped up. Since cultivators from the Xinsheng sect and the Carey dynasty royal family had arrived, it meant the time was ripe. There was no need for Russell to hide anymore. He might as well act directly. He had been hiding before because he did not have enough strength to contend with great cultivators at the origin stage. But now, he did. In the presence of 7th stage restriction and killing arrays, any origin stage cultivator who dared to attack would meet a grim end. Why hide then? He might as well attack openly. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated across the heavens, the dragon blood battle body, true dragon scripture, and dragon seizing hand all reached their peak, operated by Russell. A claw that seemed to tear through the sky appeared suddenly, grabbing toward Enos and Anders. The oppressive and dominant aura exploded outwards. Almost instantly, all cultivators who had come to participate in the grand event at the Brooks Manor shifted their attention to Russell's courtyard. Moreover, the entire western capital also turned its attention here. This aura, is it a dragon? I heard that the Haze of the Carey dynasty obtained a drop of primordial dragon blood in the purple micro secret realm, which after refinement awakened his dragon blood dead that. He leaped into the courtyard. He was Olaf, the new Cooper of the Xinsheng sect. Besides Olaf, the Abelardo of the Carey dynasty also arrived but was unhurried, slowly walking into the courtyard with a faint smile. Others followed closely behind. Instantly, only Edgar Schwang remained at the spot, feeling the three incredibly powerful auras within the courtyard. Her expression changed drastically as she murmured, "Could it really be him?" Edgar Schwang had already sensed Russell's aura. Inside the courtyard, Russell clashed fiercely with Enos and Anders, fighting two at once. Without falling behind, Enos glared coldly at Russell, sneering, "No wonder you dared to kill the offspring of a demon emperor. It turns out you refined a drop of dragon blood. Even so, you must die." Anders echoed, "Today, no one can save you." Even before the words faded, they attacked again, using the power of pure-blooded demons. In an instant, two massive shadows appeared, one a giant bird-like figure with wings covering the sky, a Zionsuo, and the other, a white tiger with equally vast wings, standing behind Enos and Anders respectively, covered in countless profound and ancient blood-colored runes. The appearance of these shadows made the auras of Enos and Anders skyrocket several times over. They then launched another assault without anyone's help. #### Chapter 187, True Identity Exposed. Olaf, as the new Cooper of the Xinsheng sect, naturally had his own backbone and pride. He believed he was no less than Russell, the former Cooper. Even if he were to act, it would be a one-on-one battle between the old and new Coopers, defeating Russell in a fair fight, capturing him, and bringing him back to the Xinsheng sect. Indeed, Olaf was following the Bray's order to track down Russell, but he could not bring himself to attack Russell while two pure-blooded demon clans from the demon realm were already assaulting him. His eyes gleamed, and an astonishing thought flashed through his mind. The person who captures Russell can only be him, and must be him. No one else, not even the pure-blooded demon clans from the demon realm, was worthy enough. Olaf's gaze remained fixed on Russell, his immense aura bursting forth like a star, unrestrained and wild. He was always a man of action. Therefore, once Russell fell into disadvantage against the two pure-blooded demon clans, he would truly step in, not to capture Russell, but to help him. Freddy, of course, was unaware of Olaf's thoughts. After hearing Olaf's words, he stopped pressing further, withdrew his gaze, and focused on the ongoing battle among the three, his eyes flickering. "Ha, indeed the same power as His Imperial Highness the Haze. This is interesting." Freddy licked his lips and couldn't help but smile faintly. Was it that this Russell stole the opportunity belonging to His Imperial Highness the Haze, or did the Haze steal what originally belonged to Russell and frame him? The situation seems to be getting more intriguing. Freddy was sent by the royal family of the Carey dynasty to hunt down and capture Russell. But when he sensed the dragon blood warrior physique emanating from Russell, a meaningful smile spread across his face. I wonder if this Russell can pose some threat to the authority and status of the Haze. If so, perhaps I can spare him this time. The emperor of the Carey dynasty was of extraordinary significance. In a certain sense, he was equivalent to the future Carey Xander. Every prince born into the imperial family harbored aspirations for the position of the Carrie Xander. If Russell could create some impact and influence on the Hayes, then Freddie wouldn't mind letting him go, provided Russell displayed sufficient strength and potential. Meanwhile, behind them, Edgar Schwung stood dumbfounded. Watching Russell's figure, her heart already stirred with towering waves. Earlier, when Russell claimed he could match a Yuan Ing stage cultivator despite being at the Golden Core intermediate stage, Edgar Schwung didn't believe him, but now, she believed. As the Duchess of the Western Mansion, Edgar Schwung was perceptive. Both Zion and Hushingji were pure-blooded demon clans, their powers overwhelmingly tyrannical, supplemented by the direct use of bloodline runes. Their combined force rivaled that of an early-stage Yuan Ing cultivator. Despite this, Russell could still hold his ground against both, fighting without any apparent disadvantage. Edgar Schwung realized that all along, she was the fool. She couldn't help muttering, "I was wrong all along." On the other side, in the pavilion, Emil, Sean, Drew, Gu Xianyang, and the Saintess of the Ryotang sect watched the battle intently. Their expressions were solemn, but their fighting spirit soared. Coming to the Western Mansion today was absolutely the right choice. The youth-exclusive grand gathering lived up to its reputation. It was worth the trip. However, Emil, Sean, Drew, and Gu Xianyang looked at Russell with a hint of familiarity, as if they had met him before, yet they couldn't recall where. At this moment, the astute Gu Xianyang saw Olaf and Freddie at the courtyard entrance. Her expression suddenly enlightened. Xian Shang sect, Carrie dynasty royal family. Now I understand. No wonder he felt familiar. It's him. Now it makes sense. How interesting, truly interesting. Gu Xianyang's eyes lit up as she stared at Russell. She recognized his identity and knew he was the Cooper of the Xian Shang sect. For some time, the Xian Shang sect and the Carrie dynasty royal family had joined forces to capture Russell, setting up an ironclad net, causing quite a stir. But later, the matter faded away without resolution. Many speculated that the Xian Shang sect and the Carrie dynasty royal family had failed. Rumors said Russell's Dantian was destroyed, reducing him to a waste. Yet, even so, these two colossal entities failed to capture him? Gu Xianyang was initially puzzled, but now she understood. Russell was never ruined. Instead, his cultivation had advanced further. Moreover, the aura around him. Is this guy planning to slap the face of the Haze? Not only did Gu Xianyang recognize Russell, but she also recognized his power, almost identical to the Haze's, stemming from the same origin. It was rumored that Russell had ambushed the Haze in the Ziwei secret realm, stealing his opportunity. Later, it was revealed by the Emperor, leading to the opportunity being taken back. But now, the truth of that incident seemed more complex. Emil, Sean, Drew, and the Saintess of the Ryotang sect weren't stupid either. Seeing Olaf and Freddie, they roughly guessed Russell's identity. They appeared enlightened, though the Saintess seemed somewhat infuriated, recalling past humiliations. By now, the battle between Russell, Zion, and Hushingji was reaching a boiling point. Leveraging his dragon blood warrior physique, second-tier true dragon scripture, and the dragon seizing hand technique, Russell fought both adversaries with increasing vigor, gradually gaining the upper hand over the two pure-blooded demon clans. He grew stronger, studying the bloodline runes covering Zion and Hushingji's bodies with fervor. Suddenly, dragon blood runes emerged from his bloodline, instantly covering his entire body, unleashing an even more formidable power. A single strike forced Zion and Hushingji to retreat. The runes on your body? Dragon blood runes. Those are dragon blood runes. How is this possible? You've only refined one drop of dragon essence. How could you form dragon blood runes? Zion and Hushingji halted their assault, staring intently at Russell, their faces pale. Instantly, they considered a possibility. That drop of dragon essence Russell refined must have come from an ancient dragon, possibly of dragon ancestor level, enabling such a transformation. Hashtag chapter 188, Dragon Eve. Suddenly, the eyes of Zion and Anders became feverishly intense. A drop of blood from a dragon Eve. If they could refine it, it would absolutely allow their own bloodlines to advance even further. To the beast clans in the demon realm, Dragon Eve was an extremely special title, symbolizing antiquity and immense power. Correspondingly, there was also the Phoenix Eve. Both the Dragon of S and Phoenix of S were super beings of unfathomable strength who once reigned supreme in the world. They existed in the previous era and survived through the terrifying Braden. Although they eventually fell, legends about them still permeate the demon realm. Their names and prestige exceed even the current Cole. This is because the Dragon of S and Phoenix of S represented the end of an era. A single ordinary drop of dragon blood might have been enough to cause Russell's body to undergo transformation, but its effect had a limit. It would only alter his physical form without tracing back to the source of the dragon lineage or granting him more of the dragon legacy. The crown prince of the Solar Dynasty's royal family was like this. Although he obtained a drop of dragon blood and completed the transformation, awakening the dragon blood battle body, his achievement stopped there. While the dragon blood battle body is considered one of the strongest among the top 10 battle bodies, it only applies to cultivators with complete dragon lineage. For someone like Giselbert, he was far from being the strongest. However, if the drop of dragon blood Russell was refining truly came from a dragon Eve of the previous era, once his dragon blood battle body reached full mastery, he would definitely be able to dominate all, sweep through all those of the same rank, and ultimately earn the title of the strongest battle body. Since Russell could use the power of the dragon blood rune, it was almost certain that the dragon blood was genuine. Zion and Anders exchanged glances and instantly recognized the greed in each other's eyes. Although they boasted of pure bloodlines, they weren't like the dragons and phoenixes, the imperial clans of the demon realm. Even if they cultivated to full mastery, their bloodline would still be a restriction, preventing them from reaching the realm of Dragon Eve or Phoenix Eve. It was both a blessing and a curse of their bloodline. There were many others like them in the demon realm, practically at the pinnacle of cultivation, yet restrained by their bloodlines, unable to break through. If not for this encounter, it would likely be Zion and Anders' ultimate fate. But now, they saw an opportunity to break through the bloodline restraint on Russell's body. A drop of what seemed to be Dragon Eve blood. Seize it. At any cost, we must seize it. Almost instantaneously, Zion and Anders attacked again, revealing their true demonic forms. Aya! Suddenly, a winged bird that blocked out the sky appeared as Zion transformed into his true form, soaring upward before diving down. Carrying unmatched ferocity and spiritual energy, Zion locked onto Russell. At the same time, a roar echoed. It was a completely white tiger with wings on its back. The moment it appeared, it roared at Russell and swiped its claw, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that ripped apart the space around them. Even though a sixth-rank array formation had already been set up above the Western Mansion, it couldn't withstand the force, rippling violently. For demons, revealing their true form signified an all-out fight, prepared to stake their lives. In Zion and Anders' eyes, Russell wasn't weak. Fighting 2-on-1, he didn't show any signs of weakness. To seize the Dragon Eve blood inside him, there were only two ways. First, let the Path Guardians take action. Second, do it themselves, using their full strength and risking their lives. They chose the second option. After all, this was territory ruled by humans. Even in an insignificant city, countless human experts hid in the shadows. Adding to that, this was an event prepared for the younger generation. If they fought themselves, killing Russell would just mean conceding defeat. However, if they relied on the Path Guardians, it would change the nature of the conflict entirely. Russell naturally understood this. Seeing the two pure-blooded demons reveal their true forms, he knew they were ready to stake everything. And Russell had never feared such a confrontation. Rumbling, the blood within his body, replaced by the primordial dragon blood, suddenly surged, transforming into an overwhelmingly powerful force that burst outward. Thunderous sounds echoed within him. Dragon blood battle body, true dragon sutra, dragon capture hand. Each piece of the dragon lineage's legacy had been pushed to its limit by Russell. In addition, there were the dragon blood runes. What initially covered Russell's entire body like armor now seemed to come alive, swirling along his body like fish. Eventually, they converged to form a massive dragon shadow. While not as formidable as the one he encountered in 10,000 Beast Mountain, it was still incredibly powerful. Russell wasn't a pure-blooded demon. To contend with Zion and Anders, he had to unleash all his trump cards. This dragon shadow was his combined effort of the dragon blood runes and what he witnessed in 10,000 Beast Mountain, forming his strongest manifestation. Horror. With a cold gaze, the dragon shadow looked at the transformed Zion bird and flying holy tiger, letting out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Almost instantly, everyone in the Western Mansion and throughout West Capital saw the colossal creature twisting and coiling, as well as Zion and Anders in their true forms as the Zion bird and flying holy tiger. One dragon, one bird, one tiger. As soon as they appeared, they clashed in a brutal battle. The chaotic aura erupted, causing the sixth-rank formation above the Western Mansion to shake precariously. Yusef's expression changed drastically. Biting his lip, he activated another sixth-rank formation, which enveloped the entire Western Mansion like an inverted bowl. Even Yusef hadn't anticipated that the Terrence's palace. Inviting two pure-blooded demons from the demon realm isn't impossible, but why would they suddenly fight? Once demons reveal their true forms, it means they are willing to stake their lives in combat. Could it be that the two pure-blooded demons from the demon realm encountered a formidable enemy? Wait, this roar, could it be? A dragon, it's a dragon. Is it Prince Air? I saw members of the Solar Dynasty's royal family just now, led by the Abelardo, so it should not be Prince Air. Not Prince Air. Who else in the entire domain ruled by the Solar Dynasty possesses dragon lineage? How can it be him? Does he have the same dragon lineage as Prince Air? In the entire Terrence's palace and throughout the Western capital, countless people stared at the three massive beings enveloped by the grand array, speculations flying around. Even some keen observers had already picked up some clues. The guest from the Bai family was likely the previous saint son of the Xiansheng sect. Although it was unclear why he was fighting the two pure-blooded demons from the demon realm, both the Xiansheng sect and the Solar Dynasty's royalty were present, indicating a dramatic showdown was coming. A clash between the old and new saint sons of the Xiansheng sect. Apart from ordinary cultivators, many golden core and even nascent soul cultivators rushed from all directions. Although they did not directly show themselves, their powerful senses had already enveloped the Terrence's palace. Guests from the Bai family, pure-blooded demons, the old and new saint sons of the Xiansheng sect. The Western capital hadn't been this lively for a long time. Blaze of the Bai family had long arrived but did not join the fray. Instead, he observed coldly from the sidelines. By his side, several nascent soul cultivators hid their presence. Someone asked, Blaze, even you are here. Is that the master array practitioner who stirred the Western capital previously? Blaze glanced at him without responding, but silence spoke volumes. All were ancient beings with millennia of experience, sharp-minded enough to guess everything. The discarded saint son of the Xiansheng sect not only possessed the same dragon lineage as Prince Air, but also had such extraordinary talent in array arts. Would the supreme sage of the Xiansheng sect bleed from anger upon learning of this? Suki transformed into a Suki sparrow, Hushing Carmelo transformed into a flying heaven sacred tiger, and Russell summoned the illusory form of a dragon using dragon blood runes. One sparrow, one tiger, one dragon. They had clashed for over 100 rounds. Even with Suki and Hushing Carmelo working together, revealing all their trump cards and their demon forms, they were merely matching Russell blow for blow. Capturing Russell to seize the ancestral dragon blood was far beyond their reach, let alone overpowering him. This human is too strong. Is this the power of the ancestral dragon blood and dragon lineage? Indeed powerful, but this is a force belonging to the demon realm and must be inherited by a demon realm's elite. Kill him. We must obtain the ancestral dragon blood no matter what. Suki and Hushing Carmelo continued to assault Russell. They hoped Russell, having just refined the dragon essence, lacked endurance and would soon be depleted, giving them a chance to win. Unfortunately, their hopes were misplaced. Russell had fully assimilated the primordial dragon blood, traced its origin, and obtained various legacies like the true dragon scripture and the dragon seizing hands. as well as condensed dragon blood runes. He grew stronger with every battle. Suki and Hushing Carmelo's strategy to defeat Russell using this method was nothing short of a dreamer's fantasy. After another period of stalemate, Russell's strength surged further. Whether it was the true dragon scripture, dragon seizing hands, or dragon blood runes, he wielded them with increasing proficiency, gradually gaining the upper hand over Suki and Hushing Carmelo. Witnessing this, whether it was Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, the Cynthia of the Blazing Carry sect, the Abelardo, or those Ronnie nascent soul experts, they all gasped sharply, battling continuously to grow stronger. This former saint son of the Xianshang sect, once rumored to be rendered useless with the destroyed Dantian after being cast aside, not only regained his peak but displayed an even more terrifying talent. Almost instantly, all eyes turned to Olaf standing at the courtyard entrance. As the current saint son of the Xianshang sect, he would face Russell next. Could he win? Olaf remained calm, unaffected by the gazes of others. In his eyes, only Russell's figure remained, his battle spirit raging wildly. Initially prepared to assist Russell, it now seemed unnecessary. Russell had indeed grown stronger, but so what? Olaf wasn't weak either. The outcome of the confrontation was still uncertain. Then, the balance of the battle between Russell, Suki, and Hushing Carmelo was finally broken. Russell's illusory dragon, while battling the Suki Sparrow and flying Heaven Sacred Tiger, simultaneously utilized the battles to comprehend the usage of the dragon blood runes. At first, the effects were limited. However, as time passed, Russell's understanding of the dragon blood runes deepened, and the results became evident. Roar. Suddenly, the illusory dragon let out a roar. Though soft, its piercing sound cut through the two grand arrays above the Terrence's palace, echoing in the ears of countless people. In an instant, those cultivators felt their minds torn apart, experiencing pain thousands of times stronger than any physical injury. Even Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, the Cynthia of the Blazing Carry sect, and others couldn't help but widen their pupils, swiftly channeling their cultivation to resist. Those with powerful cultivation managed to endure, but weaker cultivators bled from their 7 orifices, fainting from the shockwave caused by the illusory dragon's roar. Suki and Hushing Carmelo, closest to the epicenter, felt the impact most strongly, instantly reverting to human form under the influence of the dragon's roar, their faces filled with unprecedented shock and fear. Is this a dragon's innate magical ability? As a human, even though you've refined a drop of dragon blood essence, how could you possibly grasp a dragon's innate magical ability? It's impossible. Russell did not respond. His eyes tightly shut, he immersed himself in the lingering roar. At the moment the illusory dragon roared, a segment of memory surged into Russell's mind. A dragon's innate magical ability secret technique, named Dragon Roar. Chapter 190, Guardian of the Tao. Innate Gravine ability, Dragon Roar. This divine ability is recorded within the blood of the ancestral dragon. Only those who truly refine the ancestral dragon blood, comprehend the dragon blood runes, and trigger the inherited memories within the ancestral dragon blood can cultivate this divine ability. It is the strongest inheritance of the dragon clan and one of the mightiest divine abilities. Similar to the innate divine abilities of Amberleys, it also belongs to the category of mental attacks. Every dragon clan member who awakens the dragon roar is an unparalleled powerhouse that stirs the Feng Yun elements in the demon realm, dominating all under heaven. Note, Feng Yun literally means wind and cloud, but is often used metaphorically to mean elements or turbulence, upheaval. For a more natural English translation, every dragon clan member who awakens the dragon roar is an unparalleled powerhouse that stirs the elements in the demon realm, dominating all under heaven. Or alternatively, every dragon clan member who awakens the dragon roar is an unparalleled powerhouse capable of stirring turmoil in the demon realm, dominating all under heaven. Each era, only one dragon clan member awakens this divine ability. The owner of the drop of ancestral dragon blood within Russell belonged to the previous era but was the last and only one to awaken the dragon roar. In this era, the dragon clan has already declined, and none have yet awakened the dragon roar. Russell's awakening was entirely a fluke. If not for Enos and Anders demonstrating the method of condensing runes on their bodies right before him, Russell wouldn't have emulated them and thus would not have awakened the memory of the innate dragon roar within the ancestral dragon blood through such a fortuitous event. He wouldn't have ultimately awakened this divine ability. No. At this moment, Russell's awakened dragon roar is merely in its embryonic form, not fully developed due to his cultivation restrictions. At the mid-gold core stage, forming dragon blood runes is already the limit. Awakening a divine ability is almost impossible. No matter how outstanding a demonic talent's endowment is, accomplishing such a feat is unattainable. Throughout the history of the demon realm, whether in this era or the previous one, no such talent has ever achieved this. Russell is an exception. This also ties into his human heritage. A human who refined ancestral dragon blood, awakened the dragon blood combat body, comprehended the dragon blood runes, and inherited the true dragon scripture and dragon capture hand from the memories of the ancestral dragon blood. All these factors demonstrated Russell's exceptional talent, enabling him to achieve what countless demon realm powerhouses couldn't. Merely by having a mid-gold core cultivation, he comprehended the dragon blood runes and awakened the embryonic form of dragon roar. Enos and Anders can be said to have reaped what they sowed. Being closest to Russell, they felt the full force of the dragon clan's strongest divine ability, even if it was just an embryonic form, which was enough to tear apart their consciousness. Ow, my consciousness. Stop immediately. I am a pure-blooded member of the Flying Heavenly Tiger clan. You dare kill me? Guardian of the Tao, save me immediately. Any cultivator who steps into the cultivation world knows one thing. Once a cultivator's, whether human or demon, consciousness is torn apart, that cultivator is as good as ruined. At best, their cultivation level drops, rendering them useless. At worst, they die directly. The black-robed leader of the Pill sect survived despite suffering heavy damage to his consciousness, but became half-mad, barely maintaining lucidity. That was because he had already entered the late nascent soul stage and grasped some opportunities for transformation, minimizing his injuries. Enos and Anders do not possess such powerful cultivation. Under the immense pain of their consciousness being torn apart, they finally felt a flicker of fear, shouting for Russell to stop and calling for the Guardian of the Tao to rescue them. If this were elsewhere, Russell might have stopped. But this is the Brook Manor, the Western capital, under human rule, and during a grand gathering prepared for the younger generation. Why should Russell stop? Even if there really were Guardians of the Tao, he wouldn't hold back. Not only would he not stop, he would take advantage of their weakened state. What difference does killing 2 more people playing on his face? The enmity between Russell and the Haze seemed irreconcilable. As long as Russell lived, he would eventually go to the capital to avenge himself against the Haze. Both had awakened the dragon blood combat body, but Russell's power was clearly far superior to the Haze. Once they fought, the Haze might not be a match. If the Haze got injured or even killed, the Abelardo would have a slight chance to participate in the struggle for the imperial throne, potentially becoming the Carry Saint Emperor. Although the chances were slim, the Abelardo wanted to try. He glanced at Olaf beside him and saw that Olaf's fighting spirit had reached an unimaginable level. His words about intervening instantly disappeared. Fine then, let's see a good show. If Russell wins, it shows he indeed has potential and merit. What harm would helping him bring? The Abelardo initially intended to stop Olaf, but gave up after seeing his intense fighting spirit. Olaf, since stepping into the Brook Manor and seeing Russell, couldn't back down. He was the new Cooper of the Profound Sage sect. Russell is indeed strong, but so is he. The outcome remains uncertain. Stop. Just then, a stern shout echoed out. Following the shout was a tyrannical pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator, appearing like a mountain pressing down directly on Russell. It was the Guardian of the Tao from the demon. They possess sensitive identities as demons, but also belong to the older generation of practitioners. Grade they not fear drawing the collective ire? What gall these Gaelonk and flying holy tigers have, being revered nascent soul cultivators and Ronnies of the old generation, daring to take action during such a grand gathering. Do they truly think our human race lacks powerhouses? To seek death. Where is the brook? What about Carmelanca and Bowie? Why haven't they acted yet? Is it that they would allow the demon realm's guardians to strike out against our human geniuses without any objection? May we invite the ancestor to intervene? If it were just Gale, from Gaelonk, and Albie, from Flying Holy Tiger, taking action, there would be no complaints. After all, though Gale and Albie were pure-blooded demons with long lifespans, their actual age was equivalent to the younger generation of humans. Participating in this contest posed no issue. Even if they defeated Russell in combat, it would signify superior skill. However, having the Ronnie generation guardian step in was unacceptable. Suddenly, powerful nascent soul auras erupted from various locations across the western capital, prompting even many of the sequestered ancestors to emerge from their retreats. Their stance was clear. Should the Brooks Manor not intervene, they would. Because this wasn't merely an affair concerning the Brooks Manor or the western capital. It concerned the entire human race and the grudges between humans and demons. However, the Brooks Manor moved faster. In the center of the courtyard, Yusef's black robes danced wildly, as if embodying an unparalleled killing god. In his palm, he held a black array disc, the source of this 7th-grade killing formation. Without intervention from the Brook and Carmelanca Bowie, stopping the two guardians solely with Russell's strength would be incredibly difficult. Thus he relied on this killing formation. Assisted by the formation, each strand of his hair emitted world-ending killing intent. No, don't kill me. We entered the Solar Dynasty with royal permission, and the Brooks Manor falls under the royal domain. How can you activate this 7th-grade killing formation? Those two guardians were pinned mid-air by overwhelming killing intent, their bodies entirely shrouded and locked down. They lost all resistance. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater the fear of death. Even nascent soul cultivators displayed sheer terror now. Yusef was already displeased. As the host of the Brooks Manor and organizer of this grand event, he faced disgrace by the demon realm's two nascent soul guardians. Hearing them invoke the Solar Dynasty's royal authority over the Brooks Manor intensified his killing intent, almost tangible. He activated the array disc. Instantly, the chaotic killing intent above the Brooks Manor transformed into countless blades, thoroughly slaying the guardians of the Gaelonk clan and flying holy tigers. Blood splattered. The entire Brooks Manor turned crimson. After slaughtering the two guardians, the immense killing aura engulfing the manor vanished like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. If not for the blood-stained sky, everyone might have thought what happened was an illusion. Seeing two guardians die before their eyes, Gale and Albie finally panicked. They understood. A reality dawned upon them. This was the Brooks Manor, the western capital, the realm governed by the human race. Guardians from the demon realm could not save them. Only Russell could. Only if Russell ceased intending to kill them could they survive. Spare me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Only please do not kill me. I will no longer concern myself with your feud with the demon prince's descendants. Stop this now. Gale and Albie begged frantically for mercy, urging Russell to cease. Russell's voice turned cold. Begging for mercy now? Don't you think it's too late? These pure-blooded demons attacked mercilessly from the start, displaying unrestrained murderous intent to ensure Russell received no chance of survival. Once they detected him refining Eve Dragon's blood, their killing intent escalated further. Even after their defeat, they didn't hesitate to call on the Guardians to slay Russell. How could Russell possibly let go of someone who sought to kill him multiple times? Roar. The embryonic form of his innate dragon roar talent burst forth, momentarily stunning Gale and Albie. Then the dragon claw, charged with all of Russell's power, ruthlessly grasped towards them. Chaotic energy surged and exploded. Gale and Albie, despite being pure-blooded demons with unmatched physical defenses, couldn't withstand Russell's dragon claw formed through threefold true dragon sutra-enhanced grasping dragon hand. In the next second, their flesh was torn apart. Following the two nascent soul guardians from the demon realm, two more pure-blooded demons fell dead in the same fashion. Chapter 192. The New and Old Sage Sons of the Profound Saint Sect. The Brooks Manor was silent. One could hear a pin drop. Even the entire western capital had quieted down at this moment. Due to Russell, Enos, and Anders's battle, countless cultivators had their eyes fixed on the Brooks Manor. Then, with the sudden attack by the two late-stage nascent soul realm protectors from the demon realm, instantly, the Brooks Manor became the focus of everyone. Yusef utilized the 7th rank killing array in the sky above the Brooks Manor to completely kill the two nascent soul realm protectors from the demon realm. To those cultivators, this did not come as a surprise. Because Yusef was the eldest son of the Brooks Manor, himself being a late gold core cultivator with exceptional talent, he carried on the heritage of the Brook. However, it was the power of the 7th rank killing array that allowed him to kill the two demon protector saints, and who was ultimately abandoned by the leader of the Profound Saint Sect. So it's him. I noticed the new sage son of the Profound Saint Sect, Olaf, appeared in the Brooks Manor too. With the meeting of the old and new sage sons, things are getting interesting. Olaf and Russell? As one of the largest cities in the Solar Empire, with the Brook present, the western capital could be said to be a place teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, harboring countless strong figures. Naturally, their eyes were discerning, immediately recognizing Russell's identity. Would what follows be a competition between the new and old sage sons of the Profound Saint Sect? And what about the Abelardo of the Solar Imperial family? Would he take action directly? Although the grand event held by the Brooks Manor claimed to be exclusively for the younger generation, with the appearance of Russell, Enos, Anders, and the two demonic race protectors, many senior experts, great cultivators in the nascent soul realm, and even transformation god Denvers, all turned their attention towards Russell. Compared to the new and old sage sons of the Profound Saint Sect, what concerned them more was the Solar Imperial family, and that haze. In the courtyard of the Brooks Manor, Amberly felt her scalp go numb. Hearing that earth-shattering dragon roar, she vaguely sensed something. After seeing Russell overpower and kill the two pure-blooded Shin surfacing, 5th stage alchemist, middle stage golden core cultivation, and combat power comparable to a nascent soul realm, which version of him was the real one? Wanshan E, Sean, Kramer, Fawn, and the sacred carry teachings Cynthia all stared at Russell. The boundless fighting spirit in their eyes had vanished because Russell had already surpassed them by far. Even if they challenged him, it would only invite humiliation. Complex expressions appeared on their faces as well. Originally, they thought that after Russell's Danteon was destroyed, he would decline indefinitely. However, no one expected him to rise so prominently instead of falling into decadence. Such a genius. How could he have been abandoned by the leader of the Profound Saint Sect? How could he have tried to snatch that Haze's opportunity in the Z-Way secret realm? The sacred carry teachings Cynthia felt relieved that during the Danxia sect incident, Russell hadn't intended to kill her. Otherwise, even with her treasure protecting her, she would have suffered serious injuries. In her heart, Russell must have concealed his true strength during the Danxia sect, perhaps dreaming she wouldn't realize Russell had only risen recently. Suddenly, Russell's gaze shifted to Olaf at the courtyard entrance, giving a faint smile. This aura you possess. Did you practice the Holy Heart Sutra? Which transformation level are you at? Hearing Russell's words, Olaf's overwhelming fighting spirit suddenly congealed and vanished without a trace. He then replied, 7th transformation. 7th transformation? Russell nodded. I managed to cultivate the Holy Heart Sutra only up to the 6th transformation. You reached the 7th transformation, indeed surpassing me. Holy Heart Sutra, also known as 9 transformations of the Holy Heart Sutra, is the strongest legacy of the Profound Saint Sect, only available for each generation's sage son to cultivate. Russell, as the sage son of the Profound Saint Sect, had also cultivated the Holy Heart Sutra. However, he only reached the 6th transformation, originally preparing to break through to the 7th transformation with the help of the dragon blood, but unfortunately, he was betrayed, both his Danteon ruined and exiled from the Profound Saint Sect. Looking at Olaf, Russell asked quietly, are you here to capture me too? Chapter 193, Sacred Heart Scripture. Russell and Olaf did not deliberately avoid the others as they conversed. Instead, they talked in front of everyone as if they were two old friends. For a moment, it seemed like an illusion to everyone present. These two people, who seemed like close friends rather than enemies. But illusions are just that, illusions. Just like flowers in water, the moon in dreams, fleeting and insubstantial, shattering at the slightest touch. Russell was the previous sacred son of the Xianshang sect, once cast aside by them, while Olaf was the new sacred son, making it impossible for them to be friends. A battle between these two was inevitable, both being sacred sons from Xianshang sect. Their confrontation would surely be spectacular. Almost instantly, the faces of the cultivators present lit up with excitement, feeling even more eager than Russell and Olaf, wishing they would start fighting right away. Battles of this caliber were rare. Many cultivators might never witness one in their lifetime. How could they not be eager? As thoughts surged among the crowd, Olaf finally moved, his eyes turning towards Russell, then speaking calmly, no, I'm here to kill you. Before coming, the Lars of Xianshang sect had personally instructed him. Upon seeing Russell, there was to be no nonsense, just eliminate him without hesitation. In Olaf's eyes, killing Russell was both an order from the sect's master and a personal fixation. Although many were present, only he could, or should, kill Russell. With this realization, suddenly, Olaf took a step forward, releasing a wild burst of cultivation power. Though merely at the late golden core stage, the incomparable aura he emitted rivaled that of an ordinary great cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. The spectators were instantly stunned. Regardless of right or wrong, Olaf's attitude matched Freddy's, unaffected throughout, eyes locked solely on Russell. As he approached Russell, his fighting spirit grew stronger. By the time he reached him, it had peaked. He stared at Russell, enunciating each word carefully. Why did you stop me? The surrounding cultivators found the question puzzling, but Russell understood. Olaf practiced the Sacred Heart Scripture of the Xiansheng sect, which Russell, as a former sacred son, had also cultivated. The Sacred Heart Scripture is acclaimed as the sect's strongest inheritance, only attainable by successive sacred sons, due to its unique trait. The stronger the accumulated fighting spirit, the stronger the practitioner. Accumulating fighting spirit has 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 transformations of the Sacred Heart Scripture. Currently, Olaf had already amassed to the 7th level. 7 layers of fighting spirit meant even with his late golden core cultivation, Olaf could challenge a nascent soul great cultivator using this overwhelming spirit and win. This was the greatest strength and deepest heritage of the Xiansheng sect. Crossing a major realm to challenge higher ranks, fighting a nascent soul cultivator at the late golden core stage, seemed unimaginable to other cultivators. But Olaf, cultivating the Sacred Heart Scripture, could do it effortlessly. Not only Xiansheng sect, but other sanctuaries, grand temples, millennium-old families, and sects possessed core legacies with incredible power. Russell looked at Olaf, smiling slightly after hearing his words. If we discuss cultivation of the Sacred Heart Scripture, I've practiced it longer and understand it better. Even with your 7 layers of fighting spirit, you're still no match for me. Russell's face exuded intense confidence. The legacy within his ancestral dragon blood was no weaker than the Sacred Heart Scripture, perhaps even stronger. After all, the Dragon Blood War Body ranked first among the top 10 war bodies. Russell had awakened the Dragon Blood War Body, cultivated the Grappling Dragon Hand, advanced the True Dragon Scripture to the 3rd level, condensed the Dragon Blood Rune, and comprehended the Dragon Roar spell. Including the 7th level trapping and killing formations, Russell could obliterate Olaf instantly without giving him any chance to react. In Russell's eyes, Olaf was never the real target. It was the hidden nascent soul cultivators. He gazed at Olaf and said, "Stand down. I don't want to kill you." Upon hearing this, Olaf felt an unprecedented humiliation, his already peak fighting spirit intensifying further. Provoked by Russell, throughout the generations of Xiansheng sect sacred sons, those who could cultivate the Holy Heart Scripture to the 8th level are few and far between, but each one was an astounding figure. Olaf can reach this level too. This talent, it's truly terrifying. Breaking through during battle, what a Holy Heart Scripture, what a Olaf. From now on, he is the true sacred son of the Xiansheng sect, not just a puppet living under Russell's fame. Hemph, we'll see after he wins this battle. Russell, he seems a bit overconfident. I think this shows confidence and maturity. The previous Olaf, despite cultivating the Holy Heart Scripture to the 7th level and accumulating sufficient martial intent, had an unmatched momentum and combat power. But compared to Russell, there was still a considerable gap. After all, Russell faced 2 opponents, not only defeating 2 pure-blooded demon races from the demon realm but also killing them. Right? 2 pure-blooded demon races from the demon realm acting together is almost comparable to a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. No matter how strong Olaf is, he couldn't possibly match Russell when facing both Fuxian and Hushingji. The current Olaf finally has the ability to confront Russell on equal terms. This is a fair match, not a one-sided slaughter. Is it being exaggerated? Just wait and see, the best is yet to come. These comments came from the older generation of powerhouses. Among them were many exceptional nascent soul stage grand cultivators. They saw through everything long ago. The previous Olaf, at the 7th transformation of the Holy Heart Scripture, could barely be Russell's match even with enough accumulated martial intent. However, after breaking through to the 8th transformation, Olaf was different. If things went as expected, this would be a true peak confrontation. A few individual nascent soul Ranis couldn't help but marvel. Xiansheng sect lives up to its name. Daring to claim it is the top holy land of cultivation indeed has its backing. Just these new and old sacred sons here far surpass other same-rank powerhouses. 2 sacred sons within a sect, simply frightening. The previous Olaf might have been lacking, but now that he has broken through, he deserves this status and has reached that level. Wanjin sect Shan, Tianyan Holy Lands Adamar, Dao sect Shan, Huanyu Holy Lands Fawn, Edgaryang sect's Pamela. All their faces showed complex emotions. Initially, they thought, relying on their own legacies, they could contend with Russell. However, after Russell killed 2 pure-blooded demon races from the demon realm, a noticeable gap appeared between them and Russell, visibly widening. And there's Olaf too. Before, there was no significant difference between them and Olaf, but as Olaf broke through to the 8th level of the Holy Heart Scripture, an unbridgeable gap began to appear. Why were Russell and Olaf, both sacred sons or maidens, so powerful? 2 sacred sons in one sect, with such formidable talents. Especially Russell. His draconic legacy almost caused him to undergo a heavenly transformation. The previous Russell absolutely couldn't reach this height, but now, inheriting the draconic legacy and starting anew, he surpassed his former self, as if he lived a second life. In this state, Russell versus the Haze, who would be stronger? Russell already had grievances with the Haze. With both of them inheriting the draconic legacy and awakening the draconic blood combat body, if they fought, it would undoubtedly be the most pinnacle battle among the younger generation. Exchanging glances, they started to look forward to it without even realizing it. Perhaps even they didn't notice. Subconsciously, although Olaf was very strong, having broken through in the heat of battle to the 8th level of the Holy Heart Scripture with nearly perfect combat power, they all felt that Russell would ultimately be the victor in this new old sacred son showdown of the Xiansheng sect. The reason for this subconscious belief was because after Olaf broke through, Russell's expression hardly changed at all. Not only did he not immediately attack, but he waited for Olaf to build up the momentum of the 8th level Holy Heart Scripture, indicating Russell's absolute confidence. Even with an 8th level Holy Heart Scripture Olaf, he could easily win. After breaking through, Olaf was indeed very strong. almost reaching the pinnacle heights of Xiansheng sect's sacred sons across generations. But Russell was even stronger. Huff. Olaf exhaled deeply and said indifferently, "Now what?" As he spoke, a flash of piercing light suddenly burst from his eyes, resembling sharp swords shooting straight toward Russell. The sharp and intense aura exploded. It was not inferior at all to the 7th level death array Yusef unleashed earlier. Almost instantly, everyone present, Sean, Adamar, Fawn, the Garying Sect's Pamela, Yusef, the Abelardo, and Edgar Schwang, all felt the intense edge. Even many of the hidden Rani nascent soul grand cultivators in the shadows changed their expressions abruptly. Just a flash of light from his eyes was equivalent to a streak of lethal intent from a 7th level death array. If Olaf used full strength, how powerful would he be? Would Olaf ultimately be the winner in this new old sacred sun showdown of the Xiansheng sect? But in the next second, as the sharp light approached Russell within 3 inches, it vanished instantly, the intensity dissolving into nothingness as if it never existed. Even the sacred sons, Pamelis, and Rani nascent soul grand cultivators felt a sense of surrealism, wondering if what they just witnessed was an illusion. Olaf's brows slightly furrowed. Having just broken through, his physical body could not yet bear the immense force and combat power brought by the accumulation of the 8th level Holy Heart Scripture's martial intent, so he stopped immediately. In other words, this was already his most powerful state. If he continued to let the martial intent accumulate to the peak of the 8th level, his body would be the first to fail and shatter. Given time, Olaf would become even stronger. Russell noticed this and said with a half smile, "In this state, you're still no match for me. Do you want some more time?" Hashtag chapter 195, 3 moves. It wasn't that Russell looked down on Olaf, but he wanted to see how far he could push himself if he were to unleash his full strength. Olaf happened to be in the right place at the right time, and had just broken through during combat, making him nearly the perfect test subject. However, it was a pity that despite appearing to be in his strongest state, Olaf's so-called peak state was based on the limits of his physical body. In other words, there was still tremendous room for improvement in Olaf's combat power. Although continuing to layer his fighting spirit might cause his body to collapse under the immense pressure of the 8th level Sacred Heart Sutra, Russell would definitely choose to keep layering up in this situation. Breaking through requires pushing beyond limits. Sometimes, what seems like the end isn't truly the limit. Or sometimes, just by persevering a little more, one can break through these barriers and enter an entirely new realm. Stronger combat power, greater potential. That's how Russell had advanced step by step. His rapid achievements weren't just due to the progenitor dragon blood, but also because he constantly pushed himself beyond limits. Russell's intent was merely to remind Olaf, stating only facts, yet it sounded extremely offensive to Olaf. "Russell, are you so certain that you're stronger than me now?" Olaf stared straight at Russell and enunciated carefully, "The 8th level Sacred Heart Sutra. Very few of the successive saint sons of Xiansheng sect have reached this level. You will soon see just how strong it is." Russell shook his head. "Not enough, far from enough." He extended 3 fingers and said calmly, "If you're only at this level, you won't even withstand my 3 moves. Don't believe me? Try it." The Dragon Blood Warrior body is ranked first among the 10 great warrior bodies because its owners have fought countless battles and are widely acknowledged as the strongest. As for Olaf, although he had broken through to the 8th level of the Sacred Heart Sutra, he hadn't cultivated any of the top 10 warrior bodies. How could he compare with the Dragon Blood Warrior body? Seemingly powerful, but easily shattered. That was Olaf at the moment. Russell's words caused ripples everywhere. What's wrong with this Russell? Isn't he too arrogant? The Sacred Heart Sutra is the strongest legacy of Xiansheng sect, and Olaf has broken through to the 8th level. 8 layers of fighting spirit have made Olaf the strongest saint son in history. Facing such an opponent, why does Russell speak so boldly? Does he have some hidden trump card? I think having a hidden trump card isn't likely. Olaf is indeed strong, but don't forget that Russell possesses the same inheritance as His Highness the Haze. You mean the dragon lineage? Is it the Dragon Blood Warrior body? There have been rumors that His Majesty the Haze has awakened the Dragon Blood Warrior body, the number 1 among the 10 great warrior bodies. Could Russell be the same? That's the only plausible explanation. The Dragon Blood Warrior body, acknowledged as the top warrior body by countless cultivators, too have appeared. Could the Great Era really be approaching? If the emergence of the Dragon Blood Warrior body triggers the appearance of other warrior bodies, calling it the Great Era isn't off the mark. The Great Era comes with great calamities. It looks like the heavens are about to change. Many concealed grand cultivators in the nascent stage quickly discerned Russell's ace and the source of his confidence. If it truly was the Dragon Blood Warrior body identical to that of His Highness the Haze, then Olaf's 8th level Sacred Heart Sutra simply wasn't enough. Unless he could reach the 9th level and stack all 9 layers of fighting spirit, there was no chance of him standing against Russell. After all, it was acknowledged as the number 1 warrior body. Nonetheless, Olaf's strength couldn't be denied. Given a little more time, he might actually reach the 9th level of the Sacred Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Hearing Russell's words, Olaf felt unprecedented humiliation. Without hesitation, he instantly channeled his 8-layered fighting spirit into a surging torrent aimed directly at Russell. Russell didn't back down either. Turning his 3 fingers into one, he declared coolly, "First move." The Dragon Blood Warrior body, True Dragon Scripture, Dragon Blood Runes, and Dragon Seizing Hands suddenly erupted, releasing a domineering aura that clashed with Olaf's fighting spirit. Boom. 2 unprecedented forces immediately locked in a stalemate. This standoff lasted for just a fleeting moment before being shattered. Roar. A dragon's roar accompanied the shattering of Olaf's 8th level, Sacred Heart Sutra's fighting spirit. An incomparably violent force swept through, enveloping and destroying the entire courtyard. Pavilions, trees, flowers, grasses, and even the flagstones. All were crushed into dust. Amberly, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Abby, Cynthia of the Garying sect, Prince Carmelu, Edgar Schwang, and others retreated upon realizing the situation. Only Yusef remained, gripping 2 array plates and fully activating them. However, under this overwhelming force, the 2 6th-grade formations above the western mansion began to tremble, with traces of formidable energy already leaking out. If this continued, they would inevitably shatter. How can their clash overwhelm 2 stacked 6th-grade formations? Yusef's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Golden Armor! Maverick, assist me immediately!" At his call, Golden Armor and Maverick, who had been observing coldly, finally intervened. With the help of 2 late-stage nascent stage cultivators, the formation stabilized momentarily. But this solution was clearly temporary. As Russell's strength increased, the battle would escalate, and the 2 formations would eventually shatter. Olaf saw this as well. Biting his lip, he decided to ask Cade of the Bai family for help. He called out to Nikki nearby, "Airly, the formations won't hold much longer. Quickly fetch Cade." Nikki, encased in a protective shield, replied immediately, "Cade is already here." At her words, a white light abruptly appeared, stabilizing before him, internally astonished. Dragon blood battle body has emerged, and there are 2 of them. Could an era of cultivation prosperity truly be dawning? Saul, as one of the parties involved when Russell first appeared at the Bai family, understood this better than anyone. At that time, Russell had just broken through to early-stage gold core, his cultivation hitting a bottleneck, making further progress incredibly difficult. He even sought help from Saul, asking for methods to break through the bottleneck. But before specific methods were discussed, Russell had already solved his cultivation bottleneck issue through his own enlightenment, advancing from early-stage gold core to mid-stage gold core. And it didn't stop there. His cultivation, physical body, alchemy, and array techniques all broke through. Collectively, this propelled Russell's combat power to an exceedingly formidable peak. Saul never imagined that Russell's actual combat prowess would be so terrifying. His cultivation talent and combat talent were no less impressive than his talents in alchemy and arrays. Almost every aspect rivaled the level of exceptional individuals like Coopers and Holy Daughters. This kind of genius, Saul had never encountered before. Only now did he realize a very important issue. He had always emphasized Russell's talents in alchemy and arrays, but neglected the rest. Not only Saul, but another ancestor of the Bai family also seemed to have overlooked this. "Thank you, Saul, for your assistance." Yusef, seeing the 2 formations above the Brook Manor stabilize, sighed in relief and respectfully thanked him. Facing this the layered battle intent enveloping Olaf with that immense dragon roar. Now, Olaf, facing Russell's offensive and aura, could only struggle to hold on. It wouldn't be long before he met defeat. But based on what Saul suggested, it seemed things weren't that simple. Saul didn't directly respond but calmly stated, "You don't understand, Yusef." His face remained a picture of wry smiles. As the distinguished heir of the Brook Manor, Yusef's cultivation talent wasn't top tier across the entire Carey dynasty, but his strategic thinking and intellect ranked among the top 3. Even so, in Saul's eyes, Yusef received only the evaluation of, "You don't understand." If it were anyone else, Yusef wouldn't accept it. His eyes flickered as he began pondering over the details he might have overlooked. Saul's gaze remained fixed on observing the battle. More specifically, observing Russell. Though the time spent knowing Russell wasn't long, he considered himself well-versed in Russell. If described in one phrase, it would be, not driven mad, no life. Whether cultivating an alchemy, arrays, dragon lineage inheritance, or even subduing that 5th-tier green lotus fire, Russell always pushed himself to the brink. That was precisely why he managed to break through the bottleneck and rapidly grow to this extent. However, because of this, Saul felt that the battle wouldn't end easily. Although on the surface Russell had the upper hand and Olaf was about to be defeated, Russell wouldn't simply let go, because he hadn't yet discovered his true limits. Among the young generation in the Western capital, excluding the old generation grand cultivators at the nascent soul stage, only Olaf had the ability to push Russell to his limit. Moreover, this was a grand event prepared exclusively for the young generation, where the Rani generation strong ones couldn't intervene, leaving only Olaf. Breaking through during the battle, he stepped into the 8th layer of the Sacred Heart Sutra. If he achieved a breakthrough leading to the full stacking of the 8-fold battle intent, he would surely accomplish this. However, he chose to retreat rather than do so. Russell definitely wouldn't let it rest. After hesitating for a few seconds, Saul casually waved his hand. Suddenly, a 7th-tier protective formation was activated, enveloping the Brook Manor. Yusef instantly rejoiced. "Thank you, Saul." Saul glanced at him and coolly remarked, "I'm not doing this for you." Indeed, Saul was right. Russell wouldn't let it rest. He constantly provoked Olaf, wanting to enrage him to stack the 8-fold battle intent despite the risk of physical collapse. Only then could Russell discover his current limits. The dragon roar ceased. Yet, Olaf's divine sense talent skill dragon roar stun, having been suppressed by the dragon blood battle body, true dragon classic, grappling dragon hands, and other dragon lineage inheritances, had already shown signs of defeat. Though he hadn't fallen yet, it was evident he couldn't hold on much longer. Russell watched him and coldly spoke, "So, this is the Black Sage sect's new Cooper?" Chapter 197. Who do you think you are? Too weak, really too weak. I've already told you 3 moves, but you can't even withstand one of mine. Is this the strength of the new Cooper of the Xian Saint sect? Is this the judgment of the Bjorn? How could they choose a waste of space? Has the Bjorn of Xian Saint sect gone blind? Suddenly, Russell's mocking voice echoed in the arena. His voice was low, but imbued with powerful spiritual energy, making it instantly spread far and wide. For a moment, almost everyone in the entire Western capital, even within the entire Brooks Manor, could hear it. Many people's expressions changed abruptly, their brows furrowing tightly. They couldn't quite guess what Russell meant. Logically speaking, given Russell's cultivation, talent, and status, he had clearly won. Shouldn't he disdain to say such belittling remarks about his opponent? Yet, he chose to do so. Why? After a brief moment of shock, some people immediately flew into a rage. "Russell, you dare to insult the Bjorn? What nerve? Glenn Olaf is exceptionally talented. Not only was he chosen as the Bjorn's inner disciple, but he has also successfully cultivated the Sacred Heart technique to an unprecedented 8th level. How can he be a waste of space? Russell, I think you're the real waste. Humph, you're a failure. When your Danteon was destroyed, you should have been killed on the spot instead of being let off easily. Shut up, stop talking. Those speaking were mostly powerful figures from the Shin Saint sect who had come with Olaf. There were Golden Core Denvers and nascent Soul Peak Masters. Almost every pair of eyes flickered intensely as they watched the figure in the arena desperately holding on, hesitating whether or not to intervene. They came to the Brooks Manor with the intention of killing Russell. However, this place was still the Western capital, the Brooks Manor, and it was a grand gathering specifically for the younger generation, which put them in a very difficult position. If they acted directly, they risked being slain by the 7th tier formation above. But if they didn't act, Russell's provocative insults would continue to tarnish the reputation of the Shin Saint sect. What should they do? The group of Golden Core Denvers and nascent Soul Peak Masters from the Shin Saint sect looked towards the royal family of the Carey dynasty. They noticed that the Abelardo wore a calm smile, showing no haste, while the nascent soul cultivators behind him looked at them with the same intense murderous intent. One of the nascent Soul Peak Masters asked, "Your Highness, Abelardo, this is the best opportunity to slay Russell. What does your side say?" The Abelardo glanced at him and said coolly, "What do you mean by, what does our side say? If you think this is an opportunity, just act directly. Why ask me?" The nascent Soul Peak Master replied coldly, "So, are you saying the Carey dynasty royal family intends to defy the Hayes' orders and let Russell go?" The Abelardo's face turned cold upon hearing this. Let me correct two things. First, I represent myself, the Abelardo of the Carey dynasty, not the Hayes. Suddenly, an incomparable wave of murderous intent surged in his tone. Second, who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like this? If it were the Bjorn of the Shin Saint sect, it might be forgiven. But for a mere Peak Master to speak to him, the Abelardo, like this, if it were elsewhere, he wouldn't let the matter rest. Very well, excellent. That nascent Soul Peak Master was so enraged his face turned red. I'll see how you explain this to the Hayes when you return. The Abelardo stared at him with disdain. Hayes? If this Russell continues to grow unchecked, it's uncertain whether that Hayes can even become the Sage Emperor. He might even perish along the way. A number of the Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivators were also hesitant. One of them stepped forward and asked in a hushed voice, "Abelardo, are we really going to let Russell go? If the Hayes blames us, what then?" The Abelardo smiled faintly. "I don't represent the Hayes, but you all can." The group of nascent soul cultivators' eyes flashed sharply. They instantly understood the Abelardo's meaning. The Abelardo wouldn't act, but they could. Almost instantly, their gazes fell onto Russell, and their concealed murderous intent erupted without restraint. Russell's displayed talent frightened them and threatened the Hayes, so no matter what, he must die. On the other side, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Gwyneth, Reliang Sek Cynthia, Nikki, Edgar Schwang, and others wore extremely serious expressions. What is Russell trying to do? Yes, he has already won. What's the point of taunting Olaf like this? Even if he wants revenge, he should go straight to the Shin Saint sect to find the Bjorn. Is there a possibility that Russell isn't mocking but provoking, wanting to experience the strongest power of the 8th stage of the Sacred Heart technique? Although Olaf has broken through to the 8th level, his fighting spirit hasn't peaked, lacking at least half of his combat power. But is it really like that? If so, can Olaf's physical body withstand Russell's provocation? I think it's hard. In the end, once Olaf's combat power reaches halfway, he might not be able to hold on, and his physical body might shatter first. Whatever Russell's intentions are, he is driving Olaf to death. Humph, they already have enmity. If he dies, so be it. Abdullah, Emil, Drew, Gwyneth, and others, who were acquainted with Russell, sensed something and leaned slightly towards Russell's side. Because the actions of the Shin Saint sect Bjorn were truly despicable, even they found it hard to tolerate, let alone the victim Russell. In the arena, Olaf was still struggling. Russell's words reached him, pouring fuel on the fire of anger in his heart, igniting it like a volcano erupting. Initially worried that his physical body couldn't bear the accumulation of the 8th stage, Sacred Heart technique's fighting spirit and might collapse first. But now, after being mocked by Russell, Olaf lost nearly all reason and stopped holding back. He released the suppression, allowing the frenzied fighting spirit to continue stacking. 8th level of Sacred Heart technique. Accumulation of 8th level Sacred Heart technique fighting spirit. Even if his physical body shattered, Olaf wouldn't regret it. His mind was filled with a single thought: defeating Russell, proving his identity as the new Cooper of the Shin Saint sect, showing he wasn't undeserving of the title, and demonstrating the Bjorn's eyes weren't blind. The raging fighting spirit, after Olaf released the suppression, burst forth like a dam breaking, sweeping, exploding, spreading out, instantly multiplying more than double. Chapter 198. Intervention. The Sacred Heart art is one of the most powerful legacies of the profound sage sect, accessible only to each generation's sacred son. It naturally possesses unique and formidable strengths. First among these is the infinitely stackable battle intent. The more battle intent stacks, the stronger the combat power becomes. Therefore, after Olaf's 8th transformation of the Sacred Heart art doubled his battle intent, the most immediate effect was that his combat strength also doubled, surging immensely. Initially struggling and on the brink of defeat, Olaf now felt a formidable force surge within him, alleviating the pressure he faced. At this moment, he felt he could withstand Russell's dragon lineage's overwhelming suppressive power, especially the soul-shattering dragon roar. Once he resisted that mental attack, he would gain the power to fight back. No, not just to resist, but to win. He had to defeat Russell and prove himself. The frantic battle intent, having already doubled, did not stop. It grew even more wildly, causing his already doubled combat strength to surge again. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. until it finally stabilized at 4 times its original power. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the oppressive power from Russell's dragon lineage was suddenly torn apart and vanished without a trace. Russell, her mind flashing with insight, then she exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. Is this his true objective?" Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. Sean, Drew, Brant, Youssef, and Kate all turned to look. Kate frowned and asked, "Carmelo Dauncey, what do you mean?" Queen Beast laughed awkwardly. "Nothing much." Pausing, she added, "Don't worry, Russell will be fine." They gave her a puzzled glance before turning back to focus on Russell. Despite Queen Beast's reassurance, they remained concerned because Olaf's battle intent seemed completely beyond his control, ready to erupt uncontrollably at any moment. Queen Beast, too, refocused on Russell, recalling his previous plan. She immediately understood everything. Russell had used provocation against Olaf not only to find out where his limits lay, but also to entice the Carey dynasty's imperial family to make a move. Olaf's current state was highly unstable, and even a slight disturbance could cause an eruption. And once the battle intent exploded, Russell would inevitably be the first to suffer, even risking severe injury or death. With Olaf's status as the new sacred son of the profound sage sect, the sect members couldn't intervene or influence Olaf's state. However, the strong from the Carey dynasty's imperial family, unafraid of even the profound sage sect's supreme sage, would certainly disregard a mere sacred son. Russell aimed to use himself as bait to lure them into action and then counterattack, perhaps even annihilating the Carey dynasty's royal envoys. He had the audacity. Queen Beast's gaze shifted subconsciously to the people of the Carey dynasty. She saw that aside from the Abelardo, everyone else displayed fervor and murderous intent, clearly noticing but failing to recognize the trap. Heh, there's going to be a show. A smirk appeared on Queen Beast's lips. A dog-eat-dog spectacle awaits. But can Russell really withstand the impact of that frenzied battle intent? Despite knowing the truth, she still felt worried. If Russell could hold on, it would be a perfect plan, stirring up internal strife between the profound sage sect and the Carey dynasty's imperial family, eliminating Olaf indirectly. But if it failed, Russell would be the first casualty. In the courtyard, phew. Olaf's battle intent finally ceased stacking, the 8th transformation fully reached. He looked like a heaven-piercing sword, lethal when unleashed. However, this sword cut both ways, capable of killing others yet harming itself due to his unstable state. Finally looking the part, Russell said with a faint smile, "The profound sage Bjorn isn't blind. You are indeed a worthy opponent, but today you will surely lose. And the loser only dies." Second move. Enraged by these words, Olaf snarled, "Then let's see who dies first." As he spoke, the blade-like sharpness on his body, along with his unstable condition, erupted. But the next second, a sudden change occurred. The group of late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators from the Carey dynasty's imperial family, standing at the courtyard gate, suddenly acted simultaneously. Among the 6 Yuan Ing cultivators present, 3 emitted white light, rushing straight toward the 3 large formations overhead. The other 3 targeted Olaf, forming a pincer formation. They unleashed fierce spiritual energy and attacked Olaf. This unexpected turn caused everyone's expressions to drastically change. Given Olaf's already unstable condition, his 8th transformation battle intent far exceeded his physical limit, making him extremely fragile like a powder keg primed to explode at the slightest touch. Others barely had time to react, yet the Carey dynasty's royal figures dared to intervene, igniting his battle intent. How could they be so bold? Hashtag chapter 199, dramatic change. The sudden move by the group of great cultivators from the Carey dynasty imperial family instantly caused a wave of shock and fear among the crowd. That's an expert from the Carey dynasty imperial family. What are they planning to do? Humph, isn't it obvious? It's just like the Carey dynasty imperial family. Ruling over countless territories, their tyrannical nature remains unchanged even here in the western capital and within the Brooks Manor. True to the saying, a leopard can't change its spots. Olaf is extremely unstable due to the manic battle intent from the 8th turn of the Holy Heart. He's like a powder keg, ready to explode with the slightest provocation. With Russell inside the formation, the Carey dynasty imperial family intervening at this moment clearly aims for one thing. They intend to utterly annihilate Russell here. How dare they? This is the Brooks Manor, the heart of the western capital. Can the Carey dynasty imperial family simply act without restraint? Despicable. To intervene while Russell battles Olaf. Can no one stop this travesty of fairness? Who can? Who dares? Don't forget, the strongest in the western capital is the Brook, and he is part of the Carey dynasty imperial family. I even suspect that this might be a trap orchestrated by the Brook and the Carey dynasty, luring Russell and the profound sage sect into it. Weren't the rumors saying the Brook had long fallen out with the Carey dynasty's holy emperor? Just idle talk. Rumors mix truth with falsehoods. Who can say what's real? Now Russell is in grave danger. Yes, Russell is undoubtedly a peerless genius with the dragon blood warrior body. If allowed to grow, he might become a threat to the Hayes' position. But it seems the Carey dynasty imperial family doesn't want that. What about the profound sage sect? Grain't they join forces with the Carey dynasty imperial family? Aren't they worried about retaliation if they intervene and cause Olaf's death? Naive. Do you really think the Carey dynasty fears the profound sage sect? Don't forget about Russell. Shoo, don't say anymore. Discussions and murmurs spread among the cultivators, even involving the connection between the Brooks Manor, the Carey dynasty imperial family, and the profound sage Bjorn. Some were indeed mere rumors, but others had already been confirmed as facts. First to notice something amiss were the several peak masters of the profound sage sect, their faces suddenly turning grim as they glared furiously at Abelardo. Abelardo, what do you mean by this? Abelardo remained unperturbed, silent, as if he hadn't heard them at all. The peak masters almost couldn't hold back from attacking immediately. However, they eventually restrained themselves. The deed was done. Retaliating against Abelardo would serve no purpose now. Rescuing Olaf was the top priority. The Profound Sage sect and the Carey dynasty imperial family, once allies, now faced off like bitter enemies, clashing instantly. The Profound Sage sect aimed to rescue Olaf, while the Carey dynasty sought to provoke his eighth turn Holy Heart battle intent to affect Russell. Harnessing this force, they intended to obliterate Russell. Almost simultaneously, Lord Yusef, Edgar Schwang, Carmelin Carmeloa, Ian Carmeloa, and others, as hosts of the Western Manor, were equally enraged, directing their ire towards Abelardo standing at the courtyard entrance. Yet, they saw Abelardo smile calmly, seemingly indifferent. Edgar Schwang confronted him directly. Abelardo, did you order them to act? Faced with the Profound Sage sect peak masters, Abelardo remained mute, offering no explanation. But with Yusef, he spoke up. No, I represent only myself, not His Highness the Haze. He pointed at the 6 great cultivators who acted first, speaking lightly. They represent him. His implication was clear. These actions came from orders of the Haze, not him. Obviously, he aimed to distance himself from the affair. Yet, as the leader of this mission from the Carey dynasty, hardly anyone believed him. Yusef immediately instructed, Carmelin Carmeloa, Ian Carmeloa, take action. Restrain Abelardo and intercept those great cultivators who attacked. Before he finished speaking, Carmelin Carmeloa and Ian Carmeloa were already moving. The most powerful Carmelin Carmeloa charged straight toward the 6 great cultivators, joining forces with the Profound Sage sect against the Carey dynasty. Meanwhile, Ian Carmeloa conjured a massive spiritual energy cage around Abelardo. Then, with a violent tug, carrying Abelardo away from the danger zone, considering his royal status in the Carey dynasty, his death here would create serious complications. Although Abelardo was restrained, the situation was far from resolved. The entire scene had descended into chaos. What started as a confrontation among the young generation, specifically the new and older skulls of the Profound Sage sect, erupted into a full-scale conflict due to Olaf's reckless use of the 8th turn of the Holy Heart's battle intent. Anyone or any faction related to Russell became embroiled. Profound Sage sect, Carey dynasty imperial family, Brooks Manor, White family. Even with help from the several Profound Sage sect peak masters and Carmelin Carmeloa of the Western Manor, they succeeded in blocking the Carey dynasty's 6 great cultivators, but their primary goal was already achieved. Their surprise attack not only paralyzed the 3 protective formations above the Western Manor, but also made Olaf's condition more volatile. At any moment, he could lose control. Suddenly, every part of Olaf, his head, hands, legs, chest, began swelling with a wild force, warping his body in a bizarre and twisted manner. With this twisting, came an incomparably fierce power, enough to destroy everything in its path. Everyone watching, whether from the young generation or the Ranis, retreated rapidly. Even Eve-level cultivators chose to evade. For Olaf's current state indicated his 8th turn Holy Heart battle intent had lost control, leading to a self-destructive explosion. How terrifying would the explosion of such a saint-rank character be? Even Eve-level cultivators must dodge the blast. The battling parties, the Profound Sage sect peak masters, Carmelin Carmeloa, and the Carey dynasty's great cultivators, all sensed the destructive aura, retreating swiftly. The several Profound Sage sect peak masters wore grim expressions, realizing it was impossible to save Olaf. Their only option now was to leave the Western capital and report the situation to the Bjorn. This incident was far from over. Chapter 200, Self-Detonation. Clifton's expression was grim. Before leaving, Yoel had instructed him to assist Hayes Yusef in managing the Western capital. Yet shortly after the departure, this incident erupted. A 7th-stage array Dao genius emerged out of nowhere, drawing all major forces together to gather in the Western capital and eventually leading to such an outcome. He bore irrefutable responsibility. If he had acted at the onset, preventing the Carey dynasty's imperial experts from entering the Western capital, perhaps none of this would have happened. Suddenly, Clifton's gaze fell on the Carey dynasty royals and the Xiansheng sect's nascent soul cultivators, his killing intent flaring almost visibly. However, the Carey dynasty royalty and the Xiansheng sect were also at fault. They were the primary culprits. Ha 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 ha, Russell is dead for sure now. The rampant battle will of Saint Heart 8th turn. Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators facing it will be injured. For a mere mid-stage Mac, death is almost certain. Not even a great Luo immortal can save him. Thus, we've practically completed the Hayes' command. Humph, so what if he carried the dragon lineage? In the end, it was all for nothing. Good death. With him gone, the only person left with the dragon blood body is the Hayes. The position of future Carey Xander will undoubtedly belong to the Hayes. Unlike the enraged Clifton and Xiansheng sect, the 6 great nascent soul cultivators from the Carey dynasty's royal family were overjoyed. Although their actions would exacerbate tensions between the Western capital and the royal family and might even sever ties with the Xiansheng sect, possibly leading to war, it was worth it as long as they could kill Russell and complete the Hayes' order. Neither the Xiansheng sect nor the Western capital could cause trouble before the future Carey Xander, who was the current Hayes. As long as they returned alive, they would receive substantial rewards. The 6 great nascent soul cultivators wished to return to the capital immediately, but upon seeing the controlled Abelardo, they hesitated. This time, they officially came under the leadership of the Abelardo. If they abandoned him, they might not only fail to receive rewards but face punishment. After all, the current Xander was nearing the end of his life but hadn't died yet. He couldn't ascend while Jacob lived. Glancing at each other, they charged straight at Eric, intending to rescue the Abelardo and flee the Western capital as fast as possible. Do you seek death? Eric's eyes blazed with rage, releasing a formidable aura characteristic of a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator that engulfed them instantly, engaging the 6 in combat. Despite being outnumbered while restraining the Abelardo, Eric held his ground. In the next moment, Clifton and the Xiansheng sect's peak master were also pulled into the fray. The large-scale chaos didn't end. It merely shifted locations. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Sean, Yinxing, Brant, the Pamela of a Garatang sect, and others turned and fled at top speed from the courtyard and even from the Western Mansion. Such domineering behavior from the Carey imperial family. Don't they fear the wrath of the great sanctuaries? They must be acting on orders from the Haze, I increasingly believe the rumors. The truth within the purple micro-secret realm was likely reversed. Russell was probably the victim. Otherwise, why would the Haze be so eager to kill him? I think so too. Sigh, alas for Russell. Just rising, he faces such a plot. I wonder if he can survive Olaf's battle with self-detonation? I doubt it. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare face such direct force, let alone Russell. It's all destiny. While lamenting, they continued fleeing. They didn't want to be caught in Olaf's explosive power. Even the summer ran. It wasn't because she wasn't concerned about Russell's safety, but because she suspected he had deliberately provoked the Carey dynasty's royals into acting. Now, his plan had succeeded. Russell dared devise such a reckless plan because he must have a countermeasure and wouldn't die easily. There would definitely be a brutal massacre next, because Russell was about to unleash a killing spree. Xianshang sect, Carey dynasty royalty. Anyone with a grudge against him would die. The summer had witnessed Russell's ruthlessness before. She knew he was capable of this. Though she was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, the 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Carey dynasty and the few peak masters from the Xianshang sect each surpassed her. Staying would only hinder Russell. So, better to escape. In an instant, the entire courtyard was left empty except for Yusef and Cade. Yusef, as the heir of the Western Mansion, though feeling a chill, knew he couldn't leave at this critical juncture. With the Yoel absent, he could only seek Cade's help. Biting the bullet, Yusef revealed his final ace, an 8th stage array disc, and shouted, "Cade, please lend me a hand." Cade gave him a cold look, saying icily, "I told you to bring it out long ago." Yusef managed a bitter laugh. After all, it was an 8th stage array disc, sealing an 8th stage array. In the entire Western Mansion, it was a formidable treasure. Had it not been for the crucial moment, Yusef wouldn't have revealed it. This was like the mansion's most precious artifact. An 8th stage array disc required Cade's assistance to activate since Yusef couldn't manage it alone. Suddenly, the array disc exploded into action, revealing an 8th stage array, confining the entire Western Mansion once more. However, it still couldn't suppress Olaf's chaotic battle will. How is this possible? An 8th stage array can't suppress a Saint Heart 8th turn battle will? Yusef's face changed dramatically upon noticing this situation. Even Cade's expression soured. This is Xianshang sect's Saint Heart scripture? So terrifying after 8 transformations. With a swift motion, Cade activated 7 successive arrays, forming a protective array that matched an 8th stage array in strength. By using Russell's innovative method of stacking arrays, from 1st stage up to 7th stage, he created an 8th stage protective array. 2 8th stage arrays combined were about to suppress Olaf's chaotic battle will. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Olaf's already grotesquely deformed body, barely recognizable as human, seemed possessed as he hurled himself toward Russell. Amid a thunderous roar, Russell died. Chapter 201. Survivor. In fact, Olaf had already foreseen his ultimate fate from the moment the royal family of the Solar Dynasty intervened. He knew he was doomed to die. It was certain death, and he finally began to understand some things. Why had Russell taunted him with words before? With an overwhelming force at his disposal, he could have crushed Olaf easily, but instead, he continuously provoked him, giving him ample time to build up the battle will of the 8th stage Sacred Heart. Why? Because Russell was certain that Olaf would not be able to endure this force. His physical body would collapse first, spiraling out of control. Furthermore, Russell predicted that once the royal family of the Solar Dynasty saw this situation, they would certainly not stand by and watch, inevitably intervening. Thus, the outburst of the 8th stage Sacred Hearts battle became inevitable. What exactly was Russell planning? Was it to lure the Solar Dynasty's royal family into making a move and then take advantage of the situation for revenge? But how could he be so sure that he could survive the explosive burst of the 8th stage Sacred Hearts battle will? Olaf's face was filled with despair. Anger and defiance surged within him. He realized that from start to finish, he had merely been a pawn in this game, never standing on equal footing with Russell. Even in death, I'll drag you down with me. Almost instantaneously, Olaf chose to self-destruct, igniting the battle will accumulated from the 8th stage Sacred Heart. An unparalleled burst of battle will exploded outward. The 8th stage Sacred Heart's battle will, combined with self-destruction, in an instant, a destructive aura surpassed that of ordinary late-stage, nascent soul cultivators spread rapidly, sweeping through the entire Brook Manor, ready to destroy it entirely. At the moment Olaf ignited his own 8th stage Sacred Heart battle will, every cultivator in the Brook Manor and even the Western capital felt a chilling and horrifying destructive aura. Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. They sensed that if caught in this destructive force, they would surely suffer severe injuries, or possibly be killed outright. This is the Sacred Heart technique of the Profound Saint sect? Is this the unattainable 8th stage Sacred Heart that previous Sacred Sons have never reached? Too powerful, too terrifying. It's a pity that such a world-class genius ended up resorting to self-destruction. Now the grudge between the Profound Saint sect and the Solar Dynasty is truly set. Losing a Sacred Son like this, the Profound Saint sect's Bryce would likely go mad. Even with reservations about the Solar Dynasty, they would undoubtedly come demanding an explanation. As the destructive aura exploded and spread, it instantly enveloped the entire Brook Manor, but was immediately intercepted by 2 8th-tier arrays. Yusef's 8th-tier array disc and Blaze's layered 8th-tier protective array stopped it dead. The 2 great arrays almost completely sealed off everything. However, this meant that while the destructive aura didn't destroy the Brook Manor, it ensnared Russell within the array. Yusef and Blaze noticed this and their faces changed drastically. They wanted to pull Russell out of the array to avoid this disaster, but it was already too late. Boom. The destructive aura erupted fully, its devastating power impacting the great array, exploding with a thunderous roar. Next came a blinding white light that burst forth between the two arrays, piercing the eyes of all the cultivators. At this moment, the cultivators who had retreated earlier realized that Olaf's self-destruction hadn't spread further, as it was contained by the two arrays. But now, both Olaf and Russell were destined to perish. Many cultivators heard Olaf's dying cry of anguish and fury directed towards Russell. At the moment the destructive force erupted, it first impacted Russell. With the arrays isolating them, there was no way for Russell to escape. To many cultivators, Russell was certainly dead. There was no way he could have escaped. This destructive force was too formidable. If even a nascent soul cultivator was affected, they would suffer heavy injuries or be killed outright. Russell, only at the mid-core formation stage, simply couldn't withstand it. More and more cultivators stopped to watch the center of the array. Their faces revealed boundless regret. A battle that claimed two world-class geniuses. Truly tragic. At the same time, an unprecedented anger surged within them over the tyranny of the Solar Dynasty's royal family. People often say that cultivation is a struggle against fate, and after defeating heaven, they ultimately lose to men. What does this make of it? Powerful figures continued to appear, observing the chaos above the Brook Manor. Even several hidden Transcendence Denverives from the western capital emerged. Among them was Joaquin. His face appeared calm and emotionless, but in reality, his intense killing intent had become tangible, stirring the spiritual energy of the entire western capital. Russell was a master array formationist he valued. But now, Russell was dead, not in fair combat but in a plot by the Solar Dynasty's royal family. If the Brook Manor did not intervene, he would step in and ensure that all members of the royal family, including the Abelardo, stayed behind to give Russell justice. Outside the Brook Manor, Clifton, Inshia, the few sect masters of the Profound Saint sect, and 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Solar Dynasty's royal family halted their chaotic battle, watching the sky filled with destructive energy. On their faces were expressions of both anger and delight. But in the next second, the 6 nascent soul cultivators of the royal family felt a sharp killing intent lock onto them, causing their faces to pale in terror. One of them took advantage of Inshia's momentary distraction, grabbing the Abelardo and shouting, "It's a Transcendence Denverive. Leave the western capital immediately." Before his words finished, he had already pulled the Abelardo, dashing towards the outskirts of the western capital. But it was already too late. The entire western capital seemed locked down, binding the Abelardo and the 6 nascent soul cultivators in place. Even the usually composed Abelardo's expression changed drastically, because he heard those 4 words. Transcendence Denverive. That was a super powerhouse of the same realm as the current Sage Emperor. Who could it be? As the killing intent intensified, the destructive aura inside the 2 great arrays within the Brook Manor vanished as if affected. Finally, countless cultivators could see what happened inside the arrays. A scene of devastation. An eerie silence. What was once a bustling Brook Manor was now in ruins, littered with rubble. No signs of life remained. So, in the end, he couldn't withstand it and perished? In many cultivators' eyes, Russell must be dead, and they couldn't help but sigh. However, just then, some observant cultivators noticed a human-shaped statue covered in black scales at the center of the array and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Following the voice, countless pairs of eyes focused on the statue. Crack. With a soft sound, the outer layer of black scales began to peel away, revealing a human figure. It was clearly Russell. Chapter 202, Shock. Amidst the scorched, ruins-like scene, the black humanoid statue stood out alarmingly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the outermost layer of the statue was covered in layers of black scales, charred by the explosive force of the 8th turn Saint Heart combat will, a power so violent it could threaten late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Indeed, these were layers of charred scales. Some particularly sharp-eyed cultivators realized this, but simultaneously felt unprecedented doubt arise within them. What kind of scales could withstand such an explosive force? Crack. At that moment, the scales on the surface of the humanoid statue emitted a crisp sound, then began to crack, forming fissures. The cracks grew larger, soon spreading across the entire body of the statue. Then, they completely peeled off. Only then did the halted cultivators finally see the true face beneath the statue. It was Russell. However, his appearance had undergone a monumental change. His entire body was covered in intricate patterns. If one observed closely, these patterns resembled the charred scales. Additionally, there was now a horn protruding from Russell's forehead. "That's a dragon." Suddenly, a shocked cry rang out. There can be no mistake. That's definitely a dragon's horn. How is it possible for a human to grow a dragon's horn? The voice belonged to the Amberly. Snake turning into a python, python turning into a flood dragon, and flood dragon turning into a dragon. The Amberly's true form was a heavenly mystic python, and her lifelong dream was to one day achieve the transformation into a dragon. Therefore, even though she hadn't succeeded yet, among the cultivators present, she was the most knowledgeable about dragons, even surpassing Russell, who carried the lineage of the dragon clan. Because of this, the Amberly immediately recognized that the horn on Russell's forehead was indeed a dragon's horn. Moreover, she sensed a faint aura of oppression emanating from him. Though not very strong, it was enough to make her feel uneasy. That faint oppressive aura originated from a bloodline superior, an upper echelon pressing down on the lower, impossible to resist or defy. Lowering her head, she muttered to herself, "How could it be? A human? How could a human achieve the transformation into a dragon? Could it be because of that drop of dragon blood?" The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are the 2 apex races in the demonic realm, possessing all kinds of inscrutable divine abilities. The Phoenix Clan has the Nirvana method, and the Dragon Clan similarly possesses the ability to reincarnate. Could Russell have comprehended some of the Dragon Clan's divine abilities, leading to this transformation and the growth of a dragon horn on his forehead? If that's the case, Then the drop of dragon essence blood he refined must be extraordinary, as is the inheritance he carries. A hint of unprecedented envy crept into the Amberlee's tone. She had spent her life enhancing her bloodline, hoping to transform into a flood dragon and then a dragon, but she never succeeded, remaining stuck at the final stage of transforming from a python to a flood dragon. Yet, Russell, a human, surpassed her, due to refining a drop of dragon blood and seemingly underwent a transformation. Will those nascent soul cultivators dare to make another move? They dare. Upon recognizing the figure as Russell, the cultivators present were struck with shock, especially Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Gu Xinyang, and the Saintess of the Adgaryang sect, who instantly felt as if Russell was a colossal mountain blocking their path. Unassailable. This is what dragon heritage and dragon blood warbody entail. Truly formidable. Yusef and Cade, while surprised, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, they didn't let up on the 8th grade array under their control, because the matter seemed far from over. All of the preceding events were only appetizers. The main course was still to come. Meanwhile, the overwhelming killing intent hovering above the Western Mansion vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Greg acted to eliminate the murderers interfering with Russell, but since Russell survived, his intervention was unnecessary. Let Russell handle it himself. He would not forget such offenses. The other few transforming spirit auras chose to lay in wait. They didn't completely disappear. They were still observing. How would the Western Mansion deal with such a massive upheaval in West Capital? Would the Western Lord appear? And would the Solar Dynasty's nascent soul grand cultivators dare to act again? What started as a gathering of young cultivators quickly drew in the profound sage sect, Western Mansion, and the Solar Dynasty. The situation became increasingly intriguing. Would other forces join in next? Few. In the center of the ruins, Russell let out a long breath, feeling better than ever. Events unfolded exactly as he anticipated, step by step, including luring Olaf and the Solar Dynasty royal family into action. The only unforeseen elements were probably Bat Heaven and Tiger Saint, the two pure-blood demon beasts, and the combined fury of Olaf's 8th turn Saint Heart combat will. Chapter 203, Half-Dragon Body. The Holy Heart Sutra truly lives up to being the core inheritance of Xiansheng sect. Throughout the generations, the Holy Sons have only cultivated the Holy Heart Sutra to the 7th transformation. No one has ever ventured into the 8th or 9th transformations. Olaf is absolutely the first Holy Son to cultivate the Holy Heart Sutra to the 8th transformation. Russell's eyes flickered as he couldn't help but exclaim, that battle intent was terrifying indeed. If it weren't for me awakening the memory hidden in the progenitor dragon blood at the crucial moment, and using the dragon blood runes to condense this half-dragon body, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if I didn't die, my physical body and consciousness would have inevitably suffered severe damage, possibly leading to my cultivation path being permanently severed, just like when my Danteon was destroyed. Back then, with the help of the progenitor dragon blood, Russell managed to recover after his Danteon was ruined. However, if his cultivation were to be obliterated again due to Olaf's 8th transformation battle intent explosion, it would make him a complete waste. Recovering from such a state would be almost impossible, a task harder than climbing the heavens. Fortunately, even Russell felt a chill down his spine. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. By recklessly luring Olaf to unleash the overwhelming 8th level Saint Heart battle will, although the action was extremely dangerous, the So Hua Wu Yi Shijir Dada. Note, there's a part in the middle of the user's translation that still contains Chinese characters. I translated it as overwhelming 8th level Saint Heart battle will, and the harvest was undoubtedly immense to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English. To make this more fluent and natural in English, here is a revised version. Even Russell felt a chill down his spine. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. By recklessly luring Olaf to unleash the overwhelming 8th level Saint Heart battle will, the action was extremely dangerous, yet the rewards were undoubtedly immense. And the greatest harvest is undoubtedly this half-dragon body. The half-dragon body is very similar to Tammy's half-demon. As a holy son of Xiansheng sect, Russell had read ancient texts that mentioned immortals, but not within this realm, rather from the upper realms described in various ancient books. All records about immortals in those ancient texts emphasize their overwhelming power, unmatched prowess. They could turn clouds into rain and manipulate spatial dimensions. Yet, some beings within the dragon and phoenix clans at the pinnacle of the beast domain seemed capable of matching these immortals. Dragons possess unmatched physical strength. A dragon Eve once tore apart an immortal with sheer physical might. The phoenix clan embodies fire, burning skies and boiling seas. Phoenix fire once incinerated an immortal. These events were fragments of memories inherited from the progenitor dragon blood, summarizing that immortals are immensely powerful, but the dragons and phoenixes include entities that rival them. However, the calamity that erased an entire era is even stronger. Even this formidable calamity faced difficulty completely annihilating the peak existences of the dragon and phoenix clans, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this includes some speculation on Russell's part, but what's certain is that the unintentional creation of the half-dragon body triggered latent memories from the progenitor dragon blood, gradually awakening within his mind. For my current self, this isn't good news at all. Russell's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, but I can't refuse this power because I have more important things to do. Speaking thus, Russell slowly raised his gaze towards the Abelardo, the 6 nascent soul cultivators of the Carey dynasty, and the several sect leaders of Xiansheng sect outside the Western Wang Mansion. The plan had succeeded, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the Abelardo, the 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Carey dynasty, and the sect leaders of Xiansheng sect were also focusing on Russell. Since Russell survived, they halted their battle. After all, compared to the deceased Olaf, Russell was their ultimate target. Everything planned, including Olaf's death, was aimed at killing Russell. Unfortunately, it failed. Not only did Russell survive, but he seemed to have transcended. The figure covered in green scales, with a horn on his forehead, exuded an overwhelming pressure that even made them feel apprehensive. The Abelardo recovered from his shock and stared straight at Russell, his expression inscrutable. Because of the aura emanating from Russell, he recognized something similar from the haze. Yet, compared to Russell, the haze's aura was insignificant, like a firefly compared to the moon. Clearly, although Russell and the haze received the dragon heritage simultaneously and awakened the dragon blood combat body together, their growth paths diverged drastically. Their strength naturally differed. At least to the Abelardo, Russell was significantly stronger than the haze. If allowed to grow further, the gap would only widen. This is interesting. The Abelardo smiled slightly, lowering his voice. If today's events reach the haze's ears in the capital, will he continue to send people to hunt down Russell, nipping him in the bud, or will he try every means possible to capture him to gain Russell's heritage? As he spoke to himself, a mid-stage nascent soul grand cultivator beside him interrupted, Abelardo, should we continue the attack? The Abelardo glanced at him and countered, ask me? Grant you already attacked before? Why ask me now? He refocused on Russell, continuing, instead of asking whether to attack now, you should think about how to ensure your survival and retreat unharmed. Before he finished speaking, the mid-stage nascent soul grand cultivator's face already changed dramatically. Chapter 204, Decisive and Ruthless. The grand event held at Hampton Manor was intended exclusively for the younger generation, with a strict prohibition against senior powerhouses intervening. Any senior who attempted to interfere would face severe punishment. Previously, the protectors of the vast Heaven Sparrow clan and the soaring Holy Tiger clan from the Demon Realm had been crushed into nothingness by a 7th-rank killing formation when they tried to rescue Vast Heaven and Tiger Sage Carmelo. The Carey dynasty's domineering actions just now were not merely 1,000 times worse than those of the vast Heaven Sparrow and soaring Holy Tiger protectors. The two protectors had only tried to save their pure-blooded geniuses, yet they were immediately killed by the 7th-rank killing formation. However, the 6 nascent soul experts of the Carey dynasty not only interfered in Russell and Olaf's battle, but also destroyed the 2 protective formations above Hampton Manor. In the end, due to the Berserk War intent from Olaf's 8th transformation Sacred Heart, the entire Hampton Manor was annihilated, a place that represented the Hamptons' prestige. Destroying the Hampton Manor was equivalent to slapping the Hamptons' face repeatedly and grinding it into the ground. It was miraculous if the Hampton Manor let them off. Given that the Hampton was away on business and not in the capital city, otherwise, the 6 nascent soul experts of the Carey dynasty would have been utterly wiped out without a trace. One must remember that the Hampton was an unparalleled killing deity from the military, who had killed countless people. He wouldn't care whether one was from the royal family of the Carey dynasty. He would kill directly. Yet even so, leaving West Capital safely would be extremely difficult for them unless Hampton Manor gave the nod. It was nearly impossible. Go! After coming to his senses, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator shouted and turned to leave. The other 5 nascent soul cultivators followed suit closely behind. Initially, they had intended to bring the Abelardo along, but now, struggling to take care of themselves, how could they possibly consider the Abelardo? Thus, the 6 nascent soul experts of the Carey dynasty scattered and fled in all directions. However, it was already too late. Centering around them, countless armored imperial guards surrounded them from all sides. Golden-armored and silver-armored soldiers attacked almost simultaneously, unleashing an unprecedented killing intent. It seemed as if this triggered a chain reaction. The killing intent radiated from the golden and silver-armored figures to the surrounding imperial guards. In an instant, an intangible killing formation spontaneously formed, instantly enveloping the 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Carey dynasty. This is a military formation? Such astonishing killing intent. With 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators as array eyes, combining the killing intent of tens of thousands of imperial guards, can this generate such immense power? This method is somewhat similar to the Holy Heart Sutra of the Mystic Saint sect. Let's see what the Carey dynasty will do next. Humph. Being overbearing in the capital is fine, but daring to cause trouble in West Capital is courting death. At the moment the golden and silver-armored soldiers acted, many cultivators discerned that this was a military killing formation with overwhelming power. Although there were only 2 nascent soul cultivators, they were not afraid of the Carey dynasty's 6 members. They even controlled them firmly with the military formation. Now that the intruders were restrained, it was time to salvage some face for Hampton Manor. Gray. All the killing intent within the military formation converged on the golden-armored Jerson. An explosive aura swept across, then his hand shot out toward one of the Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivators. No, I'm a nascent soul cultivator from the Carey dynasty's imperial family, a vassal of His Majesty the Xander. You cannot kill me. The nascent soul cultivator's expression turned pale, revealing unprecedented terror. Their tyrannical ways finally met its match. Originally, nascent soul cultivators could fall, and they would fall right here at Hampton Manor's hands. Stop! I command you to stop! Bound by the military formation, all the nascent soul cultivator could do was shout and appeal to the Xander of the Carey dynasty, hoping to make the golden-armored soldier hesitate. But the golden-armored soldier showed only killing intent. The large, rage-filled hand had already seized him by the head. It's over. The nascent soul cultivator's face was filled with despair. Many onlookers witnessed this scene, and several were stronger than the golden-armored soldier, but none intervened. Even former allies and collaborators like the Mystic Saint sect coldly watched him be crushed by the golden-armored soldier's hand. Everything was a result of their own actions. Karma always catches up, sooner or later. Hampton Manor did not disappoint. They struck with lethal force, intending to kill all 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Carey dynasty, not letting anyone escape. But suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. Stop! A faint voice sounded. It was Russell. He had emerged from the ruins of Hampton Manor and entered the boiling killing intent military formation. Many cultivators recognized Russell and froze. Yusef, Cade, Edgar Schwang, Nikki, Emil, Sean, Drew, Gu Xinggu, and the Pamela of Egerexiang sect, all tightly knitted their brows. Why did Russell enter the military formation? Why did he order the golden armored soldier to stop? Could he be trying to save the Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivator? Impossible. If it weren't for Russell walking into the military formation and stopping the golden armored soldier right in front of them, they might think they were dreaming. Russell's enmity with the Carey dynasty's imperial family was irreconcilable. Why would he want to save someone? Unfathomable thoughts flooded their minds. The golden armored soldier ignored Russell and continued his strike. But a green, dragon-scaled spiritual hand suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Having condensed a half-dragon body using dragon blood runes, Russell now controlled the dragon-seizing hand skillfully. Inside the golden armored soldier's heart, a torrent raged, yet his face remained expressionless as he coldly said, "Russell, dare you obstruct Hampton Manor?" He stared at Russell, eyes narrowed, the combined killing intent of tens of thousands of Imperial guards once again erupting as he coldly stated, "Do you intend to save the Carey dynasty people?" Shock spread among everyone present. The Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivator, initially startled, revealed a glimmer of hope on his face. Russell saw everything and smiled slightly. "No, I don't intend to save anyone. My meaning is, these people can only be killed by me." Before the words finished, his green dragon claw changed direction and clutched the Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivator. Then, with a sudden squeeze, with a loud bang, the nascent soul cultivator split apart, becoming a spray of blood mist. Hashtag chapter 205, interest. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. Whether Russell had barged into the military formation led by Carmel and Carmeloa, or had struck down a high-ranking nascent soul cultivator from the Solar Dynasty's imperial family with overwhelming force, it had caused immense shock. This was, after all, the Terrance's residence in the capital, Shijing, where the true master was the Terrance. And Carmel and Carmeloa was one of the Terrance's right-hand men. For Russell to openly strike down a nascent soul cultivator from the Solar Dynasty in front of Carmel and Carmeloa was exceedingly presumptuous. Indeed, Russell was the recruited guest alchemy master and a fifth-rank pill master by the Bai family, and more importantly, he was also a victim of this chaos. If anyone else had acted this way, Carmel and Carmeloa would have already turned against them, and the outcome would have been immediate violence, an explosive palm strike that would end Russell's life instantly. Certainly, Russell was indeed strong, bearing the Dragon Clan inheritance, and awakened with the Dragon Blood battle body. Judging by his current half-human, half-dragon form, it seemed he had also mastered a powerful technique of the Dragon Clan. However, no matter how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly match up against Carmel and Carmeloa, because Carmel and Carmeloa was an authentic late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator, and being seated at the heart of an army formation comprising tens of thousands of royal guards, his emanated killing intent multiplied manifold, making his power even greater. If Carmel and Carmeloa made a move, Russell would undoubtedly be subdued and captured instantly. Frankly speaking, when Russell moved to intervene against Carmel and Carmeloa, everyone present, Youssef, Blaze, Edgar Schwang, Nikki, 10,000 Swords, Abdullah, Drew, and the Cynthia of the Blazing Carey sect, all held their breath in anxiety. Youssef had even prepared himself to immediately stop Carmel and Carmeloa if he intended to attack Russell. However, Carmel and Carmeloa did not make a move. Instead, he allowed Russell to strike down the Solar Dynasty's imperial family's nascent soul grand cultivator. This added to the astonishment among the onlookers. Though the nascent soul grand cultivator was restrained by the military formation, it shouldn't have been easy for him to let Russell kill him, let alone allow his nascent soul to be completely destroyed without any attempt to escape. What happened? Could it be that Russell now possessed the means to completely exterminate a nascent soul cultivator? Rexly speaking, when nascent soul grand cultivators engage in battle, if one party decides to flee, the other party finds it extremely difficult to stop them. Even in a life or death battle, as long as they can abandon their physical body and let their nascent soul escape, no matter how dangerous the situation is, they cannot be annihilated. Yet, the Solar Dynasty's imperial family's nascent soul grand cultivator had his physical body destroyed, and his nascent soul perished. In an instant, almost everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Russell, especially the ancient nascent soul patriarchs who were trying to discern any clues from Russell's actions. Could Russell also strike down them? If that were the case, another nascent soul, he didn't hesitate and instantly activated a secret art, preparing to abandon his physical body and let his nascent soul escape. For a nascent soul cultivator, the destruction of the physical body wasn't the true end. As long as the nascent soul remained, they could use heavenly treasures to reform a new body or directly seize someone else's body. Regardless of the method, it would allow the nascent soul cultivator to recover and live a second life. The only drawback was a potential drop in cultivation. But in a life and death situation, what did a drop in cultivation matter? After activating the secret art, the expression on the nascent soul cultivator's face instantly became dazed, and his nascent soul transformed into a black streak of light that disappeared from Russell's sight at incredible speed. This scene Russell had anticipated and observed. He smiled slightly. Killing you today will count as collecting interest. The 7th rank restraining formation and killing formation engraved on his body erupted suddenly. Invisibly, a restraining force centered around Russell enveloped the entire Shijing, turning it into a prison cell where not even a fly could leave without Russell's permission. If the Solar Dynasty's nascent soul cultivator had been at full strength, he could have torn through this massive formation covering Shijing with absolute cultivation superiority, but now that he was only a nascent soul, he was at Russell's mercy. A thought flashed too monstrous. Body cultivation, spirit cultivation, formation arts, alchemy, and possessing the Dragon Clan inheritance, along with combat prowess comparable to holy sons and holy maidens. From ancient times until now, it seemed such a prodigy had never existed. If one did exist, it must have been in a previous era. Could it be that this era finally gave birth to a peerless prodigy, rivaling the last age? Is a new grand era about to begin? Chapter 206, It was him all along. Many people had sensed the truth about Russell. They knew he was the 7th-rank array Dow genius who appeared at the Bai family's residence. Not only the Rani generation of gold core and profound infancy stage powerhouses, but also many of the younger generation's geniuses had acutely noticed this, particularly Yusef, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Fawn, and the Pamela of the Layon sect. Their senses were always sharp, and their thoughts clear, compounded by their familiarity with Russell. They guessed almost instantly, but after guessing, they found it hard to accept this fact. It was simply too unbelievable. Spirit cultivation, physical cultivation, alchemy, array Dao, combat prowess. If Russell excelled in one or two areas, they might still accept it. But Russell led in every single aspect. He surpassed not just his peers, but even the Ranis. How could such a genius exist? Yusef stared at Russell, his gaze filled with astonishment. Since Bai family members appeared at Jamie's mansion, he had repeatedly sought information from Nikki and Kate about the whereabouts of that genius, asking if he would show up. Who knew the genius was right beside him all along? And he had even met him much earlier. At Danxia sect, if I had invited him, would he have agreed? A bitter smile crept onto Yusef's lips. Edgar Shuang's face turned pale. Russell had too many secrets and identities. She was stunned, speechless. At the same time, unprecedented regret surged within her. Regret for her rashness and for offending Russell. Unfortunately, there was no pill for regret in this world. Devil, a peerless devil. Because of the awakening of his dragon blood warrior body, a grand era will gradually unfold, and the other 9 great warrior bodies will surely awaken one after another. The future of the cultivation world belongs to them. It's unimaginable how such a genius could be cast aside by the Xianshang sect. What was the Bjorn thinking? What could he think? If today's incident reaches the Xianshang sect, he will likely die of frustration, deeply regretting his past actions. To lose a peerless genius while making an enemy. On the contrary, the Holy Sovereign chose to cooperate with the Carey dynasty imperial family, which betrayed him, directly intervening in the battle between Russell and Olaf, causing the current Cooper to perish. Truly ironic. Soon, Russell will head to the Xianshang sect for revenge against that Holy Sovereign. First the Xianshang sect, then the Carey dynasty imperial family, one drama after another. I love watching the commotion. Countless cultivators started discussing the enmity between Russell, the Xianshang sect, and the Carey dynasty imperial family. Almost all were gleeful at the misfortune, not bothering to hide their disdain for the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty, because the ways of the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty had long annoyed them. The faces of the Xianshang sect's several peak masters darkened. They started to blame the Holy Sovereign's decision back then, but the deed was done, and regrets were futile. Now, they needed to address the grudge between Cooper Olaf and find a way to resolve the grievances between Russell and the Xianshang sect. As for the remaining 4 profound infancy stage grand cultivators from the Carey dynasty imperial family, terror filled their expressions. The 7th-rank binding array and killing array hovering above the western capital unmistakably locked onto them, clearly targeting them for elimination by Russell. Indeed, in the next second, Russell moved. His figure seemed to teleport, instantly appearing before the 3rd profound infancy stage grand cultivator, ruthlessly striking down with the Caleb claw. The cultivator did not even have time to escape with his spirit embryo, getting torn apart by Russell's array. The 3rd one. He smiled coldly, his eyes turning to the remaining 3. Moving again, he appeared beside the 4th grand cultivator and similarly tore him apart. Then came the 5th and 6th. Led by the Abelardo, 6 profound infancy stage grand cultivators arrived at the western capital, but now, all except the Abelardo perished under Russell's hands. No one dared to intervene. Having killed 6 profound infancy stage cultivators in succession, Russell did not stop. His gaze fell upon the Abelardo, coldly stating, "Next is you." Clifton watched indifferently. Seeing Russell ready to kill the Abelardo, he finally spoke, "You can kill the others, but not the Abelardo, or there will be big trouble." Russell looked at him, mocking, "I've offended the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty imperial family. Both forces are trying to kill me. Shouldn't I kill them? Besides, I already have enough troubles. A little more won't hurt." Before his words ended, he acted. Dragon blood warrior body, true dragon sutra, dragon seizing hand, dragon blood runes, half-dragon form. All erupted. Even the 2 7th-rank arrays etched into his body activated. The overwhelming killing intent manifested as substance, crushing toward the Abelardo. For the first time, the Abelardo's calm expression changed. Chapter 207. The Terrence. Russell was right. The troubles on his shoulders were indeed numerous. The Profound Sage sect, the Solar Dynasty, and the Demon Realm. The grudges between Russell and the Profound Sage sect, as well as the royal family of the Solar Dynasty, were almost irreconcilable. One claimed to be the premier cultivation sanctuary, while the other ruled over a vast empire with countless territories. Just a month before he entered Shijing, Russell had been relentlessly hunted by the Profound Sage sect and the royal family of the Solar Dynasty, leaving him nowhere to run. These 2 forces were immensely powerful, but compared to the Demon Realm, they still fell short. After all, Russell had killed an offspring of the current Cole, making him a target for the entire Demon Realm. However, even the danger posed by the Demon Realm's pursuit paled in comparison to the gradually awakening Caleb will within Russell. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Thus, each trouble that dogged Russell was greater than the last. In contrast, the Profound Sage sect and the Solar Dynasty were the smallest concerns. So what did Russell have to fear? Especially when he went through great lengths today to provoke the Solar Dynasty's royal family into action, just to get his revenge. But 6 nascent soul cultivators were far from enough. Add in the Abelardo, and it might be just about right. To Russell, Clifton's words carried little threat. He had already marked the Abelardo as a target. With a sudden flash, he appeared beside the Abelardo, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. But in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. A force comparable to a 7th-rank killing formation erupted, shielding the Abelardo, allowing him to survive Russell's murderous intent. I told you, you can't kill the Abelardo. Clifton had acted. By leveraging his late-stage nascent soul cultivation along with the full power of the military formation, he barely managed to withstand Russell's 7th-rank killing formation. Though it seemed effortless, the pressure was immense. After all, this was a 7th-rank killing formation that had slaughtered 6 nascent soul cultivators. If he wasn't careful, even Clifton could meet his end. Even with his status as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, bolstered by the military formation, he couldn't hold out much longer. Is this what the absolute monster of the younger generation looks like? Clifton was utterly shaken. He also held a deep-seated resentment toward the Hayes of the Solar Dynasty. Why provoke such a monster if there was no need? Now, not only had they failed to hunt down Russell, but they nearly lost the Abelardo's life in the process. How did His Majesty, the Xander, choose such a person to be the Hayes? They were still of the same bloodline. Realizing this, Russell didn't waste more words. He acted directly. The 7th-rank trapping formation and killing formation inscribed on his body were no longer suppressed, exploding forth recklessly. The unparalleled restraining power and murderous intent engulfed all of Shijing. Then, he lunged directly at the Abelardo. Clifton was enraged, but had to proceed cautiously against Russell's 2 grand formations. Bowie Driscoll, lady, lend me your aid quickly. If the Terrence were here, no one would dare be so presumptuous. But since the Terrence was absent, first the Solar Dynasty's royal family, then Russell, trampled on the dignity of the Terrence Dom residence. Clifton seethed with boundless anger, but could not face Russell's formations head-on. He could only seek help. Among the entire Terrence Dom residence, only Bowie, Yusef, and Edgar Schwang could assist him. Yet doing so would expose the entirety of their hidden strength. How is this possible? Russell dared to attack the Abelardo? How does he dare? Clifton is one of the Terrence's trusted hands, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, bolstered by a military formation, yet he's being suppressed by Russell. How is this possible? Not just any prodigy, but a peerless monster of the previous era. What peerless monster? Looks like a peerless madman, engraving a 7th-rank trapping formation and a 7th-rank killing formation on his body. How insane must he be to do such a thing? Hiss. So, he can not only set up a 7th-rank spirit-gathering formation, but also a 7th-rank trapping formation and killing formation. Such array skills are truly terrifying. Isn't this just a grudge between Russell, the Terrence Dom residence, and the Solar Dynasty's royal family? Why involve the Terrence Dom residence? Perhaps Clifton has his own plan. Alas, if the Terrence were here, with him guarding Shijing, who would dare be so presumptuous? Seeing Russell unleash his 7th-rank trapping formation and killing formation, directly attacking the Abelardo protected by Clifton, the countless cultivators present were stunned. Because, relying on his draconic heritage and 2 7th-rank grand formations, Russell had steadily suppressed Clifton. Previously, everyone thought Clifton could easily suppress Russell. But now, the tables had turned. The talent and combat power displayed by Russell shocked countless cultivators speechless. Russell, could you spare the Abelardo this time for my sake? Yusef, observing Russell enveloped by the 7th-rank killing formation, felt his scalp tingle. Don't touch the Abelardo. Russell glanced at him, not bothering to respond, and directly activated the grand formations. Yusef clenched his teeth, again pulling out the 8th-rank array disc from his storage bag. Nikki and Cade were conflicted, unsure whether to help Russell. Because with the involvement of the Terrence Dom residence, this conflict had transformed into a struggle between Russell and the Terrence Dom residence. If the Bai family intervened, it would completely change the nature of the situation. Just as they were in turmoil, a voice suddenly echoed. Cease your actions. Upon hearing these words, many present involuntarily thought of 2 words. Terrence. Note. This translation maintains the tone and structure of the original Chinese text, translating character names according to pinyin and ensuring natural English flow while preserving key story elements. ####Chapter 208. Why can't you let go of the grudge? Stop. Almost instantly as the voice rang out, a force that felt like a warm spring breeze suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire West capital city. This force seemed capable of soothing the deepest-seated animosity within people, making them calm down. Countless cultivators instantly became serene and composed. Even Russell, who harbored deep-seated hatred towards the Abelardo and the profound Saint sect, felt his murderous intent weaken significantly. His resolve to kill was now much less firm. But in the next moment, roar. A massive dragon's roar echoed in his mind. The same conscious soul stage or higher instantly noticed the changes within themselves. Earlier, due to the Carey dynasty imperial family's intervention in Russell and Olaf's battle, which resulted in the explosion of Olaf's 8-fold sacred heart, not only was the Western Mansion destroyed, but almost the entire West Capital. As residents of West Capital, they were naturally furious and wanted to retaliate by capturing every member of the Carey dynasty's imperial family, leaving no one behind. Even the Abelardo was not spared. However, since this was still West Capital under the control of the Yoel, they held back, hoping that the Western Mansion would handle the matter. Of course, if the Yoel could return and personally deal with the situation, it would be even better. Things did turn out as they expected. The Yoel returned, but it wasn't exactly as they imagined. His first action upon returning was not only to make Russell stop, but also to use a force to soothe their hatred towards the Carey dynasty imperial family. What did this mean? Was it true, as rumored, that despite appearing estranged from the imperial family, they were actually one family? The expressions of countless cultivators darkened. Even the transformation stage Alban Zhu, who had been lying in wait, gradually awakened. The White Clan's Yves Joaquin emerged from the passage guarding the treasure vault, appearing above the ancestral hall, his gaze appearing above West Capital, glaring down at the Yoel. Then, with a roar. Gravine Dragon Roar. This supreme ability of the dragons was not directed at the Western Mansion, but at himself. The massive dragon's roar permeated Russell's mind, expelling all of the Yoel's influence. Afterward, the dragon-shaped phantom rapidly shrank into a tiny dragon, burrowing into Russell's sea of consciousness, protecting it from further interference. Huh, dragon lineage. Seeing this, the Yoel lightly exclaimed, his expression turning complex. Indeed, you and the Haze received identical legacies. Pausing, he looked at Russell and continued, will you never let go of this grudge? Let go of the grudge? Russell was infuriated, mocking, first, my Danteon was ruined. Then, I was falsely accused. Finally, I was hunted. Yoel, if you had gone through this, would you let go of your grudge? The Yoel shook his head, no, I wouldn't. The disdain on Russell's face deepened. Since you wouldn't, why do you ask? The Yoel fell silent for a moment. Their conversation was not deliberately kept private. The cultivators present heard it, their faces becoming strange. Even Yusef and Edgar Schwang frowned, unsure why the Yoel was saying these things. Only Clifton and Ija understood. They exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. For the sake of the Xander? The Carey dynasty appeared prosperous, but faced hidden crises everywhere. The Xander's time was near. If he didn't intervene, he could live a few more years. But if he acted forcefully, his end would come soon. Once the Xander fell, the scoundrels suppressed by him would rise up, causing chaos throughout the Carey dynasty. Chapter 209. Wrath. If His Majesty the Xander were to fall, the Solar dynasty would certainly descend into chaos. Although His Highness the Haze possesses extraordinary talent and bears the legacy of the Dragon clan, awakening the supreme dragon blood warrior body among the 10 great warrior bodies, he still has a long way to go before achieving true greatness. At this moment, the Haze is not yet capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Therefore, the purpose of the Terrence is now clear. Not only does he want to protect the Abelardo and make Russell relinquish his murderous intentions, but also persuade Russell to abandon his feud with the Haze. This is his primary objective, because if the Abelardo dies, the Xander will act, and if anything happens to the Haze, the Xander will also intervene. When the Terrence had not yet fallen out with the royal family, the Xander once showed him a favor. Thus, the Terrence did not want to see the Xander meet an untimely end and sought to repay this debt. He looked at Russell, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, I will personally intervene to get His Majesty's approval to compensate you. But the condition is that you must be willing to let go of your grudge against the Haze. Russell sneered, would you be willing to let it go if you were in my shoes? The Terrence shook his head, no. Russell suddenly felt like he had been toyed with and angrily retorted, since even you wouldn't do it, why are you asking me? The Terrence's gaze suddenly turned sharp, because I am stronger than you. Is that reason enough? Before the words finished, a terrifying wave of ruthless killing intent erupted from the Terrence, spreading and exploding outward, making the air above the entire western capital thick and oppressive. At this moment, countless cultivators felt difficulty breathing, even experiencing an illusion of being submerged in a sea of corpses and blood. This is killing intent? My goodness, how many people must one kill to accumulate such ferocious killing intent? This is the true Terrence. What we saw earlier was just a facade. I knew it. How could the Terrence give off a pleasant vibe? This is more fitting. He stops killing by killing, enters the Tao through killing, but why is he targeting Russell? Himph, can't you tell? The Terrence and the royal family of the Solar dynasty are essentially one. Although there have been some conflicts between them, they are still insiders. Now that Russell wants to kill the Abelardo, he naturally has to stop him. So, it seems the western capital isn't truly under the Terrence's control. It seems we've finally seen the true face of the Terrence. Countless cultivators snickered. Russell must be the White family's 7th rank array master genius. This point is absolutely correct. After all, the 7th rank spirit gathering formation that Russell set up made the western capital show the potential to become a cultivation holy land, a significant achievement. Yet, after returning, the Terrence targeted Russell without hesitation? How disheartening. Moreover, the truth of the entire incident is already clear. Russell, the former saint son of the mystical sage sect, was attacked, framed, and hunted down by the Haze of the Solar dynasty. Now, before countless spectators, 6 nascent soul cultivators interfered in a battle among the younger generation, leading to the death of the current saint's son Olaf and almost costing Russell his life as well. Despite all this, the Terrence still targets Russell and chooses to protect the Solar dynasty royal family. Indeed, the saying holds true. Those who belong to the same family eventually unite. What difference is there between the Terrence's methods and those of the Haze? Yusef and Edgar Schwang's expressions changed abruptly. They opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but felt like their throats were blocked, unable to utter a word. Emil, Sean, Ron, Gu Xianyang, and the Cynthia of the Blazing Carey sect wore complex expressions. Could Russell really not escape this fate? Not having been killed by Olaf's 8th turn of the Sacred Heart War intent, he fell into the hands of the Terrence. Was this any different from falling into the hands of the Solar dynasty royal family? Nikki and Cade wore cold expressions. What a wonderful Terrence. What a wonderful western palace. Their actions indeed mirrored those of the Solar dynasty royal family, equally domineering and equally unyielding. Both had decided that if the Terrence dared to move against Russell or arrest him, they would risk confronting the Edgar family to defend Russell. The reasons were not just because of Russell's identity as a 7th rank array master, but because Buck needed Russell's help to remove the curse on her body completely. Therefore, Russell absolutely could not come to harm. Among those familiar with Russell, only Amberly remained hidden, silently observing everything with no sign of worry. Her greatest concern had been when Olaf's 8th turn of the Sacred Heart War intent combined with the force of self-destruction. She feared Russell might not withstand the power and perish instantly. Compared to that crisis, this situation was child's play. The Terrence was indeed formidable. Just from his aura, it was evident he had nearly reached the soul transformation realm, a half-step soul transformation powerhouse. However, the White family possessed a true soul transformation ancestor who would definitely not stand idly by. If Russell faced danger, he would surely intervene. Moreover, there was another crucial point. Carved onto Russell's body were a 7th rank binding formation, a 7th rank killing formation, and a 7th rank sealing formation. The binding and killing formations posed little threat to the Terrans, but sealed within the 7th rank sealing formation was a 5th rank flame. If Russell were to unleash that 5th rank flame, the entire western capital would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the Terrans, Cade, and the Greg could not prevent it in the short term. Given this, why worry? Because you are stronger than me? You think you can bully me however you like? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the Terrance's words, Russell burst into sudden laughter, bordering on madness. It drew puzzled glances from countless onlookers. Emil, Ron, Sean, Gu Xianyang, and the Cynthia of the Blazing Carry sect exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertain thoughts. Looking at the Terrance seriously, Russell asked, Terrance, by what you're saying, do you mean I lack strength, background, or both? The Terrance replied coolly, both? That's enough. Cut the nonsense. I'll ask you one last time. Will you let go of this grudge? His tone was much colder than before, clearly indicating his patience had run out. Only because it was Russell did he refrain from acting immediately. Had it been anyone else, he would have already moved. Humph, letting go of this grudge? Impossible. Russell snarled. If you're so powerful, try stopping me from killing the Abelardo and see if you can manage. Before the words ended, Russell abruptly unleashed his full cultivation prowess, targeting the Abelardo with unrestrained force. Chapter 210. Offering assistance. The Dragon Blood Combat Body, the True Dragon Scripture, the Dragon Seizing Hand, and the Dragon Blood Runes. All the power Russell inherited from the ancestral dragon blood once again erupted without restraint at this moment. Even his not yet fully comprehended innate divine ability, the Dragon Roar, was activated. Simultaneously, the inscribed 7th rank trapping array and 7th rank killing array on his body emerged with a milky white light, instantly trapping the Abelardo. The intense binding force and incomparably savage killing intent made even Harry frown in response. The moment Harry appeared, he witnessed Russell taking action against the Abelardo. Instantly recognizing Russell's true identity, he subconsciously tried to stop the conflict without any thought. Not only the Abelardo, but also the Haze were involved. Thus, Harry's knowledge of Russell's strength was limited to his dragon lineage inheritance and middle golden core cultivation level. He was completely unaware that Russell was also a 5th rank alchemy master and a 7th rank array master. Neither Carmeloa Carmelin, E. Carmelin, nor Yusef or Edgar Schwang had the chance to intervene. Thus they did not inform him. 7th rank trapping array, 7th rank killing array? Harry glanced at Cade instinctively, but after just one look, he shifted his gaze back to Russell, then suddenly attacked. A wave of violent killing intent, akin to a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, abruptly exploded, instantly shattering the 7th rank trapping array's restraining power. It coalesced into a massive hand, fiercely grabbing toward Russell. I've already given you a chance. Since you refuse, don't blame me. Harry's expression was indifferent, as if he wasn't grabbing Russell but a mere fly. Those who saw this scene felt their eyes widen in shock. The 7th rank trapping array used by Russell was shattered instantly. It seemed Harry's cultivation had increased. Could it be he had found the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage? Countless cultivators hesitated about whether to assist Russell. Despite being merely a middle Mac, Russell had two other remarkable identities, a 5th rank alchemy master and a 7th rank array master. Any help offered now would mean Russell owed them a favor. For any faction, this was an enormous temptation. However, if Harry truly broke through to become a nascent soul expert, aiding Russell might offend such a powerful entity, which could be counterproductive. How should they choose? Glen cultivators deliberated, while young prodigies like Cooper's and daughters also wavered. Emil, Sean, Kramer, Gwyneth, and Edgar Young Sec's holy daughter exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a decision. Faced with Harry's overwhelming killing intent, Russell, despite pushing his cultivation and heritage to their limits, struggled to resist. In the next instant, his face twisted ferociously as he growled, "This is all because of you. Regardless, the Abelardo must die, even if it dragged the entire Western Manor into it." 7th rank sealing array, unsealed. Almost instantly, an indescribable heat engulfed the entire Western capital, turning it into a furnace. Unbearable heat permeated the air. Russell hadn't wanted to unseal the 5th rank flame initially, but he was out of options. To kill the Abelardo, he had no choice. This is a 5th rank flame? Harry's expression changed drastically as he recognized the 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire sealed in the Bi-Family Treasure Vault. How do you have the 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire? Levels were at most late golden core, while Harry was already half-step nascent soul, making the gap between them almost insurmountable. However, their goal wasn't to defeat Harry but to interfere enough for Russell to achieve his objective, killing the Abelardo. Even if this angered Harry and the Solar Dynasty royal family, what did it matter? The Solar Dynasty and Harry were indeed powerful, but as the prodigies of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Dao Sect, Heavenly Derivation Sanctuary, Universal Sanctuary, and Edgar Young Sect, they had half-step nascent soul and nascent soul experts backing them. So, even if Harry were to blame them, what could he do? Compared to Russell's favor, it was negligible. At the same time, Cade also acted. The 8th rank Grand Array originally protecting the Western Manor was instantly withdrawn to trap Harry. So many people acting together to support Russell left even Harry momentarily stunned. He felt he had overlooked something crucial. Russell possessed the 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire, which was supposed to be sealed in the Bi-Family Treasure Vault. Yet the Bi-Family gifted such a treasure to Russell, indicating he was at least a 5th rank array master. Additionally, Russell's 7th rank trapping array and 7th rank killing array finally made Harry realize the overlooked points. Could it be that besides inheriting the dragon lineage, Russell was also a 5th rank alchemist and a 7th rank array master? How was this possible? As the temperature soared further, Harry dismissed these thoughts, shouting, "I command you to stop." His voice echoed, and all the means aiding Russell vanished. Numerous cultivators' faces turned pale as they exclaimed in unison. This is nascent soul? Hashtag chapter 211. They guessed right. Many people guessed right. This time, Jamie returned with new opportunities. His cultivation had already advanced from a late-stage Yuan Ing great cultivator to a half-step Huashen. Moreover, he could utilize the power of Huashen at will. Almost the moment he moved, time and space in the entire western capital seemed to come to a standstill. The 5th rank green lotus flame in Russell's palm, the 7th rank seal array, 7th rank trapping array, 7th rank slaughter formation, Cade's 8th rank trapping array, as well as the trump cards and techniques of Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgertying sect, all became stagnant and motionless, visible to the naked eye. But this was only true for the few Huashen powerhouses in the western capital and Jamie, who was at the half-step Huashen stage. Himph! Mere fireflies dare to vie with the bright moon? With a casual wave of his hand, the 5th rank green lotus flame, the 7th rank seal array, the 7th rank trapping array, the 7th rank slaughter formation, the 8th rank trapping array. Almost all attacks vanished into thin air with his gesture. Russell, awakened with the dragon blood war body, the foremost of the 10 great war bodies, combined with his combat strength, array formation talent, and alchemy talent, was hailed as the era's first peerless prodigy, a symbol of power in itself. Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgertying sect were all individuals of Saint Son or Saint Maiden status. Although there was a significant gap between them and Jamie, who was at the half-step Huashen stage, they were not to be underestimated. Not to mention Cade, the late-stage Yuan Ing cultivator. Yet, their combined attack, launched together by all of them, was effortlessly nullified by Jamie with just a casual wave of his hand. This was the power of Huashen. Upon seeing this scene, Joaquin of the Bai family and the other few Huashen powerhouses displayed serious expressions. It wouldn't be long before Jamie broke through from half-step Huashen to become a true Huashen powerhouse. After nullifying the attacks from Russell, Cade, Emil, Drew, Sean, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgertying sect, Jamie did not deliver a killing blow. He didn't eliminate them entirely because he knew that the people present were not ordinary. Individually, they might not be enough to challenge the Shi Wangfu, Shi Mansion. However, together, even Shi Wangfu, Shi Mansion, with Jamie would not dare to provoke their combined strength. And the person Jamie thought had the least background, Russell, turned out to have an incredibly strong background. Initially believing he could easily deal with Russell, Jamie was proven wrong. Cade of the Bai family, Emil of the Juan Carmeloan sect, Sean of the Dao sect, Drew of the Tianyin Sacred Land, Brant of the Huanyu Sacred Land, and the Cynthia of the Edgertying sect, all could act directly against Jamie to gain Russell's favor. Such a network of connections was unparalleled. Jamie's expression darkened instantly, contrasting sharply with his earlier calmness. He believed that, with his half-step Huashen cultivation, protecting the Abelardo and mediating the grudge between Russell and the imperial haze of the Carey dynasty should have been a sure thing. Unfortunately, he failed. Russell was not someone he could easily control. Even more surprisingly, Russell's talent and background made Jamie feel alarmed and threatened. However, he had missed the best opportunity to act. With descendants of the Juan Carmeloan sect, Dao sect, Tianyin Sacred Land, Huanyu Sacred Land, and Edgertying sect present, and even Cade of the Bai family taking action, could it mean another old ancestor of the Bai family was watching? Subconsciously, Jamie looked toward the Bai family's direction and felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura seemingly lurking within the Bai family, staring at him. Should he dare to make a move on Russell, that terrifying aura would erupt, capturing him on the spot. Though Jamie appeared unperturbed, a torrential storm raged within him. Huashen. Absolutely Huashen. Amir Jr. with only mid-stage golden core cultivation actually caught the attention of a Huashen powerhouse? Phew. Jamie exhaled deeply, suppressing his shock. Then, he looked at Russell and said seriously, "Speak. What do you require to let go of this feud with the Carey dynasty's imperial family?" As his words faded, the half-step Huashen aura enveloping the entire Shi mansion vanished suddenly, and time and space resumed their normal flow. Almost instantly, everyone's attention focused on Jamie and Russell. Younger generation figures like Sean, Drew, Emil, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgertying sect wore expressions of fear. They had never imagined that the power of a half-step Huashen could be so heaven-defying, capable of freezing time and space. This was a force that only true Huashen powerhouses could wield. While there were half-step Huashen powerhouses in places like the Juan Carmeloan sect, Dao sect, Tianyin Sacred Land, Huanyu Sacred Land, and Edgertying sect, those powerhouses did not exert such overwhelming pressure. Therefore, the truly formidable one was not just half-step Huashen, but Jamie. Carving up to his reputation as one of the stabilizing pillars of the Carey dynasty and a legendary figure, Jamie was indeed capable. So, how would Russell decide? From Jamie's tone, many sensed that he had conceded, backing down. His domineering demeanor had softened, refraining from reckless actions and avoiding capturing Russell outright. However, neither Jamie nor Russell were easy to deal with. Geniuses often possess pride, especially someone like Russell, an extraordinary prodigy. Thus, many wondered how Russell would decide. Would he follow Jamie's advice and negotiate amicably? Or would he remain firm, unwaveringly clashing with the Carey dynasty until the end? What choice would he ultimately make? Although many already had an idea, they still wanted to know. After hearing Jamie's words, Russell did not immediately respond. He glanced at Jamie, then at the Abelardo, and retracted the 5th rank green lotus flame from his palm and the 7th rank seal array, trapping array, and confinement array etched onto his body. Witnessing this, countless spectators shook their heads silently. Well, he finally gave in, removing all his hidden cards. Is he preparing to mend relations with the Carey dynasty imperial family and that crown prince? Humph. What else can he do if he doesn't compromise? Don't forget that Jamie is at the half-step Huashen stage and can utilize Huashen power at will. Though Russell is a prodigy, his cultivation is too short, being only at the mid-stage golden core level. What impact can he possibly have? Indeed, Russell's cultivation is too low, Even with his identity as a 7th rank array formation master and 5th rank alchemy master, he cannot compete with a half-step Huashan powerhouse like Jamie. Truly regrettable, wondering if Russell will develop heart demons and decline from this point? The 5th rank green lotus flame in Russell's palm, the unsealed 7th rank sealing formation, the 7th rank trapping formation, the 7th rank killing array, Blaze's 8th rank trapping formation that burst forth, and the ultimate cards and means of Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Barkley, and the sacred daughter of Edgerexiang sect, all became frozen in place, visible to the naked eye. But this was only limited to the few Huashan experts of Western Capital and Jamie, who was at the half-step Huashan stage. Himph! Mere fireflies dare to compete with the moon? He casually waved his hand, and instantly the 5th rank green lotus flame, the 7th rank sealing formation, trapping formation, killing array, and 8th rank trapping formation all vanished into thin air. Russell, having awakened the supreme dragon blood warrior body among the 10 great warrior bodies, combined with his combat prowess, talent for formations, and alchemy, was hailed as the first world-class prodigy of this era, a symbol of strength in itself. And Emil, Abdullah, Drew, Barkley, and the sacred daughter of Edgerexiang sect were all individuals at the level of Steve's or daughters. Although they were vastly inferior to the half-step Huashan Jamie, they were not to be underestimated. Not to mention there was also Blaze, a late-stage Yuan in Great Cultivator. Edits made asterisk. 1. Terminology consistency asterisk changed supreme to supreme for consistency. 2. Fluency asterisk replaced combat prowess, talent for formations, and alchemy with combat prowess, talent for formations, and alchemy to maintain parallel structure. 3. Corrected terminology asterisk corrected Yuan Ying to Yuan Ing, as it appears to be a typo in the original text. 4. Sentence structure asterisk minor adjustments for smoother readability. Yet, their combined attacks were dismissed by Jamie with a simple wave of his hand, disappearing without a trace. This was the power of Huashan. Witnessing this scene, Joaquin of the Bai family and the other few Huashan experts showed grave expressions. It might not be long before Jamie could break through to become a true Huashan expert. Jamie neutralized the attacks from Russell, Blaze, Emil, Drew, Abdullah, Barkley, and the sacred daughter of Edgerexiang sect but did not resort to killing them or wiping them out entirely. He knew the backgrounds of these people were far from ordinary. Individually, they might not be enough to challenge the House of Jamie. But together, even the House of Jamie, with Jamie present, dared not defy their combined strength. And the person Jamie considered the least backed, Russell, turned out to have very powerful support. The Geno Blaze of the Bai family, Emil of the 10,000 Sword sect, Abdullah of the Dao sect, Drew of the Heavenly Evolution Holy Land, Barkley of the Cosmic Holy Land, and the sacred daughter of Edgerexiang sect were willing to directly attack Jamie just to gain Russell's favor. This kind of backing, who could compare? Jamie's expression turned grim, a stark contrast to his earlier calm and composed demeanor. With his half-step Huashan cultivation, he thought securing the Abelardo and mediating between Russell and Giselbert of the Solar Dynasty would be guaranteed. Unfortunately, he failed. Russell was not someone he could easily control. In fact, Russell's background and talent made Jamie feel alarmed, even threatened. But he had missed the best opportunity to act. The inheritors of 10,000 Sword sect, Dao sect, Heavenly Evolution Holy Land, Cosmic Holy Land, and Edgerexiang sect were one thing. But what about another old ancestor of the Bai family who might be watching everything? If he dared to move against Russell, that terrifying presence would erupt and capture him on the spot. Though Jamie showed no outward reaction, internally, he was in turmoil. Huashan. Absolutely Huashan. A mere junior with only mid-stage golden core cultivation caused a Huashan expert to pay attention? Phew! Jamie exhaled deeply, suppressing the shock in his heart. Then, looking at Russell, he said seriously, "Tell me, how can you settle your grievances with the Solar Dynasty royal family?" As his voice fell silent, the half-step Huashan aura that had enveloped the entire house of Jamie vanished suddenly. Time and space resumed their normal flow, and everything returned to normal. Instantly, all eyes focused on Jamie and Russell. Abdullah, Drew, Emil, Barkley, and the sacred daughter of Edgerexiang sect wore looks of terror on their faces. They had never imagined that half-step Huashan power could be so transcendent, almost freezing time and space. This was the power only true Huashan experts could wield. Even in the 10,000 Sword sect, Dao sect, Heavenly Evolution Holy Land, Cosmic Holy Land, and Edgerexiang sect, the half-step Huashan experts could not exert such overwhelming pressure. Thus, the truly formidable one was not just a half-step Huashan, but Jamie. No wonder he was called a war god, one of the pillars of the Solar Dynasty. He had the capability. So, how would Russell choose? From Jamie's change in tone, many could tell he had softened, retreating from his earlier domineering demeanor and becoming restrained, not acting recklessly. He didn't directly capture Russell, but Jamie wasn't an easy opponent, and neither was Russell. Talents always had pride, especially someone like Russell, the world-class prodigy. Everyone wanted to know how Russell would decide. Would he listen to Jamie and negotiate amicably? Or would he remain steadfast, confronting the Solar Dynasty head-on until the bitter end? What would he choose? Although they had an inkling of the answer, they still wanted to know. After hearing Jamie's words, Russell did not immediately respond. He glanced at Jamie, then looked at the Abelardo, retracted the 5th rank green lotus flame from his palm, and deactivated the 7th rank sealing formation, trapping formation, and killing array inscribed on his body. Seeing this, many in attendance shook their heads inwardly. Ultimately, he has conceded, retracting all his trump cards. Is he preparing to make peace with the Solar Dynasty royal family and Giselbert? What else could he do if he doesn't concede? Don't forget, Jamie is half-step Huashan and can utilize Huashan power at will. Russell, though talented, has been cultivating for too short a time and is only at mid-stage golden core. How much impact could he really have? Yes, Russell's cultivation is still too low, even with his identity as a 7th rank formation master and 5th rank alchemy master. It's impossible to contend with half-step Huashan Jamie. Truly unfortunate. I wonder if Russell will be left with a psychological scar, never recovering from this setback? Chapter 212. The mask falls off. The reason the successors of Wanjin sect, Dao sect, Tianyin Holy Land, Huanyu Holy Land, and Edgariang sect took action was also due to Russell's status as an alchemy master and formation master. Without this protective charm, he would have long been captured by Terrence. In the end, the cultivation world still follows the law of the jungle. Strength is paramount. Otherwise, everything is out of the question, for weakness is the original sin. To many cultivators, Russell's actions clearly indicated a readiness for reconciliation. Facing a half-step, transforming spirit realm powerhouse, making peace wasn't shameful. However, some were concerned that Russell might be disheartened and lose his edge. After all, geniuses often possess pride and arrogance. If he were to develop a heart demon, it could halt his cultivation forever, never progressing again. A once promising prodigy ultimately falling into obscurity. Such incidents were too common in the cultivation world. The Dragon Blood War body, at the top of the 10 great battle bodies, heralded the rise of a grand era. As the prodigy who initiated included these peak masters of Shintong sect besides the Abelardo and 6 members of the Solar Dynasty royal family. Unable to kill the Abelardo, Russell would kill them, thus reaffirming his resolve. Indeed, you're a half-step transforming spirit, and I'm merely at the mid-golden core stage. In terms of cultivation, you are undoubtedly stronger than me, far superior in ways that bridge heaven and earth. But 30 years on this side of the river, 30 years on the other side. One day, I will surpass you. This was Russell's determination. Against Terrence, Russell needed all his trump cards, but against Shintong sect's peak masters, even without those, he could rely solely on his dragon race heritage to slay them. Dragon Blood War body, true dragon scripture, dragon capture hand, dragon blood rune, innate divine skill dragon roar. Almost instantly upon striking, Russell used every aspect of his dragon race inheritance. That explosive rage and killing intent seemed almost tangible. The faces of the Shintong sect peak masters changed abruptly. Russell, Terrence is here. Do you dare kill us? We are the peak masters of Shintong sect. If you kill us, the Clifford won't forgive you. Flee, scatter and flee. Leave West Capital and report to the Clifford about what happened here. Solar Dynasty and Russell plotted together and murdered Driscoll Olaf. I'll block him. Run quickly, kill. One of the peak masters unleashed the pressure of a first-stage, nascent soul cultivator, crushing toward Russell while urging the others to flee. He aimed to delay Russell to buy time for their escape. However, in the past, when Russell was still at the foundation establishment stage, such a peak master would have been like a massive mountain blocking his path, much like Terrence now. No matter how hard Russell struggled, he could only flee. But times have changed. There were already nascent soul cultivators killed by Russell. The 6 nascent soul experts from the Solar Dynasty royal family met their ends under his hand just recently. So, relying on a single first-stage nascent soul peak master to stop Russell was wishful thinking. Faced with overwhelming force, the peak master stood no chance, being crushed directly by Russell, his body exploding, even his nascent soul obliterated by a thread of killing intent from a 7th-tier death formation. All vanished without a trace. After slaying one peak master, Russell wasted no time and immediately lunged at another. Again, one-sided destruction, even without using trapping formations, death formations, sealing formations, or the 5th-tier blue lotus fire. Russell's power had grown exponentially, especially after comprehending the dragon blood rune and awakening the embryonic form of dragon roar, consolidating a half-dragon physique. He feared no nascent soul cultivators, even facing them head-on. He could easily slay them. Just like now, Russell plunged among the peak masters like a tiger among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering, instantly killing several peak masters, shattering both their physical bodies and nascent souls. Russell's actions and decisiveness shocked all present cultivators. They stared at Russell in disbelief. None of them had expected Russell not only to reject reconciliation, but also express his resolve through such brutal action, killing the peak masters of Shintong sect, too ruthless and too strong. Witnessing the bloodthirsty Russell, countless people felt a surge of admiration despite themselves. Truly worthy of being a genius who heralded a new era. Just that resolve alone made them feel inferior. After finishing off the Shintong sect peak masters, Russell did not wipe the bloodstains from his body but looked at Terrence and said calmly, "Blood debts can only be settled with blood." Having said this, he turned and left without looking back. These words signified the complete severance of any possibility of reconciliation between Russell and Terrence, the Solar Dynasty royal family, and the Hayes. Watching Russell's retreating figure, Terrence's concealed killing intent surged once more. He badly wanted to kill Russell directly. But with the ancient ancestor of the Bai family present, he dared not move. Chapter 213. Turmoil arises again. Kate of the Bai family, Shan of the Wanjin sect, Shan of the Daoist sect, Kramer of the Tianyin sacred land, Bran of the Huanyu sacred land, and the Cynthia of the Edgariang sect, all had just acted to earn Russell's favor. The Rani from the Bai family, Joaquin, also shared this intention. However, a mere mid-stage Mac, even if he possessed the triple identity of being a grandmaster in alchemy and arrays, would not be able to attract Joaquin's attention. There must have been other events that transpired, which I overlooked, Carlo thought with a darkened expression. His cold eyes instantly dropped the temperature around him, as if they had plunged into an ice cellar. The Abelardo, Carmel and Carmeloa, Ian Carmeloa, Yusef, Edgar Schwang. Under his gaze, everyone trembled, not daring to move. Yusef opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. With things having developed to this point, what was the point in saying anything? In the next moment, Carlo's gaze once again landed on Russell, and a strong murderous intent surged within him. However, he restrained himself and remained silent. Russell walked straight toward Joaquin, Nikki, Amberly, Sean, Kramer, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgariang sect. He clasped his hands together and smiled. Thank you all for your help just now. Should you need me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it's something within my capabilities, I will do everything I can to fulfill your requests. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. Especially Sean, Kramer, Sean, Brant, and the Cynthia of the Edgerexiang sect. They were initially uninvolved, yet had still intervened despite the danger posed by facing a quasi-transformation realm expert like Carlo. Even though they had the backing of powerful sects, their hearts had been on edge until they saw that Carlo did not act and heard Russell's promise. Brother Edgarn, are you being too formal? One of them remarked. I helped because of our friendship, but if you see it as a transaction, so be it. What you say can be taken seriously. If there's a need for you in the future, you mustn't refuse. A 7th rank Array Grandmaster and a 5th rank Alchemy Grandmaster. There will be many opportunities to use your help, but unfortunately, this chance is only once. Russell smiled faintly. He knew why they had acted, but at that moment, knowing their intentions didn't stop the emotions surging inside him. Since Tammy left for the demon realm, Russell hadn't felt this way in a long time. As for others like the hooded figure, Cade, and Joaquin, it was merely a business transaction. Perhaps, the age similarity between Russell and these few people played a crucial role. Suddenly, Russell's gaze fell upon the Cynthia of the Edgerexiang sect. His brows slightly left the West Mansion, walking towards the Bai residence. No one from the West Mansion tried to stop them, nor did Carlo. Witnessing this, the cultivators present felt bitter regret. If they had acted earlier, might they have received similar treatment from the Wanjin sect, Taoist sect, Tianyin Sacred Land, Huanyu Sacred Land, and Edgerexiang sect, gaining Russell's gratitude? Unfortunately, there's no remedy for regrets. Once missed, those chances were gone forever. Only after Russell and company disappeared did Carlo retract his gaze. He glanced at Carmel and Carmeloa, Ian Carmeloa, Yusef, and Edgar Schwang, then settled his gaze on the Abelardo. He said calmly, don't think I don't know your intentions. Had it not been for Jacob, I wouldn't have acted today, even if you died. Bryson once saved my life, exchanging it for 3 acts of assistance for his 9 sons. This was the first, 2 remain. Hearing this, the Abelardo's face paled. A quasi-transformation realm intervention had been wasted. Had he known beforehand, he would never have allowed 6 core formation cultivators from the Carey dynasty royal family to act, let alone let this chaos happen. Due to his impulsive decision, he not only wasted an invaluable opportunity but also created a scene that could cost him his eligibility in the throne succession. The Abelardo regretted his actions. Unfortunately, it was too late. Carlo turned away from the Abelardo, his cold gaze falling on Yusef. Follow me. I need to know everything that has transpired recently, especially regarding Russell. With that, he turned and left. But in the next second, a cry came from the ruins of the West Mansion. Your Excellency, it's a disaster. The treasure vault has been stolen. Carlo's expression changed drastically as he rushed toward the vault. Yusef's pupils dilated, realizing something terrible. Chapter 2:14. Could it be your doing? The treasury was robbed? When they were at the Danxia sect, something similar had happened. However, back then it wasn't the treasury that was stolen, but a batch of very important Danxia poison palms. Yusef did not expect something similar to happen in Jamie's residence. Almost instinctively, Russell's figure flashed in his mind. Was it him? Jamie, who had burst into half-step fashion-level speed, arrived at the treasury entrance in an instant. His eyes were almost bloodshot as he stared intently at Anrani in a black robe, standing by the door. Then he enunciated every word with a murderous tone. Who is it? This Rani in a black robe was indeed the guardian of the Wangfu's treasury, a grand cultivator at the late Yuanying stage. If it were anyone else, they would never dare to look straight into the eyes of a late Yuanying grand cultivator like this. But Jamie was different. He was the master of Jamie's residence, and also an unparalleled powerhouse at the half-step Fazin stage. Under his gaze, the black-robed Rani couldn't help but tremble slightly as he said in a heavy voice. The person who stole from the Wangfu was someone wearing a black robe. Jamie looked at his black robe, narrowed his eyes, and emitted a dangerously menacing aura. The black-robed Rani's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly explained, the one I'm talking about isn't me. He looked at Jamie and continued, Jamie, I am a dead loyalist of the Jamie's residence. There's no way I could do such a thing. As a dead loyalist, he must obey the orders of Jamie's residence, without any freedom to act on his own. Even if he had stolen the treasury, he would have no chance to escape. Phew. Jamie took a deep breath, his face recovering its calmness. He slowly said, I believe you. Tell me, what happened exactly? What features did the thief have? Did you recognize him? The black-robed Rani recounted everything that had happened from beginning to end. Apparently, when Jamie's residence underwent turmoil, that is, when 6 of the Carey dynasty's royal families Yuanying intervened in Russell and Olaf's battle, causing Olaf's Holy Heart 8th turn battle intent to explode and destroy the entire residence. It was during that moment that a shadow clad in black found the entrance to the treasury. Seizing the opportunity when the guard's attention was diverted, especially regarding Russell, Yusef's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the tingling sensation on his scalp, he recounted everything that had happened. The Bai family's invitation, guest masters, Sholo and Pill, spirit gathering formations, 7th stage formation masters, 5th stage formation masters. Among these, Yusef instinctively omitted information about the Danxia poison palms and the black-robed figure. Russell's talent displayed tonight was undeniably extraordinary. Unless something catastrophic happens along the way, his future achievements are immeasurable. Whether it be the Carey dynasty or Giselbert, they would merely be obstacles in Russell's path forward and would not stop his progress. Due to Jamie's earlier actions, the relationship between the Jamie's residents and Russell had become adversarial. Yusef did not want to exacerbate this conflict further, because as long as Russell had the protection of the Bai family, nothing bad could happen to him, unless the Bai family's Fazin patriarch perished. But how easily does a Fazin patriarch perish? Russell's rise was unstoppable. What Jamie's residents should do is reconcile with him, rather than deepen the hostility. Therefore, under no circumstances could Yusef reveal the connection between Russell and the black-robed figure. After hearing Yusef's words, Jamie's eyes flickered. 5th stage alchemy master, 7th stage formation master, carrying dragon clan heritage, awakened dragon blood war body. Now I see. No wonder the Bai family, 10,000 sword sect, Dao sect, Tianyin sacred land, universe sacred land, aided Russell so much. To gain his favor, it's indeed worth it. Suddenly, he looked at Yusef and said, "Do you think I made a mistake?" Yusef's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly replied, "Dare not." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Your Highness must have had your reasons." Reasons? Hearing his words, Jamie mused aloud. Perhaps. From now on, mobilize all the resources of Jamie's residence, including the Imperial Guards, Shadow Warriors, and dead loyalists. Watch Russell closely, and notify me immediately if there's any sign of him leaving West Capital. Yusef's pupils constricted. Your Highness, are you planning to? You also said I had my reasons. Jamie coldly stated. But let me say this. Once an enemy, we must eliminate all traces, forever eliminating future threats. Fallen geniuses are no longer geniuses. At the Bai family, Russell, King Demon, Cade, Nikki, Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of Agaratang sect, upon arriving at the Bai family, immediately heard about the robbery at Jamie's residence's treasury. Russell and King Demon instinctively thought of the black-robed figure. No wonder he hadn't appeared. He must have been eyeing the treasury of Jamie's residence all along, taking advantage of the chaos tonight to steal all the treasures, and hadn't been caught yet. Impressive. And well done. Russell and King Demon exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Initially, they felt quite resentful towards Jamie's actions. But with the black-robed figure stealing the treasury of Jamie's residence, that resentment vanished instantly. Hashtag chapter 215. Experience comes with age. After receiving the news, Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia, Nikki, Cade, and others also stared intently at Russell with burning eyes. Suddenly, Cade asked out of the blue, "Russell, was this all arranged by you?" Russell. Even Russell had to admit that Cade's senses were exceptionally sharp. After all, since entering the Western capital, Russell, the Amberley, and the Zack had separated. During this time, the Zack never initiated contact with Russell or the Amberley, nor did they actively contact him. Therefore, Cade had no way of knowing about the existence of the Zack. Yet, even so, he still suspected Russell. Upon hearing Cade's words, Nikki, Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia, and others turned their gazes towards Russell, shock evident on their faces. Russell, could it really be you? My goodness, how did you manage to do this? That's the treasure vault of the Western Palace, heavily guarded. For anyone else, finding the entrance alone would be almost impossible, let alone stealing from it. Yet, you succeeded? Quickly tell us, who helped you? Who could have done this? To silently evade the guardians of the vault and steal its contents requires a cultivator at least in the late nascent soul stage, one who has comprehended a thread of the Dao insight phase. Russell, you know such a powerhouse? No wonder you didn't crush Olaf despite having the chance. Instead, you allowed him to stack up his battle will to the 8th ascension. So, you had already planned everything? Grade you even predict the appearance of the brook? The group bombarded Russell with questions, each more eager than the last. It wasn't hard to understand why they were so agitated. After all, what happened to Russell was simply too incredible. First, defeating 2 pure-blooded geniuses from the demon domain, then beating Xian Shang sect's new Saint Sun, followed by surviving Olaf's explosion after stacking the 8 ascensions of the Holy Heart. Who among the younger generation could accomplish all this? At the very least, Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia could not, nor could anyone else. Especially considering that after slaying 6 nascent soul experts of the Solar Dynasty royal family, confronting the Brook upon his return, and killing several peak desis of Xian Shang sect right before the Brook's eyes. Each event surpassed the expectations of these young elites. Add to that the rumors about Russell's Danteon being crippled, and it further highlighted the legendary nature of Russell, a world-shaking genius, one who single-handedly set off an era-defining event. These accolades were entirely fitting for Russell, but Russell only laughed bitterly. Do you really think I can do such things? Instantly, Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia, and the others revealed a half-smiling expression as if saying, "We get it, no need to explain." Russell shook his head, unwilling to say anything more. Since being framed and expelled from Xian Shang sect, Russell hadn't seen Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, and the others. Tonight was a rare opportunity to meet, especially with their assistance earlier. In no time, the brilliant minds chatted happily together. Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia, though arriving later, quickly fit into this small circle. After a night of conversation, Emil, Sean, Ron, Brant, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia mentioned favors again. Only after Russell's repeated assurances did they leave the Bai residence. Due to assisting Russell earlier, their actions had enraged the Brook. The Western capital was the domain of the Brook, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. Openly, the Brook might hesitate to act, but in secret, there were no guarantees. Before leaving, they warned Russell to stay clear of the Western capital as well. Russell nodded in agreement. After the trials of the previous night, he felt sufficiently strong now. It wasn't just about collecting debts anymore. It was time to exact revenge on Xian Shang sect and the Solar Dynasty royal family. Watching Emil, Sean, Brant, Ron, Edgar Youngsek, Cynthia leave, Russell's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Xian Shang sect, Solar Dynasty, it won't take long before I come for you. Having finished, he turned and entered the Bai residence. Russell had already made up his mind. Once the Braden curse within Buck was removed, he would leave the Western capital, first heading to Xian Shang sect and then to the capital to find Giselbert. However, before executing this plan, Joaquin called him over. Once again, it was the passage leading to the Bai family's treasure vault. Under the guidance of the Gordy, Russell met Joaquin once more. "Glenn, I heard you needed to see me?" Russell asked respectfully. The night before, despite being a quasi-transcendent expert, the Brook could have killed Russell but instead allowed him to leave at the last moment. It required little guessing to deduce who must have intervened. Without a doubt, it was Joaquin. So far, of all the powerful individuals Russell had encountered, Chapter 216. The Dragon Roar Awakens Again. Why did Alban bestow Russell with the divine sense bead? And why did he imprint his own divine transformation mark within the bead, ready to save Russell's life in critical moments? There were two reasons. Firstly, given Conway's vengeful nature, it was impossible for him to easily forgive Russell. Once Russell left the Western capital, Conway would immediately take action to eliminate him permanently. Secondly, to bind Russell with a debt of gratitude to the Bai family. It was a win-win situation. Though Alban had not appeared in centuries as the Bai family's ancestor at the Greyvine transformation stage, this did not prevent him from understanding Conway's personality. Almost the moment Conway allowed Russell to leave, Alban guessed what Conway was thinking. Once Russell left the Western capital, Conway would strike without hesitation. Despite being only half-step into the Greyvine transformation realm, Conway was capable of such actions. This was his style. He always eliminated all threats. He could not let Russell live. In the Western capital with Alban around, Conway dared not make a move. But outside the Western capital, he would act without restraint. However, Alban precisely wanted Russell to live on. A master of rank 7 arrays, a grandmaster of rank 5 alchemy, plus the inheritance of the dragon race and the draconic blood battle body. The stronger Russell became, the more advantageous it would be for the Bai family. Alban intended to tie the Bai family and Russell together forever. After receiving the divine sense bead from Alban, Russell followed the Isidore out of the treasure vault. Russell wasn't particularly surprised that Alban could see through his thoughts. After all, as a Greyvine transformation realm powerhouse, Alban possessed certain unpredictable abilities, so knowing his intentions was normal. However, giving Russell a divine sense bead at such a critical moment was thought-provoking. Great Alban foresee some danger Russell would face? And could it be life-threatening? It was highly possible. At present, with the potential and strength Russell had displayed, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators, including late-stage nascent soul, wouldn't be able to pose a threat. Unless it was someone like the Perry or Cade who had comprehended a thread of the Greyvine transformation opportunity, or someone like Conway who had already entered the half-step Greyvine transformation realm. Any of them could crush Russell effortlessly. The first person Russell thought of was Conway. His lips curled into a cold smile. Does he plan to attack once I leave the Western capital and lose the Bai family's protection? Humph, what a farce. This is your territory in the Western capital, yet you couldn't kill me there. Once I leave, you'll have even less of a chance. Russell stored the divine sense bead in his storage bag and returned to his residence. Since he had uncovered Conway's plan, he must seize this time to improve his cultivation and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. For a half-step Greyvine transformation expert like Conway, Russell needed to be cautious. In the days that followed, Russell didn't go anywhere but began secluding himself for cultivation. After the battle with Olaf, Russell's comprehension of the dragon race's inheritance deepened, especially concerning the draconic blood runes, the innate skill dragon roar, and the half-dragon body. He felt that unless he fully comprehended these forces, his draconic blood battle body would not truly be complete and wouldn't be the pinnacle among the top 10 battle bodies. Otherwise, it would remain incomplete. Yet, Russell recalled the words of the Kelly subconsciously. While the draconic blood runes needed to be mastered during the core formation stage, comprehending the innate skill dragon roar required reaching the nascent soul stage to fully grasp it. Thus, no matter how hard Russell tried, the dragon roar would only remain in its embryonic form. Without the assistance of the dragon roar, the draconic blood battle body would be incomplete. Although it's only an embryonic form, it significantly boosts my combat power. Additionally, there's cultivation, alchemy, and arrays. Russell's eyes flickered. Not a single thing can be paused. Closing his eyes, he sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to digest the insights gained from the battle with Olaf. Time flew by. Half a month passed. During this period, besides secluded cultivation, Russell also helped Buck remove the curse within his body. It had to be said, the dark heavenly calamity was indeed formidable. Russell's cultivation was far different now, especially his comprehension of the dragon race's inheritance. Yet when removing the curse, he constantly battled the dark heavenly calamity and remained at a disadvantage. Truly, as a calamity that wiped out an era, it is indeed powerful. But no matter how strong you are, you're merely a stepping stone on my path of cultivation. With flashing eyes, Russell attempted to awaken the Caleb consciousness. Roar. Suddenly, a piercing dragon roar resounded in Russell's mind, instantly turning the disadvantageous situation into a crushing victory. A single roar drove the dark heavenly calamity's curse into disarray. Whoever the owner of this dragon roar was, what kind of powerhouse were they? Russell started to feel excited. Indeed, this dragon roar might not have good intentions and could harbor plans to dominate Russell's body, living a second life. Russell had considered these issues. Initially terrified, he soon came to terms with it. Who dominated whom was still uncertain. No matter how powerful the dragon roar was, it was only a remnant consciousness. Was Russell supposed to be afraid? On the contrary, through this gradually awakening dragon roar, Russell could shorten the time to perfect his draconic blood battle body. There were downsides but also benefits, aligning perfectly with Russell's never-give-up attitude. With the help of the dragon roar, Russell sped up the process of removing the dark heavenly calamity's curse. Finally, after a month, the curse within Buck's body was completely eradicated. Cade, the Isidore, and Nikki all expressed their gratitude, pouring even more cultivation resources into Russell. Even treasures from the vault would be given if Russell asked. Russell did not disappoint. He had recently broken through to the middle stage of core formation but, thanks to abundant cultivation resources, finally broke through again 3 months later, reaching the late stage of core formation. Furthermore, the True Dragon scripture also advanced to the 3rd level. Feeling the explosive power within his body, Russell smiled faintly. It's time to leave. I want to see if Conway dares to make a move. The next day, Russell left the Western capital with the Kelly. The moment they left, Conway received the news, his face filled with exultation. Chapter 217. Reunion with Gideon. Recently, although Russell had not ventured out of his home, news about him had reached the ears of the Terrans through various channels. In the Western capital, the Edgar family and by family, as the two most powerful cultivation clans, might not have engaged in open conflict, but they often competed covertly, each having planted numerous spies within the other. Therefore, it was not difficult for the Terrans to keep track of Russell's movements. Lately, he had mostly heard about Russell's seclusion and his efforts to help Buck remove a curse. The Terrans did not feel particularly concerned about Russell's seclusion. In his eyes, no matter how gifted or deeply rooted Russell was, it was impossible for him to leap from the mid-gold core stage directly to the nascent soul stage. As the de facto ruler of the Western capital, the Terrans had heard some rumors about the demonic races, including Russell's dragon lineage inheritance. After all, the Hayes of the Carey dynasty had obtained the same inheritance and successfully awakened the dragon blood war body. From the intelligence he gathered, the Terrans knew that once demons reached the nascent soul stage, they would tap into their ancestral bloodline and gain an innate supernatural ability. If it were any other demon's ability, the Terrans would not have been concerned. He was a half-step transformation realm cultivator. What could a nascent stage demon possibly do? But dragons were different. As rulers of the previous era, the dragons possessed exceptionally formidable innate abilities. Combined with Russell's natural talent, there was potential for unforeseen changes. Thus, if Russell truly ascended to the nascent soul stage, the Terrans would be extremely wary. However, as long as Russell remained below the nascent soul stage, there was nothing to worry about. That was the confidence of a half-step transformation realm powerhouse. The only ones he feared were those like the dragons, the rulers of the previous era. Almost the moment he received word, the Terrans stood up, vanished into thin air, and immediately set off toward the reported location. Clifton, Ejia, Yusef, and Edgar Schwang witnessed this, but none dared to intervene, for in the Terrance's domain, his word was absolute. Watching the Terrans vanish, Yusef's face showed unprecedented bitterness and concern. He murmured, "I hope nothing else happens." His voice was soft, but due to the silence, Clifton, Ejia, and Edgar Schwang heard him. Clifton and Ejia glanced at Yusef before averting their gazes, but Edgar Schwang frowned and asked, "Yusef, you mean, His Highness will fail?" Indeed, Russell's talent was exceptional, almost monstrous. Edgar Schwang acknowledged this. That night, whether it was his battles against two pure-blooded demonic races, the new Saint Sun Olaf of Xian Shangmin, or the assassination of the Carey dynasty's nascent soul cultivator and the sect leader of Xian Shangmin, Russell had displayed immense strength. Edgar Schwang admitted Russell was strong. But given his short cultivation period and mere mid-gold core stage, how could he pose any threat to the half-step transformation realm Terrans? Yusef shook his head. "I fear the Bai family's Geno might intervene." Apart from being a genius, Russell was also a 5th-rank alchemist and 7th-rank array master, making him immensely valuable. That night, disciples from various major factions like Juan Carmeloan Min, Dao Min, Heavenly Derivation Sanctuary, Universe Sanctuary, and Raging Carey sect had stepped in to assist him against the Terrans, proving his worth. Even Cade of the Bai family had acted. Grade this mean Joaquin might also interfere? Hearing this, Edgar Schwang also felt worried. But Clifton suddenly interjected, "You underestimate His Highness too much. Although Joaquin is a true transformation realm cultivator, all his moves are well understood by the Terrans. Don't worry. Joaquin cannot leave the Bai family nor continuously protect Russell," Clifton reassured them. Yusef and Edgar Schwang exhaled in unison. After leaving the Western capital with the Amberley, Russell quickened his pace. They sensed countless cultivators watching them closely, tracking every move. He sped up not out of fear, but to lure the Terrans away. However, just as he and the Amberley hadn't gone far, a familiar voice called, "Translation complete." This passage maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 218. Scion of the Imperial Family. When Russell heard Gideon's words, his face showed no sign of emotion. Edgar is still well with no ripples. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Of course, Russell remembered the fragmented map Gideon mentioned. After all, that map now lay quietly in Russell's storage bag. If not for Gideon's sudden mention, Russell might have almost forgotten about it. Back in ancient Safety City, it had been the Perry who originally coveted that map, but as he didn't have spirit stones and was unwilling to exchange it for the blood-containing flower, he could only ask Russell to buy the map. From the Perry's tone, one could tell that dragon saliva grass was extremely valuable. But why did Gideon suddenly come after him and bring up this matter at such a crucial moment? Russell took a deep look at Gideon, lost in thought. A hint of embarrassment finally appeared on Gideon's face. "Brother Edgarn, I mean nothing by it. I just want to form a good relationship with you. Regarding Duo Bao Pavilion circumstances, as you understand, we can only provide some herbs and heavenly treasures, but these aren't high-grade magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, or secret arts." In clan and successfully awakened the draconic blood battle body. If Gideon gave him the news, he would certainly receive substantial rewards. Compared to Russell's personal favor, the value of those rewards would multiply. Wait, the Crown Prince. Could it be that Giselbert already knew about this? Was Gideon acting on his orders? Suddenly, Russell seemed to understand everything. However, he wasn't anxious or revealing anything. On the contrary, Russell's face had regained its calm, staring intently at Gideon as he asked deliberately, "You're sure a dragon clan powerhouse fell in that secret realm?" Gideon's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. "Absolutely certain. I've gathered the other parts of the map, I just need Brother Edgarn's piece." What was previously possible now became absolutely certain. Clearly, something was wrong. Having grasped the truth, Russell didn't panic, calmly saying, "Time, place?" Gideon said joyfully, 1 month from now, in Kermit Mountain Range, 20,000 miles northeast of West Capital. By then, the owners of the remaining pieces of the fragmented map will gather there. Russell nodded, "Understood. I'll attend when the time comes." With that, He turned around and left. At that very moment, his initially calm expression changed drastically, turning icy and cold with overflowing killing intent. Neither Gideon nor the two black-robed nascent soul cultivators noticed this change. Only the Summer showed a hint of surprise on her face. Seeing Russell leave, she hurriedly chased after him, disappearing instantly into the dense forest ahead. Not long after Russell and the Summer left, Gideon's face also changed. He smiled bitterly. Masters, I've completed your task. Can you let go of Precious Medicine Pavilion and spare my father? One of the black-robed nascent soul cultivators sneered. Driscoll Edgar. Why do you say that? Precious Medicine Pavilion has always been part of the Carey dynasty, and our pavilion master is merely invited as a guest by the Hayes. Rest assured, nothing will happen to Precious Medicine Pavilion or the pavilion master. Gideon's bitter smile deepened. His heart sank like it had plunged into an ice cellar. He never imagined that the Hayes would use such means, first controlling Precious Medicine Pavilion, then inviting the pavilion master to the prince's residence, dispatching someone to West Capital to make him a decoy to lure Russell to the Kermit Mountains. That fragmented map was genuine. There was indeed a secret realm in Kermit Mountains, containing dragon saliva grass and a place where a dragon clan powerhouse fell. All true, but it was all part of the Hayes' scheme from the beginning. What a clever Hayes. No wonder he was the imperial heir. Gideon couldn't help but admit his skill. But how did he know that Russell had the map? The other nascent soul cultivator glared at Gideon. Grade Russell suspect anything from your conversation? Gideon thought for a few seconds before shaking his head. Probably not. The eyes of the two black-robed nascent soul cultivators instantly grew cold. Probably. Gideon laughed bitterly. Glens, though I'm Driscoll of Precious Medicine Pavilion, my cultivation is only mid-foundation establishment. Can a mid-foundation establishment cultivator discern a middle-stage golden core expert? All my previous statements were exactly as you instructed. The two black-robed nascent souls exchanged looks, then seized Gideon between them, saying together, let's go back. Without caring whether Gideon was willing, they dragged him away. As soon as they left, another figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Harrowang. He glanced at the direction Russell and the Summer went, then looked at Gideon and the two nascent soul cultivators, frowning deeply and murmuring, people of the Hayes? What is he planning? After a few seconds, Harrowang's face suddenly brightened, and he said mildly, whatever the Hayes intends, this will be the second time I act. Hashtag chapter 219. Intercept and kill. Before the Terrence achieved his great cultivation, he once owed a favor to the Holy Emperor of the Carey dynasty. The main reason he targeted Russell, going to any lengths to eliminate any grievances between Russell and the royal family of the Carey dynasty, including the Hayes, was to repay this debt. The Terrence had promised the Holy Emperor that he would intervene 3 times on behalf of the imperial offspring. The first time was when he saved the Abelardo from Russell's hands in the Terrence Dom. If he could now intercept and kill Russell before the Hayes arrived, it would count as the second intervention. 3 interventions for the sake of the imperial offspring. 1 for the Abelardo, 1 for the Hayes. Only 1 remained. Once this debt was repaid, a burden that had weighed on the Terrence for years would be lifted. He would soar through the skies like a bird set free and swim across vast seas like an unchained fish, directly entering the soul transformation realm. Thinking of the soul transformation realm, even someone as mentally resolute as the Terrence felt a strong wave of emotion stir within him. He glanced once more in the direction Russell had left, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the void, chasing after Russell. No matter what, this interception must succeed. Elsewhere. After parting ways with Russell, the Amberley wasted no time and immediately burst into full speed, racing to leave the boundaries of the western capital as quickly as possible. These two black-robed Yuan Ing cultivators are suspicious. Suddenly, the Amberley's voice rang in Russell's ear. And so is that Cole. Russell's brows furrowed instantly, glancing at the Amberley subconsciously before asking, why are you so certain they're problematic? Hearing his words, the Amberley smiled slightly. So you've noticed something's off too. I thought my intuition was misleading me. Russell paused, asking, intuition? The Amberley nodded. Yes, exactly that. It's an instinctive sense of danger, rooted deep in every demon's bloodline. Once a demon reaches the Yuan Ing stage, they gain this ability. She paused, adding, it's a kind of danger detection that stems from our lineage. Just like animals have instincts for danger, but ours are far superior. Russell found this intriguing, especially the mention of the demonic bloodline. So he asked, does it work similarly to an animal's instinct for danger? The Amberley pondered for a few seconds before replying, exactly, but it's different from an animal's instinct. A demon's heightened sense of danger is far more powerful. Russell agreed. It was an ability gained only after reaching the Yuan Ing stage and tracing back to their bloodline's origin. Looking at the Amberley, he continued, so what did you mean when you said those two black-robed Yuan Ing cultivators and Gideon were suspicious? Grade, you sense danger? Almost instantly, the Amberley's expression turned serious, speaking deliberately, yes. In a month, if you go to the Kermit Mountains as planned, you will encounter danger. Russell smiled slightly. You're right. There indeed is danger. The Amberley asked, so, does that mean you won't go? Russell shook his head. No, I still have to go. The Amberley was puzzled. Knowing there's danger, why do you still want to go? Russell replied, I have my reasons. Pausing, he continued, for now, let's think about how to deal with the current predicament. Though they were already far from the western capital, Russell felt an uneasy sensation akin to having thorns on his back. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had experienced it before in the Terrence Dom. Yes, this uneasy feeling was actually murderous intent, and it was specifically from the ruthless Terrence. Russell knew that the Terrence had caught up to him and locked onto him. The reason he hadn't attacked yet was merely out of caution. Once he confirmed there was no danger, he would strike immediately to intercept and kill Russell. Only Joaquin from the Bai family posed a threat to the Terrence, but since the Terrence was sure Joaquin wouldn't leave the western capital, he chose to proceed cautiously. Not only did Russell sense the Terrence's murderous intent, but the Amberley did too. They exchanged glances and surged forward again. But just the next second, a voice echoed in Russell's mind. Northeast. Zoran 200 miles northeast. Russell recognized this voice well. It was the Elroy. Although Russell had long suspected the Elroy would appear, he hadn't expected this form. An astral projection of consciousness guiding Russell without revealing his true self. Northeast, 200 miles. Russell repeated these words silently, wondering, does the Elroy have a way out? The Terrence was indeed formidable, already halfway to the soul transformation realm, but the Elroy was no pushover either. Though the Elroy had only grasped a thread of soul transformation potential, he had various means at his disposal, potentially enough to contend with the Terrence. Without hesitation, Russell made his decision. In the next moment, he changed course and headed northeast. Seeing this, the Amberly was momentarily stunned. Though she didn't understand why Russell suddenly changed direction, she followed him without question. Their figures had barely vanished when the Terrence emerged from the void. His voice icy cold. Trying to escape? How can I let you get away? He had confirmed that Joaquin from the Bai family had not followed them. Now, he could act. With a single step, the Terrence chased after Russell, moving with such force that the entire area seemed sealed off, even the air becoming thick like mud. Anyone, human or beast, who fell into this domain would be trapped forever, unable to escape. Similar techniques had been used by Ajay of the Xianshang sect, but compared to the Terrence, his methods were shallow and limited. This was the true power of soul transformation. Russell's face showed growing anxiety. Feeling the increasingly dense void around him, he almost couldn't resist using the spirit bead given to him by Joaquin, but managed to hold back at the last moment. He chose to trust the Elroy. To Russell, 200 miles was a short distance. The location chosen by the Elroy was a deep valley, and at the end of the valley loomed a sheer cliff. Russell's brows furrowed deeply. The Amberly's face showed despair. Russell, is this the path you've chosen? Before her words fully faded, behind them, the Terrence slowly appeared, stepping out of the void, approaching with each heavy step. #### to be continued. Chapter 220, The Forbidden Great Array. With each ripple expanding through the void, the entire space seemed like a lake into which a colossal boulder had been hurled, instantly erupting in a burst of violent energy that spread wildly, as if whipped up by a hurricane. Russell and the Amberly instantly felt as though they were bearing an ancient divine mountain on their backs. The pressure was overwhelming. At this moment, the figure of Hampton emerged from midair, walking step by step as if on solid ground, emitting the boundless aura of the half-step soul transformation realm. His face brimmed with unshakable confidence as he looked down at Russell and the Amberly and said calmly, "Is this the place you chose to bury your bones? Indeed, it's quite fitting. Now, how do you want to die?" Even Hampton did not expect this. Russell had fled to such an absolute dead end. Ahead was a towering cliff face reaching up into the clouds, flanked by valleys. What else could it be but a dead end? In Hampton's mind, countless scenarios of Russell's escape had played out, but never one like this. Was he panicking and losing his way now? Hampton looked down at Russell and the Amberly below him, the corners of his mouth curling up in ridicule. Russell's battle in the western capital against two pure-blooded demons of the demon realm and the new Cooper of the profound sage sect, where both sides fought until madness ensued and Russell emerged victorious, demonstrated his formidable strength. Even Olaf's explosive power combined with the peak combat spirit of his 8th level of Heart Sutra couldn't defeat Russell, underscoring his exceptional prowess. He had truly made a name for himself in one battle. Due to certain people's promotion, Russell's reputation spread across the cultivation world within days. Throughout the territory ruled by the Solar Dynasty, almost everyone knew of Russell. Even the enmity between Russell and the royal house of the Solar Dynasty and the profound sage sect became widely talked about. And it grew increasingly mythical. Russell had undoubtedly become the first genius of the Solar Dynasty. Indeed, Russell was not just a genius. He was a prodigy. Hampton acknowledged this. If given enough time, Russell's future achievements would be immeasurable. However, this was precisely his weakness. His cultivation time was too short. A short cultivation time meant insufficient experience. Once faced with an enemy too powerful to defeat, his shortcomings were exposed. In Hampton's eyes, Russell appeared here precisely because of his lack of experience. Since you've chosen your burial ground, then die. Without hesitation, Hampton slowly extended his large hand towards Russell and the Amberly. And from the outset, he used his most potent divine ability, Palm of Heaven and Earth. He aimed for a fatal strike, right away to avoid any mishaps midway. In an instant, it seemed as though Hampton held the entire region in his palm. Space compressed with a creaking sound, cracks of darkness appearing, gradually spreading towards Russell and the Amberly. It seemed poised to suck them in the next second, tearing them apart into fragments. The immense pressure on Russell and the Amberly skyrocketed several times over. The Amberly's expression changed drastically, and she immediately assumed her true form. A massive heavenly dark python, stretching dozens of zhang in length, appeared and struck violently towards Hampton. But in the next second, the Amberly felt a tremendous resistance, as if the entire void had been sealed, tightly clutched in Hampton's grasp, forming a prison. With her initial nascent soul stage cultivation, the Amberly had almost exhausted all her trump cards once transformed, yet she could not break free from the prison, nor could she shake it easily. Roar. Unwilling to give up, the Amberly let out a roar. This was her innate divine ability. It was a spiritual attack, targeting the cultivator's sea of consciousness. When the roar sounded, the whole void resounded with a massive bellow, turning into a wave of sonic gale that spread instantly but was quickly blocked and rebounded. What was originally the Amberly's innate ability now rebounded and struck her own body. Just one blow sent the Amberly spitting blood, her breath rapidly fading as even maintaining her true form of the heavenly dark python became difficult, reverting her back to human form. Damn it, can't break it. Her face turned pale, and she turned to Russell anxiously. Russell, find a way to escape fast, or we'll both end up dead here today. We can't break it. Russell shook his head calmly, his gaze unwavering on Hampton. This space has turned into a prison, and with our cultivation levels, it's impossible to break free. Upon hearing his words, the Amberley's face turned ashen. If they couldn't break this prison, then wasn't it certain they were doomed? This is a divine ability I call. Hampton's eyes gleamed sharply, his voice icy cold. Hemph, then I'd love to see how you plan to escape from my hands. As he spoke, the right hand that grasped this space suddenly clenched. For a moment, the entire world's force seemed to compress towards Russell, seemingly intent on crushing and grinding him to dust. Yet, Russell remained unperturbed, showing no signs of panic. Hampton roared, "Gray!" He then clenched his hand into a fist. The Amberley closed her eyes in despair. Yet, the expected scene of being crushed did not happen. She remained standing there, very much alive. Russell also maintained his smile as usual. Chapter 221, Scaring Off. Not dead? Why? Carlo's expression was ugly, dark as water sinking into an ice cellar. Inside my palm universe, you should not have withstood this force and would have been instantly turned into a bloody mist. Why are you still alive? He extended his massive hand again, grabbing towards Russell. Useless. Russell shook his head and laughed. Haven't you noticed yet? This world is a prison, a true prison. But the one imprisoned is not us, it's you. Carlo's face changed dramatically. His half-step soul transformation realm divine sense erupted like surging waves, spreading out in all directions. But in the next second, they had switched. If not you, then there must be someone else. Carlo, being a legendary killer and reaching the half-step soul transformation realm, was no fool. After some thought, he understood what happened. Russell had help. From the beginning, it was a trap. Russell did not run here blindly. Instead, he led him here. Who helped Russell? Suddenly, Carlo recalled the robbery at the Tuong Manor treasure vault. Was it that black-robed figure? They were partners. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Carlo laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, staring directly at Russell. The raging, crimson killing intent emanating from him surged out recklessly, almost becoming tangible, crashing wildly against the sealed space of the formation. Boom, boom. Each collision produced a thunderous roar, causing the entire world to tremble and ripple, but the next second, it was annihilated by the seal's power, vanishing without a trace. Carlo, it's useless. Russell shook his head. A ninth-rank sealing formation can bind true soul transformation powerhouses, and you are merely a half-step soul transformation. No matter how hard you try, you cannot tear through this ninth-rank formation. Initially, even Russell didn't notice it, until he saw this cliff and detected a hint of sealing from the surrounding void. Only then did he realize that a sealing formation was hidden here. The black-robed figure alerted Russell, suggesting he lure Carlo to this place. Russell speculated there were two reasons. First, a ninth-rank formation required enormous spirit energy and time. Even using array discs and flags, it couldn't be set up casually. Only a true ninth-rank array master could do it. But the black-robed figure specialized in alchemy, not arrays, requiring even more time. Setting it up on the spot wouldn't work, so they chose this method, setting up the ninth-rank formation beforehand and letting Russell lead people into the trap. Second, the black-robed figure didn't want to expose himself or appear before Carlo, hence using this method. Of course, there might be a third possibility, that the black-robed figure knew even if he appeared, along with Russell and Amberley, they wouldn't stand a chance against Carlo. As the seal power erupted, the ninth-rank formation permeated, covering Carlo's palm universe skill. With the palm universe disappearing, Russell and Amberley regained their mobility. In contrast, Carlo was entirely bound and sealed by the ninth-rank formation. Amberley looked at the sky full of seals and exclaimed, "Russell, you already knew nothing would happen, so you stayed calm?" Russell did not respond, only staring at Carlo intently. Feeling ignored, Amberley also shifted his gaze to Carlo and said, "What now? Kill him? Humph, kill me." Hearing Amberley mention killing him, Carlo's eyes turned blood red. His raging killing intent condensed around him like a crimson armor. "You think you can kill me?" Russell smiled faintly. "We indeed can't, but with the help of a ninth-rank killing formation, it can be done. A ninth-rank sealing formation can bind soul transformation powerhouses, while a ninth-rank killing formation can slay them. Now that the sealing formation has appeared, don't you think the killing formation is close behind?" Carlo's pupils contracted sharply. Seeing this reaction, Russell's eyes flashed, shouting, "Now move!" Immediately, another type of seal appeared in the sky above the sealed area, surging out like a flood. And as soon as they appeared, they emitted an overwhelming killing intent, no weaker than the crimson armor formed from Carlo's killing intent. Even stronger, subtly overwhelming it. Finally unable to hold back, Carlo produced a dripping bloody sword in his palm. Coupled with the crimson armor, it unleashed an unprecedented killing intent, tearing through the ninth-rank seals. Chapter 222, Escape to Freedom. As the ninth stage runes in this world were torn apart by the blood-dripping sword in Carlo's hand, the ninth stage array's bindings shattered in the next second. Instantly, Russell and the Amberley felt an unparalleled surge of murderous intent radiating from the sword in Carlo's hand. Their faces turned pale, hearts plummeting into despair. Such overwhelming killing intent, combined with Carlo's half-step soul transformation realm, if he directed this power toward Russell and the Amberley, they would perish instantly, without a doubt. However, after using his bloody sword to tear through the ninth stage runes and the ninth stage sealing array, Carlo didn't choose to attack Russell and the Amberley. Instead, his figure flickered, escaping through the rift before vanishing completely. Seeing this, Russell and the Amberley were momentarily stunned. Although Carlo had fled, that corpse mountain and blood sea-like killing intent still lingered around them. Gulp. Even the initial nascent soul Amberley couldn't help swallowing hard, terrified. What terrifying killing intent. The blood sword in Carlo's hand is probably an 8th stage magical tool, right? She glanced at the direction Carlo had escaped and continued. "Carlo has fled. What do you think? Should we pursue him?" That's a half-step soul transformation powerhouse. It was only with the 9th stage sealing and killing arrays that we managed to corner him. If we miss this chance, killing him will be far more difficult. But in the next second, Russell grabbed her arm, his voice grave. Don't chase. Let's run as fast as we can. The Amberly. Confused but being dragged along by Russell, she started running in a certain direction. As Russell and the Amberly left, the 9th stage runes hanging in midair vanished as if they had never existed. Russell's escape speed grew faster and faster, almost reminiscent of when Carlo had been chasing them. But hadn't Carlo fled? The Amberly couldn't help asking, Russell, why are you running? A look of panic flashed across Russell's face. Everything that happened just now was fake. There were no so-called 9th stage sealing or killing arrays. How could we not run? Carlo was scared off temporarily, but once he realizes the deception, he'll definitely return to hunt us down. So we must run now. The Amberly. Her expression was one of bewilderment and confusion, completely unable to understand Russell's words. Russell explained, you said it yourself, the blood sword in Carlo's hand is an 8th stage magical tool. Do you think an 8th stage magical tool could simultaneously tear through 9th stage sealing and killing arrays? The Amberly suddenly understood. While unfamiliar with array arts, she knew tearing through 9th stage sealing and killing arrays required at least a 9th stage magical tool, and Carlo's blood sword was only an 8th stage. Realizing the truth, the Amberly's face paled. She exclaimed, so what you said earlier? Russell replied, it was all a ruse. Not Montague's 9th stage sealing and killing arrays, but likely 8th stage peak ones. Unless they are 9th stage, they cannot threaten a soul transformation powerhouse. Though Carlo isn't truly a soul transformation but a half step, if we stayed and relied on those 2 arrays, we would have died. Before Russell finished speaking, the Amberly's speed surged, racing towards a direction just like when they had been hunted. Where are you going? Russell couldn't help shouting, you're running in the wrong direction. This way. The Amberly. Soon after the duo left, Carlo reappeared, feeling the spatial fluctuations. His face darkened. 8th stage sealing array, 8th stage killing array. Good one, Russell. Truly deserving of your reputation for starting an era. You've tricked me, but thinking you can escape my grasp like this is too naive. Almost instantly, his gaze locked onto their escape direction. Then his figure vanished. A half-step soul transformation powerhouse had been frightened off by 2 8th stage arrays. If word got out, Carlo would be ridiculed. Even if people didn't laugh openly, they'd surely mock him in private. Thus, Carlo had to catch up to Russell and the Amberly. To cut the roots, that overwhelming killing intent appeared again. Russell felt that prickling sensation on his back once more, knowing Carlo was coming. He and the Amberly unleashed their full power, diving into a dense forest. Ahead, Montague waited anxiously, holding an array disc emitting milky white light. Is that a teleportation array? Russell immediately recognized the disc, a device engraved with a teleportation array. Relief washed over him, pushing his cultivation and dragon heritage to the limits. The Amberly revealed her true form, activating the Hannah bloodline, increasing her speed. Yet, even then, Montague urged them, hurry, Carlo is coming. Setting up sealing and killing arrays took time. Similarly, so did setting up a teleportation array. This was why he had told Russell to lure Carlo to that dead end, to buy enough time for the teleportation setup. The 8th stage sealing and killing arrays could only delay Carlo, while the true path to escape lay in the teleportation array. Though the delay was brief, it had worked. The immense killing intent made even Montague uneasy. Facing such a powerful opponent wasn't something he desired, especially given his unique identity. Recognized by Carlo, it could mean death. The moment Carlo's true form appeared, Montague plunged into the teleportation array to avoid facing him directly. Immediately after, Russell and the Amberly followed suit. The moment the 3 vanished, the teleportation light faded away. You shall not escape. Carlo watched Russell's disappearing silhouette and the fading light, his eyes wide with rage. In an instant, he summoned the blood sword from his palm and slashed down. The sword chi and killing intent ravaged the heavens, splitting everything into 2. But Russell, Montague, and the Amberly were already gone. Chapter 223, Strangerland. The Terrence, an absolute powerhouse at the half-step transforming spirit realm, had failed to kill Amberly and Russell, one at the early nascent soul stage and the other at the middle golden core stage. This outcome was something that Terrence himself never anticipated. No, Russell was no longer merely at the middle golden core stage. He had advanced during his battle with Olaf, the new Cooper of the Profound Saint sect, breaking through to the late golden core stage, exponentially increasing his strength. Yet, a late Mac and an early nascent soul cultivator managed to escape from the clutches of a half-step, transforming spirit powerhouse. Few would believe such a tale, yet it had indeed transpired. Logically speaking, overwhelming Russell and Amberly should have been as easy for a half-step, transforming spirit expert as drinking water or eating a meal. A mere flick of the wrist, utilizing even a fraction of their power, would have crushed them into nothingness. But events did not unfold as expected. The Terrence failed, frightened away by the 8th stage sealing array and the 8th stage killing array that the cloaked figure had set up in advance. He missed the best opportunity to strike at Russell. Though he had help, the fact remained that the Terrence's failure was unimaginable. It was equally inconceivable to the Terrence himself. Staring at the vanished figures of Russell, Amberly, and the cloaked figure, his face darkened menacingly. The intense murderous intent within him, akin to a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, erupted uncontrollably, sweeping and crushing everything around him. Finally, the Terrence could no longer contain his fury, roaring wildly. At the same time, the 8th stage magical weapon in his hand, dripping with blood, unleashed a fierce sword intent, violently shaking and tearing apart everything in its vicinity. Forests, rocks, cliffs, mountains, all were torn asunder by the sword intent. Only when the entire area lay devastated did his rage subside significantly. He spoke coldly, Russell, I will capture you, no matter what. Before the words even left his mouth, he turned resolutely and vanished into the void. Long after he had gone, cultivators finally detected the abnormalities in the area and came to investigate. Feeling the lingering, razor-sharp sword in tint in the air, they were shocked. Such a fierce sword in tint. Who could it be? In the entire cultivation world, there are only a few who possess such intense sword in tint. One can count them on one hand. Could it be the Bjorn of 10,000 Sword Sect, or the Birch? It shouldn't be them. 10,000 Sword Sect is too far from here. Why would they come without reason? If it's not the Bjorn or the Birch of 10,000 Sword Sect, then who? I remember the Terrence of Shijing is also an extraordinary expert. This place isn't far from Shijing. Could it be him? But this aura, wasn't he in Shijing? Heh, it's just an illusion. Don't forget, the world-renowned prodigy leaving Shijing has already caused quite a stir. With the incident at the Western Palace, do you think the Terrence would let him leave unimpeded? If it's truly the Terrence here, then where is Russell? Hush, speak carefully. Right, better not talk about it, lest we bring calamity upon ourselves. However, these remnants of sword and tint in the air are worth studying. We might gain something from them. You're really daring, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by the killing intent? These cultivators, having guessed part of the truth, knew the situation involved the Terrence and Russell, but they quickly stopped discussing it. After all, matters involving the Terrence, the Solar Dynasty imperial family, and the Hays were too sensitive and dangerous. A misstep could lead to death. Meanwhile, in another place, amidst towering mountain peaks and dense forests, a flash of white light appeared, and three figures dropped out of nowhere. They were Russell, Amberly, and the cloaked figure. They had been transported here via a teleportation formation hastily set up by the cloaked figure. What place is this? Russell frowned, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Compared to Russell, Amberly was more relaxed. Who cares where it is? As long as we've escaped the Terrence's pursuit, anywhere will do. Too terrifying. The murderous intent like a sea of blood and the cutting-through void sharpness of the sword intent. Even though they were now safe, Amberly still shuddered when recalling the murderous intent from the Terrence and the sword intent from the bloody sword in his hand. Is this what a half-step transforming spirit expert looks like? Had they been even a second slower, they surely would have met their doom. Indeed, very terrifying. Russell nodded in agreement. Both the murderous intent and the sword intent are horrifying, but the truly frightening one is the Terrence. He sighed. I have a feeling that the Terrence won't take long to step into the transforming spirit realm, becoming a true transforming spirit expert. When that happens, if he insists on killing us, we'll be in real trouble. Hearing this, Amberly shivered again and asked, Russell, what do we do next? Russell replied, first, we need to find out where we are. His gaze shifted to the cloaked figure. Glenn, thank you. Without the cloaked figure's assistance, this time they might have faced grave danger. Hashtag chapter 224, Yuhua Dynasty. After hearing the Perry's words, Russell fell silent. Is there really no way? The Perry looked at Russell as if seeing through his thoughts and added, your current cultivation is still too low. It's far from enough. Unless one day you can step into a realm beyond the soul transformation stage, perhaps there might be a chance. A realm beyond soul transformation? Russell nodded heavily, looking at the Perry with intense eyes and said earnestly, rest assured, Glenn, I will definitely reach that realm and then help you heal your old spiritual awareness injuries. The Perry smiled slightly but remained silent. The Amberly rolled her eyes dramatically, intending to comment sarcastically. After all, the realm beyond soul transformation was akin to being a terrestrial immortal, with cultivators who reached such heights invariably possessing great fortune and opportunities, world-shaking geniuses. But thinking of Russell's monstrous talent, she held back. Russell possessed the Dragon Clan legacy, awakening the top-ranked Dragon Blood War body among the 10 great battle bodies, while simultaneously cultivating array techniques and alchemy. He almost single-handedly ushered in a new era, a grand age of cultivation, great fortune, great opportunity, and world-class genius. Russell was lacking in none of these aspects. Perhaps, he really could enter a realm beyond soul transformation. If Russell truly reached that level, it would be one person ascending and all others benefiting by extension. Even the Amberly could bask in his glory. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of anticipation as well. Take this. The Perry suddenly handed Russell an ancient, weathered scroll as he looked at him. Russell subconsciously accepted it, then frowned and asked, Glenn, what is this? I don't have much time left to remain conscious. Please listen carefully. The Perry explained. This is a cultivation technique for creating an external avatar. Grant you obtain the nascent soul of a core formation stage grand cultivator? This secret method transforms the nascent soul into an external avatar. Originally, I should have given it to you long ago, but my spiritual awareness fell back into confusion, and I forgot these matters. Fortunately, it's not too late to give it to you now. He then handed Russell a bottle of pills and continued, these are spirit-expanding pills. Your Dragon Clan inheritance has many drawbacks, especially the incomplete Dragon Blood War body. And beyond that, I am also concerned about whether the consciousness of the Dragon Clan powerhouse within the drop of Dragon Clan essence blood you refined has truly been extinguished. If that Dragon Clan powerhouse's consciousness remains, it will eventually turn against you, occupying your body and taking everything from you. To prevent this, you must strengthen your own spiritual awareness and prepare in advance. Russell gazed at the pills in the Perry's hand, feeling deeply moved. In this world, besides Tammy and Master, only the Perry had treated him so well. Phew. He exhaled deeply, then said seriously, thank you, Glenn. The Perry nodded slightly, but the next moment, he warned in a grave tone, there's one last point. Do not attempt to seek revenge on the Xianshang sect or the Carey dynasty imperial family until you achieve the nascent soul stage. The Xianshang sect is hailed as the premier cultivation holy land, and the Carey dynasty has existed for a millennium. Their profound reserves are beyond your imagination. Unless you reach the nascent soul stage, never go. Russell responded solemnly, I understand. The Peri gave a satisfied smile. The next second, his expression froze, and he reverted to his befuddled state. Russell stared at the secret technique and pills in his hand, lost in thought. The Amberly tried several times to speak, but didn't interrupt him. Finally, Russell spoke up. I need to go into seclusion for a period of cultivation. You should explore around here, and see if you can find any information. At least we need to know where we are. The Amberly nodded. All right, I'll take care of it immediately. With that, she flashed away instantly, disappearing from the spot. Russell glanced at the bewildered Peri, then dug a hole right there to serve as a temporary cave residence, and began cultivating the secret technique given by the Peri. Earlier in Myriad Demon Mountain, he had killed a peak master from the Xianshang sect and seized their nascent soul, which was currently sealed by the Amberly's blood runes. Logically speaking, using the nascent soul of a grand cultivator to form an external avatar should yield similar cultivation, but the Peri had warned Russell not to consider avenging himself against the Xianshang sect or the Carey dynasty until reaching the nascent soul stage. It seems the depth of the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty is far more complex than I imagined. Russell muttered, I underestimated them before. Although his former identity was the Cooper of the Xianshang sect, boasting deep knowledge of it, after hearing the Peri's warning, Russell realized how little he truly understood. Although I possess a spirit awareness pearl containing the consciousness of a soul transformation expert, venturing into the Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty now would likely be anticipated by the Western Emperor, so Russell's eyes flickered as he decided to enter seclusion. At the very least, he needed to stabilize his late golden core cultivation and cultivate an external avatar. Sitting cross-legged, he opened the pill bottle given by the Peri, took one pill, swallowed it, then unfolded the cultivation manual for the external avatar and began practicing. Half a month passed quickly. Russell had stabilized his late golden core cultivation. Moreover, by consuming the pills gifted by the Peri, his spiritual power significantly improved, rivaling some newly minted nascent soul cultivators. Yet, even so, Russell hadn't found the key to breaking through to nascent soul. Knowing his foundation was weak and his accumulation insufficient, he wasn't anxious but focused solely on mastering the secret technique. In half a month, he had grasped some essentials and started refining the external avatar. Refining an external avatar shares many similarities with puppeteering and crafting magical artifacts. Although Russell wasn't a puppeteer or a craftsperson, his unique insights into alchemy allowed him to apply related knowledge. Through his comprehension and experimentation, he actually succeeded in refining the external avatar. Russell, I have news. At this moment, a voice called out from outside the cave. It was the Amberly. While Russell was in seclusion, the Amberly hadn't been idle, gathering intelligence everywhere. Although their location was extremely remote, without beasts or cultivators, the Amberly managed to gather some information through her means. They were within the territory of the Yuhua dynasty, an even more ancient and powerful empire than the Carey dynasty. Russell. Outside the cave, the Amberly called again, receiving no response. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Russell exit the cave, followed by another figure. Hashtag chapter 225, Kermit's Secret Realm. What news have you heard? Russell asked. The Amberly's gaze, however, turned to behind Russell, her eyes gleaming with surprise as she exclaimed, Russell, could this be the extraordinary incarnation you refined? From that figure, the Amberly felt a powerful oppressive force. She was inwardly puzzled. The peak master of Xianshang sect who died had the same cultivation as me, only at the early stage nascent soul realm. Logically speaking, refining a nascent soul into an extraordinary incarnation shouldn't increase its power. So where is this oppressive force coming from? Back in 10,000 Demon Mountain, the Amberly had met the peak master of Xianshang sect and paid no heed to him. Although their cultivations were the same, both at the early stage nascent soul realm, if they had fought to their full potential, the Amberly was confident she could defeat him. However, after the peak master's death, his nascent soul was refined by Russell into an extraordinary incarnation. Strangely, the Amberly felt a faint oppressive force from this incarnation, which left her very perplexed and confused. She knew about Russell's intention to refine an extraordinary incarnation. In fact, right after escaping from 10,000 Demon Mountain, Russell began preparations for this but was delayed due to Xianshang sect and the Carey dynasty imperial family's pursuit. After entering Western capital, things were further delayed because the black-robed figure suddenly went missing. But it was fortunate that it was eventually accomplished successfully. Yet, how fast it was. Refining an extraordinary incarnation was originally a very powerful secret technique. How long had it been? Just half a month? Was it already completed? The Amberly marveled secretly at Russell's talent, feeling even more hopeful. Perhaps Russell really had a chance to reach the transformation realm or become a mighty existence on par with celestial deities. Indeed, I've managed to refine it. Russell smiled. Moreover, the strength of this extraordinary incarnation has surpassed my expectations. Apart from the method for refining the extraordinary incarnation and the pills to enhance his divine consciousness, the black-robed figure also provided Russell with some crucial materials for the refinement. The method and pills were gifts given willingly when the black-robed figure was lucid, while the materials were obtained by Russell when the black-robed figure's divine consciousness was hazy. Originally, Russell thought it would take considerable effort, but unexpectedly, the black-robed figure gave them directly. Moreover, these were very precious materials. This was one of the reasons Russell was able to refine the extraordinary incarnation so quickly. Without these materials, he might have spent a lot of time searching for them. Russell even suspected that a significant reason the black-robed figure had stolen from the Dodge's treasure trove was to obtain these materials. It seemed he had planned everything meticulously from the beginning. Because of these materials, not only did the process go smoothly, but the result also surprised Russell. Though the extraordinary incarnation's cultivation was only at the early stage nascent soul realm, its combat power was comparable to that of a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. With this extraordinary incarnation guarding him, whatever Russell did next would be much smoother. Looking at the Amberly, Russell asked, "You still haven't answered my question." Suddenly, The Amberley's expression grew solemn, and she spoke each word distinctly, Kermit's secret realm. Though just 4 words, to Russell, they sounded like a heavy hammer strike. Because half a month ago, outside Western Capital, he had heard the same words from Gideon, the Cole of Treasure Medicine Pavilion. At that time, Gideon mentioned both the Kermit secret realm and the Kermit mountain range. Russell's eyes flashed as he stared at the Amberley and asked gravely, "Are you saying the mountain range we appeared in happens to be the very Kermit mountain range where Kermit's secret realm is located?" The Amberley nodded. "Yes, precisely. I didn't expect that although we were teleported to Feathered Ascension Dynasty, the Kermit mountain range spans both Feathered Ascension Dynasty and Carey Dynasty, and the area we are in now belongs exactly to the core region of the Kermit mountain range." She looked at Russell worriedly and said, "Russell, isn't this too coincidental?" Half a month ago, they left Western Capital, and Gideon had chased after them, inviting Russell to explore the Kermit secret realm, setting a 1-month rendezvous. Behind that event, it was likely the Hayes had ordered it. Later, due to Jamie's pursuit, they were teleported to this unfamiliar area. Though they were no longer in the Carey Dynasty, they were right within the Kermit mountain range in the Feathered Ascension Dynasty. It felt like there was a huge hand guiding their progress from behind. Russell naturally understood the Amberley's meaning and retorted fiercely, "Do you think His Highness the Hayes can reach his hand into Feathered Ascension Dynasty?" The Amberley shook her head. "As far as I know, the relationship between the Carey Dynasty and Feathered Ascension Dynasty is not good." "That makes sense," Russell said. "This should just be a coincidence, unrelated to the Hayes." "But," the Amberley started. Russell cut her off. "No, buts. I believe him." The words the Amberley wanted to say, Russell had already guessed. Was this related to the black-robed figure? However, Russell trusted the black-robed figure. Whether it was the nameless pill decree or the extraordinary incarnation, if the black-robed figure wanted to harm Russell, he wouldn't have lasted this long. So it couldn't be him. Russell asked again, "Where did you hear about the Kermit secret realm?" The Amberley replied, "During the past half-month while you were in seclusion, this mountain range suddenly saw an influx of explorers and cultivators. From them, I learned that their purpose was to seek out the Kermit secret realm. It will open in another half-month. Apparently, princes from Feathered Ascension Dynasty, along with heirs of various sacred lands, sects, clans, and great religions, are all on their way to vie for the opportunities within the Kermit secret realm." She looked at Russell and asked, "Do you think His Highness the Hayes of the Carey Dynasty will come?" Russell sneered. "He will come. As long as I release a bit of information, he'll have no choice but to come." The Amberley's expression changed drastically. "You want to use yourself as bait to lure the Hayes here?" Russell shook his head. "Not me, but him." He pointed to the extraordinary incarnation behind him. The Amberleys suddenly understood. Together, they instantly devised a plan. The simplest way was to let those cultivators who entered the core region of the Kermit mountain range spread the news themselves. For Russell, this was incredibly easy. He was the former Cooper of Xiansheng sect, and the extraordinary incarnation was a peak master of Xiansheng sect. Adding a little dragon clan secret art, everything would fall into place seamlessly. ####Chapter 226, Search Squad. The secret realm within the Kermit mountain range had long been a topic of discussion. Due to the private dissemination by certain individuals, within just half a month, not only was it known throughout the Carey Dynasty, but news also began spreading rapidly within the Yuhua Dynasty. It caused a sensation, drawing a large number of powerful cultivators. Several cultivation sanctuaries, sects, major religions, and cultivation families, all because of the Kermit and Kermit's secret realm. Kermit was also a member of the Dragon Clan in the Demon Realm, an incomparably powerful figure above the transformation spirit stage, but left the Demon Realm for some reason later on. For years, countless cultivators have been searching for the place where Kermit fell, but they never found it. Until half a month ago, news emerged that the Kermit secret realm within the Kermit mountain range was the place where the supreme powerhouse Kermit from the Demon Realm had fallen. This created ripples far and wide. Countless powerhouses swarmed over. There were senior powerhouses and young powerhouses alike. In addition, there were members of the demon race as well, all heading to the Kermit mountain range, preparing to enter the secret realm to try their luck. In the cultivation world, any legacy associated with dragons was extremely powerful. This was something acknowledged by countless cultivators. The most typical example being the Dragon Blood Battle Body, ranked first among the 10 Great War Bodies. Recently, the Hayes of the Carey Dynasty awakened the Dragon Blood Battle Body by refining a drop of pure dragon blood. Then came the events in Shijing, where Russell, the former Cooper of the Mystical Sage sect, just like the Hayes, also awakened the Dragon Blood Battle Body. Many cultivators had not seen the Hayes in action but had witnessed Russell's prowess firsthand. To sum it up in 2 words, ferocious. Russell first engaged and defeated 2 pure-blooded geniuses from the Demon Realm, then bested the current Cooper of the Mystical Sage sect. He even killed 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Carey Dynasty and several peak masters from the Mystical Sage sect right before Harry's eyes. This directly spread Russell's fame far and wide, earning him the title of world-shaking prodigy. The news had already spread widely. Many cultivators knew about it. They suspected that the reason Russell was so prodigious was due to his dragon lineage and the Dragon Blood Battle Body. Because of this, countless cultivators traveled thousands of miles upon hearing the news, all for the chance to enter the secret realm and obtain Kermit's legacy. At this moment, the core area of the Kermit mountain range, a small team of cultivators from the Yuhua Dynasty was searching, trying to find information related to the secret realm. It's truly strange. We've been searching for nearly half a month, yet still nothing? Recently, both the Carey Dynasty and the Yuhua Dynasty have been buzzing with news that the Kermit mountain range has a secret realm called the Kermit secret realm, said to be the place where the Demon Realm strongman Kermit fell. Is this true? It should be true. I heard that the Garfield of the Yuhua Dynasty has a map leading to the Kermit secret realm, but since it's damaged, he needs cultivators to search the Kermit mountain range. I've heard that too. Moreover, I know that besides the Garfield of the Yuhua Dynasty, the Hayes of the Carey Dynasty also possesses a map. So, did the Hayes from the Carey Dynasty come here as well? He has a map. If this Kermit Mountain range is indeed where the supreme powerhouse fell, he definitely would come. Heh. The conflict between the Yuhua dynasty's Garfield and the Carey dynasty's Haze will make for an interesting show. Do you think Russell, who caused such a storm in Shijing, will come? The former Cooper of the mystical sage sect? Yes, exactly him. Probably not. He doesn't have a map, so why would he come? But I do hope he shows up. I've heard he has a feud with the Haze. If they meet, there's bound to be a fight. Witnessing a clash between such geniuses would be incredibly beneficial. Enough chatter, let's keep looking. The deeper we get into the core area, the fewer demonic beasts we encounter. I think we're getting close to the secret realm. Ah, if only we had a map. Who's there? Who is it? This small team of cultivators who intruded into the Kermit Mountain range consisted of more than 10 people. They were independent cultivators from the Yuhua dynasty who, upon hearing news of the Kermit's secret realm, hurriedly rushed to the Kermit Mountain range hoping for good fortune. Upon arrival, they were directly enlisted under the Garfield to carry out search missions. Throughout their journey, they discussed the Kermit's secret realm, the Yuhua dynasty, the Garfield, the Carey dynasty, the Haze, and Russell. However, while they were engrossed in their conversation, suddenly, the cultivator with the highest cultivation level among them seemed to sense something. His face abruptly changed, and he looked in one direction. Who's there? Come out. His piercing gaze locked onto that direction, unleashing his formidable late-stage golden core cultivation without restraint, like a flood breaking through a dike, transforming into a torrential surge crushing down. Although many cultivators had entered the Kermit Mountain range recently, those with late-stage golden core cultivation were still few. Therefore, when his cultivation burst forth, it set the entire Kermit Mountain range ablaze. Many other search teams instantly felt his presence and quickly gathered toward the source of the eruption, as per their prearranged plan. At the same time, as the late-stage Mac unleashed his power, the others exchanged glances and dashed toward the same direction. However, in the next second, they saw a figure shrouded in a black robe slowly emerge. It was the extraneous avatar crafted by Russell. In fact, Russell had been controlling the extraneous avatar, keeping an eye on this team for quite some time. The reason he hadn't appeared earlier was simply that the timing wasn't right. And now, the timing was ripe. Who are you? The late-stage Mac stared intently at the extraneous avatar. The extraneous avatar didn't speak, but slowly raised its hand. This simple gesture struck terror into the heart of the late-stage Mac. Attack! He bellowed and launched the first strike. The oppressive might of a late-stage golden core almost solidified into reality, crushing toward the extraneous avatar. However, in the next instant, the extraneous avatar merely waved its hand lightly. Suddenly, a green dragon claw made of spiritual energy appeared, instantly tearing apart the late-stage golden core's oppressive might. Simultaneously, it pushed away the other cultivators while grabbing the late-stage Mac tightly. I ask you answer. The extraneous avatar's voice was cold and frigid. Understand? This cultivation level? Could it be a nascent soul grand cultivator? Please note that this translation maintains the structure and flow of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Any names and terms have been kept consistent with previous usage. Chapter 227, Deliberate Exposure. The cold voice of the alternate incarnation instantly caused the temperature in the entire area to plummet as if it had hit an icy point, brimming with boundless chill. The cultivators who were flung away by the green dragon claw were not restrained and could still move. However, they all stood frozen like statues, not daring to budge an inch. They were frightened. They felt that any movement would invite catastrophic disaster. Who was this person? Such power was on par with a great cultivator at the core formation stage. Could his true cultivation level be core formation? The late gold core cultivator was also terrified, his body numb and drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Esteemed Glenn, I will answer all your questions." The emotionless voice of the alternate incarnation echoed, "Good. Then let me ask my first question. You mentioned earlier that Giselbert of the Carey dynasty is coming to the Kermit Mountains?" The late gold core cultivator's pupils contracted but quickly regained composure, giving a bitter laugh. "Glenn, what we discussed just now were merely rumors. We don't know the actual truth. Given our cultivation and status, it's impossible for us to know the whereabouts of the Haze of the Carey dynasty." The alternate incarnation cast a cold glance, and before the late gold core cultivator realized it, one of his arms bizarrely twisted into a break. Aya! The late gold core cultivator's face contorted in pain, screaming involuntarily. Yet, when he met the cold gaze of the alternate incarnation, he stifled his cry of pain. The alternate incarnation spoke in a frigid tone. "I told you. You speak only when spoken to. Don't ramble about irrelevant things. This is the second warning. I won't repeat myself again." The late gold core cultivator endured the intense pain and hastily responded, "Yes, I know. Yes, there are rumors that His Highness the Haze is indeed heading to the Kermit Mountains." The alternate incarnation nodded, looked up at the outskirts of the Kermit Mountains, and asked, "Is the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty outside?" The late gold core cultivator nodded, "Yes, the Garfield is outside." The alternate incarnation withdrew his gaze and released the late gold core cultivator, saying indifferently, "You may leave now." The late gold core cultivator was taken aback for a moment, then as if granted amnesty, he cradled his mangled arm and rushed toward the outer region of the mountains at breakneck speed. Other cultivators dared not stay either, closely following him. The alternate incarnation watched their retreating figures until they vanished, then slightly shifted his stance. In the next moment, Russell and the Amberly slowly emerged from behind him, revealing their true forms. The Amberly was also watching those fleeing cultivators, eventually turning her gaze to ask, "Russell, do you want to use this method to lure the Haze of the Carey dynasty to reveal himself? But will he come?" Russell smiled faintly. "He will return. You forget, half a month ago outside Shijing, he used the coal of Treasure Medicine Pavilion to send me a message, intending to draw me to the Kermit Mountains. Now that I'm here, he'll definitely come. He might already be on his way." The Amberly worried, As the haze of a kingdom, he'll likely bring many experts, including core formation cultivators, and even half-step transformation realm. Can you handle them? Russell shook his head. Seeing how powerful the Waleed man is, I am far from a match. But even if I can't fight, escaping should not be an issue. The Amberly pressed further. But that's a half-step transformation realm expert. Can you escape from him? Emph. Half-step transformation realm isn't common even in the Carey dynasty. It's unlikely more than one accompanies the haze this time, Russell sneered. If he dares to obstruct me, then it's better to risk everything. Even though he's strong, I'm not made of clay. In a life or death struggle, the outcome remains uncertain. The Amberly's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that? She stopped midway. She understood the principle that walls have ears. Besides, the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty had arrived at the outskirts of the Kermit Mountains and would surely be protected by formidable guardians, possibly even half-step transformation realm experts. If Russell's ace card were exposed, it wouldn't be good. Though she didn't get Russell's confirmation, the Amberly was clear in her mind. The only person who could give Russell such confidence was Joaquin of the Bai family. However, doubt surfaced in her heart. If Russell had such a card, why didn't he use it when being pursued by the Waleed man? In reality, it wasn't that he didn't use it, but rather the sudden mental communication from the Perry disrupted Russell's plan. By chance, it helped Russell conserve one ace card. This fact might forever remain unknown to the Amberly. Elsewhere, the team responsible for reconnaissance was fleeing rapidly. As the leader of the small team, the late gold core cultivator had only one thought. It's him, absolutely him. The shadow clad in a black robe must be Russell. The genius who created chaos in Shijing, heralded as starting a golden age with his single-handed efforts, had also arrived at the Kermit Mountains, undoubtedly seeking the secret realm. Recalling Russell's two questions, excitement surged within the late gold core cultivator despite the severe pain in his twisted arm. Russell, the previous Cooper of Profound Saint Sect, had come to the Kermit Mountains. And according to rumors, the haze of the Carey dynasty was also heading there, aiming to enter the secret realm and find the fallen Emir's resting place. What sparks would fly if these two met? He would surely fight to the death. The late gold core cultivator's eyes glittered, almost certain of the outcome once Russell and the haze met. There could only be one result, a confrontation that decided both superiority in life or death. I must inform the Garfield immediately, he exclaimed. The Garfield promised generous rewards for any information regarding the haze of the Carey dynasty. Without hesitation, after exiting the core area of the Kermit Mountains, he rushed straight toward the Garfield's camp without treating his injured arm. At the outskirts of the Kermit Mountains, patrolling guards of the Royal Army witnessed a frantic figure rushing towards the Garfield's camp. Chapter 228. The Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty. The leading figure among the pair of patrolling royal guards was their Pat, responsible for patrols and ensuring the safety of the encampment and the Garfield. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching figure, he instantly furrowed his brows, unleashing his formidable cultivation without restraint. Clearly, he was also a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. The overwhelming pressure whipped up the spiritual energy in the peripheral area of the Kermit mountain range, causing it to tremble violently. It contained an aura of death and blood as vast as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Any cultivators from the military, due to having killed extensively, carried a heavy aura of killing intent. This was true for the Terrans and this Pat alike. That intense killing intent nearly materialized. Many itinerant cultivators who sensed this aura shuddered and instinctively kept their distance. However, the rapidly advancing figure heading straight for the encampment endured the strongest impact but didn't stop. Instead, its speed increased. Suddenly, the Pat bellowed, "Stop!" As if his words had force behind them. The concentrated killing intent pressed down forcefully on the approaching figure, forcing him to halt. The Pat eyed him, particularly focusing on his injured arm for a few seconds, before sternly questioning, "Who are you? I need to see the Garfield. Let me in quickly." This person rushing to the Garfield's encampment of the Yuhua dynasty was none other than that late Mac who had just emerged from the Kermit mountain range. Looking at the Pat, he exclaimed with excitement, "I have important intelligence that I must report to the Garfield immediately." The Pat did not respond immediately but asked, "What's your name?" "Luciano. My name is Luciano. I'm one of the itinerant cultivators recruited by the Garfield, tasked with exploring the Kermit mystic realm." Luciano said firmly, "I really do have important information regarding the haze of the Carey dynasty. Is a divine remedy for injuries. If the information about the Carey dynasty's haze you speak of is true, I can give you as many of these pills as you want." Startled, Luciano hurriedly turned around to see three figures slowly entering the tent. At the front was a handsome Gillis, the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty. Behind him were the Pat and an Ronnie Lee man with white beard, his eyes half closed as if sleeping. Instantly, Luciano felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him, not from the Garfield or the Pat, but from the Ronnie Lee man, an advanced cultivator at the nascent soul stage, and not an ordinary one, very likely at the late nascent soul stage, perhaps even one who had comprehended the path to the soul formation realm. "Greetings, Garfield." Luciano dared not take this lightly and hurriedly bowed. The Garfield smiled and stared at him intently. Though silent, Luciano understood his intention and recounted everything that had happened, revealing nothing and adding some personal conjectures. Almost instantly, the smile on the Garfield's face vanished, and he locked his gaze on Luciano, stating solemnly, "You say the person you encountered in the core region of the Kermit mountain range is Russell, the former Cooper of the greatest cultivation sanctuary in Taiyang Kingdom's territory?" Luciano nodded vigorously. "Yes, definitely him. The Garfield of the Kermit mountain range, they must be seeking the mystic realm. Therefore, they won't leave easily." He turned to the Pat and ordered, "Issue the command for all itinerant cultivators to enter the core region and find that person." "Yes." The Pat bowed respectfully and retreated. The Garfield then looked at Luciano and said with a smile, "I will fulfill the reward I promised. You may go." Joyful, Luciano followed the Pat out. Inside the tent, only the Garfield and the white-bearded Ronnie remained. The Garfield murmured, "Russell, the haze of the Carey dynasty. Things are starting to get interesting. Chapter 229. The Geniuses of the Feathered Dynasty. Almost as soon as Captain Luciano and the Royal Guard instructor walked out of the large tent, the Garfield of the Feathered Dynasty issued his third command. He invited representatives from various holy lands, sects, noble families, and great teachings within the Feathered Dynasty. Just like the Solar Dynasty, which had mystic cultivation havens like the Profound Sage Sect, 10,000 Sword Sect, Cosmic Holy Land, Heaven-Derived Holy Land, and Scorching Carey Teaching, the Feathered Dynasty also boasted its own powerful cultivation strongholds. In fact, their strength surpassed those in the Solar Dynasty. Because the Kermit's secret realm was associated with the supreme power Amir of the demonic region, many of the cultivators from these strongholds in the Feathered Dynasty had come here. After all, the Garfield was a son of the Feathered Dynasty's holy emperor. Invitations extended by him could not be easily declined. Moreover, he offered something that they found hard to refuse, the Dragon Blood Warrior. Yes, the two awakened Dragon Blood Warriors within the Solar Dynasty were none other than the Haze of the Solar Dynasty and Russell. Both were now present in the Kermit Mountains. No matter the truth of the matter, a visit was inevitable. Outside the encampment, the recruited freelance cultivators, under the supervision of the Royal Guard instructor, had already assembled, thousands upon thousands of individuals, more than 100 groups of cultivators, all entering the core area of the Kermit Mountains to search for Russell. Meanwhile, inside the large tent within the encampment, representatives from major cultivation strongholds, sects, and great teachings had arrived. Where is His Highness, the Garfield? He invited us but doesn't even show up. What does this mean? This question came from a robust Gillis. He looked no older than 21 or 22, standing exceptionally tall and broad, with a seemingly honest and simple face. But if one truly believed he was just a brawn-over-brains type, they would be mistaken. His appearance was intentionally cultivated to seem so. He was Aiden. The Phelan of the puppet sect. He had already attained the late Golden Core stage and excelled in puppetry techniques far beyond what the sect's patriarch could achieve. Aiden was considered the strongest genius in the puppet sect for hundreds of years, and the puppet sect was one of the sects in the Feathered Dynasty. Anyone who thought Aiden was an honest, it wasn't necessarily a conflict between the puppet sect and the Imperial Edgarmit sect. It was just Arlie's irritation towards Arlie. Since Arlie emerged, he was often hailed as the Feathered Dynasty's foremost genius. Aiden couldn't help feeling envious. Plus, prideful geniuses naturally sought to prove themselves. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, a patch of darkness, like ink flowing, appeared behind him, slowly revealing his life-bound puppet. Cultivators of the puppet sect could cultivate various secret techniques and forge different puppets, but they only had one life-bound puppet, intrinsically linked to the puppeteer, much like a shadow. Thus, battles involving puppet sect members typically involved outnumbering the opponent. In critical moments, the life-bound puppet could take hits meant for the puppeteer. The moment Aiden's life-bound puppet appeared, a formidable pressure erupted, enveloping the entire tent. Cassidy's playful expression vanished, her eyes locking onto the black figure. A nascent soul puppet, she remarked solemnly. Though Aiden was only at the mid-Golden Core stage, his life-bound puppet had already achieved the nascent, hailed as the Feathered Dynasty's foremost prodigy. The other was the Phelan of the puppet sect, renowned as a puppeteering genius unseen in the sect for centuries. Both were Phelans, both geniuses. Their cultivation levels were both at the late Golden Core stage, and they both held their own trump cards. If they truly utilized their trump cards, they wouldn't fear even facing cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, despite this, they were still slightly weaker compared to the older generation practitioners, let alone with the super powerhouse standing just half step away from the transforming god stage by the Garfield side. The words of the Garfield were now clear, and they represented the intentions of the national preceptor. Therefore, Arlie and Zack did not continue their confrontation. But not continuing did not mean that the matter was settled. This time in the Kermit's secret realm presented an opportunity. Since they had encountered each other, there had to be a resolution to this conflict. It was only a matter of time. Arlie put away the scriptures of the Imperial Supreme Scripture, and Zack also recalled his Edgarf-bound puppet. Both turned to look at the Garfield. Zack spoke first, asking, "Your Highness Garfield, is your information true or false?" His question instantly drew the attention of all the geniuses in the tent. They were here not only to show respect to the Feathered Dynasty's Garfield, but also for a more crucial reason. The Dragon Blood Combat Body. Two cultivators from the Solar Dynasty who had awakened the Dragon Blood Combat Body were now in the Kermit Mountains, and one of them was the Haze of the Solar Dynasty royal family. The Garfield's expression grew serious. It's true. The Haze of the Solar Dynasty is on his way here, and Ellis, who caused a storm in Western Capital, has already reached the core area of the Kermit Mountains. I'm sending people to search for him. If they're here, it proves one thing. The secret realm about to appear in the Kermit Mountains might indeed be the place where a supreme power from the Beast Domain fell. Besides the Solar Dynasty and Feathered Dynasty, the Beast clans from the Beast Domain will surely make an appearance too. Upon hearing these words, Zack's eyes flashed, licking his lips before he coldly said, "The Dragon Blood Combat Body, which ranks first among the 10 great combat bodies, appears in twos, truly aiding me immensely. I've already made up my mind. As long as they dare to show up in the Kermit's secret realm, I must capture them and turn them into puppets." While speaking, his gaze casually wandered towards Arlie. He continued, "Two puppets refined from Dragon Blood Combat Bodies, even without consciousness, should not be much inferior to the Supreme Imperial Body of the Supreme Imperial Sect. The Supreme Imperial Body. Worried about being killed by Ellis, aren't you?" A mocking smile appeared on Arlie's face. Although Ellis's incident occurred in the western capital of the Solar Dynasty, his notorious name had spread throughout the Feathered Dynasty. Everyone present had heard of Ellis. After all, he was considered the first demon after the new era began. having wiped out nascent soul cultivators from the Solar Dynasty's royal family and profound sage sect right before the Terrance's eyes. Bear in mind, the Terrance was a half-step transforming god powerhouse, and those nascent soul cultivators were not weak either. Yet, Ellis acted so boldly. This clearly demonstrated how daring and powerful he was. And now, Zack claimed that he would capture such a prodigy and turn him into a puppet. Who would believe it? Arlie certainly didn't. Others' gazes toward Zack also became peculiar. Zack's face turned grim and icy cold. Just as he was about to refute, a figure rushed into the tent, quickly approaching the Garfield and nodded. Your Highness Garfield, there's someone outside who claims to be Ellis, seeking an audience with you. Ellis? At the mention of these three words, not only the Garfield, Arlie, Zack, and Cassidy, but even the half-step transforming god National Preceptor changed their expressions. They had just been discussing Ellis, and now he was here. Coincidence? Arlie reacted first, mocking, Zack, you said you'd capture Ellis and refine him into a puppet. He's here now. What do you plan to do next? Zack remained silent, his expression dark as water. The Garfield's eyes flickered, then he said seriously, let him in. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, the National Preceptor stepped forward, whispering, Your Highness Garfield, be careful. With the National Preceptor here, nothing will happen to me. The Garfield smiled faintly. I want to see what Ellis wants. He turned to the messenger and said, Go, bring him in. Yes. The messenger hurried off and returned shortly thereafter, leading two figures into the tent. They were none other than Ellis and the Amberly. However, Ellis's special avatar was not among them. It was one of Ellis's trump cards, best kept hidden if possible. Additionally, Luciano appeared in the tent. His arm had fully recovered. The moment he saw Ellis, though a hint of confusion crossed his mind, he shouted loudly, That's him. Ellis, he's Ellis. Chapter 231, Delivering Himself. Luciano's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. In the tent, all eyes turned to Russell, the Christopher, Arlie, Zack, Cassidy, and others. All gazed at him with varying expressions. No one had expected Russell to be so bold as to dare intrude upon the encampment of the Yuhua dynasty. Was he truly unafraid of death? True to form, the man who had wiped out the royal family of the Taiyang dynasty and the Yuan Ing cultivators of Xianshang sect before the Terrans showed no fear. They believed the rumors hadn't exaggerated his audacity. Indeed, this Russell was incredibly daring. And just as rumored, he was immensely powerful too. Russell's gaze remained serene. He briefly glanced at Luciano before shifting his focus to the Garfield. You're the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty? I heard you were looking for me. In the tent, the younger generation, including Arlie, Zack, and Cassidy, posed no real threat to Russell. Only the white-bearded Ronnie exuded immense pressure akin to when Russell faced the Terrans. Another half-step to Formation Realm powerhouse. It was unbelievable how many cultivators of such caliber Russell had encountered in just 1 month, too, plus the Bai from the Bai family, a true Formation Realm cultivator. Undoubtedly, with the growth in his strength, Russell's world was transforming as well. Under Russell's scrutiny, the Garfield didn't flinch and smiled slightly. Yes, I am looking for you. Russell looked deeply into his eyes. You also possess a map to the Kermit's secret realm? Also, the Garfield picked up on Russell's implication but kept his expression unchanged. You mean you have one too? Yes, confirmed Russell. Not only do I have it, but so does Giselbert of the Taiyang dynasty. Realm powerhouse's presence. How could he remain so composed? Great, he possess hidden cards? Upon hearing Zack's rebuke, Russell narrowed his brows, turning to face him. Who are you? Zack sneered. Zack, heir of Puppet Sect. Puppet Sect? Apologies, I haven't heard of it. Russell stared at him intently. Was it your place to interrupt my conversation with the Garfield? Zack choked, his face flushing red. You. Russell interrupted him again, addressing the Garfield. Your Highness, here being Yuhua dynasty's territory, what is the appropriate way to handle an outsider interrupting your speech? The Garfield hesitated. The Puppet Sect holds a special status akin to a sacred cultivation ground. As heir of Puppet Sect, even I cannot punish Zack. Pausing, he added, however, if it concerns someone outside the Yuhua dynasty, then it's not a problem. After all, Zack interrupted both of us. Russell immediately grasped the Garfield's intent. He nodded. Very well, since the Garfield can't act, I shall take the liberty to give the heir of Puppet Sect a minor lesson. With you? Sneered Zack, comprehending the Garfield's message, attacking instantly. Almost simultaneously, the darkness behind him reappeared, unleashing another shadowy figure lunging toward Russell. Witnessing this, the Garfield parted places with one of the puppets at an instant, achieving complete surprise. Such tactics could even disrupt and throw off balance any cultivator stronger than him, giving him the chance to suppress or even instantly kill his opponent. After all, as the John of the Puppeteer sect, Zack concealed a life-bound puppet within his body, twin-born with him, likely hidden among the other puppets, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Moreover, apart from the companion puppet and puppetry secret techniques, the long blade in Zack's hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a 6th-rank magical artifact, late Golden Core Cultivation Realm, plus wielding a 6th-rank magical artifact. Along with the secret techniques of the Puppeteer sect, though not quite reaching the nascent soul stage, Zack could match up against early-stage nascent soul cultivators without hesitation. He dared to be arrogant and dare to make a move before so many people, targeting Russell, for good reason. He indeed had the capital for his arrogance. Amerigo, Arlie, Cassidy, and others also saw their smiles instantly vanish, replaced by solemn expressions. If it were them in place of Russell, they would definitely have fallen prey to this trap, unknowing. So what about Russell? Would he fall for it? Everyone's eyes subconsciously landed on Russell. Indeed, Zack was strong, surpassing many genius-level Coopers and holy daughters of the Solar Dynasty. But he encountered Russell. All of Zack's tactics combined barely matched that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Yet, Russell was someone who slaughtered nascent soul cultivators as easily as slaughtering chickens. Thus, even when Zack's puppets initially disrupted his vision and later wielded a 6th-rank magical artifact to launch a sudden, thunderous attack, Russell's expression did not change. Throughout the encounter, Russell remained calm, completely unperturbed. Only when Zack was right before him did Russell speak. "Humph, petty tricks. Showing off in front of me? I'll show you what true power is. Against absolute power, any means are futile." The moment the words left his lips, an immensely explosive force erupted and instantly swept out, tearing apart and reducing to dust the puppets disrupting his view. Then, that overwhelming force suddenly coalesced into a giant hand, grabbing toward Zack. A pressure like that of a primordial divine mountain weighed down on Zack, making his bones crack under the strain. Even by relying on this overwhelming aura alone, Zack knew he wasn't Russell's match. No matter how many tricks he employed, they would be ineffective against Russell. However, Zack refused to accept this. Both he and Russell were geniuses. Why should Russell overpower him? Besides, his words were already spoken. He had pushed himself into a corner. Retreat now would only turn him into a laughingstock. Trapped in this dire situation by his own actions, Zack attacked without hesitation despite the crushing pressure. Risking being crushed, he slashed his blade at Russell. Bang! Almost instantly, a thunderous roar echoed as Zack's slash hit Russell's spirit energy-formed hand. Explosive spiritual energy spread, shattering everything around them. The ground, tents, and entire encampment. Amerigo, Arlie, Cassidy, and others' faces changed abruptly, instinctively retreating. The royal advisor standing behind Amerigo also moved, swinging his hand to create a black curtain that enveloped the entire area, isolating the clash between Russell and Zack. Seeing Russell's unmoved figure, even the royal advisor was secretly amazed. Recently, various rumors about Russell spread widely within the Feathered Dynasty. The royal advisor had heard some of these rumors, but, without witnessing Russell firsthand, harbored doubts. To heirs of major cultivation sects, transcending ranks was not impossible, but it usually resulted in stalemates rather than outright kills. According to the rumors, Russell, with mid-golden core cultivation and dragon clan heritage, killed senior nascent soul cultivators of the Solar Dynasty in the Mystic Saint Gate in front of the Terrence. These rumors seemed exaggerated, and the royal advisor doubted them. Yet, witnessing Russell's prowess confirmed that these were more than just rumors. Russell truly possessed the strength to slay nascent soul cultivators, not just early stage but even mid and late stage ones. Not surprising that he is called the supreme genius heralding a new era of cultivation. Indeed formidable. The royal advisor remarked inwardly with a heavy heart. But the next second, his brow furrowed. Such a genius appearing in the Solar Dynasty may not bode well for the Feathered Dynasty. The Solar Dynasty and the Feathered Dynasty bordered each other. Although not sworn enemies, they frequently clashed. In these prolonged skirmishes, the Feathered Dynasty held the upper hand over the Solar Dynasty. However, Russell's emergence in the Solar Dynasty would soon break this temporary advantage. Should we eliminate him? The royal advisor's gaze flickered with killing intent, but in the next instant, he suppressed all his murderous thoughts until they vanished without a trace. Russell's appearance here clearly implied he had backup, perhaps even a protector with cultivation at least at the half-step transcendent stage. If he struck and failed, it would set up an irreconcilable enemy for the Feathered Dynasty, a risky move. Moreover, it was rumored that Russell had grievances with the Haze of the Solar Dynasty, corroborating this rumor by his presence here. Perhaps, we can recruit him into the Feathered Dynasty. The royal advisor watched Russell with a faint smile on his lips. Russell had already sensed the royal advisor's killing intent, brief as it was. Though it vanished quickly, Russell still noticed. He knew his plan had succeeded. Chapter 233, Confrontation. In fact, Russell had long detected the true cultivation level of this white-bearded Ronnie. From the moment he stepped into the tent, Russell sensed it. The white-bearded Ronnie emitted a similar aura to that of Harry, which was the transforming spirit stage. That unique spiritual mark imprinted on him revealed everything in an instant as it swept over Russell. He remembered this kind of spiritual aura from interacting with Harry and the patriarch of the Bai family. The half-step transforming spirit realm expert from the Feathered Dynasty perhaps refrained from acting due to caution or for other reasons. In any case, they would not make a move against him in the short term. This was exactly what Russell wanted. It also explained why he unleashed his full power right away. First, to evoke their wariness, ideally leading them to misinterpret that he had a Dao Guardian behind him. Second, to facilitate the next phase of his plan. He succeeded. After enduring the massive impact, Russell stood firm like a mountain, unmoved and unyielding. In contrast, Nathaniel was forced to the edge of the dark curtain, his expression grim as if about to drip with water. In the next second, he raised his knife again, ready to strike. Stop. At this moment, a voice abruptly rang out. It was the Garfield. His eyes locked onto Nathaniel. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by icy coldness. Nathaniel, you've already destroyed my tent. Are you planning to destroy my entire camp? Nathaniel, as the Phalon of the Puppet Sect, which is one of the top-ranked cultivation sanctuaries in the Feathered Dynasty, would usually not receive such harsh words from the Garfield. Normally, they met frequently, and though their relationship wasn't great, it wasn't terrible either. They always greeted each other with smiles. But this time, the Garfield must use this tone. His purpose was to warn Nathaniel to stop, lest he seek death unnecessarily. After witnessing the confrontation just now, anyone present could see the disparity. Nathaniel was no match for Russell, regardless of whether he hadn't used his life puppet yet, or if he had other hidden cards. Even if he continued fighting and enraged Russell, he would only be inviting death. The Garfield was sure. Russell not only dared to kill Nathaniel, but could definitely defeat him. The message was delivered. If Nathaniel understood, all the better. If not, it didn't matter. Humph. Nathaniel, who could become the Phaelon of the puppet sect, wasn't stupid. He immediately grasped the Garfield's intent. Although his expression was ugly, he ultimately did not act. He retracted his long sword and the puppets hidden within the dark curtain, then stared at Russell and said resentfully, "You're lucky. Without the Garfield, you wouldn't have walked out of here today." Russell sneered, "With just you? Or your prearranged puppets?" As he spoke, he stomped hard. Dragon blood warrior body, true dragon scripture, dragon blood runic script, half-dragon body. All aspects of his lineage connected to dragons erupted simultaneously. Boom. Another deafening boom resounded. The ground violently trembled, then crumbled into pieces. In the next second, a black figure emerged from the debris, standing obediently in Russell's palm. It was Russell's specially created alternate avatar, and in the palm of the alternate avatar, another figure was clasped tightly. Seeing this, everyone present's pupils constricted. Kian exclaimed first, "That's Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet?" During the standoff earlier, Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet briefly appeared from the darkness underfoot for a few moments. Although the duration was short, Kian remembered its aura. So, when Russell's alternate avatar appeared, Kian instantly recognized Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet in its grasp. His expression changed dramatically, waves of shock surging through him. Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet emitted an aura approaching early-stage nascent soul, closely synchronized with Nathaniel himself. Even against a genuine nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Yet now, this Edgarf puppet was captured. Worse, it was captured by another puppet. Although the alternate avatar was cloaked in black robes, hiding its shape and appearance, Kian still recognized it wasn't alive but a puppet, much like Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet. However, its aura slightly differed from ordinary puppets. But this wasn't the point. The true significance was that Nathaniel's Edgarf puppet was captured. How could this be? For a moment, Kian looked at Russell with unprecedented wariness. This person is difficult to deal with. Unless he cultivated the supreme emptiness scripture of the Imperial sect to the 13th level and awakened the supreme holy body, he wouldn't stand a chance against Russell. Is this the owner of the Dragon Blood Warrior body? Suddenly, Kian's eyes flickered with unprecedented battle fervor. The Supreme Warrior body, like the Dragon Blood Warrior body, was one of the top 10 warrior bodies in the cultivation world. Though ranked lower than the Dragon Blood Warrior body, the outcome in a real fight couldn't be certain. Kian decided, once he awakened the Supreme Warrior body, he would find Russell, then challenge him to a duel. Such an exceptional genius made the perfect sparring partner. Others felt the same. Initially shocked, their gazes finally revealed blazing battle spirit. Indeed, Russell was very strong. But they weren't weak either. Only the Bailey recognized Russell's alternate avatar as an Edgarf puppet crafted by a nascent soul cultivator. His gaze toward Russell was equally heated. A talent like this, if truly brought into the Feathered Dynasty, would crush the Carey Dynasty. Russell observed every gaze in the room, but he acted as if oblivious, ignoring them all, focusing entirely on Nathaniel, repeating his previous statement. "To keep me from leaving here, you rely on this puppet?" Nathaniel's expression was horrifyingly dark. A storm of rage raged inside him. The connection with his Edgarf puppet remained intact. He could still issue commands, which meant the Edgarf puppet wasn't controlled. But why was it in the hands of the Gaylord behind Russell? What kind of technique was this? Feeling a similar aura to his Edgarf puppet from the Gaylord, was it also a puppet? Chapter 234, Viciousness. Too many doubts. Too many confusions. But this was undoubtedly an opportunity. Now, Zach's Edgarf-bound puppet was closest to Russell. If it suddenly erupted, no matter how talented Russell was, he would suffer severe injuries and could not escape unscathed. Indeed, Russell was very strong. The Dragon Blood Warrior body, hailed as the foremost among the 10 great warrior bodies, was not a title earned in vain. It had its unique advantages. But Zach was very confident in his Edgarf-bound puppet. He could severely injure Russell. As long as he inflicted heavy damage on Russell's body, he would be the ultimate victor of this confrontation. As for the loss of his Edgarf-bound puppet, Zach did not feel the least bit regretful. At worst, he could use Russell's body to refine a new one after capturing him. A Edgarf-bound puppet refined from the owner of a Dragon Blood Warrior body? Almost instantly, a sharp glint flashed in Zach's eyes. Facing Russell's accusations, he remained silent. Everyone present thought he was retreating. But in the next second, Zach issued a command to his Edgarf-bound puppet. Then, the Edgarf-bound puppet, controlled by the separate incarnation, suddenly moved, becoming like liquid, breaking free from the separate incarnation's restraint, and charging directly toward Russell. The Edgarf-bound puppet was still mid-air but appeared bizarrely distorted, like a giant bat spreading black wings or a large net covering Russell. Ha ha ha. Russell, you were too careless. Our battle isn't over yet. Zach's expression was grotesque. He ordered his Edgarf-bound puppet to attack Russell while swiftly retreating himself. Upon reaching the edge of the dark curtain, he abruptly shouted, "Explode!" The sudden change of events took everyone by surprise, whether it was the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, or even the half-step alchemy master Realm Fulton. This is self-destruction? Zach actually ordered his own Edgarf-bound puppet to self-destruct? His Edgarf-bound puppet's cultivation was almost at the early-stage core formation realm. Once it self-destructs, it will have the same power as an early-stage core formation expert self-destructing, capable of leveling the entire encampment. What a lunatic, truly mad enough. Retreat. Retreat immediately. If caught in the blast, you'll surely suffer serious injuries. When they finally reacted, everyone began retreating rapidly. Almost simultaneously, they all glanced at Russell, feeling sorry for him. Meeting someone as insane as Zach was indeed Russell's misfortune. Any other puppet master would not have been so reckless as to order a Edgarf-bound puppet to self-destruct. After all, the Edgarf-bound puppet and the puppet master were twin-born entities. Destroying the Edgarf-bound puppet would result in backlash, harming the puppet master's foundation. Among the entire puppet sect, Only Zack, this lunatic, dared to do such a thing. Russell was undoubtedly strong. In a normal fight, Zack would not be a match for Russell. But alas, Zack was crazy and liked playing dirty. A puppet equivalent to an early-stage core formation grand cultivator self-destructing meant that with Russell's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. This was the outcome? Unbelievable. The Garfield's expression turned gloomy, his gaze as cold as ice. Despite having warned Zack, the latter disregarded his words and made the puppet self-destruct on his own accord. He wouldn't let this go once everything was over. Glancing at Russell enveloped by the puppet, the Garfield shook his head. Even he hadn't expected this result. Initially, he wanted to warn Zack, but never imagined that Zack would be so insane as to win by such means. Though Zack's methods were underhanded, this was the cultivation world. Only the fittest survived. As long as he could triumph, any method was acceptable. A genius who perished couldn't be called a genius. Only the living could be called geniuses. Boom. As everyone was retreating, the puppet's explosive force finally spread, filling the entire black curtain space. Russell gave a fleeting look and instantly transformed into his half-dragon form, his body covered in green scales. At the same time, the restriction and sealing arrays on his body activated instantly, encompassing Russell, Amberly, and the separate incarnation. Zack's madness was indeed unexpected by Russell, but thinking that such a puppet's self-destruction could harm him was nothing short of a daydream. Back in Shijing, Olaf's berserk Saint Heart 8th turn combined with his own self-destruction couldn't even scratch Russell. A single puppet wasn't something Russell feared. He looked at the frenzied Zack and allowed himself to be engulfed by the explosion. Boom. Destructive energy swept through. Even the black curtain set up by the Fulton's bare hands couldn't withstand the force of the Edgarf-bound puppet's self-destruction, causing destructive energy to spread into the encampment. The Fulton's expression turned chilly as he forcefully suppressed the energy with his half-step alchemy master cultivation. Ha ha ha, I won. Zack, watching Russell swallowed by the destructive energy, snarled, even with the legacy of the Dragon Clan and the awakened Dragon Blood warrior body, what good is it? You ultimately fell to my hands. Next, I will use secret techniques to restore your broken body and refine another Edgarf-bound puppet to compensate for my losses. Excited by his victory, he seemed to trigger his own injury, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale and his aura quickly fading. But his expression grew more twisted and excited. If he really managed to refine Russell, who had awakened the Dragon Blood warrior body, into a puppet, he would become the greatest genius in the Yuhua dynasty, leaving even Arlie in the dust. Thinking of this, Zack couldn't help moving forward. Despite the destructive energy from the Edgarf-bound puppet's self-destruction not completely subsiding, he couldn't wait any longer. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Is that so? Upon hearing this voice, Zack's expression changed dramatically, his steps instinctively stopping as his eyes stared straight ahead. From the center of the Edgarf-bound puppet's self-destruction, a figure slowly emerged. It was Russell. Despite being in the heart of the destruction, he appeared impervious to all laws, untouched by the energy that could crush ordinary Max. Soon after, two more figures walked out. They were the Amberly and the separate incarnation. Not only was Russell unharmed, but neither the Amberly nor the separate incarnation suffered any injury. How is this possible? This can't be. Zack's expression drastically changed as he exclaimed, the power of an Edgarf-bound puppet's self-destruction couldn't even injure you heavily? Chapter 235, Unrepentant. Ephraim's life-bound puppet had a cultivation level that was nearly at the initial nascent soul stage. In other words, if it self-destructed, its power would be equivalent to that of an initial nascent soul great cultivator self-destructing. Additionally, Ephraim being the John of the puppet sect meant his life-bound puppet was crafted from exceedingly rare materials. Therefore, the power of its self-destruction would be even greater. Thus, the self-destruction of Ephraim's life-bound puppet far exceeded the ordinary power of an initial nascent soul cultivator's self-destruction. This was actually an extremely powerful secret technique of the puppet sect, a final recourse for its disciples. By relying on the power of their life-bound puppet's self-destruction, they could either reverse the tide of battle or escape. Ephraim used this secret technique right from the start, aiming to catch Russell off guard and eliminate him. However, he never expected that not only did he fail to kill Russell, he couldn't even injure him. This was an outcome Ephraim found unacceptable. Others, like Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and others felt the same disbelief as they stared in horror at Russell. The Amberly and his avatar were, by contrast, completely ignored. The trick is indeed impressive, but you're still lacking if you want to seriously injure me. Russell looked directly at Ephraim, speaking indifferently. Ephraim's face darkened, with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then, he abruptly turned around and rapidly retreated. The revered John of the puppet sect, hailed as a rare genius puppeteer unseen for centuries, was now fleeing in terror from Russell. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. They watched Ephraim in disbelief. He had just sworn to capture Russell and use his dragon blood battle body to forge a puppet. Now, seeing that even the self-destruction of his life-bound puppet could not harm Russell, he fled out of sheer fear. It was unimaginable. Everyone stood there momentarily stunned. Only Russell, watching Ephraim's embarrassed retreat, sneered coldly, thinking about running now? Do you really think you can? Almost instantly, the 7th rank containment array engraved on Russell's body activated, enveloping the entire encampment. Countless 7th rank runes appeared from every corner of the formation, swiftly moving like fish. Ephraim, who had just fled, thought he was safe, but the next moment, he was halted by the burst of power from the 7th rank containment array, which bounced him back to his original position. No! He shouted wildly, trying to continue his escape. But no matter which direction he took, he was always bounced back to where he started. Is this a containment array? A 7th rank containment array? How is that possible? How could such an array appear on his body? Legend has it that Russell not only possesses extraordinary cultivation talent, but also rebuilt his Danteon after being expelled from the Mystic Sage sect, advancing to the Golden Core realm. Furthermore, he mastered alchemy and array arts simultaneously. He's not just a 5th-rank alchemy master, but also a 7th-rank array master. Indeed, he deserves the title of world-shaking genius who single-handedly brings forth a grand era. This means Ephraim is in for a bad time. Who can blame anyone else? His Highness the Garfield already tried to mediate, yet he not only refused to listen but attacked outright. It's only fitting he meets this end. However, Ephraim is a genius of the puppet sect, and this is within the territory of the Feathered Transformation dynasty. Who knows if Russell will dare to make the killing blow? I also heard that several nascent soul Ronnies of the puppet sect have already been informed by Ephraim about the secret realm in Kermit Mountain Range and are rushing here. If Russell really harms Ephraim, things could get interesting. And I've heard that Russell came to Kermit Mountain Range specifically for the secret realm. With the help of the puppet sect's nascent soul Ronnies, one less formidable opponent won't hurt. Do you really dare speak so openly in front of the Garfield? Arlie, Cassidy, and others had varied expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. If Russell really joins the contest for the secret realm, given his demonstrated strength, only senior experts could challenge him. Younger generations wouldn't stand a chance against him. But if Russell is detained by the puppet sect, it would be beneficial for them. In their hearts, they secretly hoped Russell would take action. Not necessarily to kill or cripple Ephraim, but to severely injure him. Of course, some did not wish for this to happen. That was the Garfield. As a prince of the Feathered Transformation dynasty, he invited Ephraim over. If Russell seriously harmed Ephraim right before him, it would be a severe blow to his authority. With Ephraim's special status and the imminent arrival of the puppet sect's nascent soul Ronnies, matters could turn ugly. However, Ephraim clearly displayed murderous intent toward Russell and acted on it. Their enmity was sealed. If the Garfield stopped Russell, it would inevitably push Russell into opposition. What should he do? For a moment, the Garfield was also at a loss. Ephraim did not give up. He kept trying to escape, but was always intercepted by the 7th-rank containment array and sent back to his starting point. Finally, he despaired. Russell extended his palm and grabbed him. Dragon blood battle body, true dragon scripture, dragon seizing hand. All his secret techniques erupted almost simultaneously. Suddenly, a green dragon claw formed by spiritual energy coalesced and grasped Ephraim. Russell looked at him and said coldly, "I told you, you can't escape. I'm the John of the puppet sect, a rare genius unseen for centuries. You can't kill me. If you do, the puppet sect won't let you off." Ephraim. As long as no half-step Huashan realm experts intervened, nobody could do anything about Russell. Creak. Under Russell's green dragon claw formed by spiritual energy, Ephraim's body twisted visibly, bones cracking under the fierce force, emitting sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Ephraim's face was filled with terror. He stared at Russell in disbelief before shouting towards the Garfield's position, "Garfield, save me!" Before he could finish his plea, his entire body exploded into a shower of blood. The Amberly, somewhat disdainful, pinched his nose and walked away. The Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and others frowned deeply. Clearly, Russell could have easily killed Ephraim. Why resort to such a bloody method? What did it mean? Was he making an example out of him? If so, Russell had succeeded. Witnessing Russell disregard Ephraim's final threats and directly crush him without fear of the puppet sect, everyone felt a chill of caution. Talented, powerful, and also a 5th-stage alchemy master and 5th-stage array master. Most importantly, his methods were ruthless. A person like this would cling on like a bone-plaguing leech, eroding you until nothing remained before finally letting go. Therefore, if one could avoid provoking him, they should absolutely not provoke him. Let the puppet sect's Yuan-Ing Ronnies deal with this Russell. A hint of cold laughter welled up within everyone's hearts. If Russell managed to escape those puppet sect Ronnies and eventually met the Carey dynasty's crown prince, it would surely make for an interesting scene. They were starting to look forward to it. Russell waved his hand, instantly flinging off the remaining blood. He looked at the Garfield and said calmly, "Garfield, I've dirtied your place, my apologies." The Garfield's heart tightened. From Russell's words, he sensed a chilling and inexplicable dread. He was certain that if he had intervened on Ephraim's behalf or tried to stop Russell from killing him, Russell would have turned hostile immediately. Furthermore, Russell seemed to have anticipated this and showed no fear towards him. Even if the Alejandro had intervened, Russell was confident enough to escape. The Alejandro was right. Russell likely held some trump card that allowed him to escape the grasp of a half-step Huashan expert. There might even be a powerful guardian hidden nearby, much like the Alejandro himself, whose sole purpose was to protect Russell. Phew! The Garfield let out a long breath, once again donning his composed smile. "Brother Edgarn, you jest? I saw the whole event clearly. It was Ephraim who invited his own demise. He deserved what he got. How could you possibly dirty my place? Honestly, Brother Edgarn, even if you hadn't acted, I would have punished Ephraim severely, teaching him a lesson on whom he should and shouldn't provoke. Now that you've dealt with him, it saves me the trouble." Russell nodded. "That's good." The Garfield smiled again. "There's something I need to remind you of, Brother Edgarn." Russell asked, "What is it?" The Garfield replied, "Preston you killed is named Ephraim, the Phalon of the puppet sect. Besides Ephraim, 3 other Yuan-Ing Ronnies are en route. Once they learn of Ephraim's death, they will not let it go lightly." He stared seriously at Russell. "So, you must be cautious moving forward." Russell laughed coldly. "I'll be waiting for them." An overwhelming aura and unparalleled confidence burst forth, causing everyone present, Arlie, Cassidy, and others, to momentarily widen their eyes. Even the Garfield confirmed his suspicions. The Garfield added, "Brother Edgarn, tonight, I'll be hosting a banquet at our camp to welcome several friends from the demon realm. Would you be interested in joining?" Pausing, he continued, "Among these guests are offspring of the coal and pure-blooded demon geniuses. One of these offspring possesses a map to the Kermit's secret realm. I have a map, and so does Giselbert of the Carey dynasty. Now that the Demon Prince has been mentioned, only one more remains. Demon Prince, pure-blooded demon genius. Initially prepared to decline, Russell paused, pondered for a few seconds, then accepted. Very well. I'll come tonight. With that, he turned and left. The Amberley and the Chapter 237, Fire Elemental Array Banner. Meanwhile, on the way back, the Kelly, who had been following Russell without uttering a word, could no longer hold back. Russell, why did you agree to that Christopher's request? Russell stopped in his tracks upon hearing her words and turned to ask, what are you referring to? Could it be anything else? The Kelly became anxious. Of course, it's about. She abruptly halted mid-sentence. Although she was originally a demon, she understood well the saying, walls have ears. In the next second, her initial stage nether transformation cultivator's power erupted, and her divine consciousness covered the entire area. Only after confirming there were no other presences nearby did the Kelly speak. Of course it's about us being hunted by the demon realm, Russell. Have you forgotten about that? You've already killed a demon prince's descendant. The curse belonging to that demon prince lingers on your body, impossible to erase. Once any demon enters a certain range, they can sense the curse on you, and will attack you without hesitation. She stared at Russell, accusingly asking, you haven't forgotten, have you? Russell shook his head. Of course not. 2 pure-blooded geniuses from the demon realm attacked me just half a month ago at the Terrence's residence. How could I possibly forget? The Kelly was momentarily baffled. Then why did you agree to marry it with me? Russell said. The Kelly. Just when she thought she understood, she was confused again. Don't worry, Russell reassured her with a laugh. As long as I make it known, no one will dare to act until they have the map. By then, I'll already be inside the Kermit's secret realm. In the Kermit's secret realm, it's uncertain who will kill whom. The Kelly seemed to understand but wasn't fully convinced. Russell looked at her and added, tonight you don't need to come with me. Why? The Kelly asked. The Demon Prince won't harm me for the Kermit's secret realm, but you might not be so lucky. If you encounter the Demon Prince, your chances of survival are 0. The Kelly. Upon returning to their earlier seclusion spot, although he had agreed to meet that evening, Russell did not stop working. Earlier, the hooded figure's use of 8th grade restriction and killing formations provided some inspiration. 8th grade formations couldn't kill quasi-nirvana transformation realm experts, but for late-stage nether transformation cultivators who had only sensed a hint of nirvana transformation, these formations were lethal. To maintain his persona undetected, Russell needed a straightforward method, eliminating the opponent directly without giving them any chance once they initiated conflict. Russell understood the Christopher's intentions clearly. He definitely wanted to test everyone again using the banquet, treating both the Demon Prince's descendant and the 3 late-stage nether transformation cultivators from Puppet Clan as pawns. With inheritances like Dragon Blood Combat Body, True Dragon Cannon, Capture Dragon Hand, Dragon Blood Runes, and Half-Dragon Physique, Russell could contend with late-stage nether transformation experts. However, if the opponent had grasped the thread of nirvana transformation insight, the outcome remained unpredictable. Therefore, Russell prepared to set up 8th grade restriction and killing formations on his own body. If conflict arose, he would eliminate the opposition immediately. Russell recently gained some insights that perfectly matched setting up 8th grade formations. Conveniently, everything stolen from the Terrence's treasury by the hooded figure was now in his possession, a wealth comparable to the By family's treasury. Russell took out the storage bag given by the hooded figure and began searching through it. Soon, he found a substantial amount of materials for 8th grade formations. Additionally, he discovered a dilapidated, incomplete array banner. After breaking its restrictions with his divine consciousness and exploring within, his expression changed dramatically. This is a fire elemental banner for setting up the Great Preheaven 5 Elements Array? Great Preheaven 5 Elements Array. This was a 9th grade array formation, capable of threatening nirvana transformation expert. Certainly deserved such treatment. The Alban from the By family was no exception. If not for the agreement between the Terrence and the Carey dynasty's holy emperor, he would have done the same upon witnessing Russell's talent. The 9th rank 5 elements great array was indeed complex. Even a single fire attribute array flag contained 81 array patterns. These patterns alone were enough to turn away 90% of array Dao practitioners. But for Russell, these patterns posed no difficulty. Initially, there might have been some challenge, but as he delved deeper into the array patterns, the slight difficulty disappeared, making everything seem natural. Despite this, it still took Russell some time to repair the fire attribute array flag. It's done. Looking at the newly restored array flag in his hand, Russell revealed a bright smile. Fixing this kind of array flag did indeed consume a lot of mental energy. However, it was all worth it because it was the fire attribute array flag of a 9th rank 5 elements great array. Regardless of the amount of materials or effort spent, it was indispensable. Originally, Russell had planned to inscribe several 8th rank trapping arrays and killing arrays on his body to deal with potential late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators at the banquet that evening. But now, with this fire attribute array flag, those 8th rank arrays were no longer necessary. While they were indeed powerful, compared to the fire attribute array flag, they seemed somewhat inadequate. After all, this flag could severely injure a cultivator at the half-step nascent soul realm. Russell looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. It's time to keep the appointment. With that, he stood up and left his seclusion spot. This time, Russell did not bring the Amberley or the external incarnation but left them in the Kermit mountain range to provide support. Considering the Amberley and the external incarnation only possessed early-stage Yuan Ing cultivation levels, while many cultivators aiming to confront Russell had late-stage Yuan Ing cultivation, their presence would only serve as easy targets. Especially the Amberley. Once recognized by the royal demon offspring, she would be doomed, beyond Russell's ability to save her. Therefore, it was better for them to stay behind. Due to the Garfield's order, search teams within the core area of the Kermit mountain range had gradually increased, led by Max to find clues related to the Kermit secret realm. Russell did not hide his appearance. Many people knew about the events at the camp during the day and instantly recognized him, knowing he was going to the banquet. Their expressions instantly changed. News of the Garfield's banquet was not a secret, so word quickly spread that Russell had left the Kermit Mountain Range core area to attend the banquet. Even before arriving, news reached the camp and the Garfield's ears. At this moment, inside the camp of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, it could not compare to the dynasty. One Ronnie asked sternly, "Garfield, is what you said true? Is Russell really coming tonight?" The Garfield smiled. "Of course." Pausing, he continued, "I've just received word that he has already left the core area of Kermit Mountain Range and should arrive soon. Then you can take your revenge." Another puppet sect Ronnie sharply responded, "So, the Garfield won't interfere?" "No, absolutely not." The puppet sect Ronnie glanced at him and nodded, "Good." Facing the three puppet sect Ronnie's gaze, the Garfield did not flinch, replying with a light smile, "If you can kill Russell, it will be because of your skills and his inadequacy." However, his tone hardened mid-sentence. "If Russell kills any of you, I will not interfere either. I also hope that the puppet sect does not let this incident affect the relationship between the sect and the dynasty." Having caused trouble due to Ephron earlier, the Garfield wanted to prevent future issues. He addressed this openly in front of the Royal Polarization Sect's young lord and the ethereal sanctuary saintess to make sure everyone understood. To clarify everything, to prevent incidents affecting the relationship between the puppet sect and the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. Hearing this, one of the puppet sect Ronnies scoffed sarcastically, "Ha! A mere mid-golden core Russell dares to think he can kill me?" Chapter 239. Focus on. "I'll wait for him outside right now," said the Yuan-ing Ronnie of the puppet sect, turning and walking out of the tent immediately. The other two Yuan-ing Ronnies followed closely behind. In their eyes, Russell was merely a mid-stage Mac. Even if Russell had been hyped up in some rumors within the Feathers dynasty as a world-changing genius who heralded a new era, it did not change his cultivation level. A mid-stage Mac. Crushing them would be child's play. Even the John wasn't an opponent for Russell. There must be another reason for the death of the John. It could very well have been Arlie from the Empyrean sect. Because of their uneasy relationship with Arlie, they often clashed and had to fight until one emerged victorious. It had to be him. Russell was just being made a scapegoat. The three Ronnies of the puppet sect exchanged glances. The presence of the royal teacher and guardians from various sacred lands, sects, and families at this banquet indicated hidden motives. Clearly, something was amiss. They wouldn't dare act within the tent while so many powerful figures were present, but first capturing Russell and then extracting his soul would ensure justice for their John. Amerigo watched the three Ronnies leave, his face carrying a faint smile, but as soon as they left, the smile vanished abruptly. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. "Royal teacher, these three don't seem to believe what I said," he communicated through divine consciousness without moving. The royal teacher replied, "Yes, they harbored murderous intent towards you just now. They likely suspect you were the true culprit in Ephron's death, using Russell as a scapegoat." Amerigo's expression changed. "Humph, truly foolish. If this is how the puppet sect behaves, they will inevitably fall by Russell's hand because of their arrogance," the royal teacher concluded. Amerigo looked puzzled. "You're sure Russell can win?" "Not because I'm sure, but those three aren't worthy opponents for him." The royal teacher shook his head. Amerigo asked, "Then, who do you think will confront Russell tonight? Who can unveil his true strength?" "The demon prince's offspring, naturally," the royal teacher replied telepathically. "He should be arriving soon." Amerigo nodded. "Indeed. Someone already reported that they are close to Dragon Cycle Mountain Range and can arrive before the banquet starts. Maybe even catch Russell in the act." The confrontation between Russell and the demon prince's offspring? I'm looking forward to it too. Not just Amerigo. Arlie, Cassidy, and others also communicated with their respective guardians about the imminent conflict between the three Ronnies and Russell, wondering who would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Russell had just left the core area of Dragon Cycle Mountain Range when he sensed several divine consciousnesses sweeping over him, some belonging to Max, others to Yuan-ing stage powerhouses. Ordinarily, he would retaliate fiercely. Such arbitrary probing with divine consciousness was a form of provocation, potentially sparking conflict or deadly encounters. Russell had resisted bursting out multiple times due to the sheer power of his consciousness, enhanced by the pill given by the hooded man. It rivaled early-stage Yuan-ing cultivators. Should he unleash his divine consciousness, those probing him would be instantly crushed. He could obliterate every cultivator around him with overwhelming force. Doing so would satisfy him emotionally, but it would also expose Russell prematurely. Tonight's key players were the puppet sect's Yuan-ing Ronnies and the demon prince's offspring. Revealing himself too soon might cause them to flee prematurely, particularly the demon prince who held a map leading to Dragon Cycle Secret Realm. If they fled, opening the secret realm might become impossible. Russell walked steadily out of Dragon Cycle Mountain Range toward the Feather Kingdom's base camp. Those scanning him grew increasingly audacious, trying to uncover all his secrets. To them, Russell was a legendary genius single-handedly initiating a grand era of cultivation. Yet such provocations went unanswered. Is this a top genius? A legendary prodigy? Russell's restraint only increased their unease. Initially, they kept their distance while probing him, but soon, they appeared directly in front of him, sizing him up arrogantly. Most were younger generation cultivators, though some were seasoned. Seeing this, Russell smirked slightly. He understood their intentions. Gray satisfied? Yes, understandable. Being overshadowed by a genius from the Solar Kingdom within the Feather Kingdom makes discontent natural, but how does dissatisfaction help you? These cultivators aimed to use Russell's reputation to gain fame quickly. They saw him as a stepping stone to rise rapidly. However, seeking fame without corresponding strength could easily lead to death. With a glance, Russell assessed those watching him. Suddenly, he unleashed his golden core, drawing and surrounding chi into a storm of spiritual energy that exploded outward. An immense pressure enveloped the entire periphery of Dragon Cycle Mountain Range. Chapter 240. Standoff. The sudden spiritual energy storm and overwhelming pressure made the cultivators who had their eyes on Russell change their expressions drastically. It was too powerful. Not only was the spiritual energy storm and pressure unparalleled, but its range was terrifying as well, almost encompassing the entire outer region of the Kermit Mountain Range. Only a grand cultivator from the Yuanying stage could create such a commotion. Among those figures, the ones who were merely at the Golden Core stage also showed signs of shock. Unable to withstand this intense pressure, they chose to retreat abruptly. Many had already begun to reconsider their intentions. Ignoring other matters for now, the sudden burst of pressure from Russell indicated that his strength was certainly not weak. The rumors might have some exaggerations, but the fact that Russell was an absolute genius was undeniable. The number of people who wanted to back out was growing. A confrontation seemed far from escalating, appearing to dissolve into nothingness. But in the next moment, someone noticed something amiss. Wait, something's not right. This cultivation. Mid-Golden Core. This Russell. He's only at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core stage? A mere Mac dares to call himself a peerless demon, even entering the territory of the Yuhua dynasty? Humph, asking for death. Just rumors. I'll challenge him. Many cultivators who were about to retreat instinctively stopped, eyes turning cold with mocking smiles on their faces, staring straight at Russell. Edgar, a pack of wolves starving for half a month, suddenly spotting a sheep. They were eager to tear Russell apart. If they defeated Russell, their names would spread across both the Carey dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty. I'll go first. One couldn't help but act immediately. Edgar Russell, he was a Mac, instantly unleashing his power, though the resulting fluctuations paled in comparison to Russell's. Nonetheless, he charged at Russell without hesitation. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The mid-Mac who attacked Russell was still mid-air when his body instantly shattered, as if torn apart by an extremely powerful force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Dead. What happened? Who did it? Russell? So strong. Just using pressure to rip apart a mid-Mac. Truly a peerless demon. He did it to make an example. Should we be more aggressive? Russell watched the splattered blood in mid-air, eyes narrowing slightly as he looked toward the direction outside the Yuhua dynasty camp. Three figures were slowly approaching. Although they were still far away, their senses had locked onto Russell firmly. The one who killed that cultivator wasn't Russell, but these three figures. Russell sensed their presence and immediately recognized them. Denvers from the puppet sect? Huh? Very good. The first main character of tonight makes his entrance. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward, heading directly toward the Yuhua dynasty camp, completely ignoring the surrounding cultivators who had targeted him. Unfortunately, Russell spared them. But they didn't want to spare Russell. Faced with death or fame, they chose fame. Suddenly, another person attacked. But before they reached Russell, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist, just like the previous one. Two cultivators were brutally killed in succession. The remaining cultivators frowned deeply. Nevertheless, some still felt confident in their cultivation and attempted to challenge Russell. Rumbling sounds filled the air as three extreme pressures erupted abruptly, sweeping outwards in all directions, causing an explosive effect. The cultivators targeting Russell felt as if they carried a mountain on their backs, struggling to move as if mired in quicksand. Almost instantaneously, their gazes converged on the source of the pressure, pupils widening sharply. Yuanying Grand Cultivators? Not ordinary Yuanying cultivators, but Ranis from the puppet sect. Three of them, three puppet sect Ranis. They're here for Russell? Is it because of Driscoll Frazier? Many cultivators recognized the three figures outside the Yuhua dynasty camp, three Yuanying Ranis from the puppet sect. While others weren't present during the day, they had all heard about the conflict between Russell and Frazier, thus understanding the reason for the Ranis' arrival. They were coming for Russell. Seeing this, many cultivators glanced at Russell. Despite their reluctance, they knew better than to stay any longer. Hoping to leverage Russell's reputation, they wanted to rise to prominence quickly, but encountering three Yuanying Ranis from the puppet sect changed everything. Knowing the puppet sect's tyrannical ways, staying would mean certain doom. Though they left, they didn't go far. Instead, they chose to observe the impending conflict from a distance. Russell doesn't seem afraid at all. Even at the mid-Golden Core stage, he isn't intimidated by three Yuanying Grand Cultivators. How can that be? Does Russell have some hidden ace that helps him resist the pressure? That's the only explanation. But resisting three puppet sects Yuanying Ranis' pressure is far from enough. They're here to kill Russell. Why isn't he running? I don't understand. Maybe he knows there's no escape and has decided to fight to the death to find a way out. What will he do next? In the midst of the crowd's gaze, Russell walked towards the Yuhua dynasty camp, while the three puppet sects Yuanying Ranis approached him quickly. They met halfway, stopping simultaneously. One of the Ranis stared at Russell, shouting suddenly, "You're the one who killed the Driscoll?" His voice carried the formidable spiritual energy of a late Yuanying stage cultivator, reverberating like a massive drum, carrying a mountainous pressure that instantly spread far and wide. Even cultivators far away felt it. Weaker ones coughed up blood despite the distance. However, Russell, standing at the center of this sound wave, remained unfazed. He met the Rani's gaze and smiled faintly. "Yes, I killed him. You've come for revenge?" Chapter 241. Shock. If the puppet sect had sent the quasi-transcendence realm powerhouse, Russell might have felt some trepidation, but it would only be a slight hesitation. Russell possessed the divine sense bead gifted by the White family's Rani, containing a strand of Eve Bai's divine sense, and he had also acquired a fire formation flag. With these two ultimate trump cards at his disposal, Russell feared no quasi-transcendence realm cultivator, unless it was a true transcendence realm expert. Otherwise, Russell could come and go as he pleased. No one could stop him. This was the source of his confidence. But to others, the scene unfolded differently. An increasing number of cultivators began approaching the Yuhua dynasty's encampment. They were all here for Russell. Upon seeing Russell face three late-stage, nascent soul cultivators from the puppet sect without fear, even admitting that he had killed their heir, they all instinctively gasped. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. They knew Russell was strong and had numerous hidden trump cards. But no matter how strong he was, no matter how many trump cards he held, those were still nascent soul grand cultivators in front of him, among the supreme powerhouses standing at the peak of the entire cultivation world. Not only these cultivators, but also Amerigo, Sci-fi, Cassidy, and others frowned inwardly. Is that person Russell? Yes, it's him. Not surprisingly, the rumored prodigy lives up to his name. He is indeed arrogant, but such arrogance needs support and background. Does he, Russell, have that backing? It's rumored that half a month ago, while still in the Western capital, Russell single-handedly killed 6 nascent soul cultivators from the Solar Dynasty. He then publicly killed several sect leaders of the Profound Saint sect before Harry. There were doubts, but now it seems this is true. Humph, so what? If this is his trump card and the reason for his boldness before the 3 Ronnies of the Puppet sect, I can only say he's arrogant too soon. Indeed, these 3 nascent soul Ronnies of the Puppet sect are not weak. How will he resolve this situation? Even the National Minter and a group of Tao protectors were discussing it. They were very curious. What kind of trump card did Russell have that made him dare to kill the Puppet sect's Phelan Alaire and still confess boldly in the presence of 3 nascent soul Ronnies? This was also why they came here. Though they knew it was part of Amerigo's scheme, they still came. Humph, seeking death, daring to kill my Puppet sect's Phelan. Today, I shall capture you, extract your soul, imprison you in the netherworld hell, and use your body to create a puppet. Prepare to die. Today, no one can save you. Not just you, but everyone connected to you. Your friends, relatives, companions, anyone with ties to you must die, their clans exterminated. The 3 late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators of the Puppet sect grew enraged when they saw Russell admit to killing Alaire. One Ronnie acted immediately. A violent pressure exploded suddenly, gathering the spiritual energy of the Kermit Mountains into a massive hand that lunged at Russell. The other 2 didn't stay idle either, flanking him on the right and behind. The 3 surrounded Russell in a triangular formation, cutting off all his escape routes. Having cultivated to the late-stage nascent soul realm, they were far from foolish. In fact, they could be described as extraordinarily talented. Russell appeared, knowing their true identities, chose not to flee but stayed. This behavior was suspicious. There were only 2 explanations. First, Russell had a powerful protector behind him. Second, Russell himself was extremely powerful, with hidden trump cards that left him unafraid of them. Either way, it warranted caution. A lion uses its full strength against a rabbit, all the more so for a cultivator's battle. Thus, the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Puppet sect attacked in tandem. After the first Ronnie moved, the other 2 joined simultaneously to ensure success. Seeing this unfold, Amerigo, Sci-fi, Cassidy, and others all frowned. Was this too cautious? Their purpose in allowing the 3 Ronnies of the Puppet sect to act freely wasn't to kill Russell, but to probe his strengths. However, things seemed different from what they expected. Almost instantly, Amerigo and the National Minter communicated via Divine Sense. The goal was for the National Minter to intervene at a critical moment to aid Russell once. After all, Russell's life couldn't be lost yet. He needed to live until the arrival of that demonic prince. Understanding Amerigo's intention, the National Minter's vast spiritual energy stirred. But the next second, unexpected changes occurred. Russell, trapped in the center by the 3 nascent soul Ronnies, suddenly moved. He charged directly toward one of the nascent soul grand cultivators. What is he doing? Desperate like a cornered dog? If he was desperate, he wouldn't have returned. I have a guess. This Russell. He doesn't intend to fight the 3 nascent soul grand cultivators to force himself into a dire situation, breaking through or perishing in the attempt. Crazy, truly crazy. Is this what an unparalleled genius looks like? He deserves the title. With only mid-stage golden core cultivation, challenging 3 late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators head-on, completely fearless. How long do you think he can hold out? Humph, a crumbling wall will collapse instantly under their attack. Watching Russell's actions closely, whispers spread among the Despite the considerable separation, the gathering cultivators still felt it acutely. Their scalps tingled as if they were trapped in quicksand, unable to move. Was this the might of a late-stage nascent soul Denver from the Puppet sect? Indeed, it was terrifying. Bear in mind, Puppet sect cultivators were most proficient in puppetry. Yet, this Ronnie didn't need any puppets. He relied purely on his cultivation to create such an immense impact. Even from afar, they could feel the tremendous pressure. One could only imagine what Russell, at the epicenter of that vast spiritual energy, must be enduring. Had any other middle-stage Mac faced this, they would have been crushed into powder long ago. Only now did some cultivators understand why Russell was called a peerless prodigy. He was indeed strong. But even so, this was as far as he could go. Facing an enraged late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator, Russell stood no chance. Many cultivators already imagined Russell's fate. His soul would be extracted, and his body turned into a puppet. This was how the Puppet sect dealt with their enemies. Even Arlie, Cassidy, and others felt the immense pressure. Their strength was merely one minor rank above Russell. Even geniuses couldn't bridge such a significant gap. Attempting to withstand the assault of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator with a late-stage golden core realm was hopeless. Or mid-stage. He had felt no pressure then. He had never truly encountered a late-stage nascent soul like the Elroy or Cade before. But now, he did. Among the 3 nascent soul birches of the Puppet sect, one was on par with the Elroy and Cade. Though still in the late nascent soul stage, they had already comprehended a hint of the soul transformation opportunity and were on the verge of becoming half-step soul transformation experts like Emperor Shi and the Oswald of the Feathered Dynasty. The other 2 late-stage nascent soul Ronnies were also formidable, just slightly weaker. Under their combined efforts, even when Russell unleashed all the power inherited from the dragon race, he found it almost impossible to move. Worse yet, the immense pressure, akin to an ancient divine mountain, immobilized him and made his bones creak, as if his physical body would collapse at any moment. His physical body seems to be breaking? Humph. daring to kill the puppet sect's young sect lord. This is the consequence. You continue suppressing him, and I will capture him next, extract his soul first, then separate his spirit. The three nascent soul Ronnies of the puppet sect sneered. Two restrained Russell with their overwhelming nascent soul late-stage pressure, while the third used his spiritual energy to form a giant hand, reaching out to grab Russell. Russell's eyes were bloodshot, but felt his true dragon sutra breaking through, directly from the third level to the fourth. A breakthrough under pressure. Back in West Capital, the new Cooper Olaf of Xian Saint sect also demonstrated extraordinary talent similarly. Unfortunately, he ultimately fell to Russell. Now, Russell achieved the same feat. Facing three late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators, his true dragon sutra broke through, one thread affecting the whole system. In the next second, Russell's cultivation, dragon blood runes, half-dragon body, and dragon capture hand all advanced. Furthermore, there was a faint enlightenment within Russell's mind, belonging to the still-awakening Caleb awareness, and also related to the unmastered innate skill dragon roar. An innate skill originally attainable only upon reaching the nascent soul realm. Yet, Russell, after advancing to the late-stage golden core realm, grasped it through the consciousness in his mind. Chapter 243, Severe Measures. Roar. Another dragon roar echoed. From the moment Russell made his move until he was instantly restrained by the three yawning Ronnies of the puppet sect, a total of 3 dragon roars had resounded. The first was a roar of defiance as Russell was being controlled. The second came from an awareness within the ancestral dragon blood that hadn't fully awakened yet. The third was once again from Russell, but this time roar. After regaining consciousness, everyone's faces changed, speculations abounded. Finally, the advisor gave the answer. Someone immediately asked, how can the strongest ability of the demon realm dragons, the dragon roar, appear here? The advisor glanced at the person, recognizing them as one of the Empyrean sovereign sect's guardians, and continued, have you forgotten that Russell carries the dragon lineage inheritance and has awakened the supreme war body, the dragon blood war body? Another person asked, but don't the innate abilities of the demon race require forming bloodline runes and then entering the Yuaning realm before tracing back to the source of the bloodline to comprehend these abilities? Russell merely has the golden core realm cultivation, so why can he perform the innate abilities of the dragon race? The advisor shook his head. This, I do not know. Pausing, he added, the dragon blood war body, known as the paramount among the 10 war bodies, certainly isn't without reason. Perhaps this is part of it. Finishing his statement, his gaze fell on Russell, fixating intently. With fervent intensity, he added, the Kermit secret realm also harbors dragon lineage inheritance. Hearing this, the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and other guardians initially froze, then showed fervor. Indeed, the Kermit secret realm also holds dragon lineage inheritance, specifically the legacy of the supreme Kermit. If they find the entrance to the secret realm and enter, they might obtain an inheritance similar to Russell's. At this moment, everyone's thoughts shifted. Even the Garfield, who initially wanted to test Russell and force him to reveal his trump cards, now focused entirely on the Kermit secret realm. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from the Feathered Dynasty's encampment, 3 figures also heard the dragon roar originating from Russell. Despite the hundreds of miles distance, they should not have been able to hear it. Yet, they did, because they were demons. The leading figure was precisely the demon prince mentioned by the Garfield, who hailed from the demon realm. Behind him were 2 guardians. Upon hearing the sudden dragon roar, the demon prince's expression turned exultant. It can't be wrong. It's the dragon race's innate ability, dragon roar. How can this be? Could the Kermit secret realm have opened? Not possible. The final map piece is in my possession. Without it, finding the entrance is difficult, let alone opening it. Could it be? Suddenly, the demon prince recalled a possibility. I've heard that within the human territory, there are 2 bearers of dragon lineage inheritance who have awakened the dragon blood war body. Could it be them? If it's not the opening of the Kermit secret realm, then it must be them. Excellent. No need for me to search. The dragon lineage inheritance should return to the demon realm. As his words hung in the air, he sped up, vanishing from sight almost instantly as he raced towards the Feathered Dynasty's encampment. His 2 guardians followed closely behind. The dragon roar echoing outside the Feathered Dynasty's encampment seemed long but occurred in the blink of an eye. Following the advisor, the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and other guardians, more people gradually regained consciousness. Among them, the 3 Ronnies of the puppet sect woke up the fastest. However, upon waking, they witnessed a scene that shattered their minds. Russell had already broken free from restraints, covered in green dragon scales. In a flash, he appeared before one of the puppet sect Ronnies, unleashing a spirit energy-formed green dragon claw that fiercely grabbed down. Dare you? The puppet sect Ronnie was enraged. In his view, Russell attacking him was a lower rank defying a superior, deserving immediate death. The next second, the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage Yuan and Grand Cultivator erupted again, surging toward Russell like a collapsing riverbank. Yet, Russell was no longer someone he could bully effortlessly. Innate ability, Dragon Roar. Roar. The dragon roar, filled with boundless killing intent, sounded again. The Ronnie's face, once furious, suddenly froze as his mind suffered immense shock. Though he reacted quickly, in the world of cultivation battles, even a momentary lapse was enough for countless deaths. Bang! As he barely recovered, Russell's dragon claw had already clutched him tightly, and with a twist, exploded him into a cloud of blood mist. Russell's body was inherently formidable, augmented by the dragon blood war body and half-dragon physique, somehow managing to crush a late-stage Yuan Grand Cultivator. This was something Russell hadn't anticipated. Under such circumstances, he had no time to think. He swiftly turned and pounced on the remaining 2 puppet sect Ronnies. Dare you? To death with you. The remaining 2 late-stage Yuan cultivators, one having grasped the thread of the transforming god's realm, saw Russell's actions and their faces turned grim, boiling with killing intent. They abandoned any thoughts of capturing and soul-searching Russell. Now, they only sought his death. To eliminate future trouble. Chapter 244, Final Card. The two remaining late-stage nascent soul Ronnies of the puppet sect had already noticed the sudden change in Russell, a breakthrough during combat. He wasn't a demon and hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, yet he comprehended a talent spell that only demonkind at the nascent soul stage could understand. Furthermore, after just breaking through, he displayed such formidable fighting strength. Not only did he free himself from his restraints using this innate ability, but also crushed one late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator by relying on the inheritance of the dragon clan. The talents displayed by Russell shocked the remaining two Ronnies of the puppet sect. Even more than shock, it was fear. They were terrified of Russell's talent, potential, combat strength, and the seemingly limitless potential of the dragon clan's heritage. Initially, they had planned to capture Russell, first extracting and refining his soul before turning him into a puppet. But now, they couldn't wait any longer. Killing intent surged throughout their bodies, almost solidifying into tangible blades, as they pressed down on Russell, intending to eliminate him immediately, removing the root cause of future troubles. Russell's existence already made the two grand cultivators from the puppet sect feel threatened and fearful. If they let Russell continue to grow, when he achieved full cultivation power, it would undoubtedly create significant turmoil for the puppet sect. Therefore, Russell must die. Boom. The two late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators from the puppet sect instantly unleashed all their cultivation power. The ferocious pressure enveloped the entire outer region of the Dawn Dragon Mountain range like rolling floodwaters. In addition, they also activated their life-bound puppets, hoping to swiftly resolve Russell, not giving him any chance to survive. Seeing this, many surrounding cultivators turned pale. Frightening, truly frightening. Russell actually broke through during battle, freeing himself from the restraint of three late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators, and then killed one Ronnie single-handedly. He indeed deserves to be called a prodigy. Such talent is indeed terrifying. Thankfully, we didn't try to suppress Russell or use his fame for our own advancement. Dead. A late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator just died, killed by a middle-stage Mac. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Russell's cultivation isn't merely middle-stage golden core anymore. He broke through during battle, advancing from middle-stage golden core to late-stage golden core. Still, even so, his achievements rank supreme among the younger generation of the cultivation world. That's right. Few can match Russell among the young generation. While he did take advantage of the unprepared state of the puppet sect Ronnie, his combat strength is truly frightening. But what will he do next? Yeah, killing an Ronnie of the puppet sect won't make the remaining two sit idly by. They will certainly attempt to kill him on the spot. Two late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators. Can anyone stop them? They even use their life-bound puppets. They really aren't giving him any way out. Russell is doomed this time. The situation wasn't so bad for those gathered at the Yuhua dynasty's base, or the cultivators who arrived later. But for those who came early, aiming to step over Russell to elevate themselves, they felt chills run down their spines. Fortunately, they hadn't taken action earlier. Otherwise, they might already be corpses. Russell had even killed an Ronnie of the puppet sect, so why would he fear them? If they had been present, Russell would definitely dare to kill. Of course, some felt regretful. No matter how strong Russell was, he was ultimately going to die. Gray. The two Ronnies of the puppet sect attacked simultaneously, driving their life-bound puppets towards Russell. Want me dead? Can you achieve that? Russell mocked, not retreating but instead charging toward one of the Ronnies. Dragon blood battle body, true dragon scripture, dragon grasping hand, half-dragon body, bloodline runes, talent spell dragon roar. All secret arts and powers erupted almost instantly. Roar. Another dragon roar sounded. An unwilling cry reverberated across the entire Dawn Dragon Mountain range, transforming into a powerful sound wave attack that also entered the ears of the two puppet sect Ronnies. However, having witnessed how Russell used the surprise attack of the dragon roar to kill a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator, they were now cautious. Almost instantly as the dragon roar erupted, the two Ronnies of the puppet sect shielded their minds. Though they suffered the impact of the talent spell dragon roar, they only shivered slightly before quickly. Fine, let's see it then. His voice was infused with the newly understood talent spell dragon roar, instantly spreading in all directions. Numerous cultivators' pupils constricted. With a golden core realm strength, facing three late-stage nascent soul Ronnies of the puppet sect alone, and achieving such results, Russell's name as a genius was well-deserved. But according to Russell's words, he still had a hidden card? Frightening. Absolutely frightening. How could he still have hidden cards? But what kind of hidden card would make him so confident that he could escape from the hands of two puppet sect Ronnies? No, I think it's more than just escaping. Don't forget, Russell has already killed one Ronnie of the puppet sect. Is it possible he wants to leave the remaining two behind too? SSSSS? Many cultivators drew in cold breaths. Young geniuses like Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, as well as the national teachers and other guardians, all flashed their gazes, releasing all their senses to not miss a single detail. Chapter 245. The Power of the Fire Element Array Flag. The faces of the two Ronnies from the puppet sect changed drastically as well. They had always known that Russell must have relied on something solid and powerful, possibly even with a formidable protector backing him up. However, relying on their status as Ronnies of the puppet sect, along with their late-stage nascent soul cultivation, they felt no fear and completely disregarded Russell. They also overlooked his support, hidden cards, and the guardian figure behind him. But now, witnessing Russell's breakthrough during combat and seeing him, a human with only a golden core cultivation, grasp the innate magic power usually only accessible to late-stage nascent soul demons, they started feeling an unprecedented unease after watching Russell kill one of their own sex Ronnies. Yet, like an arrow already released from the bow, it couldn't be stopped. If they didn't kill Russell, he would kill them and transfer this hatred onto the puppet sect. Humph, just bluster. Today, no matter what hidden card you have, you will die. Seemingly trying to embolden themselves, the two puppet sect Ronnies almost howled out loud, their rampant killing intent wildly surging, making their spirit energy even more intense. The tremendous spirit energy pressure and their bound soul puppets appeared right before Russell. But in the next second, sudden changes took place. Without any warning, the temperature around the peripheral area of Kermit Mountain Range began to rapidly rise, escalating countless times in an instant. This sudden occurrence was noticed by countless cultivators. What's happening? Why is the temperature suddenly rising? Is it some fire attribute skill, secret technique, or even an array formation? Is this Russell's trump card? However, does he really believe that a fire attribute technique, secret art, or spell can help him escape from the countless runes appeared visibly from the heart of the flames, rapidly spreading outwards. Fire runes, those are fire runes. How could it be? Fire runes can only appear in fire attribute formations. Why here? Could Russell's hidden card truly be a fire attribute array formation? These flames are terrifying. Wait, there's something wrong with these flames. 5th grade flames. These are 5th grade flames that have already developed consciousness. Run fast, leave immediately. A 9th grade 5 elements grand formation was very rare, and only someone like Cade, an array formation master, might recognize it. In contrast, the flames were easier to identify. Some of the cultivators instantly recognized that these spontaneously bursting flames were actually 5th grade flames. Indeed, Russell used the fire element array flag as the formation eye, unlocking the seal on the 5th grade lotus flame. The 9th grade fire element array flag, interacting with the 5th grade flame, was like pouring gasoline on raging flames, instantly igniting, spreading, and exploding. The spiritual energy storm approaching Russell, as well as the bound soul puppets of the 2 puppet sect Ronnies, were instantly lit up and burned to ashes by the 9th grade fire runes. This was the power of the 9th grade fire element array flag, and this was the 5th grade flame. Combined, even a quasi-transcendence realm powerhouse might be burned alive. Let alone the 2 puppet sect Ronnies, mere late-stage nascent soul great cultivators. Though one of them had enlightened to a thread of quasi-transcendence opportunity, it did no good. Not having reached the quasi-transcendence realm, not becoming a true transcendent power, they could not resist the 9th grade fire element array flag and 5th grade flames. The spiritual energy inside the 2 puppet sect Ronnies' bodies was also ignited, burning furiously, causing them to scream in agony. No, I have already enlightened to a thread of quasi-transcendence consciousness. In no time, I can achieve the quasi-transcendence realm, perhaps even become a true transcendence. I am unwilling, I won't accept it. Garfield, save me. I am an Ronnie of the puppet sect, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. If I die at the Yu Huazong residence, you cannot escape responsibility either. Save me quickly. Even a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator calls for help when facing life and death situations. However, looking at the dense 9th grade fire runes and the scorching heat and flames, the Garfield felt his scalp tingle. How could he dare approach to save them? He could not withstand the flames that even a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator couldn't block. Perhaps only the Anderson could intervene among those present. But given the Garfield's dissatisfaction with the puppet sect, he wouldn't ask the Anderson to step in for such reasons. Other scalps tingled as well. This is Russell's hidden card? Indeed, it's terrifying. What kind of formation is this, capable of burning a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Is it 8th grade? Not, it might be higher than 8th grade. Don't forget, one of the 3 Ronnies of the puppet sect has enlightened to a quasi-transcendence opportunity. It's not 8th grade then 9th grade? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elite disciples and protectors couldn't help but draw in breath sharply. Only at this moment did they recall another identity of Russell. A 7th grade array formation master. Almost instantly, a thought emerged in the minds of Amerigo, Arlie, Cassidy, the Anderson, and the protectors. Has Russell broken through again? Chapter 246. The arrival of the Barrett's offspring. For some time, rumors about Russell had been buzzing throughout the domain of the Feathered Dynasty. Everyone present knew well about Russell, whether as a 5th rank alchemy master or as a 7th rank array master. However, just now, they were all shocked by this sudden turn of events and only now are recovering from it. Without any doubt, the fire attribute array released by Russell was at least 8th ranked garment. And perhaps it even approached 9th rank subtly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to incinerate the Ronnie of the puppet sect, much less kill that late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had already comprehended an inkling of the essence transformation opportunity. But logically, a 7th rank array master can only set up a 7th rank array. Even with the aid of certain instruments and treasures, he could only construct an array infinitely approaching 8th rank. In theory, such an array still belongs to the 7th rank. But now, the fire attribute array in front of them was clearly 8th rank, almost exceeding the boundaries of 8th rank. There was only one explanation. Russell had likely broken through once again, advancing from 7th rank to 8th rank in array mastery. His talent in cultivation already surpassed all his peers, and now breaking through to 8th rank array mastery made him an 8th rank array master. For a moment, Garfield, Keenan, Cassidy, and others all fell silent. Russell's presence cast an immense pressure upon them, like a towering mountain blocking their path, difficult to climb, nearly impossible to surpass. Meanwhile, the protectors looked towards the Alvin. Someone asked, "May I inquire, Sir Alvin, is this array truly at the 8th ranked garment?" Among those present, only the Alvin practiced array mastery. Though they had answers in mind, they still sought confirmation. Garfield, Keenan, Cassidy, and others also looked towards the Alvin. The Alvin sighed long and hard before nodding. Yes. The group of protectors was stunned, and the younger generation felt despair. But in the next second, they recovered, and their eyes grew firmer. Russell was indeed powerful and hard to surpass. Yet, they weren't without opportunities. If they could gather all the maps and find the entrance to the Dawn Dragon's secret realm, they might obtain its legacy and become like Russell, equivalent to a world-class prodigy of the previous era. With the eruption of the 9th rank fire conducting array banner and 5th rank azure lotus flame, The screams of the two puppet sect Ronnies gradually diminished until they turned to ashes, even their nascent souls completely obliterated. They wanted to escape, but the spiritual energy within their bodies, their physical forms, and even the divine consciousness in their minds were consumed by the flames. No matter where they fled, death was inevitable. Additionally, they harbored thoughts of mutual destruction with Russell. But in their line of sight, all they saw was fire, with their divine consciousness being burned, making it impossible to locate Russell. Mutual destruction was unattainable. After the two puppet sect Ronnies were burned to death, the flames did not immediately subside, but continued to burn for a full quarter hour before the 9th rank runes finally vanished. As the 9th rank runes disappeared, so did the raging fires across the sky. If it weren't for the charred ground and the volcanic temperatures in the outer region of the Dawn Dragon Mountain range, everyone would have thought the previous scene was an illusion. This time, to obtain the legacy inside the Dawn Dragon's secret realm, the puppet sect mobilized not only Lesser Clifford Zack but also 3 late-stage nascent soul Ronnies, one of whom had comprehended an inkling of the essence transformation opportunity. Now, they were all dead. Lesser Clifford Zack and the 3 late-stage nascent soul Ronnies all died at the hands of one person. Countless cultivators felt their scalps tingle. One hardly needed to guess that the puppet sect would not let this pass easily. A storm was about to sweep through the entire feathered dynasty centered around the Dawn Dragon Mountain range. At this moment, those watching raised their eyes towards Russell, hearts filled with fear, apprehension, and a trace of relief for having survived. Many among them had originally intended to target Russell to gain prominence, almost taking action. No, 2 of them had acted already, but their bad luck led them to encounter 3 nascent soul Ronnies from the puppet sect and met immediate demise. Fortunately for them, they died early. Otherwise, life would have been worse than death. Including the 3 puppet sect Ronnies, the excruciating cries of numerous cultivators engulfed in flames still echoed in the minds of many. It was terrifying. Whether it was Russell or the flames he unleashed, both were terrifying. Russell also sensed those gazes and opened his mouth in a frigid tone. "What? You still wish to make a move against me? Come forward if anyone dares." The faces of the onlookers changed drastically, none daring to face Russell. Almost instantly, they retreated without hesitation. After waiting for half a day with no one stepping forward, Russell spoke again. No one? Not a single person dared answer. Russell shook his head. A pity. With that, he walked toward the feathered dynasty encampment. Those cultivators didn't understand what Russell meant by a pity, but they felt their hair stand on end. At the encampment, Garfield, Keenan, Cassidy, the Alvin, and the group of protectors saw Russell approaching, their nerves tensely strung, utmost alertness. Including the Alvin. Russell's trump card, which could incinerate 3 late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators of the puppet sect, left the Alvin genuinely shaken. He suspected that Russell didn't just have one trump card. A trace of regret surfaced in the Alvin's heart. If he had known how things would unfold, he should have stopped Garfield from plotting against Russell during the daytime. But since it had happened, regrets were useless. Now, resolving this grudge and conflict was the only way forward. Otherwise, unless Russell was utterly eliminated, he would be a thorn in the side of both Garfield and the feathered dynasty. But killing someone like Russell wasn't easy. "Let me use you for testing shortly." He did not intentionally avoid letting the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, the Anderson, and the group of Dow protectors hear his words, so they heard him clearly. Almost instantly, everyone felt their scalp tingle. What did they hear? What did Russell say? 3 late-stage Yuan-Ing grand cultivators from the puppet sect were useless and died in just a few moves. He planned to use the incoming offspring of a Barrett to test his formation, and it was a 9th stage formation? How could that be possible? How could Russell possess a 9th stage formation? A 9th stage formation was something that could threaten even a nascent soul realm powerhouse, and even cause a nascent soul cultivator to fall. Beyond that, only immortals could refine immortal formations. In this cultivation world, someone actually could refine a 9th stage formation? The Garfield, Anderson, Arlie, Cassidy, and the rest of the Dow protectors felt their mouths dry. Especially the Garfield and the Anderson. If they had known Russell had such a trump card, they wouldn't have tried probing him with their scheme. The Anderson should have advised the Garfield to welcome Russell into the Yuhua dynasty and treat him as an honored guest. An array master capable of setting up a 9th stage formation would be the most revered VIP in any dynasty. The Anderson steeled himself to ask, "May I inquire, young friend, if the 9th stage formation you possess was refined by yourself?" Russell's talent in array arts had already been widely rumored. Even the Anderson from the distant Yuhua dynasty knew about it, and very well too. Upon first delving into array arts, he managed to set up 7th-stage spirit gathering arrays, trapping arrays, killing arrays, sealing arrays. For others, arranging anything below an immortal formation but above a 9th stage formation would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. But for a genius like Russell, it didn't seem unimaginable. After all, every event concerning Russell became more outrageous than the last. Just like now, facing 3 late-stage Yuan-Ing Ronnies from the puppet sect alone as a mid-stage Mac. Not only breaking through during battle but also comprehending innate magical abilities that only Yuan-Ing stage demon races could comprehend. All signs pointed to Russell being a true freak, an unparalleled genius. So what problem would there be in arranging a 9th stage formation? Russell, upon hearing the Anderson's words, turned his gaze to him and said indifferently, "If I were a 9th stage array master capable of setting up a 9th stage formation, would you dare treat me like this? I would have wiped all of you out long ago." Anderson, a formidable semi-nascent soul realm Anderson, under Russell's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and an unprecedented unease fill his heart. It was obvious. Russell not only saw through the Garfield stratagem, but was also deeply dissatisfied with his actions, and even the Yuhua dynasty itself. The Anderson hurriedly said, "Young friend, this matter is actually a misunderstanding." Russell gave a cold smile. "Really? Do you think I would believe that?" Saying this, he glanced at the Garfield. Instantly, a wave of coldness rose from the Garfield's soles, creeping up his spine and rushing to his head. In an instant, his entire body became as cold as ice. At this moment, An unprecedented chill filled his heart. If he had known events would unfold this way, and that Russell possessed a ninth stage formation, he would never have acted rashly or tested Russell. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The Garfield forced himself to say, "Brother Edgarn, this really was a misunderstanding. Given puppet sex arrogance, they don't even pay heed to the imperial family of the Yuhua dynasty. How would they care about a prince like me?" Seeing his worried expression, Russell's expression softened, saying, "Rest assured, I'm not a ninth stage array master and cannot set up a ninth stage formation, so you needn't fear me." Garfield. If it were before, he might have firmly believed such words. But now, he no longer dared to trust them. Because whether Russell was a ninth stage array master or not, just with the ninth stage fire formation he had, the Yuhua dynasty would have to consider carefully before moving against him. How can you not believe it? Russell looked at him and suddenly laughed. "Let me tell you the truth. This formation actually came from the treasure house of the Brooks mansion. It wasn't set up by me." Everyone drew in a breath sharply, because Russell's statement was more shocking and terrifying than if he were a ninth stage array master. They had heard rumors about the theft from the Brooks treasure house, but no one expected the culprit to be Russell. Given the Brooks style, he wouldn't be passive. With his semi-nascent soul realm cultivation and being in Shikarmalong, it would be easy for him to investigate and find out who the perpetrator was. Thus, the Brook must have known the perpetrator and might have already taken action. A semi-nascent soul realm powerhouse had acted. Yet, the culprit, Russell, appeared here unharmed. Even the Anderson felt his heart tremble. No wonder Russell dared to intrude into the Yuhua dynasty's residence. No wonder Russell dared to kill the Phelan of the puppet sect and face off against 3 late-stage Yuan Ingranis alone. Turned out he had something to rely on. Looking at the shocked eyes of the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, the Anderson, and the Dow protectors, Russell didn't continue speaking. He had said enough. Truths interwoven with deceptions. Let them guess the rest. Next, Russell needed only to deal with that Barrett offspring to make these truths solidify. In the upcoming actions, Russell would turn the situation from passive to active, awaiting the arrival of the Carey dynasty's haze and preparing a trap for him. Chapter 248. Ambition. Indeed, Russell's actions since stepping out of the Kermit Mountains and intruding into the Yuhua dynasty's base had all been carefully planned and executed according to a prearranged strategy. When he was outside Shijing previously, the words of the young leader of Baoyao Pavilion confirmed one thing. Giselbert of the Taiyang dynasty would be waiting for Russell with a heavenly trap in the Kermit Mountains. Given this, Russell decided to make the first move, setting some traps in advance, ready to ambush that crown prince. It was now a test of who would have the last laugh. Russell believed that the talent, hidden cards, methods, and his recent speech had already left the Yuhua dynasty in shock. Whatever demands he made next, the Yuhua dynasty would surely meet them. On one hand, it was an attempt to court him, and on the other hand, it was to resolve this misunderstanding. In short, they could not let him refuse. However, it wasn't enough. Russell still needed to handle an even more significant problem, the impending arrival of this demon prince's offspring. Thinking of this, he raised his gaze towards the barrier where the demon prince's pressure erupted from. Speak of the devil. In the next moment, the demon prince appeared. "Ha ha ha ha, I finally found you." A youth with horns on his head and eerie red eyes appears Russell. The sudden burst by the demon prince aimed at Russell had more to do with intimidating them to gain an advantage in the upcoming journey through the mystic realm. This was both a contest among the younger generation and a gamble that would determine ownership of the mystic realm. Victory would ensure more gains within the mystic realm, perhaps even monopolizing the inheritance of the Kermit mystic realm. The Garfield, Jace, Cassidy, and others understood the demon prince's intentions but knew they weren't a match for him. Among those present, only Russell could engage him in battle. Come well. Seeing the looks of the Garfield, Jace, Cassidy, and others, Russell instantly understood their mindset. This was exactly what Russell wanted to see. His previous plan and series of actions were aimed at this very moment. Not only did he turn a passive situation into an active one by allying with the Yuhua dynasty against Giselbert, but he could also eliminate this demon prince's offspring, a 2-for-1 deal. Therefore, without hesitation, he faced the demon prince's sudden attack head-on. Each move was a deadly strike. True Dragon Sutra, Capture Dragon Hand, Dragon Blood War Body, Bloodline Runes, Half Dragon Form, Talent Spell Dragon Roar, and, the strongest card he revealed, the 9th rank Fire Elemental Rune. Wild forces boiled up. Immediately afterward, the 9th rank rune and Fire Elemental runes erupted, engulfing the entire area. The Bailey's face changed drastically as he, with his near-divine realm strength, helped shield the Garfield from this terrifying fire, even pulling out an array plate. An 8th rank array plate, once activated, could instantly set up an 8th rank defensive formation. Normally, such clashes between the younger generation wouldn't warrant attention from senior experts like the Bailey, but this time, the Bailey not only paid attention but took it seriously. Not only did he unleash his cultivation, but he also deployed an 8th rank defensive formation. Other guardians from the Wajaizong, Piaomiao Sacred Land, and various forces also unveiled their trump cards to protect their holy sons, holy daughters, and descendants. Similar scenes played out again. Within the Yuhua dynasty's base, 5th rank Blue Lotus fire spread rapidly, roaring loudly. Earth, sky, even the spiritual chi seemed ignited. 9th rank Wu Xing Great Formation, Fire Elemental Flags, 5th rank Flames. The demon prince's face changed drastically as he cursed. Damn it, why do you possess these things? While speaking, he was enveloped by the terrifying flames. Instantly, he was swallowed whole. Kevin, are you alright? Kill. Wherever humans and demons coexisted, battles ensued. Humans, despite fierce internal strife, remained exceptionally united. Now, even the Bailey and various guardians were considering whether to assist Russell. Chapter 249. The Coal Ruler. Although this was a contest among the younger generation, since the two protectors accompanying the demon prince's descendants had taken action, it also meant that on the human side, the Fulton and the protectors could join in. However, though there were only two opponents, one of them was a half-step transformation realm super powerhouse, and the other had already comprehended a strand of transformation consciousness. Instinctively, the protectors from forces like the Huangji sect and the ethereal Holy Land looked toward the Fulton. Fulton, this is indeed a great opportunity to resolve misunderstandings. The Garfield's eyes flickered as he directly sent a telepathic message to the Fulton. The Fulton replied with telepathy, I understand. Dealing with two adversaries, one of whom was at the same half-step transformation realm cultivation as him, and another who had comprehended a strand of transformation, was indeed a bit tricky and required revealing some trump cards. But if it could resolve the misunderstandings between Russell, the Garfield, and the Feathered Dynasty, it would be worth it. The Fulton gritted his teeth and prepared to act. Similarly, the protectors from the Huangji sect, ethereal Holy Land, and other forces were ready to assist the moment they saw the Fulton prepare to move. But just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. You two step back, he's mine. The speaker was none other than the demon prince's descendant, Eric. Despite being enveloped by the 9th rank Fire Elemental Array flag and 5th rank Azure Lotus flames, his face showed no panic, but rather an unusual calm. However, this calm lasted only a few seconds. In the next moment, Eric's face turned fiercely grim. He's mine. As he spoke, his appearance changed dramatically. Just like Russell, his entire body was covered with dense black dragon scales, temporarily resisting the 9th rank Fire Elemental Array flag and 5th rank Azure Lotus flames. But the transformation was far from over. After the black dragon scales, a sharp, fierce edge erupted from Eric, like a sword piercing the heavens and cleaving through clouds. Then, with a tearing force, it ruthlessly struck towards Russell, the 9th rank Fire Elemental Array flag, and the 5th rank Azure Lotus flames that filled the sky. A tearing sound, accompanied by a crisp noise, the 9th rank Fire Elemental Array flag and 5th rank Azure Lotus flames were instantly torn apart into two halves by this sudden, sharp force. The sharp edge didn't lose momentum as it continued straight for Russell. Almost instantly, Russell's divine soul began to shake violently. This was a warning signal from his divine soul, indicating an imminent life and death crisis, a phenomenon only occurring when one's mental perception was powerful enough. After consuming the pill given by the Perry, despite only being at the late golden core stage, Russell's divine perception was comparable to that of early or even mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. Once the divine soul warning appeared, it meant Russell was facing a huge crisis. Clearly, the source of this crisis was the sharp force before him. Although unsure what it was, precaution was necessary. Russell gripped the mental perception bead from his storage bag, holding it tightly. Should any change occur, he would immediately activate the strand of transformation consciousness within the bead. Meanwhile, he activated the talent ability he had just comprehended. Dragon Roar. Who? A massive dragon roar echoed. Eric's figure, enveloped by the 9th rank Fire Elemental Array flag and 5th rank Azure Lotus flames, trembled slightly, and the sharp force aimed at Russell disappeared. Russell's eyes lit up. He fully urged the Fire Elemental Array flag and Azure Lotus flames while flashing forward, appearing in front of Eric and delivering a punch. Though he had comprehended various dragon heritage and abilities, Russell remembered that both the primordial dragon blood and the dragon blood war body made this physique immensely strong. With a thunderous boom, the space seemed to shatter under Russell's punch. This is a mental attack, enhanced by the comprehension of Dragon Clan innate abilities. How could a mere human comprehend Dragon Clan abilities? Eric, wake up. The two demon race protectors were furious. If not for Eric's orders, they would have long acted, using overwhelming power to tear Russell apart. However, Eric had strictly forbidden them from intervening. They could only remind him to wake up. In reality, Eric had already woken up. Facing Russell's all-out punch, Eric met it with a punch of his own. Russell's dragon scales were green, while Eric's were black. One green, one black, their dragon-scaled fists collided fiercely. Boom. Wild energy waves swept out, dispersing the surrounding flames. Russell and Eric each took a step back. How is this possible? Russell stared at his opponent, his green pupils contracting sharply. Whether it was the primordial dragon blood or the dragon blood war body, Russell's physical strength was unparalleled. With his physique alone, he was unmatched in his rank, and even when facing higher ranks without unleashing other trump cards, he emerged victorious. Among all his opponents, no one could match his physical prowess, not even the two pure-blooded demon clansmen he encountered at the Terrence Dahm Manor. This demon prince's descendant was the first. Looking at your face, you seem quite surprised, said Eric, his gaze piercing Russell. Don't forget, I am the demon race, a demon prince's descendant, and you are merely a human. Gray. Suddenly, he raised his right arm high. At this moment, Russell finally noticed that in the demon prince's descendant Eric's palm was a black ruler, over a meter long, entirely black with countless ancient and mysterious runes. As Eric swung the ruler, Russell's divine soul sounded the alarm again. Without hesitation, he retreated explosively, moving so fast that he instantly returned to his previous position and shifted his body sideways. In the next second, a sharp edge exploded, almost slicing along Russell's body. It cleaved the ground, creating a deep trench extending from Eric's feet all the way to the Kermit Mountain range. That's the Coal Ruler, a 9th rank magic tool. The Coal Ruler. The 9th rank magic tool, Coal Ruler, can only be wielded by successive coals of the demon realm. How did it end up in Eric's hands? Could it be he's the next coal of the demon realm? The Fulton, along with the protectors from the Huangji sect and ethereal Holy Land, recognized the black ruler in Eric's hand as the Coal Ruler, which could only be held by successive coals. They drew in cold breaths, knowing that possessing the Coal Ruler equated to being the next coal of the demon realm, sovereign ruler. However, this was Russell's ultimate trump card. reserved for facing half-step transformation realm experts. Using it against Hassan seemed too wasteful, despite Hassan's noble status as a future demon sovereign. Indeed, it is the demon sovereign ruler. Hassan had overheard the discussions of Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and others, revealing a cruel smile. With this artifact, even if you had all 5 elemental array banners, you couldn't touch me. Under the demon sovereign ruler, let alone a 9th level array formation, even immortal formations or divine formations that can slay transformation realm cultivators are useless. They would be cut apart by the demon sovereign ruler. As he spoke, he suddenly surged forward again, swinging the demon sovereign ruler toward Russell. At the same time, he roared, 9 slayings of the demon sovereign. Almost instantly, a sharp edge exploded outwards, enveloping Russell in a sweeping momentum that even sliced through the flames around him. The flames, which had been solidly congealed, were instantly split apart. The 9 slayings of the demon sovereign. It's the 9 slayings of the demon sovereign. It's the current demon sovereign's strongest mystic art, and only when paired with the demon sovereign ruler can its full power be unleashed. How could it be possible that Hassan not only holds the demon sovereign ruler, but has also comprehended the demon sovereign's 9 slayings? Russell is in big trouble this time. He is indeed powerful, even capable of contending with nascent soul peak cultivators thanks to his dragon lineage, dragon blood battle body, and knowledge of arrays, having even killed a puppet sect Rani who grasped a thread of transformation level potential. But these abilities aren't enough to handle Hassan's demon sovereign ruler and the 9 slayings. Bailey, what should we do? Should we interfere? Sigh. If Hassan hadn't revealed the demon sovereign ruler, perhaps we could have tried. But now, it's best not to act. Holding the demon sovereign ruler signifies the next demon sovereign of the demon realm. If the feathered dynasty acts against him, it will offend the demon sovereign of the demon realm. A conflict we can't afford. Garfield, Bailey, Arlie, Cassidy, and the Guardians felt regretful. They had intended to assist Russell, but they couldn't. Hassan's possession of the demon sovereign ruler was too significant to risk intervention, at least not in front of so many cultivators. With their restraint, Russell, alone, faced Hassan armed with the demon sovereign ruler and the 9 slayings. Defeat was inevitable. Even Garfield felt remorse. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have tested Russell. Now, things had turned sour. If Hassan won, he would dominate the Kermit's secret realm or even monopolize it entirely. Garfield was helpless. Even if Saint Emperor of Feathered Dynasty were present, facing Hassan with the demon sovereign ruler would be futile. He sighed, accepting his misjudgment. What, are you afraid? Hassan, wielding the demon sovereign ruler, continuously attacked, shredding Russell's defenses formed by the 9th tier fire array banner and 5th tier azure lotus flame. Russell could only dodge frantically. Hassan sneered, how long do you plan to hide? There's no use hiding under the demon sovereign ruler. You have nowhere to go. He stared intently at Russell, jeering, today, you die. No one can save you. This is the consequence of killing a demon sovereign heir. Death is assured. Kill. The moment the words fell, the demon sovereign ruler's edge exploded once more. Russell's eyes flickered. He stood on the edge of life and death, encased in lethal blades and sword chi, moments away from doom. He couldn't evade this attack. There was no way to dodge. If struck by the demon sovereign ruler, even using all his trump cards, true dragon scripture, dragon blood battle body, dragon seizing hand, half-dragon physique, bloodline runes, and innate powers, at their utmost, he still couldn't resist or escape. It's you who forced me. Facing certain death, Russell decided to unveil his hidden strength. He pulled out the divine consciousness bead given by Autry and activated the thread of transformation level consciousness within. Originally saved for facing half-step transformation realm experts, he had no choice now. Since Hassan sought to kill him, Russell refused to sit back and die. But just as Russell prepared to activate the bead, Hassan's demon sovereign ruler paused, the overwhelming force that enveloped Russell vanishing like ripples sinking into the sea. Not only that, but Hassan retreated without warning, moving back to a safe position, then putting away the demon sovereign ruler with a smile. I think we don't need to fight to the death. Gathering all the maps and finding the entrance to the Kermit's secret realm, entering it smoothly, is most important, he said earnestly, looking at Russell. Don't you agree? Russell's eyes flashed. Grady sent something? Chapter 251, Ceasefire. There was no need for a fight to the death? The most important thing now was to gather the map and enter the Kermit's secret realm? That much was true, but Russell did not believe it, because when Crosby had just attacked, the sharpness of that move, and the almost tangible killing intent, could not be faked. He truly wanted to kill Russell. After all, Russell had previously killed an heir of the Kelly on 10,000 Demon Mountain, and carried the curse of that strange Gillis. As the next Kelly, wielding the Amberley's ruler and commanding trillions of demons across the demon realm, Crosby would absolutely not let him go. Yet, Crosby suddenly stopped. There was only one explanation. Crosby had sensed danger, knowing that his strike with the Amberley's ruler would lead to immeasurable consequences, possibly even life-threatening peril. Was it the soul warning? Russell's eyes flickered intensely, and he immediately recalled how his soul had given off frantic warnings moments ago, especially in times of mortal danger. If Crosby's soul had reached the same incredible level of strength as his own, his series of actions made sense. Powerful soul, overwhelming cultivation surpassing the Cooper and daughter of the Feathered Dynasty, wielding the Amberley's ruler, and possessing the current Amberley's strongest inheritance, the 9 slashes of the Amberley. Russell admitted that the demon prince before him, Crosby, was indeed a formidable and troublesome opponent. Facing such an adversary, Russell did not dare to be careless. Although Crosby had retracted the Amberley's ruler and wore a smiling face, Russell's hand remained on the consciousness pearl. That's right, you are correct. A smile appeared on Russell's face, and he said, since you have spoken, let's temporarily cease hostilities and resume our sparring when we have time, shall we? Crosby burst into laughter. Of course, that sounds perfect. Although he said this, he remained in his original position, not taking a single step forward. His entire body was tensed up, ready to retreat explosively if Russell showed any signs of movement. If there was initial suspicion, then now it was nearly confirmed. Crosby indeed sensed danger. Russell tried to remove his hand from the consciousness pearl, while observing Crosby's expression. Seeming to sense Russell's action, Crosby actually sighed in relief. It was fully confirmed. This demon prince holding the Amberley's ruler was difficult to deal with, perhaps even more so than Emperor Shi, rivaling the haze of the Carey dynasty. Crosby looked at Russell seriously. What do you mean by ceasefire? Russell nodded. I've already declared a ceasefire. In this back-and-forth conversation, they seemed to have prearranged everything. Russell put away the consciousness pearl into his storage bag, while Crosby also stowed the Amberley's ruler, slowly suppressing the imminent eruption of the 9 slashes. Then, they walked toward each other, stopping after reaching a certain distance. Crosby smiled. No wonder you were able to kill Farouk. You have courage. With just a human physique and late-stage golden core cultivation, you managed to kill an early-stage nascent soul demon. Human, but I acknowledge you. Even though I acknowledge you, you still carry Farouk's curse. Once we enter the Kermit's secret realm, if we meet again, I will still attack you. At that time, we'll settle our score once and for all. Russell smiled. Nothing better. Ha 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 ha, approached Russell and Crosby, saying, looks like you two should become acquainted through combat. I've prepared food and fine wine. Why don't we eat and chat? Russell didn't respond, instead looking at Crosby. Crosby nodded. Sure, let's go over and discuss the Kermit's secret realm. Both of you, follow me. The Garfield led the way towards a direction behind the encampment. Arlie, Cassidy, the National Preceptor, and the Guardians followed despite their confusion, as this situation was undeniably the best outcome. The 2 Guardians who came with Crosby reluctantly followed, catching up to him. One of them, a half-step transforming spirit cultivator, asked telepathically, Crosby, why didn't you finish him off earlier? Crosby replied, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. Why? Because this human is no ordinary person. He carries a hidden power that even I fear. I had a premonition that if I really slashed down with the Amberley's ruler, I would surely die without a burial ground. And so would you. The demon's face changed drastically. How could that be possible? Crosby responded telepathically, nothing is impossible. This is the reality. Unless my soul perception malfunctioned, which you know never happens. So, we find another opportunity. Victory seemed within reach. The only reasonable explanation was that he felt threatened. If not for the importance of the Kermit's secret realm, Hassan might have already left. Once this thought struck them, Garfield, the Fulton, Arlie, Cassidy, and the Guardians all drew cold breaths. They hadn't anticipated that Russell possessed another powerful trump card, aside from the 9th rank Fire Formation banner and 5th rank Flames, which could even threaten someone wielding the Coal Ruler like Hassan. What could it possibly be? A chill ran down their spines. Had Russell not held back when emerging from the core region of the Kermit Mountains into the Yuhua dynasty's encampment, they would have perished. No, some had indeed made a move, and deaths followed. The puppet sex Ephron and 3 birches of the late-stage profound infant realm were among them. However, they couldn't force Russell to reveal his true trump card. If they had joined in, Russell might have used his ultimate move. Frightening. This is what a world-renowned genius looks like, they thought simultaneously. While Garfield felt elated, a hint of worry crept in. Hassan was already strong, and now Russell appeared, alongside the yet-to-arrive haze of the Carey dynasty. Even if the Yuhua dynasty managed to reap rewards in the Kermit's secret realm, it wouldn't be significant. But then he remembered the last map. His heart eased up. Perhaps he could leverage the maps for some advantage. Now, there were 3 maps revealed, one with Garfield, one with Hassan, and one with the Carey dynasty's haze. The 4th was still being sought after, but would soon be found. Desiring to clear misunderstandings with Russell and bind him to the Yuhua dynasty's efforts, Garfield also aimed to gain the upper hand through the maps. Leading Russell and Hassan into a grand tent at the rear of the encampment, he entered a space even more luxurious than where he usually deliberated matters. At the center of the tent, tables laden with delicacies and fine wines were already set. Please, take a seat, Garfield invited Russell and Hassan. Hassan sat without hesitation, grabbing a piece of demon beast meat and feasting voraciously. Russell glanced at Garfield before sitting. Though brief, Garfield felt as if he was scrutinized under a microscope. Sitting stiffly, the trio, Russell, Hassan, and Garfield, formed a triangle around the table. The younger generation stayed away, knowing they weren't qualified to join discussions on dominion over the Kermit's secret realm. While Russell lacked a map, he had strength. They had neither, and could only observe. In the cultivation world, one needed appropriate opponents to challenge. Imperial Pole Sect, Misty Peak Sanctuary, all prestigious sects within the Chapter 253, Playful Tricks. Chapter 253, Garfield. The Garfield and Hilton stared intently at Russell, their expressions changing drastically. One was backed by the Feathered Dynasty, while the other was supported by the entire Demon Realm. How could they possibly allow Russell to equally share the spoils of the Kermit's secret realm? Absolutely impossible. Though Russell had shown immense strength, potential, and talent, he bore the dragon lineage, had condensed the dragon blood battle body, and even possessed an 8th rank fire elemental array flag as his trump card, capable of threatening half-step transcendent spirit cultivators. People even suspected that Russell might have other trump cards on par with the Coal Ruler and 9 strikes held by demon princes, which is why Hilton had chosen to back off. But ultimately, Russell was just one man without a powerful backing or force behind him. Though the Garfield and Hilton hadn't conspired, they both harbored similar thoughts, to use the map of the Kermit's secret realm to suppress Russell's share. Not only him, but also the haze of the Carey dynasty who hadn't yet arrived. However, Russell now claimed he too had the map? The Garfield asked in a trembling voice. Brother Edgarn, is what you said just now true? Russell smiled slightly, looked at him, and replied, which part are you referring to? These two before him weren't ordinary people. One was a prince from the Feathered Dynasty, and the other a descendant of a demon prince from the Demon Realm, wielding the Coal Ruler. Russell's words were somewhat disrespectful. Had it been anyone else, it might have provoked an explosion of anger. However, The Garfield did not react, nor dared he. He exhaled deeply and asked respectfully and apprehensively, I mean, does Brother Edgarn truly possess the final piece of the map? Almost instantaneously after the Garfield spoke, everyone, Hilton, Glacier, Arlie, Cassidy, the group of protectors, unconsciously focused their gazes on Russell. They were extremely eager to know the answer and understood what the last piece of the map meant. Because it was about the Kermit's secret realm, the place where an invincible powerhouse from the demon realm had fallen. If they obtained this legacy, they too would possess the dragon lineage, potentially awakening the dragon blood battle body like Russell and the Carey dynasty's Haze. The dragon blood battle body was considered the premier battle body. Just look at how strong Russell was. He broke through during battle, advancing directly from middle stage golden core to late stage golden core, grasping the innate supernatural ability normally only achievable at the nascent soul stage, all while still using a human body. Moreover, he single-handedly faced 3 late-stage nascent soul Ronnies from the puppet sect, not only unafraid but also counterattacking, killing one outright. The other 2 Ronnies met the same fate under Russell's hands. Although he relied on the 8th rank fire elemental array flag, Russell's courage, means, and his 2 protectors began to stir in their hearts. The Kermit's secret realm was located in the core area of the Kermit mountain range. This fact was undisputed. To open the Kermit's secret realm, all 4 pieces of the map were required. Currently, the Garfield held one, Hilton had one, and the soon-to-arrive Haze of the Carey dynasty also had one. Only the last piece was missing. During this time, the Garfield had employed every possible means to search for the final piece. But now, the need for searching ceased. It was in Russell's possession. Should they take action and snatch the map from him? Thoughts of seizing the opportunity filled the minds of the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, Glacier, the group of protectors, Chi-Xian, and the 2 demon realm protectors. Indeed, Russell was very strong. But with support from dynasties, the demon realm, cultivation sanctuaries, sects, and noble clans. If they really resolved to play all their cards, they could overpower Russell. However, if they killed him, it would eliminate future threats. But if they failed and allowed him to escape, they would face fierce retaliation. A world-class genius with dragon lineage, awakened dragon blood battle body, and skilled in array arts and alchemy. If he retaliated, even the feathered dynasty might not withstand it. The atmosphere grew strange. Russell saw everything and smiled faintly. So, you're planning to surround and kill me, intending to seize the final piece of the map from me? Their innermost thoughts were brutally exposed, causing many to reveal awkward and frustrated expressions. They abandoned the dangerous notion, but some still persisted. How could Russell not understand their intentions? He continued, let's set aside whether you can encircle and kill me, or if you have that capability. Even if you succeed, it won't matter. Yes, the final piece of the Kermit secret realm map is indeed in my possession, but when did I say I carried it with me? The Garfield, Hilton, others. Russell looked at them, smiling gently. So, even if you succeed, you will not get the map. Chapter 254, Deserved. In an instant, Garfield, Hassan, the Anderson, Arlie, Cassidy, and the group of protectors all felt a wave of being toyed with. After all that talk, it turns out the final map wasn't carried on him. Then why did you mention it? Just to mock us? A surge of anger welled up within everyone. Russell cast a glance at them, sneering, what, really want to take action? More than willing. From the moment we entered this tent during the day, I have been displeased with all of you. Those who wish to move against me, try your hand and see if you have the ability. Before his words even concluded, Russell already had that 9th rank Grand Array flag in hand. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Had it been during the day when Russell first entered the Feathered Dynasty's campsite, they would have acted without delay. However, after witnessing Russell's breakthrough under pressure and challenging late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators with his late-stage Golden Core cultivation, they had long lost any thoughts of taking action. Even now, those thoughts were merely speculative, not necessarily real intentions. Though Russell stated he didn't carry the last map from the Amir's secret realm, many didn't believe him. After all, for something so vital, wouldn't it be safer to keep it off one's person? Even disbelieving it was elsewhere, knowing the map was still on Russell's person, they dared not make a move. Even their lingering thoughts vanished instantly. All they could do was stare intently at Russell's 9th rank fire elemental array flag with apprehension. Russell had used this very array flag moments ago to burn 2 late-stage Yuan-Ing puppeteers to death. If Russell made any sudden moves, they would turn and flee without hesitation. The Garfield also said with some difficulty, Brother Edgarn, you are joking. With that 9th rank fire array flag in your hand, who here can harm you? Russell smiled faintly. In other words, you really harbor these intentions but canceled them because of my array flag. Is that right? Garfield was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. To say no, yet now, gathering the maps and opening the Amir's secret realm is indeed the priority. Garfield, with this demon prince and Taoist friend Edgarn, we already have 3 maps. Only the Haze of Carey dynasty remains. I heard the Haze is en route and will arrive soon. As they mentioned the Carey dynasty's Haze, they glanced meaningfully at Russell. Seeing his impassive face with a slight smile, they relaxed. The reputation of Russell as a prodigy had spread wildly through the Feathered dynasty. Similarly, news of Russell's feud with the Carey dynasty's Haze reached here. Not only Garfield, the Anderson, Arlie, Cassidy, and the protectors, even Hassan and 2 other protectors from the demon realms had heard of it. Awakening dragon-blooded warrior bodies, both the Haze and Russell, meeting with past grievances, would surely lead to a fierce confrontation. But who would emerge victorious? Who the true dragon? They already knew in their hearts. Very good. Since opening the Amir's secret realm is most crucial, let's continue discussing the topic. Suddenly, Russell's gaze locked onto Garfield, saying steadily, Garfield, what do you think of the 30% share I proposed earlier? Garfield's scalp tingled. Under Russell's piercing gaze, he felt a chill rise from his feet, racing up his spine to his skull, almost lifting his hair. Moreover, at the same moment Russell spoke, Hassan's eyes similarly focused on Garfield. Now he felt double pressure. Hassan's stare almost equated to a direct command. He must agree. Though unsure of Hassan's motives, Garfield nodded immediately. I agree. Not just him. His followers like Arlie and Cassidy also felt tremendous pressure. Hearing Garfield's consent, they instantly echoed in agreement. I also agree. Approved. Given Daoist Edgar's strength, talent, and holding the last map, these 30% shares are deserved. Russell listened, scanned them, then smiled abruptly. Since that's settled, let Garfield discuss the remaining 40% share with the Haze. If he arrives, please inform me. Without waiting for a response, he rose resolutely. Excuse me, I have some business. Goodbye. Before his words faded, he vanished into thin air. Hashtag chapter 255, reaping the benefits. Although Russell had left, having only said that something was up before his figure flashed, and he immediately vanished from the spot using a secret movement technique, the Garfield, the Hartley, Arlie's Eye, Cassidy, and the group of Dao protectors did not disappear. All of them were frowning deeply, their expressions heavy with concern. The Kermit's secret realm had yet to open, but the inheritance, techniques, secret skills, and heavenly treasures within it had already been divided up among them. The progeny of the Cole, Eric, acted domineeringly, using the Cole ruler in his possession, along with the 9 slashes of the Cole, taught to him by the Cole himself. He took 3/10 of the shares, ignoring everyone else entirely. Backed by the entire demon realm and being the next Cole, while the Garfield, the Hartley, Arlie's Eye, Cassidy, and the Dao protectors were displeased, they did not show it and accepted Eric's proposition. However, right after the demon prince, Russell also took 3/10 of the shares. Russell was undeniably powerful in terms of talent, strength, and hidden cards, but placing himself above an entire dynasty and its many cultivation forces posed a significant issue. While no one dared to contradict him to his face, the moment Russell left, their dissatisfaction was evident. If Eric wasn't still present, they might have vented their frustrations loudly. Ha 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 ha, thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. Eric observed everyone's anger as he swallowed the last piece of demon beast meat, laughed heartily, and then got up to leave. Garfield, if you have news about that Haze, please do inform me. I also have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, he left boldly with 2 Dao protectors. Everyone present remained silent, none responding. After a long while, a Dao protector could no longer hold back, angrily shouting, Your Highness, will you just let Russell take 3/10 of the secret realm shares without reacting? Russell's proposal was mainly directed at the Garfield, who nodded in agreement for those 3/10, so this Dao protector vented his anger directly on the Garfield. So enraged was he that he even forgot he was addressing the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty. The Garfield was equally unhappy. Being rebuked by a late-stage nascent soul Dao protector, his long-suppressed anger finally erupted. Glaring at the Dao protector, he radiated killing intent. What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision? Almost instantly, the Hartley, who was just a step away from the transcendent realm, unleashed his pressure like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the Dao protector in an instant. Only then did the Dao protector remember the Garfield's identity and the Hartley standing behind him. His face turned deathly pale as he hastily explained, Misunderstanding, Your Highness. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't doubt your decision. I just wanted to protect the interests of the Yuhua dynasty. Before he finished speaking, his legs were crushed by the immense pressure like ancient divine mountains. Puff. Spitting out a gush of blood, his aura quickly diminished. This is just a lesson. Remember, although you are a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and a Dao protector, you are also a nascent soul of the Yuhua dynasty, a Dao protector of the Yuhua dynasty. The Garfield glanced coldly at him, then lifted his gaze to scan over Arlie's Eye, Cassidy, and the other Dao protectors. Except for a few, none dared to meet his eyes. The Kermit's secret realm was critical. Now, with Eric taking 3/10 and Russell another 3/10, it was already infringing on the interests of the Yuhua dynasty. Even if Russell was immensely powerful and had 2 formidable cards up his sleeve, the Garfield would not easily give up. In the world of cultivation, there were only eternal interests, no eternal enemies. Facing Eric's domineering attitude, they couldn't resist and could only place all their hopes on Russell, allying with him. However, now that Russell touched their interests, not confronting him outright was already quite decent. Don't worry, Russell won't be able to keep those 3/10, the Garfield sneered. He and Eric have already taken 6/10 of the Kermit's secret realm. Doesn't that mean the Yuhua dynasty and the Taiyang dynasty can only split the remaining 4/10? Even if I agree, do you think that Haze will? Arlie's Eye, Cassidy, and the Dao protector's eyes suddenly lit up. The Garfield continued, Russell and that Haze already have grudges. Now, Russell wants to take 3/10 of the Kermit's secret realm. Impossible. When the Haze arrives smoothly, we'll witness a good show. Upon hearing his words, everyone present chuckled. Arlie's Eye calmly remarked, and we can watch them fight from the sidelines, reaping the benefits if they both suffer. If Russell and that Haze weaken each other, we will be the ultimate victors. Pausing, he added, but how should we handle that progeny of the Cole? The Garfield's confident expression returned, rest assured. Once the Kermit's secret realm opens, I will have a plan to deal with him. Everyone nodded, though a shadow of apprehension flickered in their hearts. Facing Eric and his 2 Dao protectors simultaneously would be extremely difficult. Perhaps the Yuhua dynasty's deepest resource, that legendary immortal artifact from the upper realms, would be required. The people present now showed smiles, their worries dissipating. Only the Hartley's brows remained knitted. With his divine senses, he clearly felt something amiss with Russell. All Russell's actions indicated he was waiting for the arrival of the Haze. This meant he wasn't afraid of the Haze. The Garfield's plan to use the rescue mission between the two to constrain and benefit indirectly might be challenging, perhaps impossible. I hope nothing goes wrong, sighed the Hartley, murmuring, no, I must report this to the Holy Emperor. With that, he flashed away, vanishing instantly. On the other side, after leaving the Yuhua dynasty's camp, Eric and the 2 Dao protectors didn't choose temporary lodgings, but instead Carey dynasty, possessing numerous means and ample protection, Russell was confident that he could win. So Basim was very curious where Russell's confidence came from. Was it from the unused trump card? Indeed. Even Basim felt the danger of that trump card. But once it was used, Russell would be fully exposed among the many formidable experts of the Carey dynasty, making escape almost impossible. Kill the haze and escape successfully. Huh. Hee hee. Basim chuckled, licking his lower lip, his eyes flashing a bright crimson as he muttered to himself. Do you have something else besides that trump card? If not, I wouldn't mind collaborating with you. This was Basim's most genuine thought. Collaborating with Russell to eliminate the haze of the Carey dynasty meant not only acquiring the map but also removing a formidable competitor, a two-for-one deal. Of course, this would only happen if Russell used his previously displayed trump card. After all, dealing with Giselbert of an entire dynasty was not a trivial matter. Although Basim, as the next Cole, wielded the Cole ruler and inherited the 9 strikes of the Cole, he didn't wish to bear such a heavy grudge or cause. Let Russell take the fall. Basim intended to hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, reaping benefits without exposing himself. Suddenly, his speed skyrocketed, nearly reaching its full potential, chasing after Russell with the help of his powerful divine sense. Russell had been cautious. He deliberately erased all traces of his departure because he trusted neither the Garfield of the Feathers dynasty, the Anderson, Arley, Cassidy, the group of protectors, nor Basim, the demon prince's offspring. Exploring the Kermit's secret realm with them was like negotiating with tigers. One misstep, and he'd be devoured completely. The primary purpose of revealing himself and his cultivation level was to use the Garfield and Basim to restrain the haze of the Carey dynasty, creating an opportunity for revenge. Even if pursued by the Carey dynasty's experts, Russell could use the map to escape into the secret realm. Although the Garfield's attitude towards Russell had drastically changed, Russell knew this was temporary. The Garfield's aim was not to utilize him to confront the demon prince's offspring and limit Basim. Their goals were almost identical. If Russell infringed on the interests of the Feathers dynasty, the Garfield would turn against him instantly. Of course, any public actions might differ from private ones. If Russell's guess was correct, the Garfield had already sent word to the haze of the Carey dynasty. Humph, even if you've informed the haze, so what? Russell coldly thought to himself, I hold the final part of the map. Unless you don't want to enter the Kermit's secret realm, there's nothing you can do to me. Instead, I can force the haze into action. Regarding any attempt to seize the map, Russell wasn't worried at all. If Basim and the Garfield had the ability to snatch it, they would have done so already. Edgarquise, the haze probably wouldn't dare unless he wanted to offend both the demon realm and the Feathers dynasty simultaneously. This was Russell's complete plan. Just as Russell prepared to return to his seclusion spot, he suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. He abruptly stopped and turned around. Who's there? Come out. I've already seen you. There was no response. Not coming out, huh? Russell sneered, immediately activating the 9th rank fire, elemental rune, and 5th rank flames. A violent inferno erupted, engulfing the entire area as if a volcano had erupted, scorching everything in sight, melting the ground, and igniting the void itself. But just as the flames reached their peak, a sharp burst of light cut through the center, slicing the entire area in one swift motion. Russell's pupils constricted. It's you? Having recognized this flash of brilliance, Russell would have been foolish not to identify the owner. Basim, his identity revealed, no longer hid. Slowly emerging, he smiled at Russell while holding the Cole ruler. Russell's gaze turned cold. Why are you following me? As he spoke, overwhelming killing intent surged forth, coalescing into a tangible force that enveloped Basim. At the same time, Russell retrieved the divine sense bead from his storage bag. If Basim dared make another move, Russell wouldn't hesitate to activate the consciousness within the bead, eradicating Basim. The moment Russell pulled out the bead, Basim's soul issued urgent warnings, sensing the life or death crisis again. Internally, a storm of panic raged, yet externally, he remained calm, quickly stowing the Cole ruler and suppressing his spiritual fluctuations. Smiling, he said, Don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. Russell remained silent, but became even more alert due to Basim's words. When the unexpected happens, there's always something amiss. Basim's current behavior was highly unusual and problematic. After all, in such a critical moment, Basim's sudden pursuit of Russell was itself a red flag. Was it because of the Gillis's curse from the demon world? Chapter 257, Cooperation. Russell's eyes were locked onto Albin, and without hesitation, he came straight to the point. You've come because of that demon prince offspring who died by my hand, haven't you? What? At the Yuhua dynasty's base, you relied on your strength but couldn't guarantee killing me. So, you chose to chase after me, intending to use the power of 2 guardians to surround and kill me, right? Finishing his sentence, a trace of disdain appeared on Russell's face. A legitimate demon prince heir, the next Cole, wielding the Cole ruler, and it resulted in this? Dealing with a single human cultivator. If it were an Ronnie practitioner, it would be understandable, but the key was that Russell wasn't. He was from the younger generation, having practiced for a time similar to Albin's. Yet, Albin still wanted to rely on the power of the Guardians to deal with Russell? If this news got out and reached the current Cole, wouldn't he be enraged? In Russell's eyes, Albin appearing here must have something to do with the demon prince heir who had died by his hands. Besides this reason, he couldn't think of any other. Unexpectedly, after hearing Russell's words, Albin's expression darkened visibly. Humph, a waste of an impure-blooded trash. Dead is dead. Albin met Russell's gaze head-on, unflinching and cold. You think I care about him? Even if there's a curse on you from him, I won't kill you for that reason. Russell's face also turned cold as he retorted sarcastically, Oh, that wasn't what you said when you attacked me at the Yuhua dynasty's base. Albin choked for a moment. Indeed, just now at the base, he had attacked Russell due to the curse on Russell. Now saying he didn't care about the curse was contradictory. Why are you really here? Russell wasn't prepared to waste time and directly asked, "Explain your intentions, otherwise don't blame me for being unfriendly." If it weren't for having fought Russell once, these 3 words, unfriendly alone, would have made Albin burst into laughter. As a pure-blooded demon prince heir, he had entered the nascent soul stage, awakened innate abilities, and possessed the Cole ruler along with the 9 demon slashes passed down by the current Cole. Unless a true transcendental expert intervened, Albin had no fear. He could practically walk sideways across territories ruled by humans. He could suppress all the young cultivators among humans. But now, Russell, also a young cultivator, actually dared to speak of being unfriendly. However, given Russell's hidden trump card, he indeed had the qualification. Albin decided not to hide and spoke. "I'm here because I want to cooperate with you." Cooperate? Russell was first taken aback and then sneered. "Don't you think that reason sounds ridiculous? Why should I trust you?" Facing Russell's chilly demeanor and skepticism, Albin remained calm and continued. "You seemed very eager to attack or even eliminate the Haze of the Solar Dynasty, am I right?" "Exactly," Russell answered without thinking. News of his conflict with the Haze of the Solar Dynasty had spread widely within the Yuhua dynasty. Many cultivators already knew about it, so it was normal for Albin to be aware. It was a life-and-death feud. Hiding it would only obstruct his Dao heart and spawn mental demons. It was better to admit it openly. Russell wanted to eliminate the Haze. If he had the strength, he might even aim to annihilate the entire royal family of the Solar Dynasty. Initially, in the Zemi secret realm, the Haze had seized Russell's opportunities, leaving Russell crippled, and many strong figures from the Solar Dynasty had acted as accomplices. "You see," Albin smiled slightly. "You want to kill the Haze of the Solar Dynasty, and I want the map in his possession to gain more shares. So, our interests align. I'm here for the same reason, wanting to cooperate with you." Although his tone was sincere, Russell simply didn't believe it. "Why should I trust you?" At the Yuhua dynasty's base, not only did Garfield, Kian, Cassidy, the Bailey, and numerous guardians bear animosity towards Russell, but Albin too harbored intense murderous intent. He wanted the map from the Haze of the Solar Dynasty and from Russell as well. Had it not been for Russell's spirit awareness pearl, sensing danger, Albin might have attacked long ago. Was such a person trustworthy? Trusting him would certainly lead to being devoured completely. Looking at Russell, Albin spoke word by word, earnestly. "Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. I only want to make one point clear. Do you think, without my help, you can force the Haze to act based solely on your own strength? Don't forget, the Kermit secret realm is within the Yuhua dynasty's territory, and the Haze is from the Solar Dynasty. If he comes, he'll surely bring a large number of powerful figures and guardians. He might even bring half-transcendental experts like myself, perhaps more than one. Do you think you can make the Haze act under their protection?" Hearing Albin's words, Russell fell silent. Because Albin's reasoning made sense. At West Capital, he had learned from Driscoll Gideon of the Medicine Pavilion that this Kermit secret realm was a trap designed specifically for him by the Haze. In other words, the Kermit secret realm was set up by the Haze to kill Russell. Though the Haze hadn't arrived yet for unknown reasons, if Russell pressured him with the map issue, the Haze might ignore everything and order an immediate hit. Back in the Zemi secret realm, the Haze dared to order the Solar Dynasty's royal family to attack Russell, who was then the saint son of the Xinqiang sect. This time, he would be even more reckless. Seeing Russell's silence, Albin added, "I am quite sincere. You can rest assured. Once the Haze steps into the Kermit secret realm, he will definitely confront you personally, without anyone daring to interfere. Then, you can take your revenge? Unless they truly aren't afraid of the demon realm behind me." Russell's eyes flickered and he said, "These are your own words." Albin smiled slightly. "You believe me now?" Russell shook his head. "Not entirely, but you're right. Trying to force the Haze to act alone would backfire using only my strength. With your help, we can succeed." ###Chapter 258. Haze Rocky. "I don't trust you, but I have no other choice." Russell cast a deep glance at Che Zi and turned to leave. His figure flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. This time, Che Zi did not choose to chase after him. Not long after Russell disappeared, the 2 protectors from the demon realm finally caught up with Che Zi. Although Russell was already gone, the 2 protectors' spiritual senses were incredibly powerful, having already mapped out everything that happened here through their senses. The protector at the semi-transcendent realm glanced at the direction Russell had left, and then shifted his gaze to Che Zi, asking, "Che Zi, do you really plan to cooperate with him?" Che Zi looked at him and replied, "What else can I do?" The protector sternly said, "Che Zi, I must warn you. Human cultivators are cunning. If you're not careful, you might fall into their traps. So be on your guard when working with them." Che Zi smiled slightly. "His Majesty the Cole already advised me of this before I left." He said, "Although human cultivators may not match us in physical strength or talent, they are unparalleled in conflict and struggle. Be cautious when encountering them." Initially, I doubted it, but now I understand. His Majesty is right. The humans are indeed very cunning. The Kermit secret realm is about to open, harboring the legacy of a supreme power from the previous era. The inheritance is surely hidden within. In the face of such an opportunity, instead of trying to seize it, they are fighting among themselves. Whether it's the Garfield, Russell, or even the Haze. Quite amusing. Seeing this scene makes the trip worthwhile. If they enjoy conflict, why not fuel it further? Che Zi's eyes swept over the 2 protectors as he said coolly, "As long as the inheritance of Kermit ends up in our hands, does it matter how it happens?" The 2 protectors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before they arrived, the Cole had instructed them to secure the inheritance of Kermit no matter what. The reason the Cole entrusted Che Zi with the Cole ruler was twofold. First, because of Che Zi's exceptional talent, making him the virtually predestined next Cole, and second, due to the Kermit secret realm. No matter what, they must obtain it. So, as long as the outcome remained unchanged, the process didn't seem all that important. The 2 protectors looked at Che Zi and asked together, "Che Zi, what do you plan to do?" A smile curled at the corner of Che Zi's mouth. "Rest assured, a good show will begin soon." With that, he cast one last glance at the direction Russell left and suddenly disappeared. The two protectors followed suit. At the same time, at the border between the Carey dynasty and the Feathered dynasty, not far from the Kermit Mountains, only 1,000 miles away, which was a short distance for cultivators. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage pulled by a rare beast with two heads sped toward the border like a streak of light, instantly arriving. Then the carriage came to a sudden stop. A pleasant and melodious voice rang out, "Hayes, someone is blocking the way." They claimed to be from the Feathered dynasty. Following this voice, a low, deep voice sounded from inside the carriage. Someone from the Feathered dynasty blocking my path? Interesting. Let him in. Through the obstructing barrier around the carriage, one could vaguely see a Gillis reclining inside, wearing a golden robe, radiating authority without showing anger. His eyes were half closed, and though a smile played on his lips, it gave off an icy chill. Two distinctly different expressions appeared simultaneously on the same face, a very strange sight. This person was none other than the Hayes Rocky of the Feathered dynasty. He had planned the Kermit's secret realm journey half a month ago, and intended to set out then but was delayed by certain events. Fortunately, he waited. Otherwise, he would have missed a great opportunity. Behind him stood two attendants. Moreover, behind the carriage were more guards, all of whom were at least late Golden Core realm. Especially those two attendants, who were quite young, comparable to the prodigies of the Carey dynasty, yet their cultivation rivaled those prodigies. Anyone seeing this scene would be astonished. Shortly after, a soldier in armor appeared before the carriage, bowing respectfully to the prince inside. "Your Highness, I come from the Garfield and have urgent news to report." "The Garfield of the Feathered dynasty? I know him. What does he want?" The voice inside the carriage echoed with authority. The soldier instinctively raised his head, but immediately met the gaze of the Hayes. In an instant, he felt a chill rise from his feet straight to his brain, as if falling into an ice cellar, bone-chilling cold. What kind of eyes are these? Cold, sharp, indifferent, looking down on everything. Edgark, an immortal from the heavens, regarding all as nothing. It seemed that to him, the world's myriad things were merely chess pieces. Yes, exactly like that. Everything in the world is a chess piece, and this Hayes is the player. The soldier shivered and hastily lowered his head. The Hayes smiled slightly. "Speak. What's the matter? Why did the Garfield send you?" The soldier bowed humbly. "Reporting to your Highness, the Garfield sent me." Being a soldier under the Garfield, he seemed overly humble before the Hayes. It seemed meeting the prince's gaze changed him profoundly. Meanwhile, on another side, Emil of the 10,000 Sword sect, Abdullah of the Tao sect, Ron of the Heavenly Derivation Sacred Land, Barclay of the Universal Sacred Land, the Saintess of the Fierce Carey sect, and other descendants of various sacred lands, sects, and noble families were all rushing toward the Kermit Mountains. They had learned about the Kermit's secret realm and its inheritance, knowing Russell and the Hayes were also heading there to compete for the inheritance. Though they didn't personally witness the enmity between the two, they knew all the details. If they encountered each other, a spectacular battle would undoubtedly erupt. That would be the ultimate clash between two supreme geniuses of the Carey dynasty. Such a grand event couldn't be missed. Just then, someone seemed to spot the carriage and exclaimed, "Look, that carriage. It seems to belong to the Hayes." Chapter 259, Imperial Dragon Chi. A sudden voice instantly caught the attention of countless people. Emil of the 10,000 Sword sect, Sean of the Tao sect, Drew of the Tianyan Holy Land, Gwyneth of the Huanyu Holy Land, and the Pamela of the Agariang sect, all had ties with Russell from their time at Conway's mansion. Therefore, upon learning that Russell and the Hayes might both be in the Kermit Mountains, they immediately considered going there and almost simultaneously thought of each other. Thus, they made plans to travel together. After all, the Kermit Mountains were within the Yuhua dynasty's territory, and with the appearance of the Kermit's secret realm, they would undoubtedly encounter many prodigies from the Yuhua dynasty. So many powerful young figures gathered for opportunities. Conflicts were inevitable. Having more people around would provide support. Moreover, behind each of them were Tao guardians for safety. However, none of them anticipated, or knew if the information was leaked early, but the accompanying geniuses of their respective sects and families were also numerous. This directly formed a large group traveling en masse to the Kermit Mountains to witness the confrontation between the two strongest prodigies of the Carey dynasty. But now, they all stopped in their tracks, their eyes glued to the carriage below. Is that Edsel, the Hayes? It must be him. Who else in the entire Carey dynasty has such grandeur? Look at the two flying beasts pulling the carriage. They have a trace of dragon blood in their bodies. Only the Huangdao Dragon Chi of the Carey dynasty and the dragon lineage inheritance can make them as formidable as this. The Hayes possesses both. Who else could it be? Exactly, and only the Carey dynasty could gather so many nascent soul cultivators at once. Why is Edsel bringing so many nascent soul cultivators to the Kermit Mountains? Is he trying to provoke a conflict between the Carey dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty? You're really stupid if you can't guess that. No wonder you're still at the initial core formation stage. What do you mean? Who is Edsel going to the Kermit Mountains for? Naturally, Russell. Hiss. Does he intend to use these nascent soul being sect? They exchanged glances, their speed increasing drastically, reaching their peak velocity. They wanted to reach the Kermit Mountains quickly, find Russell, and inform him. In return, they would have Russell owe them another favor. Who wouldn't value a favor from a 5th-rank alchemist, 7th-rank array master, and an outstanding prodigy? But in the next moment, a drastic change occurred. The entire void seemed sealed, spiritual energy frozen. Despite the efforts of Emil, Sean, Drew, Gwyneth, and the Pamela of the Agariang sect, they moved as slow as turtles, seemingly stuck in place. Forget it. We shouldn't struggle anymore. Let's abandon notifying Russell. What do you mean? The entire void has been sealed by the Carey dynasty's great powers. We can't break free. How dare we try to reach the Kermit Mountains to warn Russell before the Hayes? And look below. The holy sons and holy maidens looked down and saw a figure approaching them step by step, as if walking on flat ground. It was Hayes Rocky, Emil, Sean, Drew, Gwyneth, and the Pamela of the Edgarian sect all drew sharp breaths. Nascent soul? How is that possible? Grade the Haze advanced to nascent soul already? I remember seeing him half a year ago, and he was merely at initial core formation. Even with the dragon lineage and awakened dragon blood battle body, it's impossible for him to reach nascent soul this quickly. He advanced even faster than Russell. Strange indeed. What's strange about that? Russell is truly monstrous, but his foundation is too solid, hindering his progress to higher realms. Conversely, the Haze doesn't face that obstacle. But in terms of combat power, Russell is still stronger. Maybe not. If I'm not mistaken, the Haze is surrounded by the Carey dynasty's Huangdao Dragon Qi and has already cultivated it to perfection. Perfection in Huangdao Dragon Qi? Impossible. That rivals the Sage Emperor. Considering this, the Haze has breakthrough cultivation, dragon blood battle body, and perfect Huangdao Dragon Qi. Can Russell win? Russell is in grave danger. Watching the approaching Haze, the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens struggled futilely. Emil summoned the heavenly sword of the 10,000 sword sect, suspending it above his palm, coldly asking, "Your Highness, why do you block our path?" Haze Rocky smiled slightly. Simple. Just don't want you to notify Russell. Their thoughts were laid bare. Emil, Drew, Sean, Gwyneth, and the Pamela of the Edgarian sect paled, watching the Haze warily. Instantly, everyone prepared to summon their Dao Guardians. Chapter 260, The Haze's Might. Alberic, Sean, Drew, Brant, the Cynthia of Edgarian sect. Each of them held a distinguished identity. They were the designated successors of the Wanjian sect, Dao sect, Tianyan Holy Land, Huanyu Holy Land, and Edgarian sect, respectively. Compared to the Haze of the Solar Dynasty, their status was just one step lower. However, collectively, they could make up for this gap. Thus, they should not have feared the Haze. Yet, they couldn't help but be wary. A very terrifying idea had emerged in the minds of Alberic, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of Edgarian sect. If that thought were true, it would surely unleash a storm sweeping across the entire Solar Dynasty. Considering the time the Haze had spent in cultivation, no matter how talented or monstrous he might be, it should have been impossible for him to perfect the Imperial Dragon Qi. After all, it was an art used by the Holy Emperors of the Solar Dynasty to stabilize the Empire's fortune. Only when the Haze ascended the Imperial throne and became the Holy Emperor of the Solar Dynasty would he be able to harness the entirety of the Empire's fortune, thereby refining the Imperial Dragon Qi to its ultimate level. What shouldn't have happened did. There was only one possibility. The current Holy Emperor of the Solar Dynasty had passed on both his throne and the Imperial Dragon Qi, along with the suppressed fortune, entirely to the Haze. Only then could it be possible for him to perfect the Imperial Dragon Qi at such a young age. This meant that the one standing before them was no longer the Haze, but already the Holy Emperor. And the old Holy Emperor likely reached his end and had fallen. The fall of a dynasty's Holy Emperor was no trivial matter. If this were true, it would undoubtedly cause a storm sweeping across the Solar Dynasty, even the cultivation world. Therefore, Alberic, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of Edgarian sect could not help but be cautious. Their intention to inform Edgartiania was seen through, effectively positioning them as the Haze's adversaries. How could they not be wary? Step by step, the Haze ascended into the air, a smile curving at his lips as he looked down at them and said, "Looks like you've guessed. Since that's the case, make your choice. To accompany this Haze to Kermit Mountain Range, or to go ahead separately?" The eyes of Alberic, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Cynthia of Edgarian sect flickered. They knew the Haze was forcing them to choose sides, stand with him or with Edgartiania. After all, they had helped Edgartiania back in Shijing and probably drew the Haze's attention long ago. Giggles. At this moment, a clear laugh suddenly sounded. It came from the Cynthia of Edgarian sect, who moved forward with a bright smile. "Since His Highness desires it, I'd rather be smart than courteous." The Haze smiled faintly. "A wise decision. Rest assured, staying with me will benefit you greatly. Even the inheritance within the Kermit's secret realm won't miss you." The Cynthia's eyes lit up, her joy evident. "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon hearing her words, the Haze nodded, then turned his gaze to the remaining four, asking again, "And what about you? Have you decided?" "Hemph. I've always heard that the Cynthia of Edgarian sect is fickle and unpredictable. Now indeed it proves true." Brant spoke first, yet without answering the Haze. Instead, she mocked the Cynthia of Edgarian sect. Despite Brant's mockery, the Cynthia didn't seem angry. Her radiant smile remained as if she hadn't heard anything at all, her emotions unchanged. Only the Haze furrowed his brows slightly. Whoosh. Alberic exhaled deeply and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. Although I am the successor of the Wanjian sect of the Solar Dynasty, I wish to proceed alone." Sean and Drew remained silent, but their actions made their decisions clear. A black ruler and a formation disc appeared in their hands, both gifts from their respective sects for protection. Holding these protective artifacts equated to preparing for a battle with the Haze. Even if they lost, they would have no regrets. In their eyes, what the Haze did to Edgartiania was utterly ruthless and malicious. Associating with someone like him was akin to negotiating with a tiger. They wouldn't know when they'd be betrayed. The Haze treated Edgartiania that way, and could do the same to them. So, war it must be. There was no room for compromise. "Excellent." The Haze's face twisted with savagery. "Since you insist, I'll not force you. Let's see just how powerful my perfected Imperial Dragon Qi can be." As he spoke, roar. The Imperial Dragon Qi coiling around the Haze erupted, combined with his awakened draconic blood battle body, instantly forming a golden dragon that loomed over Alberic, Sean, Drew, and Brant in a near-crushing manner. The pupils of the four contracted sharply. Even the ever-smiling Cynthia finally showed alarm, because it was too powerful. That overwhelming force nearly surpassed the limits of a peak Nether Eve cultivator, nearing the boundary of a semi-deity transformation realm. This was merely the pressure from the haze's burst. Imagine how strong he'd be if he attacked. Comparable to a real semi-deity transformation realm? The Cynthia of Edgaryang sect quickly compared Edgarniania and the haze in her mind. If Edgarniania hadn't progressed beyond his strength in Shijing, he definitely wouldn't win against the haze. He would be crushed instantly. This realization caused the Cynthia's eyes to flicker as well. Other sect and noble family successors also paled under the haze's pressure, struggling desperately. Your Highness, please hold. The Wanjian sect, Tianyin Holy Land, Dao sect, and Huanyu Holy Land are all cultivation sects within the Solar Dynasty. Would your Highness truly exterminate us? Even hidden protectors couldn't bear it any longer, emerging to aid Alberic, Sean, Drew, and Brant in resisting the haze's pressure. Facing their pleas and accusations, the haze coldly snorted. All of you attack together. Before he finished speaking, the golden dragon formed by the Imperial Dragon Chi and Draconic Blood Battle Body unleashed an astonishing and terrifying pressure, crushing toward them. The area changed dramatically, darkening in an instant. Even Russell, Jai Ci, Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, and the Grandmaster, far away in the Kermit Mountain range, felt the formidable power of the golden dragon and instinctively looked in the direction of the outburst. This power, could it be Draconic Blood Battle Body? Russell's eyes flashed coldly. Haze, has he finally come? Note: I aim to keep the structure intact while ensuring natural English flow. Hashtag chapter 261. A warning. Ever since the moment Russell's Danteon was destroyed and his opportunities snatched away in the purple micro-secret realm, he had been relentlessly plotting his revenge every single day. Every reckless move he made was driven by his obsession to boost his cultivation and achieve this ultimate goal. And now, his nemesis had finally arrived. He would soon meet Giselbert and exact his vengeance. However, the more crucial this moment became, the more patience was required. Take a deep breath. Russell drew in a deep breath, activating a secret technique he had learned at Xinqing sect to calm his mind and spirit. But just then, a voice abruptly rang out. You're right that it is indeed a dragon blood battle body, but you're also wrong because it's not just a dragon blood battle body. Russell's body jolted as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a black-robed figure appear within his field of vision. It was the Elroy. Since half a month ago when the Elroy rescued Russell and the Amberley and brought them to this core region of Kermit Mountain Range, he had fallen into a state of confusion due to an old injury in his divine sense. Finally, he vanished entirely. Half a month later, Russell hadn't expected him to reappear, and to be fully conscious once again. Glenn, what did you mean by your words earlier? Russell asked, frowning. It was a dragon blood battle body, yet not just a dragon blood battle body? What did that mean? Indeed. From the earlier dragon roar, Russell had sensed another power mixed within it, but he was unfamiliar with it and didn't understand it. Imperial Dragon Chi, the Elroy responded coolly to Russell's question. If my suspicions are correct, Giselbert has awakened the dragon blood battle body infused with the Solar Dynasty's Imperial Dragon Chi. Russell furrowed his brows. Imperial Dragon Chi? That is the power which sustains the fortunes of the Solar Dynasty, cultivatable only by the successive emperors. The Elroy continued. I never imagined that Giselbert possesses such astounding talent, far surpassing even my expectations. No, surpassing everyone's expectations. To condense the dragon blood battle body with Imperial Dragon Chi and vice versa. It's an ingenious idea, truly beyond imagination. With geniuses like you and Giselbert appearing one after another in a dynasty, it truly signifies the dawn of a great era of cultivation. An era that brings both opportunities and challenges to all cultivators. Every cultivator has a chance, but if they aren't careful, they could meet their end, unable to return from the brink. Russell grew increasingly confused and asked sternly, Glenn, do you mean I can't win? He didn't want to hear anything else. He just needed this answer. Would he win? Or could he take his revenge? In the impending battle against Giselbert? The Elroy nodded emphatically. Yes, the current you can't win. Russell's face darkened, his heart sinking into despair. He asked further, even if I use my final trump card, activating the nascent soul realm powerhouse's divine sense within the consciousness pearl, can I still not win? Perhaps I can severely injure Giselbert, but to kill him is virtually impossible, the Elroy explained. No matter how powerful you become, even if you're hailed as an unparalleled prodigy and have started a new era, the Imperial Dragon Chi controls the fate of the dynasty. With Giselbert wielding the Imperial Dragon Chi, the Imperial fortune naturally converges upon him. To challenge an entire empire on your own, it's impossible to win. Russell fell silent, but his eyes turned bloodshot. To reach this point, he had sacrificed a lot. From Wanyaoshan to Shijing, and now to this Kermit Mountain range. Everything he did was aimed at becoming stronger, and indeed, he did grow strong. Late Golden Core Cultivation, Draconic Lineage, a 5th stage Alchemy Master, a 7th stage Array Master, and carrying the ultimate trump card of a nascent Soul Realm powerhouse's divine sense. And yet, the Elroy told him he couldn't take revenge. Honestly, Russell couldn't accept it, because this wasn't the outcome he wanted. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then, looking at the Elroy, he asked, Glenn, is there any way for me to win? I only want to win. The Elroy scrutinized him deeply before replying, there is a way. Russell instantly perked up and said, please guide me, Glenn. The Elroy replied, your dragon blood battle body and Giselbert's both originate from the same dragon essence, inheriting all the legacies from the dragon's blood. But clearly, the power you inherited is stronger than his. I believe you've already felt the gradually awakening divine sense of a draconic powerhouse. Russell nodded, yes, I have. What do you mean by this, Glenn? The Elroy answered, awaken it, then accept it. Only by doing so can you unlock the full power of the dragon blood battle body and the complete draconic inheritance. But beware, this will place you in a very dangerous situation. If you're not careful, you could be consumed by that consciousness and taken over completely. Russell trembled as he recalled the pills given to him half a month ago, exclaiming in shock, Glenn, were those pills prepared for this moment? The Elroy nodded. Exactly. With a sigh, he added, time is short, and my periods of clarity are decreasing. I can't provide much more help. I won't be able to assist you this time. You'll have to rely on yourself. If you wish to take revenge and defeat Giselbert, you must face this trial. Otherwise, leave the Kermit Mountain Range immediately and come back when you're stronger. The choice is yours. Russell hesitated not a bit and declared, I want to win. I want my revenge. The Elroy smiled faintly. I haven't misjudged you. Remember, the cultivation world you know is merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean, too insignificant. The Xinqiang sect, the Solar Dynasty, Giselbert, they seem strong, but compared to true superpowers, they can be destroyed in an instant. To become a true powerhouse and reach that realm, the most important thing is having a fearless heart. You've already achieved this. Time is running out for me. I hope to see you next time I regain clarity. Russell nodded vigorously. I will make sure of it. Before his voice faded, the Elroy sank back into his muddled state. Without wasting any more time, Russell began meditating. He would need to initiate contact with the consciousness in his sea of wisdom, actively awaken it, embrace it, and merge with it. Chapter 262, Dragon Illusion. To date, the consciousness that awakened with the ancestral dragon blood in Russell's mind has appeared 3 times. The first time was at the Bai family residence. When he came into contact with the dark curse within Buck's body, that consciousness emerged for the first time, causing Russell's body to lose control. All his inherited abilities, the true dragon scripture, dragon seizing hand, and others, lost control and automatically activated to counteract the dark curse. The second time was at the Dodgefuse Palace. At that moment, Russell faced danger from Olaf, the current saint son of Xinqiang sect. Olaf's 8th level Sacred Heart combat intent was on the verge of losing control, ultimately leading to an explosion of both his physical body and spiritual energy, pushing Russell into a perilous situation. During that time, the consciousness awakened for the first time, helping Russell develop the nascent form of his innate power, dragon roar, and manifest a half-dragon body. Note, the term Surkong has been replaced with losing control to ensure fluency and natural reading in English. The third time occurred when leaving Xijing and being pursued by the Dodge. The consciousness reappeared during this period as well. Each appearance coincided with Russell facing danger. Russell speculated that this consciousness must be from the ancestral dragon blood, originating from a dragon powerhouse of the previous era who perished during the catastrophic Braden. It appeared whenever Russell was in grave danger, simply to protect him and prevent his death. Russell represented its hope for a second life. By continuously strengthening and reviving, it could one day take over Russell's body entirely and replace him, thereby achieving a second life. Russell wasn't sure if the haze of the Carey dynasty or other awakeners of the dragon blood battle body faced similar risks, but he knew he couldn't wait any longer. The haze of the Carey dynasty was about to arrive, and to win, Russell had to rely on this force while simultaneously eliminating this hidden threat. He calmed his breath and focused his mind, activating the cultivation techniques he learned from Xinqiang sect to enter his sea of consciousness. There, a massive green dragon illusion floated in the center. Its blue-green scales shimmered like jade tiles, exuding a faint aura of authority comparable to the illusion that once appeared outside the myriad demon mountains. Only because Russell bore the legacy of dragons and had awakened the dragon blood battle body could he remain composed under this aura. Otherwise, anyone else would likely be frightened away. Though the green dragon seemed to have its eyes closed, Russell knew it was awake and aware of his presence. Phew, Russell sighed and said, Denver, this is my consciousness, my domain. Isn't it improper for you to occupy it? The green dragon gave no response, as if it hadn't heard him. Russell's face darkened. He knew it had heard him, but chose not to respond. So be it. Without hesitation, Russell unleashed his cultivation. Though he was currently in a mental state, his cultivation could still burst forth. His late-stage golden core cultivation erupted, transforming into a colossal storm surging towards the green dragon illusion. Simultaneously, the true dragon scripture, dragon seizing hand, half-dragon body, dragon blood runes, and innate dragon roar power all exploded into action. He retaliated, using the methods of the dragon legacy against it. Infused with the dragon legacy, the overwhelming storm formed by Russell's cultivation suddenly expanded several times over, charging straight towards the green dragon illusion. Yet, upon nearing the green dragon, this power vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. How can this be? Russell's face turned grim. Using the dragon legacy against this green dragon illusion, though he had suspected it might be ineffective, he never imagined it would be utterly useless. Not even a ripple. Why? Is the gap in strength too vast? But the opponent was merely a remnant soul, a wisp of consciousness. How could it be so powerful? Seemingly sensing Russell's thoughts, the green dragon slowly opened its eyes and sneered, You actually tried to use my own legacy against me. Do you think that's possible? Finally, it reacted. Russell repeated, Denver, this is my consciousness. Isn't it inappropriate for you to occupy it? The green dragon mocked again. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Simple, Russell declared. I want you to leave. That's why I'm here. During his time at the Bai family, the old ancestor gifted Russell a spirit bead containing a fragment of a nascent soul realm powerhouse's consciousness. This bead, crafted by a 7th-rank alchemy master, was the only one of its kind in the Bai family. Therefore, if Russell found another 7th-rank alchemy master to forge a similar spirit bead, he could transfer the green dragon's consciousness into it. Looking at the green dragon, he continued, I will find a 7th-rank alchemy master to craft a spirit bead, providing you a temporary abode. In the future, with suitable materials, I could help you forge a new, fitting physical body. Humph! The green dragon scoffed. What physical body could possibly be more suitable than yours? Russell's face darkened. Though he anticipated difficulty, he didn't expect the consciousness to outright reveal its intention to possess his body. Denver, what do you mean? Though Russell understood the green dragon's purpose, he asked coldly. A cultivation talent comparable to a monstrous prodigy of the previous era, along with array and alchemy talents, and a body refined by ancestral dragon blood. It's the perfect fit. The green dragon looked directly at Russell and admitted openly, "This is the very body I desire most. You humans disgust me with your pretenses. You hide your true intentions and beat around the bush. In short, I won't leave. Once I regain some strength, I will occupy your body and take your place." Hearing these words, Russell showed a hint of confusion. "So that drop of ancestral dragon blood isn't yours?" The green dragon replied truthfully, "Naturally not. I obtained it inadvertently before the Braden of the previous era. It has existed for untold ages, and I don't know precisely how long. It may involve the origin of the dragon race and the ultimate source of dragon bloodline." Russell inhaled sharply. Hashtag chapter 263, the truth of the past. The ancestral dragon blood obtained within the Z-Way secret realm was highly mysterious. When Russell was ambushed by the haze and surrounded by experts from the Solar Dynasty's imperial family, his Danteon was destroyed, and he thought the ancestral dragon blood had been taken by the haze. Yet, it inexplicably reappeared in his Danteon. Thanks to its powerful healing abilities, it helped Russell repair his damaged Danteon, allowing him to resume his cultivation path and quickly surpass his previous level within a short period. Moreover, his alchemy and array formation talents also saw significant improvements. Russell noticed this when he first practiced alchemy and array formations. When he was the sacred son of Xinqing sect, Russell had briefly explored both alchemy and array formation but had to abandon them due to insufficient talent, focusing primarily on cultivation. However, after acquiring the ancestral dragon blood, he could produce 9 striped spirit essence pills during his first attempt at alchemy and set up a 6th-tier spirit gathering array on his first try. Rumors were indeed true. All of Russell's transformations stemmed from that drop of ancestral dragon blood. He always sensed that the ancestral dragon blood likely harbored significant secrets. Now, hearing the Caleb's explanation, everything became clear. It turned out that the drop of ancestral dragon blood had existed before the previous era and possibly related to the origin of the dragon race and their bloodline source. That made sense. No wonder it was so powerful. But Russell still had one lingering question. Looking at the Caleb's image, he asked, back then, in the Z-Way secret realm, the haze of the Solar Dynasty clearly seized the ancestral dragon blood. So why did it eventually appear in my Danteon? You just said that the ancestral dragon blood had existed before the previous era, potentially involving the origin of dragons and the bloodline source. If it is precious and only exists as one drop, what did the haze seize then? The Caleb cast a glance at Russell and said coolly, "That haze you're referring to, I know him. He is the human cultivator who attacked you. My divine consciousness was hiding inside the ancestral dragon blood and witnessed everything. Perhaps, you already have your answer." Not wrong. That drop the haze seized wasn't the genuine ancestral dragon blood, but rather my essence blood. To aid you, I took an enormous risk, nearly leading to my divine consciousness annihilation despite it being heavily injured. It stared at Russell coldly. "Without me, you would be dead, yet you wish to expel me. Truly, human cultivators are ungrateful. This is the second reason I dislike human cultivators." Russell. It wasn't mere shock but a tidal wave of astonishment. Though he had inklings of doubt, he never imagined this outcome. The haze didn't seize the genuine ancestral dragon blood, but a drop of essence blood from this very Caleb's image. How could this be? The Caleb looked at Russell's expression and continued. "Not only the haze, but your awakened dragon-blooded physique, dragon capture hand, half-dragon body, dragon blood runes, and the innate skill, dragon roar, all come from my power. Except for the true dragon cannon, all your inherited abilities came from me." Russell's pupils constricted, and he blurted out, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The Caleb sneered. "You've detected some clues and sensed part of the truth, yet you pretend not to know. This is the third reason I despise human cultivators, hypocrisy. If it's impossible, explain why the dragon claw formed by your spirit energy, your half-dragon body, even the dragon silhouette manifesting during your innate skills, are all green? Because they are all my powers, originating from me. Got it?" Russell's gaze flickered, unable to calm down. After a long while, he finally recovered and gazed at the Caleb's image with complex emotions. "Why did you help me?" Indeed, Russell had already sensed some details and guessed part of the truth, but couldn't accept it. It was too absurd. Though the Caleb's goal was to possess his body, it kept aiding him time and again. It didn't make sense. Yet, one thing was certain. If not for the Caleb's help, Russell would have died many times. Upon hearing Russell's words, the Caleb seemed to vent its frustration, losing its former composure. It shouted loudly, "Why help you? Talking nonsense. From the beginning, I chose that haze. Even if I were to assist, it would be him, not some human cultivator like you. Dead or alive, what does it matter to me? But, the ancestral dragon blood chose you. What can I do? Back in the secret realm, unless I left the ancestral dragon blood along with my essence blood to choose the haze, which I couldn't do because it's too mysterious and has existed for countless ages, I wouldn't give it up. Do you now understand why I helped you?" Its eyes gleamed intensely. "The ancestral dragon blood choosing you implies there's a great secret hidden within you, possibly related to your origins." Russell asked dubiously, "Related to my origins?" His background had been thoroughly investigated before entering Xinqing sect, each detail traceable. Unless Xinqing sect falsified it, which was impossible. The Caleb looked at Russell and added, "Yes, related to your origins, but I don't know how exactly. Perhaps understanding the true nature of the ancestral dragon blood will reveal the answers. But regardless, once I take over your body, everything will become clear." Russell sighed, "You won't have the chance, because I'm dying. Unless you act now, otherwise, you'll die with me when I do." Startled, the Caleb exclaimed, "Why are you dying?" Russell replied, because of that haze you chose. He recounted the entire series of events. Instantly, the Caleb fell silent. Russell watched it, his expression oddly twisted. If the Caleb hadn't given the haze a drop of essence blood back then, would things have unfolded differently now? Chapter 264, Arrival. The Crown Prince of the Solar Dynasty, though exceptionally gifted, became widely known across the entire Solar Dynasty only after he awakened his dragon blood warrior physique. The source of the dragon essence in his body came from the Caleb Phantom standing before him. Therefore, if the Caleb Phantom had not granted Giselbert its essence back then, would the current events have unfolded differently? However, Russell's situation would be perilous if this conclusion. A realization dawned on Russell's face as he nodded. There's no problem with that reasoning. He looked at the Caleb Phantom again and continued, have you heard of the Imperial Dragon Chi? The Caleb Phantom replied, of course. After the bizarre Braden in the previous era, not only did it affect the demonic realms, but it also impacted the territories ruled by humans. Many human emperors used the Imperial Dragon Chi, sacrificing their dynasty's fortunes to counter the catastrophe. Why bring up the Imperial Dragon Chi? Russell smiled. That Crown Prince? No, we should now call him His Majesty, the Holy Emperor of the Solar Dynasty. He now carries the accumulated fortune of the entire dynasty, fortified by the Imperial Dragon Chi, combined with his dragon blood warrior physique. Do you think I stand a chance against him, Denver? The Caleb Phantom fell silent. After a while, he looked at Russell again and said, if he has the entire dynasty's fortune behind him, you indeed aren't a match. This is my fifth reason for disliking human cultivators. They engage in intense internal struggles and dare to use powers like the Imperial Dragon Chi. Aren't you afraid of another Braden? Russell shook his head. Walker her then worry about that. Could you please tell me how I can defeat Giselbert? Pausing for a moment he added, the Crown Prince is already on his way and will arrive soon. If I don't find a solution by then, I might die. The Caleb Phantom scoffed. Why not just run? Would Giselbert abandon his entire dynasty or rally all its forces to chase you? Russell shook his head, somberly stating, I cannot run. The Caleb Phantom sneered. That's my sixth reason for disliking human cultivators, too concerned with appearances. I'm not doing it for appearances. Russell started, but was interrupted. The Caleb Phantom continued, to defeat Giselbert with the Imperial Dragon Chi, it's neither too difficult nor too easy. Russell frowned and asked, what do you mean? Please elaborate. Just unlock a strand of the ancestral dragon blood's power, and victory will be easy. But there's a prerequisite. You must have a robust physique capable of withstanding the ancestral dragon blood's power. And that's why I've been continuously improving your body, although perfection is still far off. Russell asked, what should I do then? The Caleb Phantom's eyes gleamed mischievously. What's in it for me if I tell you? At most, I agree to let you stay in my consciousness until I find a suitable body, and then you can leave. Russell promised, Denver, rest assured, after this matter is settled, I'll focus on artifact mastery, search for the best materials, and forge the most suitable body to repay your kindness. The Caleb Phantom seemed not to hear and directly said, I want your body. Russell shook his head. No way. Fine, forget it. Don't ask me. I know nothing. The Caleb Phantom slowly closed his eyes. Russell looked at him, almost laughing and crying at the same time. How could such a powerful figure from the previous era act like a mischievous child? After a few seconds of contemplation, he said, in that case, let's both perish here. The Caleb Phantom. All right, I'll tell you. He conceded. The only method is for me to help you enhance your body, allowing you to temporarily withstand the ancestral dragon blood's power and fully activate it. But, pausing, he continued, with only my divine consciousness remaining, my strength is limited. Thus, the duration during which you can withstand the ancestral dragon blood's power will also be limited to just 10 breaths. You must resolve everything within those 10 breaths, or you will die. Russell's gaze turned grave, and he nodded emphatically. I understand. The Caleb Phantom added, also, expending my divine consciousness to improve your body will severely deplete my energy. Afterward, you need to help me find celestial treasures to restore my divine consciousness. Do you understand? Russell nodded. The Caleb Phantom stared at him, speaking each word carefully and seriously. You must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Russell raised his right hand. I swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. The Caleb Phantom nodded. Good. Since time is short, let's begin. In the next instant, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted, enveloping Russell. As Russell's body underwent transformation, the sky outside gradually brightened. The Crown Prince of the Solar Dynasty officially arrived at Kermit Mountain Range. Behind him followed Emil, Sean, Ron, Gwyneth, Edgariang Sect Saintus, and others. Except for the Edgariang Sect Saintus, the others had vacant eyes, seemingly under some control. Hashtag Chapter 265. The Haze makes his move. Because he had received prior notice, the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty was waiting in the Amir Mountains early in the morning. He made no effort to hide his actions from Russell and the Demon Prince's offspring, Blas. In his view, being the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty and addressing Rocky, the Haze of the Carey dynasty, directly was not a significant issue. Furthermore, through some of his secret channels, the Garfield had obtained a crucial piece of information. The Holy Emperor of the Carey dynasty, knowing that his end was near, had already transferred the Imperial Dragon Chi, which suppresses the dynasty's fortune, to the Haze Rocky. This meant that the current Haze Rocky, who held the Cole's ruler, was similar in status to the Demon Prince's offspring Blas. Moreover, Rocky was even more special and held a higher status. After all, the Cole had not yet reached his end, so Blas could only be called the next generation's Demon Prince, whereas Rocky could already be referred to as Holy Emperor without any exaggeration. Seeing Rocky's carriage from afar, the Garfield immediately went forward to welcome him. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and said, Your Highness, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Although calling Rocky the Holy Emperor would not be an exaggeration, the Garfield did not do so, and still addressed him as Haze. Once he called Rocky Holy Emperor, his own status would be significantly lower. Unless the Holy Emperor of the Yuhua dynasty arrived personally, it would be difficult to gain any advantage. Behind the Garfield were Arlie Zai, Cassidy, the Grand Preceptor, and a group of guardians. Though their faces showed nothing, their occasional glances towards Rocky were filled with apprehension. Over the night, they had also learned about the changes in the Carey dynasty. With the Holy Emperor nearing his end and transferring the Imperial Dragon Chi to this haze, combined with Rocky's awakening of the Dragon Blood Battle Body, he now instilled fear even in half-step Gravine Transformation Realm Guardians like the Grand Preceptor. As for the younger generation, they felt hopeless. In their eyes, Rocky was like a towering mountain, while they were merely ants at its base, forever looking up but never able to climb it. First Russell, then Haze Rocky. A golden age of cultivation was unfolding before them. Every cultivator theoretically had a chance. But could anyone truly win against such world-defining prodigies? Arlie Zai, Cassidy, and the other young geniuses felt a mix of despair and unprecedented excitement. Because the clash between Russell and Haze Rocky was about to begin. Both were prodigies, both awakening the Dragon Blood Battle Body, who would ultimately be the dragon. Arlie Zai, Cassidy, and others glanced at Rocky, then at the core area of the Amir Mountains, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the peak of a mountain outside the Amir Mountains, Bloss and his two guardians were also observing Rocky. Even Bloss's gaze held a mixture of wariness and respect. After a long pause, he licked his lips, revealing a fierce expression. Such an opponent is interesting. This trip to the Amir's secret realm is well worth it. Even if we don't obtain the legacy of the Amir, it won't have been in vain. Just right to let Russell test this haze. When two dragons fight, one must be hurt. Who will ultimately triumph? As he finished speaking, the half-step Gravine Transformation Realm Guardian beside him glanced at him and added, Bloss, remember what the Cole instructed us before coming here. We must secure the Amir's secret realm. Bloss nodded. Don't worry, I remember. With that, his innate talent broke out suddenly, flooding toward Haze Rocky like a torrential flood. This unexpected development caused everyone, the Garfield, Arlie Zai, Cassidy, the Grand Preceptor, and the Guardians, to change expressions. Even Rocky showed a slight surprise. But in the next second, he casually extended his hand, instantly nullifying the overwhelming divine consciousness like a storm dissipating into thin air. At the same time, he said, I assume this is the offspring of the Demon Prince from the Demon Realm. Come out and converse. His voice resonated with power, enveloping the mountain where Bloss stood. The sound waves reverberated endlessly, penetrating Bloss's ears and those of the two guardians. The guardians grew furious, ready to act. But Bloss, unable to hold back, gripped the Cole's ruler and slashed. The 9 strikes of the Cole. Sharp edges tore through the sound waves, exploding outward and tearing apart everything around. The entire mountain became barren, the once lush vegetation disappearing as if erased from existence. Everyone, Garfield, Arlie Zai, Cassidy, the Grand Preceptor, and the Guardians, changed expressions again. Although the brief confrontation was short, they could all sense that even if Bloss had hidden cards, he was clearly no match for the haze. For the Cole's ruler and Bloss's innate talent were both broken by the haze. Meanwhile, Rocky appeared relaxed, as if the battle was merely a casual strike. If this was how Rocky handled things, what hope did others have? Indeed, many cultivators watching this spectacle from a distance grew curious upon seeing the Garfield wait. Word spread quickly through the Amir Mountains. Countless cultivators gathered. When they learned that the person the royal family was awaiting was the haze of the Carey dynasty, they were astonished. And after witnessing Rocky's move, they were shocked again. Grain't they say that Russell and the haze have a grudge? Now that Russell and the haze are both in the Amir Mountains, will they fight? Of course. I believe this Carey dynasty haze came specifically for Russell. This should be exciting. Both are geniuses and awakened with the Dragon Blood Battle Body. Their battle will surely be spectacular. Indeed, it feels like a fated duel. So, who will win? Numerous cultivators buzzed with discussion. Haze Rocky observed everything with a faint smile. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand again towards Bloss's mountain. Since you don't want to come over, I'll bring you over. Hashtag chapter 266, ceasefire. As the haze of the Carey dynasty, Rocky's way of doing things had always been tyrannical to the extreme, never putting anyone else in his eyes. Otherwise, back in the purple micro-secret realm, he would not have disregarded Russell's identity as the Cooper of the Xianshang sect and seized Russell's opportunities by force. Not only that, but he also ordered his elite subordinates from the Carey dynasty to severely injure Russell. Even after leaving the purple micro-secret realm, Rocky used the power of the Carey dynasty to threaten the sect leader of the Xianshang sect, forcing him to accuse Russell, ultimately expelling Russell from the Xianshang sect. The puppet master of the puppet sect, Digby, along with 3 late-stage Yuaning Ranis, were already quite overbearing. However, compared to Rocky, their tyranny seemed insignificant. Who could ever tolerate disobedience from someone like this? Even if it was Bloss, the royal offspring of the demon realm, it was still not allowed. As Rocky suddenly acted, the spiritual energy in the entire Kermit mountain range became thick and viscous, like a swamp. The cultivators inside, the Garfield, Calvin, Cassidy, along with even the Arnie and numerous protectors, all felt suffocated at this moment. Not to mention those cultivators outside Kermit mountain range with lower cultivation levels. They only felt that an extremely domineering force bound their bodies, making them unable to move. That's Palm. He thrust the spear directly towards Bloss. Roar. With a resounding dragon cry, Rocky's dragon-blooded combat body and imperial dragon aura erupted with his spiritual energy, forming a miniature golden dragon that soared out with the spear. Come on then. Bloss roared, his spiritual energy boiling and forming a black dragon coiling around the Cole ruler in his hand. Then he slashed ruthlessly. The spear clashed with the Cole ruler. The golden dragon collided with the black dragon. For a moment, heaven and earth changed color, the earth shook, and mountains crumbled. A fierce storm of spiritual energy surged from the point of collision, rapidly spreading in all directions and tearing everything apart. Those who saw the signs early and fled were safe, but the onlookers who were too slow to escape were engulfed by the destructive force. Blood splattered everywhere. This was what happened when immortals fought and mortals suffered. A single clash between Hayes Rocky and the Barrett offspring Bloss resulted in countless cultivators perishing from the aftermath. No one could blame anyone for this. After a long while, the tremendous commotion finally settled down. The Crown Prince still stood in place, his expression calm and smiling. Bloss, however, retreated back to his original position. The victor and loser were now clear. Although neither appeared injured, it was obvious that Rocky had the upper hand. However, Bloss did not retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit flared even more intensely, especially with the coal ruler in his hand, which was now wrapped in a pitch-black lightning, radiating a wildly destructive aura. As a weapon of the coals, although it was only grade 9, its power could rival legendary immortal artifacts once unsealed. Currently, this indicated it was about to be unsealed. That incomparable sharpness slowly spread, covering the entire area. Everyone present, the Garfield, Calvin, Cassidy, the Arnie, and all the protectors, couldn't help but shudder. Even Rocky's smile finally faded as he said, "You truly are the offspring of a demon emperor and Wyrani of the Coal Ruler. I, Giselbert, accept your third share offer." His seemingly unreasonable attack earlier was actually well calculated. If Bloss failed to withstand his probing, he deserved death. If he survived and utilized this probe, Rocky would agree to the 3 shares mentioned. It was essentially forming an alliance. Hearing his words, Bloss's expression remained impassive, but the black lightning around the Coal Ruler vanished. He wouldn't unseal the ruler unless absolutely necessary because the cost was too immense for him, currently a mere early-stage Yuaning cultivator. He couldn't bear it. This outcome was undoubtedly the best. The only regret was that he didn't force Giselbert to put forth his full effort. Bloss's expression grew exceedingly solemn. Even a powerful being like him had to admit that Rocky was exceptionally formidable. Seeing that Rocky and Bloss had stopped, the Garfield, Calvin, Cassidy, the Arnie, and all the protectors sighed in relief. The Garfield stepped forward, smiling. The most important thing now is to join forces to explore the Kermit's secret realm. Any grievances should be dealt with after we enter the secret realm. He looked at Rocky, continuing, "What does your highness think?" Rocky glanced at him coolly and replied, "Are you teaching this crown prince how to act?" The Garfield's face darkened. Rocky, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Where is Russell? Let him come out. I've heard he has a map as well. I hereby declare that the map belongs to me. And similarly, 60% of any gains from the Kermit's secret realm will be mine." In an instant, the Garfield's face turned icy cold, his killing intent almost tangible. Chapter 267, Emergence. The Christopher's aura of killing intent came and vanished in an instant, as though sinking into the ocean without a trace. Even his cold, icy expression returned to normal almost immediately. Previously, Rocky had acknowledged the 30% share mentioned by the Demon Prince's descendant, Eric. Then, Rocky took possession of Russell's map, effectively claiming another 60% share. Only 10% remained. The Grand Yuhua dynasty was left with merely 10% of the share. It was sheer insolence. However, Rocky, Giselbert of the Carey dynasty, not only awakened the dragon blood warrior physique but also possessed the imperial dragon aura, presenting an air of a holy emperor. Confronting him directly would benefit neither the Christopher nor the Yuhua dynasty. The Christopher needed to wait for Russell to appear, and for the Yuhua dynasty's final trump card to be delivered. Once both were in place, even if the opponent were the next holy emperor, the Christopher wouldn't fear him. He hesitated for a few seconds before addressing Giselbert. "Your Highness, may I have some time to consider?" Rocky's expression remained unchanged. He continued smiling. Though the tangible killing intent from the Christopher vanished quickly, Rocky had already noticed it. However, it did not faze him at all. As long as the holy emperor of the Yuhua dynasty did not appear, he had nothing to fear. No one could stop him from achieving his goals. "What are you considering?" In a flash, Rocky's figure disappeared from where he stood and reappeared right before the Christopher. The National Preceptor and the Guardians became instantly vigilant. Apart from the National Preceptor, no one else could follow Rocky's movements. How is that possible? "Are you waiting for Russell to show up?" Rocky, disregarding the National Preceptor and the Guardians, asked. "Do you think he can win?" "It's useless. Even if Russell and I both awakened the Dragon Blood Warrior physique, with countless trump cards, he still can't win against me. As the Prince of the Yuhua dynasty, bestowed with the Imperial Dragon aura, do you understand what this means?" Faced with Rocky's questioning, the Christopher's face turned pale, unable to refute. The atmosphere grew tense. But in the next moment, Rocky's tone softened. "Since you wish to wait for Russell, let's wait. Perfect timing to settle old and new grievances." His gaze swept over the Christopher, Kian, Cassidy, the National Preceptor, and the Guardians, smiling faintly. "He will be powerless against me." His voice carried overwhelming spiritual power, spreading in all directions. No one dared to argue. First, they were too afraid. Second, Rocky's displayed strength was simply too formidable. Russell had no chance of winning. Even with the Dragon Blood Warrior physique, the Dragon Lineage inheritance, and holding a high-grade Fire Formation banner, he could not match Rocky. If Russell gave them a sense of power and genius, Rocky gave them a feeling of despair. A helpless despair facing overwhelming force. Is that so? Suddenly, amidst the silence, a voice echoed loudly, tearing through Rocky's voice like waves crashing down. It spread among all present. All eyes turned towards the direction of the voice. It was Russell. Russell emerged slowly from the dense forest, flanked by a Gaylord and a Kelly, smiling confidently. Rocky's gaze followed, and his previously calm smile turned grim as he shouted, "Finally showing yourself? Gray." With these words, every ounce of spirit energy in the Kermit mountain range converged, forming a massive prison around Russell, compressing him, seemingly trying to crush him. Russell smiled, activating the spirit catcher hand technique, turning his arm into a mass of green dragon scales. He grabbed fiercely in one direction. Rip. A sound like cloth being torn echoed as the prison of spirit energy split apart and crumbled. Russell looked at Rocky, smiling lightly. So, this is your move, Rocky? What's your plan this time? Will you send your subordinates to attack me, like in the purple microcosm realm, or will you face me personally? As he spoke, all eyes fell on Giselbert. While stories of Russell and Giselbert's enmity circulated widely between the Carey and Yuhua dynasties, the details remained unknown. Could it be true that, as Russell said, Rocky didn't, and the other guardians were visibly shaken, especially Basim? Moments ago, he had engaged in a clash with Hayes Rocky's long spear using the coal ruler. He knew firsthand how powerful the spear was. That long spear was also an 8th rank magical weapon. Coupled with the dragon blood battle body and imperial dragon chi, it could challenge a great cultivator at the late nether stage. Even a semi-transcendent realm superpowerhouse would be powerless against it. Only a true transcendent realm expert could deal with him. Yet, such a formidable Hayes was stopped by Russell. How is this possible? Basim's mind churned like a stormy sea as he stared intently at Russell. His talent awakened after breaking through to the early nether stage, surged wildly, attempting to see through Russell. Russell stood there like a towering mountain, seemingly connected to the entire earth. During his clash with Rocky's long spear, an immense force surged from beneath the ground, converging on Russell. Apart from that, there was nothing out of the ordinary to see. To be honest, this kind of power was quite common. Any cultivator with an earth affinity, practicing supplementary attributes cultivation techniques and secret manuals, could draw upon the power of the earth for their own use. It was not unusual at all. So Basim was certain that the power Russell used to withstand Rocky's attack was definitely not this. There must have been some change in Russell since last night, which made him so strong. But what could it be? Basim couldn't discern or see through it clearly. Though only one night had passed, Russell seemed like a different person. Yesterday, he could still sense Russell's trump cards, but now, he could feel nothing. For the first time, Basim's expression changed, even more shocked than when he faced Rocky. Rocky felt the same way. No one understood better than he did how potent the combination of Imperial Dragon Chi and Dragon Blood Battle Body was. Almost invincible among the young generation. Unless an Rani and true Transcendent Realm expert intervened, no one could be his match because that was the force suppressing a dynasty's fate. If it wasn't so powerful, the Imperial Court would have collapsed long ago. Rocky originally thought that relying on this power, he could crush everything in the Kermit Mountains. Even if Russell became stronger, he wasn't afraid and believed he could easily kill him. Now he realized he had underestimated him. Russell was far more monstrous than he imagined. Surprised? Russell looked at Rocky, whose expression had drastically changed, and smiled faintly. Do you think, with your Imperial Dragon Chi and Dragon Blood Battle Body, you can kill me with a wave of your hand? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the long spear. Snap! A loud noise echoed. Russell actually crushed the long spear barehanded. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. If Rocky had looked startled earlier, now he was outright terrified. The long spear in his hand was an 8th rank magical weapon. Yet now, it had been crushed. Bare-handed destruction of an 8th rank magical weapon? Not even a transcendent realm body refinement cultivator could achieve that. How could Russell be so strong? Not only Russell, but Basim, the Garfield, Kian, Cassidy, and the rest of the Guardians were also visibly shaken. They were numbed and felt a chill deep down. Basim was still somewhat composed, given his conflict with Russell involved the dead demon prince. But yesterday, Basim had declared he wouldn't seek revenge. The Garfield, however, was different. His stance kept changing from initial probing, then absorption, and eventually hostility. Upon seeing Russell crush the 8th rank magical weapon barehanded, his heart plummeted into despair. Regret surged in his heart. He had assumed Rocky would crush Russell, never expecting the situation to reverse completely. How did Russell become so powerful? What happened to him in just one night? Was it some secret technique? But just as countless thoughts swirled in the Garfield's mind, threatening to break his mental fortitude and give rise to heart demons, a loud rebuke interrupted his reverie. Settle your mind. Shield your heart. This sentence made the Garfield's body shudder violently, dispelling the impending heart demons instantly. Phew. He exhaled deeply. Despite his pale complexion, he finally calmed down, turning to look at the Lars and said, "Thank you, Lars, for saving my life." Indeed, it was a life-saving gesture. Once heart demons took root, the Garfield would suffer severe damage, cutting off his path to cultivation. Without the Lars's timely rebuke, the Garfield might have been crippled. The Lars's expression was equally serious, confused but firm. Both Russell and Hayes Rocky are very strong, but you still have a chance. The Garfield's eyes flashed with realization. The Lars was right. He still had a chance. As long as the Feathered Dynasty sent that ultimate trump card, he could turn the tables. Because that trump card was a divine artifact capable of crushing even transcendent realm experts, the supreme treasure controlling the entire Feathered Dynasty. With the arrival of that divine artifact, he could rely on its power to overwhelm Russell and Rocky. Other geniuses of the Feathered Dynasty, including Kian, Cassidy, and other holy sons and daughters, were also trembling in shock from Russell's display of overwhelming power, almost succumbing to heart demons. Fortunately, the Guardians assisted, waking them up. The Feathered Dynasty had its trump card, and they, as the strongest cultivation sanctuaries of the dynasty, also possessed one. Once their trump card arrived, they would be eligible to compete. In an instant, the expressions of the Garfield, Kian, Cassidy, and others became resolute. The Lars and Guardians also breathed a sigh of relief. This is impossible. This can't be. At this moment, an anguished roar filled with dragon cries rose into the sky, echoing across the entire Kermit Mountains. The voice belonged to the Carey dynasty's Hayes Rocky. Despite awakening the Dragon Blood Battle Body and possessing the Imperial Dragon Chi suppressing an entire dynasty, he couldn't defeat Russell. In fact, he had already lost. He lost to Russell. Rocky was furious. Roar. A tremendous dragon cry echoed. Instantly, golden dragon scales enveloped Rocky's body as he charged fiercely toward Russell. Humph! Desperate measures? Russell sneered. If you want to fight, let's do it. This translation captures the essence of the original text, maintaining its tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The storyline remains coherent with previous content, and the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved. Chapter 269. Anomaly. Seeing this, Russell did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Rocky had unleashed the power of his dragon blood battle body, and Russell had also awakened this power. Moreover, Russell's dragon blood battle body was even more perfect than Rocky's. This was because his dragon blood battle body was inherited from the true Dragon Sutra, belonging to that single drop of ancestral dragon blood. Almost instantly, Russell's entire body was covered in tightly packed dragon scales, just like Rocky's, which also displayed a faint golden hue. Previously, whenever Russell activated his dragon blood battle body, used the grappling dragon hand, or any other dragon lineage ability such as dragon blood runes, half-dragon form, or the innate skill dragon roar, his body would produce dragon scales, but those scales were always green, not golden like now. This was because Russell's previous bursts of power came from the Caleb consciousness in his Sea of Wisdom, rather than from the ancestral dragon blood. The Caleb consciousness was concerned that Russell's physical body couldn't withstand the power of the ancestral dragon blood without collapsing, so it allowed him to use its own strength. But to defeat Rocky, Russell tried communicating with the true power of the ancestral dragon blood. He succeeded. Thus, theoretically speaking, this was Russell's first true activation of the dragon blood battle body. Roar. Similarly, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the sky. Then, Russell's arm covered in pale golden dragon scales collided with Rocky's arm, also covered in golden dragon scales. Boom. The violent clash of forces tore through space itself. It was as if the air exploded, emitting immense shockwaves and rippling outward in all directions. Among these forces were the dragon blood battle body, imperial dragon chi, and spiritual energy. Every cultivator watching who was below the golden core realm instantly felt their heads splitting with pain, as though their divine senses were being torn apart by the shockwave. Even cultivators at the initial, mid, and late golden core stages were affected. Only the most powerful nascent soul cultivators remained minimally impacted. However, even these nascent soul cultivators were shocked by the aftershocks of Russell and Rocky's battle. Is this still a battle among the younger generation? So terrifying. Truly befitting the ultimate clash between the two greatest young geniuses of the Carey dynasty. Who will ultimately win? If it were before, I would have bet on His Highness the Haze, but now, I lean more towards Russell. Why? Russell just crushed that long spear with his bare hands. It was an 8th rank magical tool. With such formidable physical strength, he can't lose unless this power isn't his own and comes from some secret technique that burns his life force. I also lean towards Russell, but it's more of a gut feeling. Countless nascent soul cultivators focused their attention entirely on the two battling figures, their expressions grave. With each clash between Russell and Rocky, a sonic boom echoed throughout the Kermit Mountains. The dragon scales on their bodies had already shattered, with golden blood flowing from beneath the broken scales. Indeed, both Russell and Rocky had golden blood coursing through their veins. Rocky's golden blood was due to the combination of the dragon blood warrior body and imperial dragon chi, which transformed his physical body. Russell, on the other hand, inherited the ancestral dragon blood, which activated for the first time in concert with the dragon blood warrior body, turning his blood golden. The golden blood weighed heavily, causing the ground to collapse wherever it landed. Watching this scene, the surrounding cultivators all felt a chill run down their spines. Some of the bolder ones tried to collect the golden blood, but were instantly forced to kneel by a pressure like that of an ancient divine mountain. However, some stronger cultivators managed to forcibly obtain the golden blood despite the pressure. But the moment they touched the golden blood, they were enveloped by a golden flame and burned to ashes. Golden blood. Golden flame. Seeing this, even those who desperately wanted the golden blood had no choice but to suppress their desires. The fight between Russell and Rocky continued. Initially, they were evenly matched, but as time passed, Russell clearly gained the upper hand, constantly pressuring Rocky. Rocky's injuries grew more severe, with one of his arms almost completely torn apart. But he relied on the dragon blood warrior body and imperial dragon chi to support him, never showing signs of weakening. This was the first time the spectators witnessed the true might of the dragon blood warrior body. Why was it considered the foremost among the 10 great warrior bodies? This was the reason. It became stronger with every battle, especially excelling in physical combat, virtually overwhelming the other 9 warrior bodies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Highness, let me assist you. It was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who accompanied the Haze, standing at the brink of the semi-divine realm. Seeing Rocky at a disadvantage, although not visibly weakened, the situation suggested eventual defeat if it continued. Once Rocky lost, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the nascent soul cultivator could not hold back and directly intervened. Clang. A sword hum echoed as a small golden sword appeared in his palm, releasing a piercing sword chi that tore through space, aimed straight at Russell. Even the void seemed unable to withstand the sword's power, shattering into dark spatial rifts emitting powerful suction forces and countless black razor-like light beams. Initially small, these black beams rapidly expanded until they enveloped Russell entirely. Finally, Rocky got a chance to catch his breath and retreat. He can't lose unless this power isn't truly his, and is some powerful secret technique fueled by burning his life force. I also favor Russell, mostly due to intuition. Countless nascent soul cultivators focused intently on the battling duo, their expressions grave. Boom, boom. Each collision between Russell and Rocky triggered another shockwave, reverberating throughout the Kermit Mountains. The dragon scales on their bodies were long shattered, with golden blood seeping out. Yes, whether it was Russell or Rocky, their blood was golden. For Rocky, this was due to the fusion of Dragon Blood Battle Body and Imperial Dragon Chi, causing his body to transform. As for Russell, this was the first time he had unleashed the power of his ancestral Dragon Blood and the Dragon Blood Battle Body, transforming his blood into gold. The golden blood was immensely heavy, causing the ground to collapse upon landing. Watching this scene, every cultivator felt a chill run down their spine. Some bold individuals attempted to collect the golden blood, but were immediately forced to kneel under an oppressive force akin to an ancient divine mountain, unable to move forward. However, there were a few powerful cultivators who managed to obtain the golden blood. Upon contact, they were instantly engulfed in golden flames, burning to ashes. Golden blood, golden flames. Even with deep desire in their hearts, they had to abandon their thoughts after witnessing this spectacle. Russell and Rocky's battle continued. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but as time passed, Russell clearly took the upper hand, almost continuously pressing Rocky. Rocky's wounds grew both more numerous and severe. One arm was almost shredded. Yet, he relied on the Dragon Blood Battle Body and Imperial Dragon Chi, showing no signs of decline. Witnessing this, the spectators finally understood the true power of the Dragon Blood Battle Body. Why was it ranked first among the 10 great battle bodies? Because the stronger one fought, the stronger they became, especially in physical combat, where it virtually crushed the other 9 great battle bodies. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Your Highness, let me help you." It was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator accompanying Giselbert, 1 foot already in the realm of semi-immortal transformation. He needed only one more step to become a true semi-immortal. Seeing Rocky at a disadvantage, although not visibly declining, he knew this situation would eventually lead to a loss. Once Rocky lost, the consequences were predictable. Thus, the nascent soul cultivator couldn't resist intervening. Clang, clang, clang. A sudden sword chant rose. In his palm appeared a tiny golden sword, unleashing fierce sword chi into the sky, rivaling Crosby's 9 cuts of the Emperor Ruler in intensity. The Molten Sacred Land, Brand of the Universal Sacred Land, and the Cynthia of the Blazing Carry sect had all stepped in to help Russell. And at that moment, the golden small sword Wong Carmelonii used was identical to the one held by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Solar Dynasty. The aura was exactly the same. There was no mistake. Russell's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he glanced at the golden small sword, then at the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and finally at Wong Carmelonii, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the others standing behind them, who looked dazed and lifeless, as if they were being controlled. Clearly, all this was Rocky's doing. As for the reason, Russell could guess. It was because Wong Carmelonii, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the others were dissatisfied with Rocky's actions. Russell had long seen how domineering this haze was. After targeting the Cooper of the Mystic Sage sect, he went after the Myriad Sword sect, Tao sect, Heavenly Derivation Sacred Land, Universal Sacred Land, and other forces. "You're courting death." Suddenly, Russell let out an angry growl. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, speeding towards the sharp sword beam, reaching it in an instant. "Hemph, planning to use your flesh and blood to resist the heritage artifact of the Myriad Sword sect?" The nascent soul cultivator sneered cruelly, pushing the golden small sword chi to its limit before snarling, "You want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish." The originally piercing sword chi became even more chaotic and violent. Countless sword chi beams scattered uncontrollably. Not only did it engulf Russell, but also many other cultivators. What's going on? Damn it, is the Solar Dynasty so arrogant that they even want to kill us? True to form for the haze, unable to defeat Russell, he takes his frustration out on us. "I'll be the first to leave the Solar Dynasty upon return unless the Holy Emperor changes. So will I, unless someone else inherits the Holy Emperor's throne. Otherwise, the Solar Dynasty will eventually fall into Rocky's hands." Truly tyrannical. Run, run fast, or we'll be dead soon. Russell could withstand the sword chi, but the weaker cultivators couldn't, instantly being torn apart by the sharp sword chi. Blood spattered everywhere. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator who wielded the golden small sword also paused, not expecting such a turn of events. The Bailey of the Feather Sun Dynasty, along with the guardians of Imperial Extreme Sect and Ethereal Sacred Land, watched silently, their faces expressionless, but inwardly sneering. They really thought obtaining the Myriad Sword Sect's heritage artifact meant they could use it? How naive. Delusional. Each heritage artifact required specific techniques to operate. Otherwise, accidents like this would happen. The Bailey's eyes flickered, sending a telepathic message to the Garfield. "Garfield, although you have Feather Dawn Dynasty's trump card, you must be cautious about the Feather Dawn people inside the Celestial Dragon's secret realm. Whether it's the Haze or his subordinates, they act too recklessly." The Garfield nodded. "I know." Though he said this, his eyes burned with intense battle fervor. Previously, he was suppressed by Russell, Crosby, and now again by Haze Rocky, unable to turn the tide. But now, with Feather Dawn Dynasty's hidden trump card delivered, it was his turn to unleash. Apart from the trump card, the Holy Emperor had dispatched more protectors to ensure his safety without fail. Once inside the Celestial Dragon's secret realm, all gains will be mine. The Garfield's face revealed supreme confidence. Arlie, Cassidy, and others also received reinforcements from their sects. Next, they just needed to wait for the secret realm to open. Russell was unaware of what was happening with the Garfield. His only thought was to save Wong Carmelonii, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the others. True Dragon Scripture, Dragon Capture Hand, Dragon Blood Runes, Half-Dragon Body, Innate Gravine Skill, Dragon Roar. Powered by the progenitor Dragon Blood, the power increased manifold, tearing through the surrounding sword chi with his flesh and blood alone. Then he charged directly at Rocky. Gray. With Russell's roar, the Dragon Capture Hand combined with spiritual energy instantly formed a massive golden claw aimed at Rocky's defensive stance. It struck with unstoppable force. Space exploded instantly. Rocky felt an overwhelming chill surge from behind him and immediately activated his Dragon Blood Combat Body and Imperial Dragon Aura, causing golden scales to cover his entire body once more. However, against Russell's all-out enraged attack, he couldn't hold up. A crisp sound echoed as Rocky's golden scales shattered instantly, and the golden claw Russell conjured dimmed but still lunged forward with relentless force, nearly tearing Rocky apart. "No!" Rocky screamed, shouting, "Terrence, Northern King, are you not going to help?" At that moment, two terrifying auras erupted simultaneously, combining into a force no less formidable than a true spirit transformation expert, arriving above Russell and pressing down relentlessly. At the same time, two figures, seemingly teleporting, appeared beside Rocky, rescuing him. One was precisely the Terrence. The other was the Northern King, famous alongside the Terrence. Both were super cultivators at the quasi-spirit transformation realm. Yet, after saving Rocky, they retreated rapidly, heading toward the core area of the Celestial Dragon Mountain Range. Rocky, awakened with the dragon blood combat body and augmented by the old Imperial Dragon aura, though only partially utilized, was already comparable to a quasi-spirit transformation expert, but still lost to Russell. Therefore, the Western and Northern Kings were almost certain that Russell's strength lay between quasi-spirit transformation and true spirit transformation. Unmatched, they chose to retreat, waiting until Rocky perfected his Imperial Dragon aura before seeking revenge. Russell, seeing Rocky, Terrence, and Northern King fleeing frantically, glanced at the dazed Wong Carmelonii, Sean, Drew, Brant. Ultimately, he did not chase after them. Rescue first. But in the next second, sudden changes occurred. From the core of the Celestial Dragon Mountain Range, a powerful spiritual storm erupted. Simultaneously, lights flashed on Russell, the Garfield, Rocky, and Crosby's bodies, illuminating within the spiritual storm. Then, these lights coalesced into a colossal dragon-shaped silhouette. Chapter 271. Activation. Just as Russell was preparing to save the others, an unexpected change occurred. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from him, or more accurately, from the map he carried. It wasn't just Russell. Everyone who possessed a map, including Langston, the Garfield, and Rocky, all experienced a similar anomaly. Every map they carried emitted a brilliant light almost simultaneously, converging into a colossal beam that shot skyward in an awe-inspiring display. It then transformed into a gigantic dragon-shaped apparition, coiling and spiraling, nearly covering the entire Kermit Mountain range. This sudden turn of events instantly stunned everyone present. Langston, the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, Rocky, the Yoel, the Barker, the Imperial Preceptor, and all the Guardians. All their eyes lit up as they stared intently at the enormous dragon-shaped illusion. Not only that, centered around the Kermit Mountain range, cultivators within 10,000 miles in both the Yunhua dynasty and the Carey dynasty saw this apparition. Their faces filled with elation. That's a dragon. It's a dragon. The Kermit Mountain range. That place is the Kermit Mountain range. A great treasure has emerged in the Kermit Mountain range. Quickly contact the Ronnies of our sects. Contact everyone immediately and have them head to the Kermit Mountain range. There seems to be a great treasure related to dragons. We must seize it. Whatever it is, the great treasure belongs to our Tianke sect. In an instant, there was a whirlwind of activity. Countless cultivators from the Yunhua dynasty and the Carey, any cultivator who saw the entrance to the hidden realm had bloodshot eyes, like soldiers gone berserk on the battlefield, fearless and ready for anything. God blocking? Kill God. Buddha blocking? Kill Buddha. Anyone standing in their way would be eliminated. Even the Garfield, Arlie, Cassidy, Rocky, the Yoel, the Barker, Langston, the Imperial Preceptor, and all the Guardians. Everyone reacted similarly. In an instant, the previously allied young generation within the Yunhua dynasty dispersed, joining forces with the powerhouses of their respective sacred lands, sects, and noble families, rushing straight to the entrance of the hidden realm. The Hayes, the Yoel, and the Barker, who should have been escaping, instantly changed direction and ran toward that dense forest. As for Langston and his two guardians, they had already moved the moment the hidden realm appeared. If they acted this way, other cultivators were even more frenzied, rushing madly towards the entrance of the hidden realm like a swarm of bees. From this moment forward, they were all competitors. To prevent others from seizing the Kermit legacy, the best method was naturally to kill. Eliminate anyone blocking their path, and the legacy would naturally fall into their hands. Thus, amid flashes of blades and swords, rivers of blood spilled out. Faced with the Kermit legacy, no one could remain calm. All became slaves to desire. But there was one exception, Russell. After the entrance to the Kermit hidden realm appeared, although he was one of the map holders, he did not rush in with the masses but instead ran in the opposite direction, toward the positions of Emil, Abdullah, Drew, and Gu Xianyang. Compared to the Kermit hidden realm, he prioritized saving the people first. Arriving before them, Russell finally saw clearly that Emil, Abdullah, Drew, and Gu Xianyang were controlled by a secret art. Just as he was about to use his powerful divine sense to help them break free, a voice suddenly sounded. Don't use your divine sense. Russell followed the voice and found that the speaker was the Cynthia of Edgar Young's sect. It's you? He frowned. Now that the Kermit hidden realm has opened and everyone is busy rushing in to compete for the legacy, why aren't you going? The Cynthia of Edgar Young's sect smiled and slowly replied. Then why aren't you going? Russell answered truthfully. I plan to save these people first, then I'll go. The Cynthia of Edgar Young's sect laughed. I also intend to save someone. Russell's frown deepened. The Cynthia of Edgar Young's sect looked at him with a smile. What? Don't you believe me? Russell shook his head. No, I trust you. If you hadn't helped back in Shijing, I might not have believed you, but now I do. What did you mean earlier about not using my divine sense? The Cynthia of Edgar Young's sect sighed in relief. She was most worried that Russell would press her for an explanation. After all, many people had seen her compromise with Hayes Rocky, so perhaps Russell knew too. If Russell stopped her or refused to listen, it would be very problematic. Fortunately, Russell chose to trust her. At the border between the Carey dynasty and the Yunhua dynasty, Emil, Abdullah, Drew, and Gu Xinyang once joined forces to confront His Highness the Haze but failed, the Cynthia of Edgar Yang sect explained. After they failed, the Haze planted restrictions deep within their soul cores. If an outsider uses divine sense to try and help them break free, the hidden restriction would activate, exploding their seas of consciousness. She looked at Russell, speaking each word deliberately, her tone unusually serious. You know what happens when the sea of consciousness explodes, right? Russell spoke coldly, emphasizing each word. Their cultivation path will be completely severed. Worse, they may die instantly. What a ruthless heart. Clearly from the Carey dynasty, yet to resort to such cruel measures? Furious killing intent surged in Russell's eyes, almost materializing. Chapter 272, Stranger. Russell was all too familiar with Rocky, his fated rival. He knew without guessing that Rocky had placed restrictions on the divine souls of Emil, Sean, Drew, and Barkley for only two reasons. They had defied his wishes. Rocky's domineering nature was something Russell, as a party to their conflicts, understood most clearly. Additionally, it was likely related to what had happened in the Western capital initially. The enmity between Russell and Rocky seemed almost irreconcilable. Only one of them could survive this struggle. Either Russell or Rocky would have to die, with no room for compromise. In the Western capital, Emil, Sean, Drew, and Barkley had once helped Russell, saving him from peril. Rocky undoubtedly knew about this and harbored deep resentment. Perhaps in his eyes, anyone who aided Russell was his enemy, a fact Russell well understood. Yet there was one thing that was very suspicious. The Cynthia of the Scorching Carey sect had also intervened. Yet why did Rocky spare her? At this thought, Russell's gaze fell on the Cynthia of the Scorching Carey sect, and he asked with bewilderment, "Why are you unharmed?" The expression on the Cynthia's face did not change at all. She still wore a radiant smile. Meeting Russell's gaze without flinching, she asked seriously, "Do you believe me?" Russell replied, "Of course I do." After a pause, he added, "I've already answered this question before, and don't wish to repeat myself." The Cynthia smiled gently. "Then regarding my secret and the cultivation method I practice, if you trust me, there's no need to ask further questions. You just need to know that I wouldn't harm you, and have even assisted you before." As she said this, her tone became slightly more intense. Her gaze swept over Emil, Sean, Drew, and Barkley, then she continued, "If not for me, you would certainly have triggered their mental restrictions right now, wouldn't I be right?" Without waiting for Russell's response, she added, "So, I've helped you again, haven't I?" Russell nodded. "That's true." Indeed, if the Cynthia hadn't suddenly spoken up, he might have committed an irreversible mistake. Emil, Sean, Drew, and Barkley, those who had once helped him, he owed them a favor. If he let his impulsive actions lead to their destruction or deaths, it would haunt him forever. It might even create a heart demon, causing his cultivation to stagnate indefinitely. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Cynthia had saved Russell. He looked at the motionless figures of the others and asked, "We can't force it with spiritual awareness. What should we do?" The Cynthia replied solemnly, "I do have a method, but..." She stopped mid-sentence, as if there were some unspeakable secrets or fears holding her back. Seeing this, Russell urged, "Please, Cynthia, help them. As long as you can save them, I'll owe you a favor. From now on, you may command me at any time." Times colder than before. Even Russell couldn't resist shivering. Moreover, her eyes held no emotion, seeming detached and aloof, as if looking down upon everything from above. A celestial being. Yes, that word popped into Russell's mind as soon as their eyes met. An equally cold, indifferent gaze, overlooking all living beings. Suddenly, she turned her attention to Russell, her lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. Then, her gaze shifted to Emil, Sean, Drew, and Barkley. Her mocking smile deepened. In the next moment, a voice as cold as ice echoed, "Wasting my divine soul energy just to save these worthless ones? Why not let them die?" Russell braced himself as the Cynthia's gaze returned to him. "What? Are you thinking of attacking me? In the past, your insolence alone would have warranted your death." Russell asked sternly, "Who are you?" The Cynthia sneered. "Who I am is none of your concern, and you have no right to know." As she spoke, she suddenly extended her delicate hand, lightly pointing towards Emil, Sean, Barkley, and Drew. Seeing this action, Russell nearly lost control and attacked. But fortunately, he restrained himself. Almost instantly, the originally lifeless expressions of Emil, Sean, Barkley, and Drew slowly returned to normal. The icy coldness surrounding the Cynthia also gradually dissipated, awaken, and take control. This situation was clearly only temporary. As that spiritual awareness recovered its strength, it would inevitably reverse the balance. Allowing the spiritual awareness to save Emil, Sean, Drew, and Brant evidently hastened this process. Having understood the entire sequence of events, Russell couldn't help but feel concerned. Ultimately, the Pamela took action for his sake. Yet, upon returning to her original self, she didn't seem bothered about it at all, instead looking jovially at Emil, Sean, Drew, and Brant. What happened?" Emil regained his composure and looked at Russell with a complex expression. "Grade, you save us?" Russell shook his head. "It wasn't me." He pointed to the Pamela and added, "The one who saved you is her." "Impossible." Emil's expression hardened as he stared intently at the Pamela. "She has already betrayed us by joining the Haze. How could she possibly save us?" Unperturbed by the questioning, the Pamela remained smiling. "If I hadn't pretended to join the Haze, wouldn't I be controlled just like you now?" Emil seemed confused. "Controlled? I was controlled?" Russell nodded earnestly. "Yes, you were. Your divine soul has been restrained by the Haze. If you don't believe me, check your storage bag and see if the heirloom of the 10,000 sword sect is still there." He did not mention how the Pamela assisted them, respecting her earlier statement that such secrets concerning her cultivation should not be disclosed. Moreover, given Emil's sharp wit, he would likely figure out something himself. Emil didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, he hastily opened his storage bag. The next second, his expression turned icy cold. Well played, Haze Rocky. I will remember this. Not only did his storage bag have restrictions, but the heirloom weapon itself was sealed. No one except himself could access it. But now, the weapon was gone. Based on Russell's explanation, the Haze Rocky must have used the seal to compel him willingly to hand over the weapon. What a cunning scheme. This was not limited to Emil. Sean, Drew, and Brant found themselves in similar predicaments, important resources and heirlooms missing from their storage bags. From Russell's conversation with Emil, they instantly grasped the truth. So, this was the Carey dynasty's Haze, a mere bandit. No wonder he tried to seize Russell's opportunity back in the Purple Star secret realm. Well done, Rocky, very well done. This enmity, I will repay. In that direction, is that the Kermit's secret realm? I never thought the Kermit's secret realm truly existed. If Rocky has also entered, that's excellent. I always settle scores promptly. Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, and the Pamela all turned their gazes towards the entrance of the secret realm. Russell responded coldly, yes, that's the entrance to the Kermit's secret realm. As for the Haze Rocky of the Carey dynasty, he indeed entered the secret realm. I, too, believe in repaying enmity. He looked at them and asked, all of you, I intend to enter the secret realm to kill Rocky. What about you? Emil said gravely, how can I miss such an opportunity for revenge? The inheritance weapon of the 10,000 Swords sect cannot be lost. I must retrieve it no matter what. Sean, Drew, and Brant chimed in unison. We feel the same way. Only the Pamela laughed lightly. Since you're bent on revenge, count me out. She looked at Russell seriously and stated slowly, Russell, remember you owe me 2 favors. Whatever happens, don't die in the Kermit's secret realm. With those words, she vanished instantly from sight. The others exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment, Emil frowned. That woman, how do we describe her? She seems oddly enigmatic, almost like she was sent to warn Russell. He glanced at Sean, Drew, and Brant. Do any of you have the same feeling? They nodded in agreement. Brant remarked, ever since we met the Haze, I've had this strange feeling. Russell furrowed his brows. He felt the same way. But the next second, his gaze shifted from the Pamela to the entrance of the Kermit's secret realm. Let's put her matters aside. Right now, the most important things are the Kermit's secret realm and Rocky. The others echoed his this transmission isn't fixed, so we got separated. Glancing around once more, Russell instantly used a disguise technique, transforming his appearance into someone else's. This place was unknown, and given his many enemies, appearing in his true form was far too risky. One misstep could be fatal. Previously, Russell had been nearly invincible, almost killing Rocky, Giselbert of the Carey dynasty, with overwhelming force. However, only he knew that his power came at the cost of overexertion. His time was limited. Once it ran out, he would quickly weaken, a method taught by the Hayden consciousness in his mind. Once weakened, he couldn't use any dragon-related techniques, only relying on his cultivation, arrays, and alchemy. Dragon inheritance, dragon blood war body, true dragon scripture, dragon capture hand, dragon blood runic script, half dragon body, dragon roar. His innate ability, these were his strongest means. If he couldn't use them, his strength would drop to a mere tenth of its peak. In other words, right now, Russell was incredibly weak. Encountering his enemies would be extremely dangerous. Thus, caution was essential. After taking precautions, Russell observed the surroundings again. It was eerily quiet. No insects chirped, no birds sang, no beasts roared. It was like a dead land. If where Russell appeared truly were such a place, it wouldn't be a problem. Yet everything around him thrived with life. Nothing seemed like a barren wasteland. Abnormal circumstances indicated something was amiss. He suspected a powerful being might be restrained somewhere nearby, suppressing life due to its bloodline. After scanning the area with his divine sense, finding nothing unusual, Russell realized this place was even stranger. Even though his divine sense was not inferior to that of an average early-stage nascent soul cultivator, detecting no anomalies meant this place was even more mysterious. Absolutely something was wrong. Russell moved cautiously, intent only on leaving this area. Meeting such an entity now would likely mean death. Just as he prepared to leave, creak, creak, a spine-chilling sound emanated from ahead, akin to bones being crushed. Yes, Russell was sure, it was exactly that sound. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, unleashing his full speed in a desperate run for his life. Suddenly, crack, the ground beneath him split open, forming a hole from which sprouted vine-like tendrils. They seized his ankles, pulling him down with brutal force. Russell lost control and plummeted into the hole. Scanning with his divine sense, he noticed the vines around his ankles. His late gold core cultivation exploded, attempting to shatter the vines and escape. However, despite his efforts, it was futile. The vines, unknown in origin, resisted Russell's bursts of power, dragging him deeper into the cave. What is this thing? Russell's face darkened. A grand seal array on his body erupted, followed by a fifth-grade flame seal almost simultaneously, burning fiercely on his palm, rapidly spreading to his ankles and enveloping his entire body. This time it worked. The vines seemed to fear the flames, immediately releasing him upon contact with the fifth-grade azure lotus fire and disappearing into the darkness. Without chasing after the vines, Russell instead used the fire in his hand to observe the pitch-black underground cavern. Initially small, the cavern had become vast, filled with crumbling structures he had never seen before. It resembled a massive underground palace. Where's the exit from here? Russell regained his composure and began searching for an exit. He admitted he had been too complacent. Although he suspected a powerful existence hidden in this area, he hadn't expected it to originate underground. Very dangerous here, especially in his current weakened state with restricted cultivation. He must get out. Using the flame in his palm to aid his divine sense, Russell tried to find an exit. But his sensing range was severely limited to only a few meters. Not even what a novice foundation establishment cultivator could achieve. This is an array? He muttered. Because of the array, my divine sense is blocked? My current divine sense strength should match that of an early nascent soul cultivator. An array capable of blocking me must be at least 9th grade. If there's an array, there's an array eye. If I can find the array eye, I might be able to leave. His eyes brightened, focusing on where the vines had disappeared. Though pursuing it was dangerous, staying alone in this dark cave was riskier. Russell sensed the vine's origin might lead to the array eye. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stepped forward in the direction the vines had gone. Despite his divine sense limitations, he remained vigilant, prepared for any danger. Each step was taken with extreme caution as the ruined buildings grew more numerous and increasingly resembling an underground palace. Or rather, it wasn't like one. It was, as time passed, Russell indeed discovered a structure akin to a palace. Chapter 275, The Mysterious Palace. What is this place? Russell stood outside the palace-like structure, scrutinizing it carefully. For some reason, he felt a chilling sensation, as if an enormous danger lurked within the palace. Even with his late golden core cultivation, he couldn't shake off this ominous feeling. Russell knew this sensation wasn't wrong. It was akin to the warnings his divine soul gave, a manifestation of his advanced spiritual awareness predicting danger before it arrived. In other words, there was indeed peril within the palace. Once he entered, he would encounter it. Almost instantly, Russell felt an urge to turn back and leave. However, since arriving here, Russell had noticed that the power suppressing his spiritual sense had grown increasingly intense, reducing its range from several meters to just half a meter now. This reinforced his suspicion that the heart of the array likely lay within this palace. But should he enter, knowing the great danger hidden inside? As Russell pondered, something unexpected happened. Creak, creak. The bone-crushing sound resurfaced. Even Russell's scalp tingled in response. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Because as these sounds grew louder, suddenly, countless vines erupted around the palace like green serpents, winding and coiling, permeating every crevice and covering the entire building. This was no longer a matter of danger or not. It was whether one could escape once inside. Russell knew the strength of these vines all too well, having encountered them firsthand. Even unleashing his full late golden core power couldn't break or free himself from their grasp. These vines might possess the ability to bind even an early nascent soul cultivator, an alarming possibility. Outside, nascent soul experts were the pinnacle of power, rivaled only by those who had achieved the transformation realm. While Russell could slaughter nascent soul cultivators easily due to his primordial dragon bloodline, few others could match this feat. Only the Haze of the Carey dynasty and Bloss from the demon realm could do so. For most, being able to withstand a few strikes from a nascent soul cultivator without losing ground made them world-renowned geniuses. Vines that could bind such powerful cultivators? Escape. Fleeing this place and finding another way out seemed the best option. Almost immediately, Russell turned and ran. Then, a mental message echoed in his mind. Walk 10 meters to the left. Come over here, and you'll be safe. Russell froze, a wave of inexplicable terror surging through him. His spiritual awareness rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator, yet it barely extended half a meter here. Yet the voice in his head communicated clearly through spiritual transmission. Something was deeply wrong. Escape. Without hesitation, Russell bolted in the direction he had come from. Sure enough, as he ran, the voice in his head screamed hysterically. Ah! With the scream, the vines surrounding the palace surged madly toward him. One vine alone could bind a nascent soul cultivator. Imagine thousands. Russell's hair stood on end as he pushed himself to his utmost speed. But the vines were faster, quickly enveloping him. Searing. The sealing array engraved on his body flared up, releasing 5th-rank green lotus fire that burned the encroaching vines. Aya! Even more blood-curdling screams filled the air. Despite their apparent fear of fire, the vines lunged at Russell in a relentless tidal wave, swallowing him whole. Had Russell fully mastered the 5th-rank green lotus fire, he could control it effortlessly. Instead, he relied on the sealing array to contain the flames, which caused intermittent gaps in its use, a critical flaw now. Trapped by the vines, Russell faced a brief but deadly moment as he tried to deploy the green lotus fire again. Realizing the severity, Russell's face paled. As he prepared to unleash his dragon lineage despite the risk of backlash, a voice suddenly interrupted. Save him. He is a pill master with specialized refining flames that can help us escape. He is useful to us. Save him. Don't let him die. It was a voice, not just a mental transmission. Before Russell could react, a force seized him and dragged him into darkness. The vines followed but soon lost their target, scattering aimlessly. Darkness prevailed, impenetrable. Suddenly, a flame appeared before Russell, illuminating a small area. In the light, he saw a dozen figures, the weakest being early golden core and the strongest late nascent soul, no less formidable than the 3 puppet sect Ranis he had killed earlier. Among them, he recognized Cassidy, the Cynthia from the ethereal sanctuary of the Feathered Dynasty, whom he had encountered during his earlier visit to the Feathered Dynasty outpost. Alongside her were several nascent soul protectors. Oddly, she too had been dragged into this cavern by the vines. These figures split into 2 factions, one centered around Cassidy, the other led by someone holding the flame. The flame-bearer approached Russell and smiled. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you also a pill master? Chapter 276, Ancient Tree. Upon hearing this voice, Russell immediately confirmed that this person was the one who had previously mentioned saving him. Judging by his tone, it seemed he was also a pill master. He appeared to be in his early 40s but looked unusually old, with deep wrinkles covering his face as if the vitality within him had been drained away. This sudden realization startled even Russell. The image of those tendrils he had seen earlier flashed through his mind. Could they be the culprits? It would be impolite to stare at someone for too long, so Russell shifted his gaze to the flame in the man's palm. The ease with which he controlled the flame indicated that this pill master was not of low rank, at least 5th stage, if not higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form an independent group with mid-golden core cultivation, separate from Cassidy's ethereal sanctuary. A 5th stage pill master, on par with Russell. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you also a pill master? The pill master repeated his previous question, and his tone became more urgent. After a moment of thought, Russell nodded and replied, yes, I am a pill master. The pill master's expression instantly brightened. Then may I ask if you carry any restorative pills? Their stage doesn't matter. I will buy, no, I'll exchange for them. He pulled out a jade bottle and said excitedly, this is a vial of 5th stage Gravine soul pills I refined, which have a significant effect on nurturing and cultivating one's divine soul. Even some of these pills have reached 5 streaks. Would you exchange your restorative pills for this vial of Gravine soul pills? 5-streak Gravine soul pills. 5th stage pills, crafted by a 5th stage master. Such a pill, if released outside, would absolutely cause a frenzy. Even great cultivators at the nascent soul stage might risk their reputations to obtain it. Its effects on nurturing and cultivating the divine soul were immense. Yet, here, this pill master was willing to exchange such a valuable pill for a restorative pill, even one of lower rank. Russell guessed that this must be related to the life force being drained from this pill master's body. Moreover, while the pill master was speaking, Russell noticed another detail. All present, whether Cassidy, the guardians of ethereal sanctuary, or other cultivators, were gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Not for the Gravine soul pills, but for the possibility of having a restorative pill. This realization caused Russell to feel a chill. After careful consideration, he slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, although I am a 5th stage pill master, I don't have the kind of restorative pills you're asking for. As expected, upon hearing this, the faces of the pill master, Cassidy, the guardians, and the other cultivators instantly fell into disappointment. After all, Russell had admitted to being a 5th stage pill master, a title that warranted imperial treatment even in places like the Feather-Shifting Dynasty and the Solar Dynasty. Yet now, they displayed obvious disappointment. Russell clearly understood why. The vines outside were responsible. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Were those vines, which could drain a cultivator's life force, really that terrifying? Ah, what a pity. The pill master shook his head, glanced at Russell and said, although you don't carry restorative pills, with your status as a 5th stage pill master, your assistance should be crucial for us leaving this place. Cassidy, the guardians, and other cultivators unconsciously nodded. In this underground turning gray, almost instantaneously becoming old, Russell's expression changed dramatically. Staring straight at the ancient tree and red rootlets in the mirror, he asked in a trembling voice, what is this place? Though Russell didn't ask everything, Cassidy understood his meaning. She nodded and said, yes, this is the interior of the palace. Everything in the mirror is real. Inside this palace lies a bizarre ancient tree whose roots can bind nascent soul cultivators and absorb their life force. Cassidy's gaze instinctively fell on the pill master. His condition is a result of that tree. Now, you understand why he was so eager to find out if you had any restorative pills, right? Russell nodded. I get it. Cassidy stared intently at Russell, gritting her teeth, then asked again, you really don't have any? In this eerie place, hidden within the darkness was a tree capable of draining cultivators' life force. Restorative pills were invaluable, regardless of their rank, as they could save lives in critical moments. This time, Russell did not shake his head but directly replied, would Edgarf span pills work? Chapter 277, Value. Upon hearing Russell's words, everyone present was taken aback. The scene suddenly fell silent. The alchemist who had lost his vitality to the strange tree roots outside looked elated. Of course it can be done. Without any worry that Russell might renege on his promise, he immediately threw the bottle of soul pill to Russell. Russell gladly accepted it. He then retrieved a bottle of Edgarf span pill from his storage bag and tossed it over in the same manner. Back at the Bai family, Russell had produced too many high-quality Edgarf span pills and kept some for himself privately. Both the head of the Bai family and Nikki were well aware of this behavior. But in their eyes, Russell had saved Buck, becoming an immense benefactor to the Bai family. Hoarding a few bottles of Edgarf span pills was negligible compared to what they owed him. If Russell requested more, they would readily offer them. Just like the two Ronnies of the Bai family did, they would present their entire treasure vaults. Russell's value far exceeded all material wealth. Even Russell hadn't anticipated that the Edgarf span pills he hoarded would eventually come in handy, especially for a trade like this, exchanging for a soul pill. It was specifically because this soul pill enhanced one's spirit, whereas with other medicines, Russell might have considered. Still, considering only meant considering, he would still give the Edgarf span pill away. After all, just moments ago, this alchemist indirectly saved Russell's life. After receiving the Edgarf span pill, the alchemist's face lit up with joy. He hastily took out one pill and examined it. Upon seeing the 6 streaks on the pill's surface, his body trembled. Though it is only a third-rank Edgarf span pill, it has 6 streaks. He glanced deeply at Russell and said, I am in awe of your alchemy skills, fellow Taoist. With that, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Almost instantly, the wrinkles on his face and his white hair began to change. In what seemed like a miraculous rejuvenation, he transformed into someone decades younger within the blink of an eye. When he finally settled back to a middle-aged appearance, he stopped. The effect of this Edgarf span pill? The alchemist drew in a sharp breath, looking at Russell in astonishment. After a long while, he regained his composure and said solemnly, My name is Brady, and I hail from the alchemy sect. May I know your distinguished name, fellow Taoist? Alchemy sect? Russell was also very surprised upon hearing those words. This must be the sect where the black-robed person came from. It was later destroyed under mysterious circumstances. He never expected to encounter another member of the alchemy sect in this underground cave of the Kermit secret realm. Because of the black-robed person, Russell felt a favorable impression towards the alchemy sect and spoke somewhat seriously, Denver, you are too kind. I am surnamed Edgarn. Calling me little friend will suffice. Brady paused, then laughed heartily. If so, I dare to address you as young friend Edgarn. Initially, I doubted your claim of being a fifth-rank alchemist, but now I believe you. Russell nodded with a slight smile. I noticed. Brady's doubt, although brief, was caught by Russell. His doubt was inevitable. After all, Russell was too young. Additionally, without cultivating any secret technique to hide his cultivation, his late golden core stage power was surely evident. A fifth-rank alchemical master with late golden core cultivation? In today's cultivation world, only one person could match that description. Russell. This was Russell's guess based on how the others perceived him. Had it not been for the restrictions imposed by the dragon lineage's inheritance, putting him in a weakened state, and the recent chase by the green vines, these people might have already suspected he was Russell. But now, the Edgarf span pill Russell traded clearly attracted everyone's attention. Cassidy, the Cynthia from the ethereal Holy Land, along with her group of path protectors, stared intensely at the Edgarf span pill in Brady's hand. Brady noticed this and carefully put the pills back in his storage bag. Cassidy and the path protectors immediately shifted their gaze back to Russell. Not only them, but even the cultivators behind Brady were staring at Russell intensely. Do I know if Alchemist Edgarn still has any Edgarf span pills? Cassidy spoke first with a smiling face. I am willing to exchange a secret technique suitable for the late golden core stage. Russell didn't hesitate, outright rejecting her. I don't have any more. Cassidy's smile froze, finding it incredible. She sensed a faint sense of distance from Russell, not deliberate, but undeniably present. Moreover, she noticed that Russell's tone clearly indicated a lie. Just like when Brady initially asked him about vitality-enhancing pills, he refused right away. Indeed, if she put herself in Russell's shoes, she would do the same. Understanding this, Cassidy smiled again and continued, fellow Taoist Edgarn may not know my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cassidy, from the ethereal Holy Land, one of the 4 great holy lands of the Feathered Dynasty, and I am the Cynthia of the ethereal Holy Land. I promised a late golden core stage secret technique, and among the entire ethereal Holy Land, only 3 to 5 people qualify to practice it. She stared at Russell once more. Russell remained expressionless, but the others were visibly shocked. They had guessed that Cassidy's identity wasn't simple, but they hadn't imagined she was the Cynthia of the ethereal Holy Land. A late golden core stage secret technique originating from the ethereal Holy Land, with only 3 to 5 people qualified. Its value. Almost instantly, the cultivators' gazes became fiery, wishing they could replace Russell and accept the offer immediately. Even Brady was slightly astonished. But in the next second, they seemed to realize something, dampening their excitement. In this closed-off underground world, they could be attacked by the green vines at any moment, which absorbed the vitality of cultivators. All this demonstrated the immense value of the Edgarf span pill. That late golden core stage secret technique might be valuable, but it couldn't compare to the Edgarf span pill. Sometimes, the value of an item depends on the time and place. Whether Brady or other cultivators, they had already guessed the outcome. Russell would refuse. But in the next second, Russell looked at Cassidy and said calmly, I can give you a bottle of Edgarf span pills, but there's one condition. Chapter 278, a coincidence. Cassidy was initially taken aback, but then she smiled gracefully and said, what prerequisite? Taoist Edgarn, please go ahead. Russell did not hesitate and directly stated, the prerequisite is that I will give you the Edgarf span pill, but all previous favors extended by the Piao Sanctuary towards me shall be nullified. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. Their faces soon revealed an unprecedented look of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Russell. Even Lyle, Cassidy, and the late-stage nascent soul cultivators from the Piao Sanctuary hadn't anticipated that Russell's so-called prerequisite would be this. Using the Edgarf span pill to nullify a past favor. It seemed incomprehensible, almost irrational. Everyone felt like their brains had stalled. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Especially Lyle. Despite being surrounded by many cultivators who appeared to be on equal footing with Cassidy's Piao Sanctuary, he understood that his standing was solely due to being a pill master who could manipulate fire, which just happened to counteract the fear these vines outside had of fire. Any cultivator with a fire spiritual root and a cultivation method specializing in fire attributes would have been treated the same way, regardless of rank. In Cassidy's eyes, Lyle's status was no different from that of any other cultivator skilled in fire techniques. This place gave him a unique advantage, but outside, he wouldn't even warrant a second glance. While Lyle was indeed a 5th-rank pill master, his potential at this age was long exhausted. It was impossible for him to reach the 6th rank within his lifetime. In the Piao Sanctuary, such pill masters were aplenty. If Lyle were in Russell's position, he would have offered up a bottle of Edgarf span pills without hesitation and tried to cultivate ties with the Piao Sanctuary. After all, the latter's holy maiden represented one of the 4 great cultivation sanctuaries under the Feathers Transcend dynasty. To cozy up to her would be an opportunity too rare to pass up. Why on earth would anyone choose to cancel out a favor instead? Others shared similar thoughts, including Cassidy herself. She even wondered if she had misheard, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Russell looked at her, repeating what he had just said. As long as Cynthia agrees, I will immediately hand over the Edgarf span pill. Cassidy gradually recovered, confirming that Russell wasn't joking. If it were any other condition, she might have agreed instantly. But Russell's prerequisite left her hesitant. Agree to him, Cynthia? The green vines outside are extremely dangerous. They could attack at any moment. When that happens, we won't even be able to protect ourselves, let alone you. Regardless of his motives, agreeing to this exchange ensures your safety with just one bottle of Edgarf span pills. Cassidy's guardians, though unsure of Russell's intentions, urged her to accept the deal. Yet, Cassidy remained unmoved, continuing to observe Russell while lost in thought. Suddenly, the scene turned eerily silent. worried about being detected by the green vines outside. Even the flame in Lyle's palm was extinguished, plunging the area into pitch darkness. A pin drop could be heard, yet despite the short distance between them, they could still sense each other's presence due to the limited range of divine senses blocked by the mysterious array. After a long pause, Cassidy spoke, her gaze fixed on Russell, asking cautiously, "Does Taoist Edgarn seem to have a grudge against the Piao Miao Sanctuary?" Russell's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Not exactly a grudge, but given the dangers here, should we encounter peril or find ourselves in dire straits, if the Piao Miao Sanctuary leverages past favors to coerce me into taking risks, I'd be hard-pressed to refuse. One of my faults is repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. If the Piao Miao Sanctuary coerces me into risking my life or doing other things, it would be difficult for me to say no." Upon hearing Russell's words, everyone's lips twitched. Then, reflecting on it, they found his logic sound. For instance, if those black vines attacked and the Piao Miao Sanctuary asked Russell to face them head-on, what could be done then? Cassidy's expression stiffened as she enunciated carefully, "I believe, Taoist Edgarn, you are overthinking. The Piao Miao Sanctuary, being one of the 4 great cultivation sanctuaries of the Feather Transcend dynasty, would never act that way." Russell sneered, "Great, the profound Saint sect once claimed to be the top sanctuary of the Carey dynasty? Yet its supreme master colluded with the Carey dynasty royalty to repeatedly drive another Russell into despair?" His words silenced everyone again. Even Cassidy fell quiet. She cast a deep glance in Russell's direction and said, "Taoist Edgarn, trust me. The Piao Miao Sanctuary won't do that." Finishing her sentence, she marveled inwardly at herself. How had the esteemed Cynthia of the Piao Miao Sanctuary ended up explaining herself to a mere mid-stage Mac? Russell shook his head. "If you can agree to my terms, then I'll believe you." Cassidy. After some thought, she laughed unexpectedly. "I refuse. Why don't we call it quits? You keep the Edgar Span pill, and we forget this exchange ever happened. How does that sound?" Russell responded nonchalantly, "Whatever you prefer." Cassidy smiled, agreed. "By intervening earlier, the Piao Miao Sanctuary's guardians saved you once. So, consider yourself in debt to me. Fair enough?" Russell glanced at her location, but remained silent. Cassidy chuckled, ceasing further talk. Her guardians, however, couldn't hold back and began persuading her. "Cynthia, you mustn't. This person is only at the mid-stage golden core level. While he's a 5th-rank pill master, his worth pales in comparison to a bottle of Edgar Span pills." Hearing this, Cassidy sternly interjected, "My decision is final. Cease this discussion." The guardians hesitated, but ultimately stayed silent. Cassidy looked at Russell again. "How do you think we should get out of here?" Deep down, Cassidy suspected something about Russell's identity. Russell is at the mid-stage golden core level. She was also at the mid-stage golden core. Russell is a 5th-rank pill master. She is also a 5th-rank pill master. Too coincidental. Moreover, the flames he used earlier felt strangely familiar to her, as if she had encountered them before. Everything suggested that this Russell was no ordinary individual. He undoubtedly had intricate connections with the other Russell. Hashtag chapter 279, the plan. Cassidy trusted her instincts. This Edgarn Taoist before her must be connected to Russell in some way. Though he had indeed appeared genuinely panicked when facing the green vines, and his strength was barely a fraction of Russell's, his emotions clearly shifted when mentioning Xianxing sect. Even if only for a moment, as a saintess of the ethereal sanctuary, Cassidy's intuition was incredibly sharp, and she caught that instant fluctuation immediately. Even if he wasn't Russell himself, he must be closely associated with him. Otherwise, there would be no such emotional reaction. An associate of Russell was no ordinary person. Perhaps through him, a good relationship with Russell could be established. Although Cassidy was the saintess of the ethereal sanctuary, one of the 4 great cultivation sanctuaries of the Yuhua dynasty, this didn't guarantee an inherent connection with Russell. Back at the Yuhua dynasty encampment, if not for the presence of the Christopher and the National Master, she might have taken action then. But it wasn't too late now. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. I must seize it. A meaningful smile appeared on Cassidy's face. She looked at Russell, waiting for his response. Though the surroundings were pitch black and spirit sense could only extend half a meter, Russell could sense changes in Cassidy's expression. Grade she suspect something? Russell frowned but quickly relaxed. If she did notice, so be it. There were no members of the Yuhua or Carey dynasty's royal families here, so there was no need to worry. More importantly, they needed to escape this place. After a brief hesitation, Russell said, "As everyone has likely noticed, regardless of cultivation level, whether you're at the golden core stage or late stage nascent soul, spirit sense is severely restricted here, extending only about half a meter." Cassidy, Lyle, the protectors, and other cultivators all nodded. They had long noticed this issue. It was also the primary cause of their anxiety. Spirit sense was one of the main tools of cultivation, becoming more powerful with higher levels. Especially after reaching nascent soul. Now that their spirit sense was restricted, it was equivalent to having the power of nascent soul cultivators. Combined with the ever-present threat of the green vines, this place was fraught with danger. They had to get out as soon as possible. Russell continued, "I speculate that the force obstructing the spread of spirit sense likely originates from an ancient grand formation." Before he finished speaking, a protector from the ethereal sanctuary immediately objected, "That's impossible." He looked at Russell with unprecedented seriousness. A grand formation capable of hindering a late-stage nascent soul expert's spirit sense would be at least 9th rank. Yet we haven't seen any traces of array setups along our journey. Russell furrowed his brows. "How do you know that?" Lyle smiled bitterly. "Because before you arrived, we thoroughly explored the palace's surroundings and interior. Except for the area covered by the ancient tree's branches and leaves, there were no signs of any large formations." Russell suddenly recalled that Lyle had been dragged into the palace by the green vines earlier, almost losing all vitality. Thus, what he said held considerable credibility. Everyone knew that whether using array plates, array flags, or manually setting up a formation, there would always be some trace left behind. Yet Lyle claimed there were no traces around. Russell believed his instincts wouldn't fail him. This obstruction definitely came from a formation. But where was the problem? He fell into deep thought. Cassidy, Lyle, the protectors, and the other cultivators all remained silent, not wanting to disturb Russell. They had already considered every possible solution. None of them worked. Their only hope was Russell. If even he could attention, entering recklessly could lead to catastrophic consequences. And those green vines can bind even late-stage nascent soul experts. Unless you can provide the longevity pills, I will never agree to your plan. Russell smirked. This place is filled with unknown dangers. Who knows what else might be lurking besides that ancient tree? If you disagree, let's just wait until someone dies first. Let's see who gives up first. The faces of the ethereal sanctuary protectors darkened. Just then, Cassidy spoke again. I agree with Edgar Daoist's plan. Saintess. One protector tried to object but was interrupted by Cassidy, who coldly said, before we left, the Supreme Lord ordered us to follow my commands outside the sanctuary, treating me as they would treat the Supreme Lord. Do you intend to defy the Supreme Lord's orders? The protector's face changed drastically as he hastily bowed. Dare not? Humph, well and good. Cassidy turned her gaze back to Russell, smiling. Edgar Daoist, tell us your detailed plan? Chapter 280, Trust. As Cassidy's voice echoed, everyone present, Lyle, the guardian of the ethereal Holy Land, and all the cultivators turned their gazes to Russell. They also wanted to know what Russell's plan was. Since Russell entered the Kermit's secret realm before him and had fallen into this darkness earlier, they had almost exhausted every possible solution, but to no avail. This cave filled with darkness was like a cage, trapping their steps. No matter which direction they tried to leave from, they would always return to the starting point, right in front of the palace. Combined with their divine senses being restricted, it equated to a dead end. If not for Lyle accidentally using alchemy flames to burn those green vines, they might have been captured long ago. A way out? Russell muttered, then said, to get out, there is only one method, to enter that palace. His gaze shifted to Cassidy, and he continued, as your excellency mentioned earlier, there is still one place within the palace that has not been searched, the location where the ancient tree stands. I suspect that the focal point of this natural ninth-grade array lies within that tree. Before he finished speaking, everyone's faces drastically changed, including Cassidy's. She looked at Russell and exclaimed, fellow Daoist Edgar, if as you say, that tree is the focal point of this natural ninth-grade array, does that mean only by destroying that tree can we disrupt the array and restore our impaired divine senses, allowing us to escape? Lyle, the Cynthia of the ethereal Holy Land, and all the cultivators stared intently at Russell, awaiting his response. Russell's expression turned grave, and he nodded slowly. Your excellency is correct. This is the only way out. Destroying the core of this ninth-grade array will restore our divine senses. Otherwise, we will be forever trapped here. Before he could finish, a dissenting voice abruptly sounded. What if you're wrong? The speaker was one of the ethereal Holy Land's guardians. With a stern face, he stared at Russell and said, I'm not saying I don't trust you, but as you said, it's just your speculation. If there isn't even a ninth-grade natural array or any focal point, won't we risk everything without hope of return? The other guardians of the ethereal Holy Land's eyes turned cold instantly. Even the cultivators on Lyle's side had icy expressions. No one would gamble with their lives. What if Russell's guess was wrong? What then? There were peculiarities about this place, and they had witnessed the strength of the ancient tree, especially those green vines, which possessed the power to bind late-stage nascent soul Lars. If his guess was incorrect, how many of them would survive? Probably none of them. I've only shared my hypothesis and proposed solution. Russell met their gazes unflinchingly and calmly. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. After I recuperate and reach my optimal state, I'll proceed with the plan to explore the palace and find a way out. With these words, almost immediately, the ethereal Holy Land's guardians swiftly encircled Russell in an enveloping formation. The situation was now clear. The mysterious ancient tree and its green roots feared fire. However, no one on site had a fire essence root or cultivated fire attribute techniques. Only two alchemy masters existed. One was Lyle, and the other was Russell. Their escape earlier relied heavily on the flames Lyle wielded. In essence, the safety of both Lyle and Russell was crucial for everyone else's survival. Yet, Russell now intended to put himself at risk. Edgarf and death were no games to anyone. The ethereal Holy Land's guardians seemed to have a coordinated plan. They would restrain Russell if he acted impulsively and use the flames from his hands to ensure everyone's safety. Moreover, Russell carried Edgarf's span pills that could save lives in critical moments. Thus, Russell must not take risks under any circumstances. Even if he volunteered, the guardians wouldn't allow it. This was the tyrannical aspect of Holy Lands. Individual wishes meant nothing. All actions had to conform to their intentions, and any defiance would be met with immediate force. Xianshang sect, puppet sect, all operated similarly. Although it was pitch black around them, Russell's sharp senses observed everything clearly, and he inwardly sneered. The scene fell silent. Lyle and Cassidy noticed the guardians' actions, but did not speak up right away. Russell's guess and his plan involved not just his own life but others too. Russell didn't rush, waiting silently while adjusting his state. The Kermit's secret realm was significant, involving a peerless mighty figure from the previous era. If the demonic Prince Crosby or the Carey dynasty's crown Prince Rocky obtained the inheritance, Russell would be in danger. Therefore, he couldn't stay here longer and needed to find a way out quickly. After a long while, finally, the silence broke. Phew. Lyle exhaled deeply, looked at Russell and said, I trust you. Though I don't know if we will ultimately succeed, I'm willing to follow you and re-enter that palace to explore the focal point of the array. He knew his own condition best. Though he traded one bottle of immortal longevity pills for soul revitalizing pills from Russell, he had lost too much vitality, damaging his foundation. Despite looking recovered now, it was temporary. As time passed, the effects would wane, and his lifespan would diminish rapidly again. So, Lyle also needed to exit quickly to seek more heavenly treasures that could restore his vitality. Following Lyle, Cassidy spoke up. Her eyes shimmered, and she smiled at Russell, saying, "I trust you too." The feeling in her heart grew stronger. Her intuition told her that this fellow Taoist Edgarn and Russell were definitely connected. They might even be the same person. Given that, why not take the chance? What if she won the bet? Chapter 281, Black Lotus. In Cassidy's view, no matter what, they could not continue to stay in this underground cavern. It was too dangerous, too eerie. Whether it was the palace, the bizarre ancient tree, or those vines, all of them were like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads. Coupled with the open and covert struggles among cultivators, this place was a massive hidden danger, which could erupt at any moment. To improve fluency and accuracy, I have made the following changes. Translated Yin Huan to hidden danger, instead of keeping it as a Chinese term. Adjusted the sentence structure for better readability in English. Russell's words helped Cassidy make up her mind. In her heart, if this fellow Taoist Edgarn was related to Russell, or was indeed Russell, then he would surely be able to get out of here. After all, Russell had already created numerous miracles. From Russell's first step into the Yuhua dynasty's encampment, he had been creating miracles, to breaking through just before battle and killing 3 late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators from Puppetry Sect, battling with the demon Prince Crosby from the Demon Domain, and finally the heaven-defying battle with Giselbert of the Solar Dynasty. Russell had consistently been creating miracles. Every time, everyone thought he couldn't win, couldn't stand until the end, yet he always defied their expectations. Cassidy was also one. Even without personally descending, they could not disobey. Cassidy subconsciously nodded upon seeing this. Then, she looked at Russell again and asked, "Fellow Taoist Edgarn, when do you plan to act?" Russell replied, "There's no time to waste. As soon as I recover to my best state, I will immediately act." Cassidy looked at him, smiling. "I happen to have a black lotus here. Originally, it was given by the DeAndre to replenish my spirit energy. Since the situation is urgent, I'll give it to fellow Taoist Edgarn." With that, she directly took a black lotus from her storage bag. Even though they were in darkness, everyone could still feel the powerful spirit energy contained within the black lotus. A celestial treasure. This was definitely a celestial treasure. No wonder she was the saintess of Piamiao Holy Land. Such a valuable treasure was given away so easily. What a bargain for Russell. The cultivators standing behind Lyle's expression flashed with greed for a moment, but quickly, they hid their greed. Those celestial treasures were precious, they needed lives to use them. Moreover, they were currently in danger, and Russell was their hope of escaping and leaving this place. The protectors of Piamiao Holy Land also had drastically changed expressions. One protector directly said, "Saintess, this was given to you by the DeAndre." Before he could finish, Cassidy interrupted him. Her eyes locked onto the protector, speaking clearly and forcefully. "This is my decision and also the DeAndre's decision. Dare you oppose it?" Within moments, the protector's expression changed several times. But ultimately, he lowered his head. "I dare not." He immediately stepped back. Other protectors, though having objections, did not dare to come forward. Cassidy handed the black lotus to Russell, smiling. "Fellow Taoist Edgarn, please accept it. Everything for an early departure, isn't it?" Russell gave her a deep look. Previously at the Yuhua dynasty encampment, because of the Garfield and events involving Ephraim, Puppetry Sect, Demon Domain, Crosby, Solar Dynasty, Hayes Rocky, and others, Russell had neglected Cassidy. This led to Russell only now realizing how extraordinary the woman before him was, especially in terms of her insight and perception, which were almost on par with the 2 ancestors of the Bai family. If Cassidy knew that Russell compared her to the Bai family's transformation ancestors, she would definitely exclaim in shock. Since so, I cannot refuse such kindness. In such a critical moment, Russell did not hesitate and accepted Cassidy's offer. After all, getting out was most important. The moment Russell took the Black Lotus, he knew that even among celestial treasures, this Black Lotus ranked highly and was far from ordinary. Using such materials, the lowest grade elixir would be 7th grade. Its effects would be significantly more potent. But in such a moment, Russell would certainly not waste time refining pills. He swallowed the Black Lotus directly. Instantly, the Black Lotus released its pure spirit energy, surging through Russell's limbs and veins. In just a breath's time, Russell's injuries healed by a significant amount. His recently achieved late-stage golden core cultivation became completely stable, and even the aftermath of forcibly activating the ancestral dragon blood weakened greatly. Russell drew a sharp breath. He had already felt this Black Lotus was no ordinary substance, but this medicinal effect was terrifying. At the same time, he marveled at Cassidy's acute perception. Huff. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Russell's state returned to its peak. He then said, "Let's go to the palace now." As soon as he spoke, a flame appeared in his palm, emitting intense heat, not only illuminating the surrounding darkness but also forming a protective shield around Lyle, Cassidy, the protectors, and other cultivators. Seeing the flame in Russell's palm, Cassidy's lips curled, becoming even more convinced of her suspicions. There was no mistake. This flame was identical to the one Russell used to burn the 3 late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators from Puppetry Sect and confront the demon Prince Crosby. The truth was about to reveal itself. This fellow Taoist Edgarn was indeed Russell. Chapter 282, The Trap. Lyle also glanced at the flame in Russell's palm and couldn't help but sigh. Speaking solely of fire control techniques, I am no match for young friend Edgarn. He was a 5th-rank alchemy master, as was Russell. But Russell's fire control technique far surpassed his own. Let alone, Russell was young. To achieve what many alchemists spend their entire lives striving for at such a young age, truly demonstrated exceptional talent. Although Lyle hadn't observed much of Russell's alchemy, from some rumors, it was clear that Russell's alchemical talent was remarkable. And this young friend Edgarn standing before him might well be on par with that Russell. Indeed, comparison can drive one to despair. With this layer of flame protecting them, both the Tao protector of the ethereal sanctuary and the cultivators behind Lyle appeared much more relaxed. Looking at the flames around them like a spiritual force shield, they felt an unusual sensation stir within. Russell was a 5th-rank alchemy master. Logically speaking, the fire he used for alchemy shouldn't be something ordinary. It should be incredibly fierce and scorching. Yet, these flames before them exhibited not a trace of ferocity. Some cultivators even reached out to touch the flames, only feeling their gentle warmth. Almost instantly, they felt a strange illusion as if they could control these flames too. No special techniques required, just a mere thought. In Cassidy's palm, a flame danced according to her thoughts, morphing into various shapes. Then, she looked at Russell with her beautiful eyes and asked, "How exactly did you do it?" Russell replied, "It's all thanks to the black lotus you gave me." Upon hearing this, Cassidy's expression stiffened. She rolled her eyes and said, "Fine, don't explain if you don't want to." That black lotus was her gift to Russell. How could she not know its effects? It merely restored spiritual energy and helped cultivators break through bottlenecks. It offered no enhancement to an alchemist's fire control skill. But she didn't know about Russell's special case. Due to the ancient Eve dragon blood, Russell had undergone a complete transformation. Whether it was cultivation, spiritual power, array skills, or alchemy. If any one aspect improved, the others would gain insight and improve as well. This was the principle Russell often spoke of, the myriad paths leading to the same end. After being transformed by the Eve dragon blood, Russell embodied the grand path, turning the mundane into extraordinary with anything. Needless to say, that black lotus wasn't an ordinary object. Looking at Cassidy again, Russell insisted, "I'm telling the truth." Cassidy shook her head, not believing a word. With the protection of the flames, everyone felt less fear and ventured out of that space, returning to the palace entrance. Suddenly, sparse sounds of the green vines slithering filled the air, putting everyone on edge. Only after a while, seeing no vines appear, did they relax. They cautiously retraced their steps into the palace. Lyle knew this route best. With him leading the way, everyone entered the palace effortlessly. The surrounding space lit up instantly, not due to the flames enveloping them but because of the mysterious ancient tree inside. The moment Russell, Lyle, Cassidy, and the other protectors and cultivators entered, the ancient tree trembled, its emerald branches shimmering with green light, illuminating everything within the palace. Thanks to the flames and green glow, Russell finally saw thick, entwining vines covering the walls like snakes endlessly twisting and crawling. Chillingly unsettling. However, what terrified Russell even more was a face that emerged on the trunk of the ancient tree. Yes, a human face. Appearing very youthful, like that of a child in their teens. If a person had such a face, Russell wouldn't be surprised. But this was a tree with a human face. Staring intently at the face, Russell watched it blink at him and then smile. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold swept from his feet to his brain. Even he felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar, shivering all over. The next second, he shouted loudly, "Run! Leave here now!" This tree is not only alive, but has developed its own consciousness. In the cultivation world, certain unique life forms, like humans and demons, could absorb celestial essence and spirit. Some could even cultivate. When their cultivation reached a certain level, they would develop sapience. The green lotus fire that Russell forcibly subdued belonged to this category of life forms. But clearly, the green lotus fire was at the lowest end of these life forms, yet this tree, in terms of realm and sapience, far exceeded the green lotus fire, and by a huge margin. The green lotus fire was already 5th rank. What rank was this tree? 6th, 7th, 8th, or even 9th? An inexplicable sense of dread surged in Russell's heart. Lyle, Cassidy, the other protectors, and cultivators were stunned upon hearing Russell's words. Cassidy asked, "Taoist friend Edgarn, what did you say? This tree, it's alive?" Before her question was fully voiced, everyone saw those dense green vines begin to move, surging from all directions toward them. Russell's face changed abruptly as the green lotus fire exploded, fierce flames rapidly spreading, engulfing and burning the vines. But it was futile. Vines burned at the front were immediately replaced by even more emerging from behind. Endlessly and infinitely, despair clouded Russell's face. In an instant, he understood everything. This is a trap? Lyle also activated the flames in his palm, but there were too many vines to handle. Others began to take action as well. But against these vines capable of restraining late-stage nascent soul cultivators, they soon fell behind, tightly bound and hoisted upside down. One after another, cultivators were dragged away. Finally, only Russell, Cassidy, Lyle, and a few protectors from the ethereal sanctuary remained, barely holding on. But their resistance was clearly their last stand. At that moment, the face Russell saw on the ancient tree trunk smiled at him again. Gritting his teeth, Russell charged forward. To escape this place, there was only one way, to destroy the tree with the human face. Chapter 283, The Extinguished Flame. Seeing Russell dash forward without hesitation, Lyle, Cassidy, and the other protectors of the Piao Holy Land instantly understood his intention. With clenched teeth, they followed closely behind. The situation was now crystal clear. The path ahead was blocked by those green vines, and due to their restricted divine sense, their spiritual power alone couldn't hold them off for long. And with no reinforcements, there was only one way to escape this place. Follow Russell's lead and join forces to destroy that strange ancient tree. Only this way. No other choice remained. Everyone had been driven into a desperate corner. To continue resisting was death. It was better to risk everything in one final move. Russell saw their resolve and suddenly shouted, "Help me!" Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors of the Piao Holy Land held nothing back. They attacked with all their might. Lyle controlled the alchemy flames while Cassidy held a bronze ancient mirror in her palm. As for the protectors, each used their ultimate trump cards. Their efforts finally paid off. Almost instantly, the green vines were forced back. Even the vines in front of Russell were repelled by the 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire and the flames controlled by Lyle. Russell did not disappoint either. His internal spiritual power trembled violently, and his speed surged, bringing him to the ancient tree in the blink of an eye. Then, amidst the terrified gaze resembling a child's face, 5th rank Azure Lotus Fire, 9th rank Flame Array Banner, and various inscribed trap formations, killing formations, and sealing formations. All of Russell's other protectors shared similar doubts. After exchanging glances, everyone immediately dismissed these thoughts and focused fully on the attack. Russell's presence gave them hope. Boom. The combination of Azure Lotus Fire and the 9th rank Flame Array Banner unleashed such violent power that it could incinerate late-stage nascent soul cultivators, superior cultivators who had gained insights into the transformation realm and were nearly reaching the semi-transformation stage. Now, under Russell's full exertion, this power erupted instantaneously. Fiery heat engulfed the entire palace. The green vines, sensing a deadly enemy, rapidly retreated. And at the center of the flames, the peculiar tree emitted a scream akin to a human. This tree truly has a problem. Russell didn't stop there. He ceased attacking the tree and instead began searching for the 9th rank natural formation. The space inside the palace was limited, so he quickly found it. The 9th rank natural formation did exist, causing the obstruction of divine senses in this underground cavern. Moreover, this tree was the formation's central point. Russell's expression darkened as he shouted, "Attack together and help me disrupt the formation's core." With that, his spiritual power shook again, pouring ceaselessly into the Flame Array Banner. The already blazing fire seemed doused in fuel, burning even more fiercely. Without hesitation, Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors channeled their spiritual power into the Flame Array Banner, just like Russell. Russell represented their hope of escape. The ancient tree finally caught fire, blazing furiously. Russell's face lit up with joy. But then, an unexpected turn occurred. The flaming branches suddenly swayed vigorously, emitting green glows. Soon, the glows condensed into a drop of emerald green liquid, falling into the flames. Instantly, the roaring Azure Lotus Fire and the 9th rank Flame Array Banner were extinguished. Russell's pupils constricted as he shouted, "This can't be possible." Chapter 284. The ancient tree takes shape. Not only Russell, but also Lyle, Cassidy, and all the protectors had their faces suddenly change. They knew just how powerful this flame was, except for Lyle. Others, even the witnesses, still remembered that previously, outside the secret realm at the Yuhua Dynasty camp, Russell had relied on this very flame to burn alive 3 late-stage Nirvana formation cultivators from the Puppet Clan. Later, he used this flame again to force the demonic Prince Crosby's ultimate trump card, the Cole's Ruler and 9 Strikes. This ancient tree was indeed strange, but Russell's flames were also incredibly powerful. At full strength, dealing with this ancient tree should not have been a problem. However, just as victory was within reach, this sudden change occurred. The flames were actually extinguished. How is this possible? The flames, how could they be extinguished? The decaying palace, after suffering such a devastating blow, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The intense shaking immediately spread throughout the underground cave. In the next second, it was as if an earthquake had struck, causing the entire cave to tremble. Huge rocks tumbled down, nearly burying Russell, Lyle, Cassidy, and the other protectors. However, far from despairing, their faces lit up with wild joy. For in their line of sight, a massive array faintly appeared, emitting a soft white light that illuminated the entire underground cavern, spreading outwards from the mysterious ancient tree. It's a grand array, truly a grand array. And it's a 9th rank grand array, a natural 9th rank grand array. How is this possible? How did an array of this level form? Everyone, put aside the matter of the 9th rank grand array for now. The most important thing is to destroy the central eye. Lyle, Cassidy, and the other protectors were experts who instantly recognized this as the 9th rank natural grand array mentioned by Russell. 9th rank. This was a 9th rank grand array. Even in the Piao Miao Holy Land, there were no true 9th rank grand arrays, only records of them. Their protective mountain array was only 8th rank. Russell's fire element array flag was 9th rank, but only represented a fragment of the full 5th element grand array. Their happiness was short-lived. In the next moment, another bizarre event occurred. After the ancient tree shattered, a small figure emerged from the center of its trunk. It resembled a human child, and its face matched exactly the one that had appeared on the tree trunk earlier. Hiss! Russell sucked in a sharp breath, exclaiming, "This tree, it is transformed into a humanoid shape?" In the cultivation world, certain special life forms, upon reaching a certain realm, develop intelligence and consciousness. As their cultivation progresses, they eventually transform into human-like forms. While Russell's 5th rank Green Lotus Fire had developed intelligence, it was still far from transformation. Yet this ancient tree had transformed. Clearly, the child before them was the ancient tree transformed. Russell felt a chill run down his spine, realizing they were in deep trouble. Lyle, Cassidy, and the other protectors also sucked in cold breaths upon hearing Russell's words. They knew about transformations too. How is this possible? Even if this ancient tree is strange and strong, it should still be far from transforming. Why has it transformed prematurely? Could it be because it absorbed too much life force from cultivators, causing premature transformation? All efforts have been in vain. Soon, someone guessed the reason. The ancient tree's premature transformation was caused by these human cultivators who had suddenly intruded into the secret realm. Instantly, everyone's faces turned ashen once more. Russell's expression darkened. Surrendering was not his style. He again activated the Green Lotus Fire and the 9th rank fire element array flag, enveloping the small figure in raging flames. But in the next instant, the figure's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Although this ancient tree was peculiar, Russell's flame was also formidable. At full power, Dealing with this tree shouldn't be a problem. Yet, victory was within reach, and this unexpected turn of events happened. The flame was extinguished. How is this possible? The flame. How could it be extinguished? It must be due to insufficient spirit energy. Everyone, stop holding back. Use your full power to drive the spirit energy and escape from here. I have already poured all my spirit energy into the flame, but it's useless. Over. Everything is over. We shouldn't have left. This went wrong. Let's not say such things now. We need to find a way. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Russell's face was pale. In the next second, he clenched his teeth and, with a sudden burst of courage, stretched out his right hand to grab the ancient tree. A violent burst of spirit energy erupted, sweeping around. Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors were shaken by this move. They knew Russell was preparing to go all out. They too clenched their teeth and hesitated not at all, following Russell's lead to fight ruthlessly. Despite this sudden turn of events worsening an already dire situation, they realized they had no choice but to go all out. Without this effort, death was certain. But fighting might offer a glimmer of hope. With that realization, there was nothing more to hesitate about. Even among the protectors of Piao Miao Holy Land who had doubts about Russell's plan, everyone set aside their grievances during this crisis, joining forces with Russell. What kind of outcome would result when several late-stage Nirvana formation cultivators joined forces? Instantly, the world seemed to collapse. Spirit energy, like a furious storm, surged and spread wildly. The already decaying palace, unable to withstand such destruction, crumbled loudly. Severe tremors instantly impacted the entire underground cavern. In the next moment, it felt like an earthquake struck, causing the whole cavern to shake. Numerous boulders rolled down, nearly burying Russell, Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors. Yet, far from despair, everyone's faces lit up with wild joy, because within their sight, a massive array faintly appeared, emitting a soft white glow that illuminated the entire underground cavern and spread outward from the mysterious ancient tree. It's a grand array. There really is a grand array. And it's a true 9th rank grand array, a natural one at that. How is this possible? How did such a high-level array form? Everyone, put aside the 9th rank array for now. The most important thing now is to destroy the array core. Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors were all experts who instantly recognized this as the 9th rank natural grand array Russell mentioned. 9th rank, a 9th rank grand array. Even in the Piao Miao Holy Land, only records existed of 9th rank arrays, with none actually present. Their protective grand array was merely 8th rank. The fire array flag Russell held was 9th rank but only part of a complete 5-element grand array, making it incomplete. A 9th rank grand array could only be crafted by a master of array Dao at the 9th rank. Yet, in the cultivation world today, no 9th rank array master had appeared for countless years. Yet here, a 9th rank natural array existed. Shocked speechless, they were brought back to reality by Russell's stern command. Edgar and Dao Yu said it right. Our top priority now is to leave. Pity about the 9th rank grand array. Attack together to destroy the array core. The entire array's power originates from its core. Destroy it, and cultivators can use their divine sense. At that point, these vines won't be a threat anymore. Move, don't harbor illusions, and don't hold back. Hint trouble ahead. Lyle, Cassidy, and the protectors also sucked in cold air upon hearing Russell's words. They understood what it meant to take shape. How is this possible? Even if this ancient tree is strange and powerful, it should still be far from taking shape. Why did it happen prematurely? Could it be because it absorbed too much life force from cultivators and took shape earlier than expected? All our efforts have been in vain. Soon, someone guessed the reason. The culprit behind the premature transformation was the sudden intrusion of human cultivators into the secret realm. Once again, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Russell, with a dark expression, wasn't one to give up easily. He activated the blue lotus fire and the 9th rank fire array flag once more, enveloping the figure in fierce flames. But in the next second, those tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Hashtag chapter 285, lure. The figure, resembling a human child, suddenly opened its eyes, which had been tightly shut. At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly that this figure, which only resembled a human child in appearance, was actually composed entirely of trees. Its hands, feet, and body were like tree trunks. It was, in fact, a tree person, but this made it even more terrifying. Before Russell and the others' eyes, the tree person took a step forward, walking towards Russell. It circled around him, then smiled slightly and spoke. Without your flames, I wouldn't have been able to break through and reach this unprecedented new realm. Although you wanted to kill me, in a sense, you are my benefactor. I absorbed many human cultivators' vitalities and inherited some of their memories. I remember one saying goes, a drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. Russell was stunned upon hearing these words. Just when Russell thought the tree person was going to spare him, the latter continued, so I've decided to eat you last. Eat? Russell felt a sudden, bone-chilling coldness. He wanted to struggle and resist, but the force restrained him. Only his divine sense could move. His body was completely immobile, being eaten while fully conscious. This was truly terrifying. The tree person didn't continue to pay attention to Russell, but instead approached Lyle, similarly circling around him. In the next second, countless green vines emerged from all directions, piercing into Lyle's body like sharp blades. Lyle didn't even have time to make a sound. The vitality that had just returned to his body was drained away instantly, turning him into a skin and bone shell almost immediately, and he grew increasingly older, until he had to hand over control of his body. The consequences of handing over control of his body were known to Russell. Reclaiming it would be extremely difficult. The Caleb had obviously planned this step. He had been waiting for this opportunity. For a moment, Russell felt desperate. After draining Lyle's vitality, the tree person set its gaze on Cassidy and the other guardians, smirking mysteriously as the green vines once again surged forth, entering the bodies of the guardians. As their vitality was drained, The excruciating pain caused their faces to contort in agony. They could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Gulp, gulp. This time, the process lasted longer, a full quarter of an hour before stopping. The tree person showed a look of incompleteness, then turned its gaze towards Cassidy. Cassidy, seeing the approaching green vines, felt utterly hopeless. Stop. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted. It was Russell. Looking at the tree person ahead, he said earnestly, you haven't fully completed your transformation, which is why you are so eager to absorb the vitality of cultivators, right? The tree person looked at Russell in surprise, nodding and saying, yes, although I have broken through and reached a new realm, it isn't complete. There's one final step remaining. Russell's eyes flickered. I can help you complete the transformation. Not only the tree person but even Cassidy showed a look of shock. To Cassidy, gratitude was predominant. Without Russell, she would likely have been drained of all vitality and watched herself age to death. The tree person stared at Russell for a long time before speaking. Do you really have a way? Russell nodded seriously. Yes, I do. To someone like you who absorbs the vitality of cultivators, it may take a lifetime to take the final step. I can help you. The tree person asked. How can you help? Russell gritted his teeth. Since you've inherited the memories of human cultivators, you should know that among human cultivators, there exists a very special group capable of turning decay into magic, called alchemists. Chapter 286, The Great Human Medicine. Russell's words not only halted the transactions, plunging it into deep thought, but also left Cassidy stunned. She could not fathom what Russell intended to do by mentioning alchemy masters. Silence descended upon the palace. Even a pin drop could be heard. After a long while, the treant lifted its gaze towards Russell and said, Indeed, from the cultivators I've consumed, I have inherited partial knowledge about alchemy masters. They are indeed a special group that can transform decay into miracles. But, he paused for a moment before continuing, how do you plan to help me? Due to the numerous cultivators who intruded into the Kermit's secret realm, he had consumed many over this period. Virtually every one of them had some memory related to alchemy masters. Pieced together, these memories allowed the treant to form its own understanding of alchemy masters. Through alchemy, they could maximize the efficacy of various herbs and even heavenly treasures. And in the Kermit's secret realm, such treasures were abundant. A fact no one knew better than the treant, which had existed here for countless years. So, according to his understanding, Russell's plan must involve collecting various heavenly treasures to refine a special elixir that would aid in his breakthrough. Naturally, this was just the treant's interpretation, so he still asked Russell. Russell looked at him earnestly and asked, have you ever heard of the great human medicine? The treant was taken aback and shook his head. In my memories, there are only fragments related to alchemy masters, but nothing about the great human medicine you mentioned. Pausing for a moment, he added, what does that mean? Not only was he confused, but Cassidy also wore a puzzled expression. As the holy daughter of the Piao Miao Holy Land, she had never heard of the great human medicine. Even the ancient texts of the Piao Miao Holy Land made no mention of it. Cassidy couldn't help but wonder if Russell was deceiving them. This concern brought her anxiety to a new level. She had personally witnessed the treant's power. The guardians accompanying her into the Kermit's secret realm were almost all late-stage nascent soul current form, haven't you? So, you should understand what I'm saying, correct? The treant didn't respond immediately, but fell into contemplation. Russell and Cassidy held their breaths, knowing their survival depended on the treant's belief. Silence filled the palace again, interrupted only by their rapid breathing. Despite their fear, they forced themselves to remain calm. Finally, the treant spoke up, looking at Russell intently. From my memories, I seem to recall a similar method. You aren't lying to me. Russell breathed a sigh of relief, while Cassidy was utterly astonished. In her eyes, the great human medicine seemed fabricated, an expedient lie to gain the treant's trust. However, she never imagined that Russell's words were genuine. Since the treant confirmed it, it must be true. Given the treant's unique nature and its origins, it would only have accurate knowledge rooted in past experiences or revelations. Is the great human medicine real? Cassidy began to doubt herself. The treant then said to Russell, you're useful. I'll spare your life. With that, he turned towards Cassidy, and vines instantly spread to bind her tightly. A wave of dread washed over her, causing her face to turn deathly pale. But Russell suddenly shouted, hold on. The treant stopped, turning to look at Russell in confusion. The green vines ceased moving as, I was just saying it offhand. I never expected that he would really let you go. Cassidy. She was speechless with shock, but as the Cynthia of Piao Miao's sacred land, she quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. Even so, I still want to thank you. If it were anyone else, they would have stood by idly, not caring about my life or death. The situation just now was truly critical. Under those circumstances, most people would prioritize their own safety, disregarding the fate of others. If roles were reversed, even Cassidy herself might not have acted differently in Russell's position. Therefore, her gratitude was genuine. At the same time, Cassidy felt somewhat regretful. Russell was someone who clearly knew how to repay debts. Having him owe a favor was significant. Unfortunately, this opportunity seemed wasted. Previously, when Cassidy had the Guardian intervene to save Russell, it established a debt. Now, Russell had asked the treeman to spare her, balancing things out. Russell looked at Cassidy, his tone more serious than ever. If you really want to thank me, then hand over all the pills, medicinal herbs, and other rare treasures from your storage bag. Hearing this, Cassidy first froze in surprise, then suddenly understood. With an immensely powerful treeman nearby, Russell needed to buy time. Without hesitation, Cassidy took out her storage bag. Except for a bronze ancient mirror and some personal clothes, she handed over everything inside. Additionally, she collected the storage bags of Lyle, the Piao Miao sacred land guardians, and other cultivators, intending to use her divine sense to break through their restrictions. However, she then remembered that within this palace, there was a massive natural formation restricting the use of divine senses. Simple restrictions that could normally be easily broken now proved ineffective here. Thus, she obediently handed over the storage bags to Russell. Russell then passed them to the treeman. Since the treeman had chosen to trust Russell, he did not hesitate, instantly breaking the restrictions with his divine sense and passing them back. Considering the matter of his own safety, Russell also did not delay, taking everything and sorting out the medicines, herbs, and treasures. Then, using these limited resources, he began teaching the treeman how to refine the grand human elixir. The steps for refining the grand human elixir were acquired by Russell from the Hayden consciousness within his mind sea. According to the Hayden, Russell's physical body was too weak to withstand the full power of the Eve dragon blood. To rapidly strengthen his physical body, special methods were necessary. Refining the grand human elixir was one such method the Hayden had imparted to Russell. The Hayden's ultimate goal was always to seize Russell's body. Thus, Russell knew its motives were impure. However, at this critical juncture, Russell couldn't worry about that. Currently, he had two options. First, to give up control of his body to the Hayden consciousness. Second, to attempt refining the grand human elixir for a chance at survival. Choosing the former with his current state would likely result in his soul's complete annihilation, meaning death. But choosing the latter offered a glimmer of hope. Let's gamble. Russell explained the method of refining the grand human elixir without any hesitation. This method could be used for both oneself and others, but required a 6th-stage alchemist to assist. Though Russell openly claimed to be a 5th-stage alchemist, his actual alchemy skills could handle 6th-stage elixirs effortlessly. The treeman listened intently, nodding as if gaining insights. Cassidy stood awkwardly beside them, feeling bored. She tried following Russell's explanations, attempting to refine the grand human elixir using her body as a crucible, but struggled to make progress. Time flowed by. Neither Russell nor Cassidy knew how much time had passed. During this period, Russell refined countless medicinal liquids from the leftover medicines, herbs, and treasures to help the treeman purify his body. This process also aided himself. Yes, besides Cassidy, Russell and the treeman had both made progress. They started by purifying their bodies with medicinal liquids, then used fire combined with specialized alchemy techniques to transform the absorbed liquids into medicinal effects, ultimately forming pills within their bodies. This was the crucial step. A flame ignited in Russell's palm. He then looked at the treeman seriously and said, "This will determine our success. Do you trust me?" The treeman glanced at the flame in Russell's palm, showing no fear or worry. He smiled and said, "I believe you. From your tone and soul fluctuations, I can feel that you're not deceiving me." Such a straightforward response left Russell momentarily stunned. Russell's expression was peculiar. "You should fear fire. Aren't you afraid I might attack you suddenly?" The treeman smiled. "You won't." Pausing, he continued, "Even if you do move, I have ways to kill you before you act. Don't forget, behind me is a 9th-stage natural formation. As the focal point, I can detect every fluctuation in your souls. Any harmful intentions toward me will be known." Russell remained silent, but Cassidy broke out in a cold sweat. According to the treeman, her thoughts must have been exposed long ago, especially after Russell produced that 5th-stage lotus flame. Instantly, Cassidy dismissed any sinister thoughts, not daring to entertain further ideas. Russell gave the treeman a deep look, then the 5th-stage Qinglian flame in his palm erupted, engulfing the treeman entirely. Chapter 288, Departure. The treeman had taken form from that mysterious ancient tree. Logically, he should have sustained some damage after encountering Russell's 5th-rank green lotus flame. Even if the treeman could minimize the harm with his formidable power at the half-step transformation realm, he would still be injured to some extent. However, this was the strange part. After practicing the method of the grand medicine for the human body taught by Russell, the treeman seemed to truly transform into a cauldron. The medicinal liquids he refined were like materials placed in the alchemy furnace by an alchemy master. Russell's 5th-rank green lotus flame did not ignite him, but instead enveloped him, beginning to simmer the grand medicine for the human body. Hiram was a 5th-rank alchemy master, and the protectors of the ethereal Holy Land were all formidable figures. The quality of the elixirs, herbs, and treasures stored in their bags was exceptionally high. As the simmering continued, the entire palace was filled with an eerie medicinal fragrance. With Russell gradually releasing the seal on the green lotus flame, the aroma became even more potent. Subtle changes began to occur in the treeman's body. Initially, the only human-like feature of the treeman was his face, while the rest of his body retained the shape of a tree. But after being simmered, one of his arms began to transform into the shape of a human arm. Though his cultivation level did not increase, it was undoubtedly a significant step forward, because this gave the treeman hope. He saw the possibility of transforming fully into a human. He gazed at his own arm, his face brimming with wild joy. Though Russell showed little expression outwardly, inwardly, his heart was already surging with waves of excitement. It was real. The method of the grand medicine for the human body was actually genuine. Russell felt equally ecstatic. The Azure Dragon consciousness in his mind had shared the method of the grand medicine for the human body to help Russell strengthen his physical body, but its motives were clearly impure from the start. It aimed to seize control of Russell's body. Therefore, Russell worried about hidden traps. But now it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. The method shared by the Azure Dragon consciousness indeed worked. However, before he could rejoice for long, a sudden change occurred. The treeman's arm, which was almost fully transformed into a human arm, suddenly stopped changing and quickly reverted to its original form. Russell's expression changed, and he hastily withdrew the green lotus flame. "How do you feel?" he asked urgently. The treeman, seemingly unaware of Russell's words, muttered to himself, "Alas, the ranks of these elixirs, herbs, and treasures are still too low. It seems I must find higher-grade materials to achieve full transformation." Suddenly, his gaze fell on Russell, and he added, "Next is your turn." Russell froze upon hearing this. Even Cassidy's heart leaped again, barely daring to breathe. The treeman looked at Russell seriously. "Your intentions are clear to me. You told me the secret of the grand medicine for the human body, so that I could try it first as an experiment. If it worked, you'd then use this method to strengthen your body. Russell was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and replied, yes. Are you not angry? The tree man smiled. Why should I be angry? From the beginning, you didn't plan to hide anything from me, right? This was something we both agreed upon. It was our first deal. Why should I be angry? Enough talk, let's get started. Once you're done, I'll take you out to find more treasures. Before Russell could respond, Cassidy burst into uncontrollable joy. Finally, they could leave. What a relief. Russell glanced deeply at the tree man and without further hesitation, sat down in a meditative position. He focused his mind, instantly unsealing the constraints on his body. In the next moment, the fifth-rank green lotus flame erupted once again, surrounding Russell and beginning to simmer the undulations within his body. The strong medicinal fragrance once again filled the entire palace. As time passed, Russell's body turned red like a boiled shrimp. Seeing this, Cassidy's heart clenched in worry. If something happened to Russell, her hopes of leaving would be utterly shattered. The tree man silently observed everything, his expression barely changing. After a long while, Russell's body returned to normal. The first step of the grand medicine for the human body was complete. Russell distinctly felt his physical body had grown much stronger. However, as the tree man said, the rank of the elixirs, herbs, and treasures brought by Hiram and the protectors of the ethereal Holy Land was too low, leading to less significant effects. Of course, there was a more important reason. By current cultivation standards, Russell's physical body was already very powerful. Advancing further was extremely difficult. Only the Azure Dragon consciousness, using the standards of ancient human cultivators, deemed Russell's physical body weak. Russell exhaled a breath, absorbing all the stray medicinal energies that had escaped. After completing everything, he slowly rose to his feet, looking at the tree man earnestly. I will keep my promise. No matter what, I will help you complete your final transformation into a true human form. The tree man nodded. From the memories of the human cultivators I absorbed, I saw much treachery, but you are different. In your tone, I hear sincerity. Let's go. It's time to leave here. I've been growing here for countless ages, so long that I've lost count. Now, finally, I can depart. Saying this, his body flashed with a sudden white light. Russell's pupils constricted sharply. What the tree man was doing was eerily familiar. It was the same method Russell used to subdue the fifth-rank green lotus flame. By sealing the formation through a sealing formation array, embedding the natural ninth-rank formation within himself. Theoretically, naturally formed formations cannot be moved. However, Russell's method allowed it. But sealing a ninth-rank natural formation required at least a ninth-rank sealing formation array. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Russell asked, You are a ninth-rank formation master? What, a ninth-rank formation master? Cassidy exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the tree man in astonishment. The tree man smiled. Among the human cultivators I devoured, there just happened to be a formation master. But he was merely fourth rank, not ninth rank. Russell asked, Then how can you seal this ninth rank formation? Midway through his sentence, he abruptly remembered something else and questioned, So, you know alchemy as well? Chapter 289, Eben. From the treeman's words, Russell discovered a piece of information that made his scalp tingle. According to the treeman, he had devoured an array master and thus gained memories of array techniques. Using these memories, it took him just one glance at Russell's method of using a sealing formation to control the fifth-rank green lotus flame before he mastered it. Not only did he learn Russell's method, but also how to set up the sealing formation. Right in front of Russell, he used the same method to seal the ninth-rank natural grand formation within himself. One must understand that only a ninth-rank sealing formation could seal a ninth-rank natural grand formation. This was absolutely horrifying. The treeman's ability was even more terrifying than a body-snatching cultivator who acquires all of their victims' knowledge and skills. He had just devoured Lyle, a fifth-rank alchemy master. So, did this mean this treeman not only knew how to set up formations, but could also refine pills? Just like Russell, who was proficient in both arrays and alchemy, yet the treeman possessed even more terrifying abilities. What frightened Russell even more was that when he refined human body great medicine earlier, he hadn't avoided the treeman, meaning there was a high possibility the treeman had learned how to refine this medicine. Grade this imply the treeman no longer needed him? Facing Russell's question, the treeman nodded. Indeed. I have already learned pill refinement. Russell instantly felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling with fear. He looked straight into the treeman's eyes and asked seriously, So you no longer need me? Are you going to kill me? Even as he spoke, Russell prepared for the worst. If the treeman dared to make a move, he would immediately relinquish his physical body and hand it over to the consciousness in his sea of consciousness. That Caleb consciousness originated from the previous era and lived for tens of thousands of years. It definitely had ways to handle the current treeman, but doing so would make it exceedingly difficult for Russell to reclaim his body later on. Beside him, Cassidy didn't understand the conversation between Russell and the treeman, but when she heard Russell say the treeman would kill him, her heart skipped a beat. All her hopes of leaving were tied to Russell. If he died, so would she. What exactly happened here? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. So why did it suddenly turn out this way? The treeman, hearing Russell's words, was slightly taken aback. He then fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked up at Russell and said slowly, Indeed, you are no longer useful. Russell's heart raced in fear. So did Cassidy's. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, the treeman changed his tone. However, I sense a threat from your soul fluctuations. If I kill you now, I might harm myself, leading to mutual destruction. Why should I take such risks? Looking directly at Russell, the treeman continued earnestly, Moreover, compared to you, the alchemy skills of the alchemist I just devoured are like a firefly's light against the moon's brilliance. There is an unbridgeable gap. So, I do not plan to kill you. Because I have a premonition that keeping you alive will be far more beneficial than killing you. Russell's heart sank even deeper upon hearing these words. The Caleb consciousness in his sea of consciousness was Russell's last resort, but somehow, the treeman had sensed its presence. Instantly, Russell realized the immense gap between them. It was a difference in life essence, which mere cultivation levels couldn't bridge. Unless Russell underwent a complete transformation in life essence, he would always be at the mercy of the treeman. This was not what he wanted. Earlier, Russell had still held some hope, wanting to fight to the death, taking the other down with him. But now, he suppressed those thoughts completely, knowing it was all too naive. Even if he handed over his body to the Caleb consciousness, it might still be powerless against the treeman. Worse, it might put him in a truly desperate situation. Phew. Understanding everything, Russell sighed and said, I see. Cassidy didn't grasp the full meaning of Russell's words, but she knew that somehow, she had escaped a great peril. As long as Russell survived, she could live through this. The treeman smiled gently at Russell. Since you understand, let's go and leave this place. Russell didn't leave immediately but bowed politely, changing his address. May I ask the venerable name of the senior? He addressed the treeman differently because clearly, this being was not akin to the Green Lotus fire. His life essence far surpassed the Green Lotus fire. Perhaps, no other entity in the entire cultivation world could match him. Though he had lived for countless ages, only now transforming into human form, Russell respectfully called him senior, which the treeman deserved. Upon hearing this, the treeman's face showed a nostalgic expression. After a long pause, he said softly, call me Eben. Eben? Was this the one who had given him this opportunity? Russell nodded. Glenn Eben? They stopped talking. Eben led the way, followed by Russell and Cassidy, as they left the palace. Due to the previous battle disturbance, the underground grotto had been affected, blocking the path they came from. However, this posed no problem for Eben. Green vines erupted from under his feet, swiftly carving out a new path in mere moments. Let's go, Eben said to Russell before entering the newly created passage. Russell followed closely behind. Cassidy clenched her teeth and tagged along. The passage was pitch black. Since the 9th rank natural grand formation wasn't destroyed but sealed within Eben's body, Russell and Cassidy's spiritual senses faced significant restrictions, even more severe than before. Previously, their senses could extend about half a meter, but now, they extended nowhere. Following Eben, their spiritual senses seemed useless, as if under some sort of restriction. Russell and Cassidy were virtually blind. Fortunately, there were footsteps to guide them. They hesitated not a moment, following closely behind Eben. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, a beam of light appeared ahead. Russell and Cassidy felt elated. But due to Eben's presence, they kept their emotions in check. As the light grew brighter, they confirmed that it was indeed the exit. Chapter 290, Osiris. Having been trapped in this underground space for so long, Russell and Cassidy could hardly pretend to be unhappy at the sight of an exit. However, due to Eben's presence, both suppressed their joy. As they approached the exit, Russell and Cassidy gradually noticed something amiss. Through the light shining from the exit, they vaguely saw flashes of human figures moving about. Moreover, voices echoed in their ears. There are people in this tunnel, coming out. We were the first to find this place, but someone got here earlier? Who is it? Whoever it is, kill them. No matter what, the secret of this place must not spread. This nearly mature lotus is mine, only mine. Yes, Driscoll. Russell and Cassidy felt a chill upon hearing these words. It seemed they had stumbled into some sacred ground that others had already claimed. But what did they mean by the lotus? They glanced at Eben, who showed no expression on his face, and felt relieved. At the same time, they grew wary. If those outside really attacked and Eben unleashed his fury, would they get caught in the crossfire? Time ticked on. Finally, Russell, Cassidy, and Eben arrived at the exit and looked out. It was indeed a sacred ground as Russell had guessed. Ruins were scattered everywhere, similar to the palace in the underground cave. In the center of the ruins lay a massive lake, and at its heart bloomed a snow-white lotus. Around the lotus stood several figures, the weakest being at the foundation establishment stage, and the strongest at the later golden core stage. Russell's brows furrowed instantly. How did these cultivators enter the Kermit's secret realm? Weren't they afraid of dying? The Kermit's secret realm was where an unparalleled powerhouse of the beast region had fallen. Dangers lurked everywhere, with numerous forbidden areas. Even great cultivators at the nascent soul stage risked death here. That's how the path protectors of the ethereal sacred land perished. Those eligible to enter here should have been at least max. Yet, Russell saw several foundation establishment cultivators. How dare they? Suddenly, Russell sensed something and directed his gaze toward a Gillis in red robes among the crowd. The Gillis was staring at Russell intently and suddenly shouted, "Who are you? How did you discover this place?" Russell did not respond, constrained by Eben. Acting rashly might anger him. Cassidy dared not speak either. Only Eben, among the three, stared intently at the lotus in the lake. The Gillis in red robes, seeing no one answer, narrowed his eyes. "So, you're here for the lotus? I already said, this lotus belongs to me." He ordered the nearby Max, "Kill them." "Yes, Driscoll." The Max nodded without hesitation. Their spiritual energy surged as they activated their most powerful secret techniques and charged at Russell, Cassidy, and Eben. Russell was speechless. What was wrong with these people? Grain't they understand the situation at all? At this moment, Cassidy leaned over and whispered, "I think I know who they are." Russell subconsciously asked, "Who are they?" "They come from the ancient glory sect of the Yuhua dynasty. Its sect leader is a half-step nascent soul expert, just one step away from true nascent soul," she explained, pointing at the Gillis in red robes, "and he is the Osiris." How to describe him? Cassidy continued, "He has some talent in cultivation, but has never left the confines of the ancient glory sect." As she spoke, a look of confusion crossed her face. How did he even enter the Kermit's secret realm? In truth, there was no need for an answer. Word of the Kermit's secret realm had spread like wildfire in just a few days. Both the Kari dynasty and the Yuhua dynasty, various cultivation holy lands, sects, families, and minor factions, all rushed to join in, hoping to seize opportunities. Few realized this was equivalent to courting death. Just like this Cole of the ancient glory sect, Russell didn't understand where his confidence came from until Cassidy's explanation made it clear. He was like a gilded bird in a cage, talented in cultivation but lacking real-world experience. Such individuals often overestimated themselves, acting as if they were invincible. Meeting someone crafty might spell doom for them, because they offended too many people easily. Right now, they dared to provoke even Eben, whom even Russell feared to offend. Russell shook his head, already having sentenced them to death mentally. But then, the Cole of ancient glory sect waved his hand abruptly. Stop. Russell was puzzled. Why did he stop? The Cole looked straight at Cassidy and said calmly, since you know of the ancient glory sect and recognize me as its Cole, you must come from the Yuhua dynasty. Do I know your name, immortal lady? Cassidy glanced at Russell, seemingly asking for advice or seeking help. Should she speak up? Russell shook his head. Even he, constrained by Eben, dared not act recklessly or speak freely. Why would Cassidy ask him? Cassidy understood immediately, cursing herself for being foolish. She then composed herself and completely ignored the Cole of ancient glory sect. The Cole frowned deeply and added, do you have any hidden difficulties, immortal lady? Cassidy remained silent. The Cole persisted. Could it be, you've been restricted by someone? Who? Suddenly, his gaze landed on Eben, and he exclaimed sharply, is it him? Among Russell, Cassidy, and Eben, Eben's appearance was the strangest. Apart from a face resembling that of a human child, the rest of his body was composed of tree branches. Hence, in the Cole's eyes, he was the most suspicious. Chapter 291, The Canary. After hearing the words of Gu Hua Sect's Phelan, although Russell's face remained expressionless, his heart had already passed a death sentence on the other party. Such an idiot. Why not stay properly within the sect? Rashly appearing in the Kermit's secret realm, seeking death? Indeed, Eben, who had been staring at the lotus flower in the center of the lake, suddenly turned his head and glanced at the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect, only to quickly shift his gaze back to the lotus flower. Although this happened, Cassidy felt a chill run down her spine, almost scared to death. As the Cynthia of the Piao Miao sacred land, she had never imagined having moments like this where she was living in fear. Her eyes sharp, she fixed her gaze on the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect, enunciating every word coldly. If you don't want to bring trouble to Gu Hua Sect, it's best you shut up. The Phelan of Gu Hua Sect was momentarily stunned by her words, but then laughed. What does fairy mean? I'm trying to save you. He seemed to think of something midway through his speech, his tone suddenly changing. I understand. He pointed at Eben, his voice filled with killing intent. Was this what he told you to say, right? Fairy, please rest assured. I will rescue you no matter what, I swear. From the moment he saw Cassidy, the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had met her before. But from childhood to adulthood, he had never left Gu Hua Sect. How could he have possibly seen her? In an instant, the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect determined that this must be fate. He must have seen her in a dream. That was the only explanation he could think of. Coupled with the mistaken belief that Cassidy was under Eben's restriction, for the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect, this was the perfect opportunity to save the damsel in distress. If he could rescue her from Eben, he would surely win the favor of the fairy. Unbeknownst to him, Cassidy had already cursed him hundreds of times in her heart. She even swore that if she ever had the chance to leave the Kermit's secret realm, she would mobilize the power of the Piao Miao sacred land to completely uproot the Gu Hua Sect. A sect capable of nurturing someone like this could not be good. It would be better off disappearing entirely. Moreover, allowing this Phelan and all members of Gu Hua Sect behind him to endanger the Cynthia of Piao Miao sacred land was beyond forgiveness. In terms of their mannerisms, Cassidy, Hamza, Garfield, and Hayes Rocky were nearly indistinguishable. With strength, power, and background, one could control others' lives. That was the ironclad rule of the cultivation world. The strong ruled. Unfortunately, the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect in front of them was lost in thoughts of rescuing the beauty and gaining the fairy's favor. He completely failed to understand what Cassidy's icy gaze signified. Instead, the few late-stage Macs nearby sensed something amiss. There was no way they couldn't notice. The palpable killing intent directed at them by Eben made their hearts tremble, feeling as though they had plunged into an ice cellar, turning them numb with cold. One of the late-stage Macs stepped forward and leaned close to the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect, advising, Driscoll, things aren't right. We should leave here first. Otherwise, something might happen that puts Driscoll in danger. Before he finished speaking, the Phelan's expression darkened coldly. Your point is to abandon this rare opportunity, give up saving the fairy, and flee like cowards? The late-stage Mac steeled himself and replied, yes, staying here poses a danger. The Phelan snorted coldly, danger? I'm not afraid. Can we, cultivators, fear danger? His words were intended for Cassidy, thinking them very impressive. But unknowingly, Cassidy looked at him as if he were a fool. In the next moment, the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect gestured toward Eben coldly and commanded, go, kill him. Gulp gulp. The group of Gu Hua Sect cultivators, under Eben's icy gaze, struggled to swallow. Even the late-stage Macs did not dare step forward. Seeing this scene, the Phelan of Gu Hua Sect was almost about to lose control. You are disobeying me? The late-stage Macs exchanged glances. The one who had spoken earlier gritted his teeth and suddenly bellowed, take Driscoll and go. Even before the words were fully out, another cultivator took action. Explosive spiritual energy formed a giant hand that scooped up the Phelan and retreated rapidly. The other cultivators, regardless of being at the golden core or foundation establishment stages, also retreated one after another. You actually... The Phelan of Gu Hua Sect raged. Once we return, I'll make sure the Patriarch punishes you severely. Just as he finished speaking, Eben's gaze shifted again, landing on them. Then he spoke indifferently, this is a matter among your human cultivators. Resolve it yourselves. Kill them. Russell felt a chill but did not act. He could tell that Eben's words were not meant for him but for Cassidy. It was clear to everyone that the foolish Phelan of Guhua sect wanted to court Cassidy. As a party involved, Cassidy's expression was already as gloomy as water. Upon hearing Eben's words, she took a slow step forward. Then, she reached out into the void. Suddenly, the ancient bronze mirror appeared in her palm, emitting a burst of wild spiritual energy along with killing intent, enveloping all of Guhua sect's cultivators. This is a 9th grade magical artifact, the ancient Piao Miao mirror. One of the Guhua sect cultivators recognized the artifact in Cassidy's hand, his pupils constricting. Why do you possess the Piao Miao Sacred Lands 9th grade magical artifact, the ancient Piao Miao mirror? Wait, are you the Cynthia of Piao Miao? Cynthia of Piao Miao? Upon hearing these 4 words, all cultivators were abruptly shocked, including the Phelan of Guhua sect. At this moment, he finally remembered where he had seen Cassidy, not in a dream, but at the ceremony when the current patriarch of Guhua sect ascended to the position. How can this be? He stared at Cassidy, mumbling incessantly. Next, a burst of void sword intent erupted, attacking Guhua sect's cultivators. Weaker cultivators, mid-foundation establishment, late foundation establishment, early golden core, mid-golden core, were instantly shattered under the sword intense assault, dead beyond revival. Only a few late-stage max managed to hold on desperately. Hashtag chapter 292, Spirit Chi Tide. Russell gave Cassidy a startled look. Though his face showed no emotion, a storm raged within him. He had heard every word of the late Mac. The ancient bronze mirror in Cassidy's hand was not only a 9th rank magic weapon, but also a supreme treasure of the Piao Miao Holy Land. Unbelievable. And within that ancient mirror lay such a terrifying void sword intent. Honestly speaking, these Guhua sect cultivators, be it the Phelan or the late Max, were all weaklings. In his prime, Russell could have wiped them out with a flick of his finger. Even now, unable to use the dragon lineage inheritance, he could easily handle them if he lifted the array formation sealing the 5th rank Azure Lotus Flame and combined it with the 9th rank Fire Array flag. But Cassidy could deal with them just as effortlessly. So, Russell was almost certain this ancient bronze mirror was far from what it seemed on the surface. It likely concealed other formidable powers, perhaps even stronger void sword intents capable of threatening early-stage nascent soul cultivators, or even half-step soul transformation experts. Indeed, saints and princesses from cultivation holy lands were never simple figures, whether it was Zack, the Garfield, or Cassidy standing before him. Russell instantly became wary. Unable to use his strongest dragon lineage abilities, he would have no means of defense if Cassidy decided to make a move against him. He could only run. Though both were constrained by divine power, some things couldn't be ignored in the cultivation world, even between the closest partners. Cassidy had no idea about Russell's thoughts. Holding the ancient bronze mirror, she flicked her finger. Instantly, an even more powerful void sword intent erupted, tearing apart those late Macs from the Guhua sect. They were dead, utterly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, only the Phelan remained among the Guhua sect cultivators. As a pampered bird who had never ventured outside the sect, the Guhua sect Phelan had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he no longer viewed Cassidy as an immortal maiden but as a demoness. Staring straight at her, he spoke through clenched teeth. I rescued you out of kindness, yet you not only failed to show gratitude but wished to kill me? Upon hearing this, Cassidy first froze, then laughed bitterly. Rescue me? Ha! You nearly got me killed, you know? Only heaven knew how terrified she had been. Edgar Russell, she was under Eben's control. Yet, unlike Russell, who was both an alchemy master and an array master greatly aiding Eben, she lived solely on Russell's account. If Eben's mood ever turned foul and he ceased considering Russell's face, he might crush her like an ant, erasing her existence permanently. Just one thought would do it. The Phelan's words had almost provoked Eben, pushing Cassidy close to death once again. She couldn't take it any longer, directing the ancient bronze mirror towards the Guhua sect Phelan. Suddenly, an incredibly sharp void sword intent burst forth, locking onto him. Excellent, the Phelan snarled. You wanted to save me, yet I wanted to kill you. Was it for this lotus? Even if you kill me, you will never get it. Before he finished, a jade slip appeared in his palm. Smirking wickedly, he said, You'll never get it, and crushed the jade slip. As a saint maiden of the Piao Miao Holy Land, Cassidy still retained her discernment despite her obstructed divine sense. Earlier, she had noticed the surroundings were sealed off into an isolated space by numerous restraints. Some of these seals were old, while others were newly set up. The only other people who had entered this place besides Russell, Eben, and herself were the Guhua sect cultivators. Therefore, they must have set up the seals. Triggering any one of these seals would cause a chain reaction with devastating consequences. Clearly, the jade slip in the Phelan's hand was a trigger device. He intended to activate the seals. In a moment, Cassidy's heart raced as she screamed, No. She stopped driving the void sword intent as soon as she spoke, but it was too late. The void sword intent had already fallen, killing the Phelan. However, the seal-triggering jade slip exploded as well. Almost instantly, chaos erupted. Surrounding seals shattered one after another, transforming into a massive spirit chi tide that surged skyward, sweeping in all directions. Russell, Eben, and Cassidy were instantly hit by the impact. This spirit chi tide resembled a spirit gathering array but was much more overpowering. Cultivators needed to absorb vast amounts of spirit chi, but accumulating too much would lead to disaster, rupturing their bodies and sending them into endless torment. That was exactly what happened to Russell, Eben, and Cassidy. Massive amounts of spirit chi flooded their bodies like a torrent pouring over their heads, regardless of their will. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to burst. Perhaps it would happen in the next second. Russell felt utterly hopeless. He hadn't expected that killing the Guhua sect cultivators would result in such dire consequences. Had he known, he would have prevented it or acted more decisively, striking down the Phelan the moment he pulled out the jade slip, leaving no chance for retaliation. Alas, it was too late. Cassidy, driven mad by desperation, tried to resist using the 9th rank magic weapon, but it was futile. The spirit she tied was too powerful, surpassing even what a 9th rank magic weapon could withstand. Even it couldn't protect her. Chapter 293, Treasures Unearthed. The sudden surge of spiritual energy was comparable to a calamity. With Cassidy holding the ancient bronze mirror, she could barely protect herself. Indeed, that ancient bronze mirror was powerful, not only being a tier 9 magical artifact but also a supreme treasure passed down through the ages by the ethereal sacred land. But one mustn't forget where they were. This was the Kermit's secret realm, the place where the peerless strongman Kermit of the previous era perished, with numerous treacherous terrains and deadly grounds. The spot before them was one such area. The abrupt eruption of spiritual energy instantly plunged Cassidy into a desperate situation. Unless she carried an immortal-grade artifact, she would certainly die without any protection, exploded by the overwhelming spiritual energy. And if this was Cassidy's fate, Russell's plight was even more dire. Cassidy still possessed a tier 9 magical artifact, whereas Russell had long relied on the Dragon Clan's heritage, devoid of any magical artifacts. If he could use the Dragon Clan's power, perhaps he could resist for a while. However, because he had forcibly activated the primordial dragon blood strength, he couldn't utilize his Dragon Clan inheritance. The true dragon scripture, dragon capture hands, half-dragon body, bloodline runes, innate divine abilities. All these were useless now. An unprecedented sense of despair spread across Russell's face. What he could rely on now was only his physical body. But in the face of this raging tide of spiritual energy, even a tier 9 magical artifact proved ineffective, let alone mere flesh and bone. Unless Russell could truly activate the primordial dragon blood, it would be futile otherwise. Am I really going to die here? No, I refuse to accept it. Russell's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared inwardly, I still have revenge to exact. I haven't become the paramount powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. I won't accept it. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot. Unsure if his cries made any difference, in the next second, a verdant ancient tree appeared out of nowhere, rooted within the surging spiritual energy. Its vast canopy swayed abruptly, scattering specks of starlight that coalesced into a protective green shield enveloping Russell. It was Eben. He finally took action. This ancient tree was his true form. Even he needed to resort to his true form to survive the calamitous wave of spiritual energy. Russell gazed at the human-like face formed on the trunk, his expression filled with gratitude. Rescue me. At that moment, a cry for help sounded beside him. Instinctively turning his head, Russell saw Cassidy in the midst of the spiritual energy tide, barely holding on, about to meet her end. Eben's true form was only protecting Russell from the tide. He chose to ignore the instigator of this disaster completely. To Eben, only Russell held any value between the two. Therefore, Cassidy's life or death meant nothing to him. Moreover, this entire incident was triggered by Cassidy. If she had been ruthless, none of this would have happened. Cassidy realized this, her face etched with despair. Yet the instinct to survive drove her to look at Russell and scream desperately, "Save me! If you save me, the ethereal sacred land owes you a favor. Whatever it is, I will grant your request. Even me included." Russell clenched his teeth. He wanted to save Cassidy. After all, during their time in that underground cavern, they had shared trials together. Besides, Cassidy had once saved Russell. Even though the favor was repaid, the fact remained undeniable. She was indeed a decent person. Compared to Theo of the Puppet Sect, the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty, Crosby of the Demon region, and Hayes Rocky of the Solar dynasty, she was far better. However, Russell relied on Eben's strength to survive himself. He was powerless to help. Seeing Cassidy's desperate and helpless expression, Russell gritted his teeth and looked at Eben, pleading, "Denver, please save her." Meeting Russell's gaze, Eben said calmly, "You truly want me to save her?" Russell nodded, "Yes." Eben replied, "Very well, but you owe me a favor. In the future, when I need help, you must come to my aid." Russell was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Could someone as powerful as Eben require assistance? With the situation urgent, Russell quickly nodded firmly, "Whenever needed, I will comply." Hardly had his words finished echoing, Eben's true form, the massive tree crown, swayed again. Numerous roots shot up from the ground, swiftly extending outwards, seizing Cassidy and pulling her into the protective range of the canopy. The emerald green shield, composed of scattered green light, enveloped Cassidy as well. Cassidy's face was deathly pale, yet a glimmer of relief surged within her heart. Looking at Russell, she sincerely said, "Thank you." Meeting her gaze, Russell responded, "No thanks necessary. Just remember what you promised." Cassidy's face flushed red, but in the next moment, she nodded heavily, "I will." The vast wave of spiritual energy continued its rampage, crushing everything in its path. Only Eben's true form and the white lotus in the lake survived amidst such abundant spiritual energy. If cultivators could withstand this surge without dying, it would undoubtedly be a supreme opportunity. At this moment, Russell felt exactly that. Under Eben's protection, he didn't need to worry about survival, so he fully absorbed the spiritual energy, immersing himself in cultivation. Instantly, his late gold core cultivation, which had recently broken through, was solidified, and his level began to rise, advancing until he became a half-step essence core cultivator before finally stopping. Ah, just a little more, and I could have condensed my essence core, becoming a true essence core master. What a pity. Russell sighed regretfully. Still, being able to survive in this situation was already fortunate. Other matters were mere luxuries. Cassidy felt this way. While Russell could cultivate, she could not. Sensing that attempting cultivation like him would result in being thrown out and left dead, she could only envy Russell. The massive wave of spiritual energy almost engulfed the entire secret realm. At this moment, all cultivators who entered the Kermit's secret realm detected this anomaly. Their faces lit up with elation. Then, they raced toward Russell's location at top speed. In their eyes, such intense tidal waves could only mean one thing. A significant treasure was emerging. The Yuhua dynasty, Solar dynasty, and countless solitary cultivators. One event set off a chain reaction. Many hidden cultivators, unable to hide any longer, revealed themselves. A competition officially began. Chapter 294. Struggle. What's that? A spirit energy storm. No, not a spirit energy storm but a spirit energy tide. One of even higher magnitude than a storm. This is the first time I'm witnessing a spirit energy tide on this scale. An opportunity. An unparalleled opportunity. Bullshit. A tide of this magnitude can only be a disaster. Run for your life. No wonder it's the Kermit's secret realm. Encountering such a vast tide upon entry means it must have affected the entire realm. For a spirit energy tide like this to occur, it can only mean one thing. A treasure of immense value has emerged at its center. If you want to escape, go ahead. I'm going to seize that treasure. How can we cultivators afford not to compete? I'm coming too. Should I really obtain that treasure, I could skyrocket in power. Though I might not match the haze of the Carey dynasty or Russell, becoming a regional overlord and founding my own sect would be within reach. Follow me. Whoever dares to obstruct us will be killed without mercy. A massive spirit energy tide swept through the entire Kermit's secret realm. Some cultivators chose to flee, distancing themselves from this unprecedented event. However, countless others decided to advance, aiming for the core of the spirit energy tide to seize the emerging treasure. Instantly, brutal massacre